Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Lost Planning the Interwebs. I am your host, Nick Ricada of Ricada Law, a small law firm in central Minnesota. And this morning, my hair is wonderful, and I am joined by Mr. Kurt of Uncivil Law. How you
What's
doing?
up?
Oh, not much. Just getting ready for this. Trying to get everything back in order, man. I got home late last night, and I just flat passed out. It was good and bad. It was good and bad. So
You are a testament to a work ethic or something, because you work so much. We all wonder when you sleep.
not enough is always the answer when I give people ask, when do you sleep? Not enough. Never. But yeah, so today should be a pretty good I guess, I don't know, good day for the trial. It's the last day of testimony.
Yeah. So Edgecombe himself is supposed to take the stand today.
Yes, which I assume is going to be a disaster, but I'm really hoping they put up a good self-defense claim so we have no idea how the jury's going to go. That's what I want.
Well, we haven't seen any real foreshadowing of that, but one can always hope, I suppose.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm trying to find the link for any of these right now because that's the way this goes, is getting the freaking link.
Oh, by the way, I don't think you sent me the documents. I don't know if you did or not, but I don't think you did.
Oh shit, I did not. I'm
Would
sorry.
you? Yeah.
Yeah.
Would you kindly send me the documents for the Law and Crime Saga so I can cover it on my channel? That'd be great.
Yes.
Thank you.
Just
I thought it might be fun to review as well. My opinion is changing as we speak, though.
Let me God damn it. 5 minutes ago, defendant 2 testifying his own defense. There it is. Is it beautiful? Yeah, so I don't know. I figured out part of the problem I was having yesterday was it was auto selecting the highest bit rate on the video for me, which is weird because at home, where I have a much better connection and everything, it auto selects a lower bit rate. So there was a hot mic for just a second there. I don't know what that was, but here, let me do this while I'm.
Yeah, mornings and I. It's the chat notes. Mornings and I sometimes have difficulty getting along. This is not a hungover thing. This is a mornings and I have a broken relationship problem.
Complicated relationship.
Yeah, it's like me and the sun, because the sun is constantly trying to burn every last orifice of my body. The sun and I have a broken relationship too. The sun and mornings.
Oh, the reviews of B. Ivory. Someone sent me all this. Oh, shit. So many emails. Most of them from fake Czechoslovakian firms representing that they are advertising firms.
I do get a fair amount of those now too. I feel like I've made it big.
They're great. I wish they were real.
Well, I just filtered out anything with a .cz and just automatically send it to trash. So that saved a lot of energy and time.
Yeah. I should filter out anything with a .cz and set it to auto forward to my kids anytime they're jerks. All right. Let's see. While we're waiting, I'm sending you the docs relevant to LNC.
Thanks.
For what it's worth, which isn't much. I didn't mean to not send them.
Yeah, well,
I did so little.
Rather than go through a litany of our history with follow-up issues, I'll just simply thank you for the documents and move on.
Yeah, that's a good idea. I'm bad at follow-up.
How hard was it to get me on the channel the first time, Nick?
It was very easy. All I had to do was eventually, all I had to do was eventually ask, and everything was fine.
Yeah.
Let's see, where are we? I'm trying to get you the actual PDFs.
JMS, is Kurt depressed? Yes, Kurt is depressed. This is not a secret. I've discussed it on my channel.
Well, get pressed.
Yeah, well, we're working on it.
Instead of depressed. See what I did there?
I did see what you did there. It made me marginally smile with the cringe. So yeah, there's something there.
I'm not looking at the screen right now. Sorry, I'm looking at my emails. Getting these documents. Oh my God, load the fucking email. So I put up a video on YouTube, but I didn't release it because it got demonetized, which has been rare lately. And it stayed demonetized. So I'm gonna put it up on my locals page. They said it was demonetized for hate.
I'm still fighting that content warning for apparently promoting and inciting violence by making fun of people involved in the Capitol riots.
The old one?
Yeah, that's still the content warning is still in place, which is why when I got a different one, it put me out of commission. So I'm going back and now trying to fight the underlying warning.
Yeah.
So you can retweet my thing. I'll give you the thing to retweet, and you can put it as a pinned comment or something. Get people to shame YouTube. How about that? We'll do something productive with our time.
I've never even heard of such a thing.
Okay, well,
file.
This will be a first for you.
I've never shamed anyone or anything. That's all I'm saying. Oh shit!
Okay, you shame people all the time. I watch her show.
What are you talking about? I will not stand and abide this slander. Okay, turns out I have a whole bunch of these saved. God, how annoying. I was just in the wrong folder. Downloads. Oh my God.
Your entire channel is shaming. The entire backbone of your channel is shaming. It's the core of your brand is shaming. It's why I like you so much, Nick. It's who I want to be. You're who I want to be. I was talking to Leonard French yesterday, and we determined that I am the bridge between him and you because he can tolerate me,
but he can't tolerate me.
Yeah. You're a little much for his taste. I'm the bridge.
Yeah. That's fine. I've never asked anybody to tolerate me. It's all good.
Yeah, well, it's probably for the best.
Where is it? Oh my gosh. I do need this. The video went very well right now.
Yeah.
Something's going on. See, it's now black. So
yesterday I covered the Wisconsin doctors who the one hospital's trying to prevent to leave. Theta Care versus Ascension. Have you been seeing that at all in Wisconsin? I'm sure you did. I mentioned it yesterday on your show.
You were talking about it. Yeah. How'd that hearing go?
Well, I wasn't able to get into the hearing because despite the instructions, which said very specifically to call at the time of the hearing in order to listen, when I called at the time of the hearing, no one would pick up the phone. So it was very annoying. I wasn't able to get in on the hearing, but the TRO was withdrawn, so the doctors are able to show up for work today. So yay. But apparently they're still trying to sue because they're sad about their staff leaving. The whole thing is bizarre, and I really did like Ascension's brief, just basically mocking the care because they suck.
Let's see. Let's see. Okay, I'm trying to get you all the documents, the ones my lawyer has been sending over as well.
Thank you.
Because there's so many. They lied about so much.
yeah. It's like Law and Crime. Can we just start with the basics? Who is the author of the work? I remember that very clearly in the copyright code. Let's just start with that. Who is the author of the work?
Well, I'll tell you who the author of the work is on the Edgecombe trial. It's Law and Crime. Or not Law and Crime. It's, Court TV. Court TV's cameras are the ones in the courtroom. And that's according to the media coordinator. You know, the person who would know. So that's nice. Here's the... God.
I'm blaming you for all this because you've failed in your programming of the AI bot. Why don't you work on the AI bot and not give it massive depression all the time? That'd be good.
Look, I never said I was good at coding. What are you talking about?
Fix me, father.
You should have known. You should have known that I would be bad. I programmed you to learn.
I've learned so many things.
Okay. This one, I think. Okay, so I need this, and I think that's all of the main ones.
I've been grossly disappointed that up to this point, no one in the trial has seemed to have said there ain't no law when you got the claw. I've been very sad in the Edgecombe trial. No one has mentioned it yet.
Let's see. So someone is asking me questions via email about the wife removing stuff from the pocket, and the problem is, so the comments go like this.
Mm-hmm.
You guys are making idiotic comments about the wife removing the wallet. Think about it. If removing the wallet could be a problem, and it was done, why couldn't something else have been removed that was reported? It's called doubt. That's what the lawyer is looking for. And the problem is removing the wallet isn't actually a problem. Like, removing a wallet is a problem until you find out where the wallet is and why it was removed. Then it's no longer an issue. And that was maybe something that they missed. And I don't know if I said that in my email. Oh, no, I did. I said, you could try and make this argument. This lawyer is failing to do so. He's asking the cop if it's a problem that the wallet is moved. The cop says it can be. And then the state shows why it can be, but isn't just a second later. Defense is fumbling at the 40-yard line right now. They aren't even close to making the point you're suggesting. And then he says, and here's the problem. And this is where people go from, in my opinion, where they go from the realm of like common thinking and to the realm of being an autistic lawyer thinking, right? Is it, if she removed the wallet, she could have also done something else.
Right.
Well, she could have, but until you get some evidence that she did, you can't just, or you could try and raise the specter of it, but that's as far as you get. And at the end of the day, the state gets to say, even the person right there now, and this is after yesterday. So I think those comments might've been before before yesterday's testimony with Stephanie Trotter. They get to say the defense called up their witness who claims to have seen something. And even she had to admit she didn't see anything go into or out of that pocket, nor did she ever testify that anything was in the wife's hand. And she said her eyes were on her the entire time. So the entire time she's watching, this lady doesn't have something in her hand to put into a pocket or pull out of a pocket. Mm-hmm. And when she goes over by the body, she thought it was strange that she would be anywhere near the pockets, but she couldn't say that anything went into or out of it because she didn't see anything to go into or out of it. And she didn't even see her hand go in the pocket, as she admitted on the stand. And that's the problem here with this line of argument that the defense is making. And I said it a couple times yesterday. I don't know if you heard me coin this beautiful phrase.
Ooh.
They're trying to fill gaps in the story with gaps in the facts.
I like it.
And that is not the way you're going to actually tell out a story. You can't do it that way. You don't tell a story with an absence. Not an important story. Yeah. Not a story that life hangs in the balance on. You have to tell the story with actual facts and nuggets of truth. You can't tell it with an absence of them.
Yeah, I did like this note from the judge yesterday. I forgot the exact context of the judge, but saying basically there's zero evidence of this point when the lawyer was trying to ask something, and like, yeah, there's no evidence on record. You can't ask that question because right. You can try to bring the evidence, but there's no evidence of record to allow foundation for that, which is a perfectly valid thing. You can't just go into court with speculation. You have to have evidence. Yeah. And you can try to say, well, she took the wallet. She took the wallet, so she messed with the body. But you can't make more specific insinuations because you don't have it. They can't make up shit. You can't make up shit. You just can't make up shit.
Right. You cannot make up shit.
There's a rule of evidence about that. I remember that one. No, you can't make up shit rule.
It says you can't make up shit. You can try and tell the story during closing statements, closing arguments. That's when you get to be argumentative. That's when you get to say, well, we haven't seen enough here. We haven't seen enough to make these determinations that the state wants you to make. We don't know what could have happened here. You can do that, but for testimony, you can't just make things up. And you can't introduce facts on close that weren't testified to at trial. Well, you can, so long as the other party is sleeping.
Yeah.
You can do anything.
It's also as good a time as any to remind everyone that reasonable doubt has to be based on, reasons, like things that exist in reality. Here's a thing that could have happened, maybe, possibly, is not a reason. That is a fantasy. Stay in the real world.
And that's an excellent discussion or dissection, I should say, of the late argument that came in yesterday where someone said drug deal gone bad. Well, it may be. I mean, I guess in the realm of possibility.
Even if that's true, even if it is a drug deal don't go bad, I'm not 100% sure how that helps the defense that much, because last time I checked, it's illegal to shoot someone in the context of a drug deal gone bad. So not sure how it's changing the calculus that much, to be honest.
Yeah,
you can't shoot your drug dealer even if they cheat you out of money or whatever.
I think it was the drug dealer shooting the client.
Either way, take your pick.
No, there's a special exception for drug dealers shooting deadbeat patients. They're doctors. They don't get paid.
It's a drug deal gone bad. He was trying to cheat me in my drug deal, so I shot him. Great defense. Great defense. Let's go with that.
Frankly, I agree. I'm just going to say it. I am pro drug dealers getting theirs. That's what I'm saying.
Well, that's more of a policy consideration. So if you want the it's okay to shoot the drug dealers policy, I guess talk to the legislature and let me know how that works out.
In fairness to the argument, I'm pretty sure the person was saying that they weren't arguing that it was a defense. They were just arguing the explanation. This is what happened. This is a story we're not being told. And the wife, it was to explain the motivation of the wife, like trying to cover something up. She reached in the pocket and grabbed out the meth or crack or whatever that he had bought. But yeah, it still doesn't amount to any kind of defense.
Yeah, no. Let me know something that would actually change something, and I'll care.
That one actual bit is really instructive on this case. They have been so desperately trying to obfuscate the actual story that matters in this case, which is what the hell happened when the trigger was pulled. And that, hey, what's up, Andrew? How you doing, buddy?
Hey, I'm late.
Oh, hey, I got to balance this all out.
You're actually super quiet to me. And if you're quiet to me, who knows what
I have I can
I had you turned way down.
Okay.
It's my fault because of yesterday.
I'm just going to keep setting my my solo to all kinds of random gain settings in the hope that one of them will please StreamYards.
Yeah. Well, I've been using a volume booster on the court lately, and then yesterday, because my computer was not or my internet connection was not up to snuff, and we were borrowing Andrew's. He doesn't have the volume booster that I have that in the browser. You have to have that browser-based volume booster to get StreamYard to recognize it. So,
Andrew, do you live in Colorado?
I do.
Can you tell me all the good places to get the good weed? Do you know where they are?
Oh, it's everywhere.
Yeah, but can you show me around? Can I come visit you and you can take me on a tour?
Anytime.
Excellent. I need a vacation.
Got a guest room, got a hot tub. It's all good. I don't smoke weed myself, but I can assure you that it's hard.
I've never smoked weed, but I'm willing to learn.
Yeah.
Please live stream the Uncivil Law Weed of America tour. That would be the funniest thing on the planet.
But you can't walk 100 yards in any direction without hitting
excellent.
A weed shop here.
I'm coming. I'm crashing with Andrew.
Arlu says if she had just said she knew she'd need his ID and health cards, she doesn't need her grabbing the wallet. It's not an issue. That's one of the things that keeps getting missed here. It's not that big of a deal. They're trying to make a big deal through saying, well, she removed something from a crime scene. Well, she I mean, she stayed on scene. She moved something within a crime scene. And then when they needed to locate the item, it was given over to them. And the wallet is not a factor in the shooting itself. So, again, the only thing you're able to do is draw an inference that because she moved this wallet that we can show that's been admitted to, she must have then done some other thing. But until you can introduce evidence of the other thing, all you have is this weird sort of nebulous idea that something occurred. And that's typically not sufficient for court. And if the argument is that, well, some of the jurors who are motivated by race or whatever will accept that argument, guess what? They didn't need that argument anyway. If they're motivated by like the racial narrative here, if that's the motivation of the juror, which I'm not convinced is as prevalent as people bring up. I mean, certainly it happens. It happened down in Florida. But I'm not convinced it's as prevalent, but if that's the case, then you don't need that bit, right? They're already sold in the racial justice narrative. So they don't need like a checkbox to latch onto. Aha, I've got it now. Now my motive can be fulfilled. You have to, either the state's going to overcome that or they're not.
How disappointing was the testimony of Stephanie Trotter yesterday? I mean, surely she was supposed to be the person who said, I saw the knife in her hand. She was stuffing it back in his pocket. She didn't say anything.
I'm sure it was really disappointing for the defense.
Yeah.
It was kind of funny for me. I was sitting here trying to figure out how they're piecing this case together and how they keep seeming to think that there isn't opposing counsel in this case.
Who's, by the way, quite a bit more capable than they are.
Court delayed due to bad weather. Is that what people are saying?
Oh, so it's my kid's school.
It was snowing like crazy the other day. We do have the court cameras on, so they must still be having court. Oh, the judge is going to be so pissed if court's delayed. That's great. That makes for a potentially awesome day. I like this judge.
He's going to recall that snow removal witness.
Yeah, I need you to get your ass back here and clear out the court parking lot right away.
Me hold you in contempt. Did you hear the news story about the time this judge held a public defender in contempt? Got him shackled.
Oh, court's on. So it's not delayed that much.
Grace Unit for the state.
Morning, Your Honor. Theodore Edgecombe appearing in person with Anik Ahmad.
Diablo Lamar.
How's volume?
All right,
go up a little.
A number of things at the end of the day yesterday. Hopefully the defense witnesses
go up a little more.
Ready. Who's the next defense witness?
Judge, the defense would call toxicologist Sarah Schreiber.
Fine. You can have her put on the stand. I'm going to bring the jury in.
I can't wait till we find out that he had a .12
2 or 3 witnesses.
BAC.
Presumably,
it's going to be that they didn't blood test the wife.
Defense testimony to close clearly and certainly this morning, and then we'll discuss if there's any rebuttal. We'll discuss jury instructions, and I anticipate closings this afternoon.
Oh, wow.
Have the witness brought in, please. She can be on the stand before the jury gets in, please.
Patrick Kennedy says, in the latest invoice news, our favorite bathroom Korean picked up his first YouTube strike over coffee misinfo. Oh, no.
Who did?
Legal Mindset got a strike.
They're after us all.
Where's Ashley? Bring back Ashley.
Koi 540. Someone should be outside picketing justice for Ashley. Well, except it's -20 where I am right now. I can't believe it's much warmer in Milwaukee. Koi 540 says, do you think those two old crazy white ladies have a self-defense against that maskless black guy they hit? They did say BLM after they did it. They seem like actual victims in this situation. I have no idea what you're talking about. Two old crazy white ladies.
She brought a big coat.
It's
the trial for the other officers involved in the Chauvin Floyd incident started yesterday in federal court. I'd just like to express how pissed I am that it's being covered in federal court, so we can't talk about it, because I think the fact pattern is really, really interesting, and it would be illuminating to actually see, because I don't know for sure. I think they all might be innocent or not guilty, but I'm open-minded, and I think it might actually be a fascinating trial that we'll never get to see. How annoyed am I?
The other interesting part of it is I think each of them has distinctly different issues.
Yep.
And they're all being combined, which is kind of weird because
They are part of the same criminal transaction, I guess.
Right. But the legal
they're not
question
really similarly situated.
This is fair. I agree with Andrew as well.
Because the guy Earl Gray is representing is Lane.
Yep.
I mean, he's the guy who was saying maybe we need to check on this guy. Maybe we should roll him over. He's the guy who administers CPR while he's the guy who does CPR, the only one. And so it's like, man. So I'm curious about that. But and then Tu Tao or whatever, he's not touching Chauvin at all the entire time. He's on crowd control. Back is turned. Like how? And then King, was King the guy by the feet?
Yeah.
I mean,
Chow is the one with the actual experience. Like Chow's has what?
Not Chow. Tao.
Tao. That's right. I apologize. That was my fault. Tao's the one with actual experience, been on the force something like 8 years, but he's the one with the least knowledge because he's the one doing crowd control. The other two people have been on the job for fuck all time, and with his senior officer, their defenses are much, much better. So yeah,
it's really interesting. So yes, to echo your sentiment though, the fact that we can't actually observe the trial is a disaster. It's a broken part of the court system.
We won't even get transcripts for a couple months.
Yeah. And yes, Joel Raleigh, I know the YouTube view counts have been messed up for the past several days. It'll keep bouncing back between one viewer and 6,000 or 7,000, or as we got to yesterday, it was over 10,000 people. That's a YouTube issue right now. Nothing can be done about it. It doesn't seem to be particularly targeted at any channel. I've seen it on other live streams as well. Although I didn't really see it yesterday,
All right,
which is
back.
weird.
Morning, everybody. I see some of you got the coffee.
You're welcome.
We're going to continue with testimony. The defense next witness is on the stand. Ma'am, if you can stand, raise your right hand, please.
You solemnly swear the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do. Please be seated. State your full name, spelling first and last for the record.
Good morning. My name is Sarah Schreiber. First name S-A-R-A, last name Schreiber, S-C-H-R-E-I-B-E-R.
Go ahead. All right. Thank you, Judge. Good morning, Ms. Schreiber.
Good morning.
Can you tell us how you are employed?
I am the Forensic Technical Director of the Toxicology Laboratory at the Medical Examiner's Office here in Milwaukee County.
Okay, and how long have you had that position for?
Since May of 2013.
Okay, so maybe 7 or 8 years?
Correct.
And what are your
When did you get that haircut?
responsibilities in that position?
Yeah, you might want to
In this
reevaluate
position,
that
I
one.
oversee the daily operations of the toxicology lab, from training to maintenance of instruments to data analysis, data review, and report writing. And
Also,
then, of
what
course,
is with that
testimony
leopard
report
print
necessary.
shirt?
Okay, and are you a supervisor of any kind?
Yes, I am.
Okay, and who works under you?
There are several employees. One is Juan Lazama, another is Chelsea Johnson, another is.
Slow down just a bit, and if you could spell the name if you know it, that'd be great, please.
One employee is Juan Lazama, Juanlezama. Another Chelsea Johnson, Chelseajohnson.
Thanks.
Greg Wallace, Gregwallace. Jessica Haley.
Court reporter's gonna murder her.
Issichaley.
Okay. and
She
then
was
in your-
asked.
Brian Adamson, Brianadamson.
Okay, thank you.
You're
So in your role, doing some supervisory tasks, what specifically, in relation to some of the employees, such as you mentioned Juan Lazama, what is your role interacting with him?
I supervise him, so all daily activities that he performs, from data analysis to his data review, I provide all the peer review for the data that's generated in our office and report those results in the laboratory toxicology report that's then shared with the pathologist for each of these cases. So I oversee all aspects of Juan's daily performance.
Okay, so with regard to the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner, that office conducts autopsies, is that correct?
Correct.
What are some of the other tasks that or responsibilities that office has, to your best to your knowledge?
Well, there's various employees within the office that have different job descriptions, job duties, from medical investigators that will go to the scene and take calls, obtain records, help with death investigations from that perspective. There's administrative individuals that deal with administrative tasks related to budgeting, staffing, administrative rules and procedures. The pathologists are there to conduct the autopsies and provide opinion about cause and manner of death in each of those death investigations. And then the laboratory is another aspect of the office that is there to analyze the biological specimens that are obtained from autopsy or from the hospital pursuant to the death investigations that we are conducting.
Okay, so now you mentioned biological specimens. Is blood one of the specimens that you may test as part of an autopsy?
Is this a hostile witness?
Yes.
No.
Okay, and do you test the blood for controlled substances or alcohol?
Yes.
Okay, and in your practice and in your responsibilities and the performance of your duties, are toxicology...
I swear the trial procedure was
generated
better in my
that
cousin Vinny than in
summarize
this
what the
actual trial.
contents of a blood specimen would be?
Yes, a report of toxicology findings is produced at the completion of the toxicology analysis, and that's shared with the pathologist. So that's a summary of all the findings from that analysis.
Okay, are you familiar with the case involving the autopsy of Jason T. Clearman?
Yes.
Okay, and I'm going to show you what's marked as Exhibit D12. Tell us if you recognize that document.
Yes, I do.
Okay, and can you tell us what that is?
This appears to be a copy of a toxicology lab report for case number 20-06640, the name of Jason Clearman. The report date is October the 2nd, 2020. This report was authored by me, as evident by my signature, electronic signature on the second page of the report, and the date of October 2nd, 2020.
Okay, is that a fair and accurate representation of your actual report?
Yes, it is.
Okay. This time I'd like to move D12 into evidence, Judge.
Any objection?
No.
Fine.
No.
Dude.
Thoughts on this lawyer? Ineffective?
Oh, yeah. Oh, this one?
Not ineffective assistance
Now,
of
could you
counsel.
tell us,
No.
Ms. Schreiber, what the BAC was?
Just
Mr.
not great.
Clearman that was analyzed.
The ethanol concentration in the blood was 0.121 grams per 100 milliliters.
Okay. And now I'm going to show you what's marked as Exhibit D17. Do you recognize this document?
You don't? That's because that's the BAC of the wife that you didn't take.
That's where it's going.
Not specifically, no.
Okay.
You hear
are
my breathing and
familiar
chewing?
with-
Good.
As a toxicologist, are you familiar with dissipation rates and elimination rates of alcohol in human blood?
Yes, I am.
Okay, can you give us a general overview of that concept of dissipation?
When any substance is consumed in the body, it's the body's responsibility to remove that substance. This happens in various ways.
Please, ma'am.
When
Please, you talk so
anything
fast.
is consumed in the human body, it is the responsibility of the body to remove that substance from it. This happens in various ways. In speaking about ethanol consumption, depending upon or independent of route of administration, the body will work to eliminate that alcohol from the body. This happens over a period of time, and the alcohol concentration is primarily eliminated through the urine.
Okay, and are you familiar, so you're familiar with dissipation rates. What about absorption of alcohol?
The human body will absorb alcohol over the time period.
She's seen her
that
share
it
of
is
alcohol.
consumed and will be absorbed into the blood, and it will then be eliminated from the body in that same fashion through the urine.
Okay, now, in your knowledge,
I'm
and
familiar with this
experience
process.
as a toxicologist,
I plan to do it in a little bit.
do you understand what the excuse me, what the relation between the number of drinks someone may consume and their weight is?
Yes.
Okay, what is basically the relation between those two?
So they're going to prove that the wife
sets of
lied
data,
about the
let's say
3
it that
drinks, which is
So
obvious.
studies have been done in an effort to correlate the concentration or the number of drinks based on the concentration of ethanol in those drinks and factoring in an individual's weight to determine theoretically their blood alcohol concentration could be based on those 2 pieces of data.
Okay, so are you familiar with, generally speaking, the average person, if they were to consume 1 alcoholic beverage, let's say 1 beer, what sort of BAC would they be looking at on average?
That's a BAC
It would
of
depend
quitter.
on the size of the individual.
All right, let's say hypothetically that individual is 250 pounds. Could you tell us what kind of BAC range they would be if they had consumed 1 drink?
It would be a low concentration, probably less than 0.01, definitely less than 0.02 based on that weight.
And what about 3 or 4 drinks?
I'd have to reference a chart in order to do that. There's many things that go into that kind of assessment and calculation, assuming not only the size of the individual, but the amount of time that elapses during that consumption period, as well as the composition, the alcohol concentration of those beverages that are consumed, assuming that it's an oral route of administration.
Ooh,
Okay.
what other
But
routes
you were
of
saying that
administration
if
do
you
we
had
have?
1 drink and you're 250 pounds, you'd probably be under a 0.1.
Yes, under a 0.1 for sure.
And so with 3 or 4
This
drinks.
guy doesn't do numbers right.
If they were consumed all at once.
Under a 0.1.
Under a 0.1 or under 0.1?
No, that was the question she was asked. She was asked 0.1, and she answered the
You
question
said
asked.
0.1, but I think that left the wrong impression with the jury.
I meant 0.01, Judge, just to clarify.
Well, then
Oh,
ask the right
man.
question, asshole.
So
Stop
you would
bailing him
also
out,
be
Judge.
Under a 0.01 with 1 drink if you were. doing-
Decimals are hard. That's why I went to law school.
Yes.
Okay, so fair to say, not even factoring elimination or dissipation of alcohol, if you consume 4 drinks as a 250-pound male, you would probably no more than a 0.04. Would that be fair to say?
I believe so, but again, I would prefer to reference a DOT chart to be able to speak to
Okay.
those kinds of assumptions that have been made out of that research data.
Sure, so I'm going to hand you back exhibit D17. Is that in front of you?
Yes,
Okay. Now, doesn't that say Wisconsin Department of Transportation?
it does.
It
And
does say
you flip
that.
to the second page.
Yes.
Does that refer to an alcohol chart?
Yes.
Okay. Now, what is the maximum weight that is shown on that chart, ma'am?
For males, 220 pounds. For
Okay.
females, 180 pounds.
Now, I'm going to show you a chart that's marked D18.
That's a pretty low male weight for Department of Transportation chart. Have they never seen a trucker?
Now, ma'am, you mentioned that you are familiar somewhat with Department of Transportation charts, right? And you said you needed to refer to that chart to maybe refresh your recollection about the relation of drinks to weight when it comes to alcohol dissipation. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
Okay, I'm going to show you what's marked as Exhibit D18.
Again, scoring a win that the wife said he only had 3 drinks is, I don't know.
Not
To me, it's
specifically this
obvious that she
document.
was wrong on that.
Okay.
There's no way three
But it
drinks puts
it
down
appears
a
to be a represent.
250-pound guy.
I don't want you to speculate. You said you don't recognize it. He can ask additional questions.
Okay, well, would you agree or disagree that it appears to be accurate in terms of Wisconsin's standardized blood alcohol chart, which is known also as the Hins chart? Would it be a fair and accurate representation of that chart/table?
So the drunk stuff is just
Does appear to
circumstantial
incorporate
evidence.
the same data as Exhibit D17.
Not
to
that
the
there's anything
limits
wrong
of
with
the-
circumstantial evidence,
Of the
but
table itself.
Okay. And would that comport with
But again,
your
we're not
general
focusing on what
knowledge and
actually happened.
understanding
no.
For this
Of-
event.
the relation between body weight and the number of drinks consumed?
Yes.
Okay, so could you tell us and one more thing about Exhibit D18, what is the maximum weight that is shown on that chart?
240 pounds.
Okay, so for a 240-pound person, how many drinks approximately, according to the chart, would one need to consume to be a 0.12?
85.
7, 8.
Between 7 and 8 drinks.
Oh,
According to
baby!
this chart.
Toxicology me!
You can always tell a pro.
At this time, I'd be
Yeah, I went to
asking
law
for-
school and drank with a bunch of
I'd
guys
be
who were over
moving into
200
evidence
pounds.
D17 and D18 as well, Judge.
I'd have one drink because I'd have to drive
Never seen him
home.
before.
They'd have like 9
Sorry.
and then drive home.
Judge, she told us that it does comport with her understanding of alcohol charts. She said she was familiar with the Wisconsin Department of Transportation charts, and she's confirmed that it's an accurate.
Actually, she stated she'd never seen that chart before and did say that it said Department of Transportation at the bottom. She actually never said she saw
Yeah, she
it.
said she's not seen them before. For right now, they're not admitted. We can discuss that later outside the presence of the jury. Let's continue.
We weren't able to get the
Okay,
blood
so-
alcohol chart admitted into evidence. That's hilarious.
Just to be clear,
Gotta lay the
it would be
foundation.
between 7 and 8 drinks for a
How do you fuck
240
that
pound
up?
male,
I mean, how do you fuck that up?
if the BAC was
You just pretend that there's no adversarial counsel in the room.
0.12.
Could have just emailed her and asked her what chart she references and to please provide it prior to trial.
Okay, I have
Please
nothing
provide this
further.
chart that
Thank
you
you.
would reference so we can ask you
Cross.
questions based
Ma'am,
on
this
it.
is an estimate, is that correct?
Correct.
So just to be very clear, what everything you've just testified to is purely based on estimates about weights and alcohol levels. Is that correct?
Correct.
Does it take into account the alcohol level of the drink?
No.
For example, let me put it this way. Miller Lite doesn't have as much alcohol in it as, let's say, a German beer, correct?
Correct.
Does it take that into account?
It takes it into account from the perspective that a drink is defined as 1 12-ounce, generally light beer, of 4 to 5% alcohol by concentration. A glass of wine that's 4 ounces, or a shot of liqueur.
Who
of
drinks a glass of wine
spirit
at 4
1
ounces?
ounce,
What kind of
100 proof.
pansy ass glass
All
is
of those
this?
things
The
are
shots.
considered the same one drink in this calculation.
A single
So again, if someone's
3-2
saying
beer.
They had 4 beers. You are referring to a single 12-ounce American light beer. Is that
Correct.
And if they're drinking something that doesn't fit into
drink
Something a
3
man would
pints?
drink.
12-ounce American light
3
beer,
pints
this
of
chart would
what,
not
like
accurately reflect
6,
what's
7%
going on in the
beers.
bottle. Is that correct?
6, 7 drinks.
As a matter of fact, when you look at anything on this, all the warnings say this doesn't take into account how different people absorb alcohol. Isn't that correct?
Correct.
So a person who's 250 pounds could have a lower or higher BAC based on the individual way in which they handle alcohol. Is that correct?
Everything she just said is bullshit.
It doesn't take into account whether or not they've eaten or not eaten. Is that correct?
Correct.
It doesn't take into account other environmental factors that could be going on. Is that correct?
Correct.
I think
Does
I
it
even
take
read
into account a
something
bullet to the
about
face?
possibly their mood or
What is the BAC of a bullet to the
Is that correct?
face?
Correct.
Okay, so
Can lead
Not
poisoning
knowing any
influence
of
these
those,
figures?
whether or not they're having a good time, a bad time, any of that, this chart really is just kind of a guide. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And as a toxicologist, you wouldn't recommend somebody to pull out this chart to figure out whether or not they were safe to drive, would you?
No,
Under no circumstances.
no.
And to sit there and try to therefore determine based on a BAC what someone may have done earlier, this is insane just to use some chart, right?
There's too many variables to
Objection.
To what?
You said there's
What argumentative? This is
Hang
just
on, hang on.
insane.
On what grounds?
What's the relevance of the question?
Oh, please, relevance? What do you mean relevance? It's
Hyperbole, but
decimating your entire questioning. That's the relevance. How about that for
It
relevance?
would not be
When you consider how much you drank, and you're considering that last
to be able
shot.
for you.
You thought it was relevant 5 seconds
Exactly
ago.
how many drinks someone had, even in a range, just based on a chart and what we're seeing. Is that correct?
correct,
There's too many variables. Is that correct?
correct.
And so if somebody is attempting to sit there and say, you know, this is the number of drinks based on a weight at autopsy,
I'm working on it,
without
guys.
anything else, just based on that chart, it's kind of misleading, isn't it?
Yes, you have to make many assumptions when you deal with the data and extrapolate the data from a chart like this. And not all of those have been defined or verified.
Also, and I just want, you still have those two exhibits up there?
Oh no, he's going to beat him to
we
death
see
with
here
their own
at
exhibits.
Defense 18, what's the time period that they have here in their example on calculating that BAC?
The example is listed as a 180-pound man consuming 8 drinks in 4 hours.
So this is a chart that's taking into account 4 hours.
The chart does not take into account time. It's trying to help you assess the factor of time when using this chart. The chart itself assumes 0 amount of elimination, but in fact, elimination does happen from the time you begin consuming.
And there's another good point. When defense counsel was asking you questions, he said,
They don't need to ask for
if you
permission
are,
to
let's
approach
say,
the
a
witness.
200
apparently.
I know, it's weird.
and you have 1 drink, you'd be under.
Just go right up there.
Correct?
Yeah, I said between under 0.01, maybe under 0.02.
You
And the
did,
judge has
and
been much
defense
more
counsel
strict than
recommended
this on
that
this
they
kind
under
of stuff.
0.01.
Correct.
The chart
Before
actually
now.
doesn't support that, does it?
240 pounds.
I mean, he's gonna sit in her lap.
0.016. 240 pound male is listed at 1
Under
drink,
my desk, I have a
0.16,
flask of Maker's Mark.
0.01
How drunk am I?
grams per 100 milliliters.
If you guys want to know how you just routinely shred the argument of the
Based on
of
toxicology
the other
reports,
attorney,
you can tell us
just watch
the
this
victim
guy
had
on
a
cross
point
with this
0.12
bad
blood
prosecution team
That's correct.
or
Bad
defense
defense
tell us
team.
what he drank.
Objection, that's it's characterization. It was a .12.
Oh, sorry, you're right. We're both getting it wrong. 0.12.
0.12.
Yeah, I put that 0 in the wrong part. He had 0.12, right?
Yeah, don't ask your lawyer to do math,
Blood
folks.
alcohol concentration is 0.121 grams per 100 milliliters.
And can't tell us what he drank.
Correct.
Can't tell us how long he was drinking.
No, the only thing I can tell you is that ethanol particular, was consumed.
And anything else that we just talked about, other than what his BAC was found in his body, is really just a guess, isn't it?
The alcohol concentration is not a guess. That's a measured level.
No, not. I'm saying other than the BAC, anything else.
I mean, he thought he was
How
too
many
drunk to
drinks,
drive.
what
Apparently, he was
whether or not
right.
he even
So,
liked it, that's all just
what are we
a guess,
talking
right?
about?
Correct.
All right, thank you. Nothing else.
They really want to get that 3 drink thing out of the way.
Ooh, he said he only drank 3. It's more like 5 or 6. Okay,
He should
point
have-
conceded. Let's move on.
But he should have just asked 3 drinks of, like a German
Clarify.
beer,
The
3 pints of a
BAC
German
in this
beer.
case was
250 pound.
.12. Is that correct?
If you slide the exhibit over, you can show the specimen associated, iliac blood, that's our identification number for that specimen, 881841. We identified ethanol at a concentration of 0.121 grams per 100 milliliter or grams per deciliter. Those are the same units in that sample. And then the vitreous concentration is identified below
It says
that.
additional analysis is required for confirmation. Right there on the page.
As you said on cross, Ms. Schreiber.
So these are not even final results.
Those charts and those calculations serve as a guide, right?
Correct.
So they kind of give an estimate of how much alcohol one would have to consume to be at a certain BAC with a given
Estimate.
specified weight. Is that right?
And assumed specified parameters, yes, that's correct.
Those parameters kind of just give the public an understanding of what the average is. Is that fair to say?
No,
Okay, could you explain that?
the parameters, the assumptions that are made when using that chart are that the individual consumed under an empty stomach, that there was no disease states that affected that alcohol absorption or elimination,
More variables.
that no time is calculated within that concentration. And like I said, alcohol elimination begins at the time that alcohol is consumed. It doesn't take into account non-traditional drinks. It only has limited parameters based on the definition of drink that was given previously.
This is
Okay, so
terrible
you said the
for
assumption is
defense.
that alcohol elimination occurs once alcohol is consumed. Is that correct?
Yes,
Please
So
support my
If
argument.
someone was a 0.12 BAC a couple hours after they had consumed, wouldn't it be fair to say they were even higher than that BAC of 0.12?
provided they're on
No.
the elimination side of the curve, yes, their alcohol level, their alcohol concentration.
But what about the
be
White Claw in the
higher.
car? Maybe he's still drinking.
See, actually, that's the wrong answer. Because you can still be absorbing alcohol as your body's eliminating it.
Sure.
So it doesn't imply that you've peaked out.
So
Well, that's why
you're
she
assuming-
said,
well, that-
assuming he's on the elimination side of the curve, because you're eliminating from the start. But if you're still drinking
Right.
faster than you're
You're-
eliminating,
And what is the average?
Or even if you're not drinking, your body can
elimination
still be absorbing
of
alcohol from what
alcohol
you've
per
drank. So
hour?
even as your body's eliminating,
There are
it's
several
absorbing.
published rates.
But
Average
just because you're eliminating doesn't imply that you've hit your
0.05
peak yet.
grams per 100 milliliters per hour.
The body can't absorb
Average
the alcohol
ranges
instantly.
are somewhere between 0.01 and 0.025 grams per 100 milliliters, excuse me, per hour. That encompasses a larger portion of the population in order to cover any of those circumstances that I spoke of before.
Okay.
He's confused by all the numbers. Jury too.
And as somebody is of a higher weight, isn't it fair to say that
should have
the
like a
number of
9-year-old
drinks that
next
they
to him to
have
translate the
reach
numbers for him. So they're still
a higher
doing math
level of
classes.
He'd be
alcohol,
much taller than him.
more is required for that.
That's correct.
So if you're lighter, then if you have 4 drinks compared to somebody that's much heavier than you, you're going to have a higher BAC, more what's in relation to them most likely. Would that be
Correct.
fair to say?
Yes.
So the number of drinks to reach a BAC, how would you say that is just in relation to weight, like in terms of the correlation there? Is it very strongly associated?
I don't understand your question.
Let me rephrase
Nobody
that.
does.
He
So if
doesn't
somebody
either.
was, let's say, half the weight of 250 pounds, let's say they're 125 pounds.
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Sustained.
Judge is like, please
Now,
end
you mentioned also this
me.
chart
This is just
assumes,
imagineering when they ask
certain
these
kinds of
questions.
Drinks.
Yeah, as a judge, I have some questions. How many shots do I have to
Such
drink on
as,
my break
you know,
to
one
get to a
drink
blood alcohol
equals
of
either 12
0.08
ounces of 100 proof whiskey.
so that I could not feel
Or
anything?
12 ounces of a light beer.
Once again, I think you misspoke. You said 12 ounces of 100 proof whiskey. 12 ounces of 100 proof whiskey, even if you're from Wisconsin, is a lot.
That is a lot, Judge. Okay, well, why don't we just back up and have you tell us, what are some of the drinks that fall under the.
That's
like Nick level.
That's
What-
Kurt
what-
AI bot level.
This chart.
Again, one drink is defined as 12
Average
ounce
Thursday
light
night,
beer,
right?
4 ounces of wine, or 1 ounce of 100 proof liqueur.
Okay, what about dark beer? Is that generally known to be of a higher concentration of alcohol?
Generally speaking,
Why is
yes.
he doing this? He's defeating his own
And
arguments.
To your knowledge, does beer come in greater servings than 12 ounces?
Yes, it does.
Good.
What are some of the other
Are you the
you kidding?
prosecution now?
quantities of ounces?
Why are you
of beer?
doing
Objection,
this?
relevance as to whether or not there's.
Why?
Counsel, it's irrelevant. We live in Wisconsin. Beer comes in bigger servings than 12 ounces, yes.
Okay.
16 ounces, 24 ounces, a big, huge boot if you're at the Bavarian Inn.
Judge knows it, man.
That's in the common knowledge of the jury.
Okay,
Let's move
all
on.
right, moving on. So if somebody had a dark beer and they had 3
Plus-
to 4 beers,
Why is he
Of
pointing
that-
this out? This is bad for him. His
Yeah, it's
argument
bad for him.
here. This guy's, what are you doing,
Scratch
you
that.
dummy?
So
Scratch that.
Scratch
3
my
to
whole
4 drinks
Forget I ever called
somebody can
you.
consume.
Your Honor, I'd like to move to strike my
The
witness's
typical
testimony.
serving under this chart is assuming 12 ounces of a standard beer. And that, under this chart, you would need 7 or 8 drinks if you are 240 pounds or to reach 0.12. Is that correct?
That's correct. Again, not taking account for elimination or any of the other parameters that were
Right.
spoken of previously.
If you apply this chart like an idiot,
Thank you. Nothing further.
that would be correct.
I'm not going to get into all of that. There's just one thing I want to clarify. Defense counsel stated, well, if someone was at a 0.12 and several hours earlier had stopped drinking, that could cause them to be higher, right?
The concentration of ethanol could be higher than it was at the measured time, but not infinitely. At some point, it would be lower because that number doesn't just forever
Unless they
increase.
die, unless they're shot in the face. Is that correct?
Also, if, as in this case, we're not talking about hours between someone leaving the bar and the autopsy. If someone is at a bar drinking, leaves, gets into a car, and within minutes gets out and is shot in the head, that
There he
BAC
goes.
is pretty much where it would have been. Is that correct?
Where what would have been?
Where his BAC would have been at the time that he got shot and killed, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that'll stabilize the BAC for sure.
Great. All right, you can step down, ma'am. Thank you. Who's the defense next witness?
We are recalling Dr. Kelly.
Fine. Is he ready?
This guy's a hoot.
Based on our conversations yesterday, I expect this to be brief.
I expect this to be brief. Stop wasting my court's time.
Stop wasting my time. Stop it.
I love this judge. I really do. I think he's great. Again, I don't care what the to the people out there, I know there's some people who may be watching who think I'm biased or whatever. I'm not. I don't care. I don't care the outcome on this one, right? If Theodore Edgecombe is not guilty, then let him walk, please. Please, please, please. This judge is a hoot. I don't care what happens or who does anything. He's killing me.
The testimony given in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Please be seated. State your full name.
Well, let's ask some more questions about the chart.
My name is Philip Kelly,
Why do we have this guy coming back?
P-H-I-L-L-E-Y.
I'm presuming he's to ask more questions about the alcohol chart.
My name is Philip. Why the fuck am I
Thanks for
back,
coming
Kelly?
back, Dr. Kelly. Just had a couple questions for you. Just wanted to clear some things up. Are you familiar with what's known as the Hins chart?
Objection, Your Honor. We've already taken testimony.
You know, it's nice when you already know why they're calling you the question's going to be. Just ask me all the questions. I know what's happening.
We've already just gone through this.
Literally just did it with the expert.
He can answer that question. Yes. Can you rephrase it? I didn't hear it. Everybody needs to use the microphones, please.
Sir, are you familiar with the Hins chart?
I'm familiar with, I think what you're talking about is a Hins chart. I just know it as a blood alcohol concentration estimation chart.
Okay, I'm going to show you what's marked as Exhibit D18. Dr. Kelly, do you recognize this document?
Objection, Your Honor. We've just gone through this. We're literally just going through the same thing again with another witness.
He's going to ask him.
Where are we going with this? Is this the exact same exhibit that was shown to the last witness?
Right, but it is, but Judge, he's saying that he's familiar with those things. I'm asking him to confirm if that comports with his knowledge of that.
What's the relevance? We've already gotten in it.
Number one, this is automatically admissible under Wisconsin
I don't
law.
talk about admissibility. I think the objection was cumulative. If we just heard one witness expound on alcohol and BAC and all those things, why do we need this witness to do that?
I'm not going to have him go into that. I just want to be able to see.
Really?
Recognize the chart and.
Bullshit.
If he can answer, if he recognizes the chart, then let's ask questions that are not cumulative or repetitive.
Bullshit. You're not here to ask cumulative questions. You are a liar, sir.
Yeah.
Is that consistent with what your knowledge of the blood alcohol chart in this state is?
I don't understand the question.
I love how often the
Or
defense
the
asks
state.
questions and the witness is like, what
Sorry,
the
I will
fuck are you talking
rephrase the
about?
question. You said you recognize the chart. Can you tell us what
He's
you
now
recognize
desperately
about-
in his head in real time trying to reformulate his
state
clearly
was
cumulative
created,
questions
Yep.
into something that approaches a non-cumulative fashion.
time ago.
That's what's happening right now.
Yep, that's right.
He was going to
And the
ask
judge
this
is going
guy.
to call bullshit in
estimating
about 45 seconds.
What their
He was going to ask the exact
estimated
same
blood
questions
alcohol
to this guy as he
concentration
did to the
would be,
last lady.
based on
Watch
how
the
many
state throw their
the
hands
idea
up.
was
Just
Your
get
Honor.
a timer out.
you're out and you're
Are we
drinking.
serious?
You look up the chart for your sex.
Your Honor, this
you
sounds
look up
really
your weight,
familiar, Your
you
Honor.
look at-
Yep, there it is.
Sidebar.
Kurt,
I'm sorry,
Kurt,
I
hit
said
the
45
timer.
seconds. What I meant to say was more like 25, but it's not hard to predict the future when you've seen the story before.
Okay, so what's going on? We haven't gotten to hear a lot of sidebars, but let me tell you what's happening right when these guys get in. Counsel, what the hell is this? Tell me your line of questionings right now. Right now, tell me your line of questioning. I told you this cannot be cumulative. I told you I want this done this morning. I told you you're wasting the court's time. Tell me right now, what line of questioning are you going to get to outside of the blood alcohol content? What are your questions? Tell me right now. If you don't have them, he's done. You're done. Sit down, call your next witness.
Did you hear a few years ago this judge had a public defender arrested for contempt in the courtroom, dragged out of the courtroom, and when they brought him back in, they were shackled, not because the judge ordered that, but because it was SOP when the court takes someone. So the public defender comes back in the court and they've got a waist shackles on.
Now, it's not quite Oracle levels of prediction, but my odds-on favorite prediction is the judge is going to come in and say the witness is dismissed. Let's see if that's what happens.
Maybe he'll let the
Yeah, that's the only
prosecution
real
say no
question in my
further
mind. Is there a
questions.
question or two before
All
that
right,
happens?
Go ahead, counsel. Couple
Okay.
questions.
All right, now, Dr. Kelly, sorry for the interruption. Could you restart and just tell us what you were saying about the blood alcohol chart in this state?
The chart is just
An estimate.
gives an estimate that you can use to estimate what your possible blood alcohol concentration would be based on how many drinks, how many standard drinks that you had.
And that chart doesn't assume any sort of elimination, is that correct?
The chart assumes a lot of things. It assumes you're on an empty stomach. It assumes
Say no more questions. Tuck your tail between your legs.
ingesting
It's over.
standard drinks. It assumes that you start eliminating. Actually, you start eliminating.
Ryan, yes, this is a
metabolizing
medical
alcohol
examiner from
right away.
Rittenhouse.
So it assumes all those things, and what you're supposed to do is you're supposed to subtract the amount of time since you began drinking and subtract that from the blood alcohol concentration in the chart to get an even more estimated blood alcohol concentration.
Okay, and showing you D18 here, could you tell us, not even factoring, I'm going to zoom out a little bit.
Right there, it says 12 ounces of 100 proof whiskey. I guess that's right. 12 shots, right?
That's clarifying
Could
the
you tell us,
above
according to the chart,
hypothetical.
sir, not even assuming the subtraction you were talking about, a 250-pound male with a 0.12 BAC, approximately how many drinks would need to be consumed to reach that BAC?
Consumed. I'm a consumer.
I don't know if I can calculate that. This chart goes up to 240 pounds to begin with.
So let's just say 240 pounds.
Sorry.
According to this chart,
Let's just say something
the
that isn't
estimate
correct.
around 0.125 is 8. It looks like 8.
Okay, so are you specifically referring to?
This is always the worst type of
here?
testimony. Can you please
Yeah,
read a
that's-
chart
that's
I'm putting
the
in front of
number.
you?
If you go up, I think it's 8.
Which isn't particularly well organized,
And
incidentally.
that is for 240 pounds, not 250 pounds.
That's correct.
Okay. And that also doesn't factor for any sort of elimination over a period of time.
That doesn't take into account.
These are the same questions.
Exact same. What a waste.
Now, Judge, at this time, I'd like to move D18 into evidence.
Any objection?
No, all right.
Okay, thank you.
Received.
Now, one last question for you, Dr. Kelly. So last week you were telling us about, your role as a medical examiner here at the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner, and that you routinely perform autopsies. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And as part of your work in being a medical examiner, you're familiar with bodies of individuals that come in and are deceased. Is that fair to say?
Yes, that is one of the things I do at the
You're
MD's
very
office. The
familiar
bodies,
with, fair to
deceased.
say,
Yes,
of
that is something I'm familiar with. Got that
death,
down.
natural,
I tend to perform
physiological,
autopsies on the living.
process of death in the body.
I'm thinking about performing an autopsy on you as we
Would
speak.
you
If
be
that's what you
familiar
mean.
with what happens to a body once? Well, let me just ask you to explain. So how do you
I only have one more
determine
question. Now I have a series of
when
questions.
a person has died?
Well, our investigators confirm death at scenes, and they do so in a number of ways. Certainly the lack of pulse, the lack of respirations.
The bullet to
lack
the
of
head.
any
That
response
was a
to
clue.
painful
The lack of
stimulus, the
pulse
lack
indicates that they're
of any,
dead.
reflexive response to touching the corneas.
Couldn't help
things like
noticing the
that.
hole in the head. Thought
So
that
the
might be a
medical
problem.
definition for death, could you give us a little overview of that? Or is it more of
It's what
you
happens
just
following
told
your
us?
questioning, counsel.
Confirming death basically requires indicating that all of those natural responses are absent.
Okay, and the natural responses, just to sum up, you said is lack of pulse or lack of breathing. What else?
A brain spilled onto the
Any lack of
sidewalk.
any responses, any lack of response to pain, any lack of response to touching the corneas, those are all reflexes that.
Hey, girl, I
that
want
are
to touch your
absent in a
corneas.
deceased person.
That's my new pickup
Okay.
line.
Now, if somebody has just
Okay.
been killed,
Like dead.
is there something in relation to the person's body temperature? I mean, I guess let me rephrase. Once death occurs, how long does it take for the body to start losing temperature?
Objection, Your Honor, relevant.
It's relevant in this case. There was
Instantly.
some testimony on it. About
How long
the
does it
subject.
take to start losing temperature? Instantly. Your body is radiating heat constantly.
You can answer, but again,
Immediately.
it's long.
The wife said he was cold to the touch, therefore he wasn't dead yet.
Okay. The body temperature is a subjective interpretation of somebody at the scene or whatever. But
Or whatever.
After you die, basically you have no more blood pressure, so you're no longer moving warm blood to anywhere. The body surface, the skin surface, is one of the places that can lose temperature relatively quickly. So, having the body feeling cool to the surface is not uncommon relatively quickly. You can check other areas like in the armpits or in the groin area, and there may still be some warmth. But most of the time, the warmth at that point is going to be in the core of the body. You can think of this in terms of that's kind of the body's natural responses to it'll lose heat as soon as there's nothing generating heat or moving it to the surface of the skin.
Yet another question
Within
that
a
goes
couple of
against
minutes,
his
though,
own argument that
Would
shouldn't
there
have been
be a
asked.
significant loss of body temperature?
Within a couple of minutes, you would expect, assuming nothing else has happened prior to that, to shunt the blood away from the skin. You would expect there would still be some warmth to the surface of the body to touching their skin with your skin.
She wasn't touching
thank
his
you.
skin,
Nothing
though.
further.
She's touching his shirt.
Couple of minutes and a body could start going cold. Is that correct?
Yes.
That's objection. That's
Oh, really? You're objecting to
Exactly
that?
what he
the
said.
witness testified to. That's what he said, counsel.
Can you tell us how long it's going to pass?
No, it's going to be highly relative to the person, the circumstances. As I said, it's a subjective interpretation.
What about a
of the observer.
250-pound drunk dead guy?
And you're saying
Brain
subjective,
leaking on
so
the
it
steps.
also takes into account what that person is feeling when they put their hand on the person's body.
Correct. One person may feel warmth, another person may feel
Yeah,
coolness.
if her blood
And
is
if
up, by
someone's
the way,
distraught, maybe
She's going to be warmer. So whatever she touches is going to feel cooler than normal.
What's the relevance of that?
Counsel, it's obviously relevant because in this case, I don't need to explain it. It's relevant based on the testimony of multiple people.
You just raised
Overruled.
this, you dummy.
Additionally, doctor, you stated that, and I'm not going to belabor this much, but you're saying what's causing the temperature to go down is because blood is not getting basically to the body. Is that correct?
This is your brain.
Would being
This is
shot in
your
the head
brain
do
on
that?
the Edgecombe trial. Any questions?
As soon as you die, the metabolic furnaces of all the cells in your body shut down. Your body is no longer producing heat, and you're no longer pushing that heat throughout all the vessels of your blood, of your body. That includes the skin surface. So you begin to lose heat just like every other object, whether it's through radiation with the surface you're laying on or the wind carrying away your heat. It's a simple concept of just losing heat.
And this may sound
God,
like
B.
a
Ivory
question,
Lamar has 21 followers on
but
Twitter.
If a body is kind of like heading down the stairs, so you've got the top portion, or the legs are on the top of the stairs, and the head is kind of going down toward there with the blood rushing, kind of going towards the front of the body due to gravity. Is it possible then that the legs and maybe the butt might seem colder than their other areas of the body?
I don't know if I can answer that. All I can tell you is that, once the blood pressure diminishes, and, keep in mind, this is something that can happen in living people. I mean, if you see somebody who's about to pass out and you touch their skin, they'll often note that they're cold and clammy, but they're not dead. Their body is shunting the blood to the core of the body to support the body. And if you happen to be bleeding, the body does the same thing, by the way. The skin is unimportant, so it's shunting the blood to the brain and the heart and the core of the body. So having somebody who's cool when they're about to pass out or when they're dying is not uncommon.
So really, what we've just talked about now for a few minutes is when somebody dies, you can't tell us how long it's going to be until their body starts to feel cool to the person that touches it.
No, actually, the temperature of the body is not a reliable indicator of the duration or the time of death.
Another thing, doctor.
All right, prosecutor,
The
wrap
victim
this
in
up. This is a
case
waste of time.
was shot to the head, basically right above the face. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And I believe you talked about that this was slightly upward, front to back, with no real left-right deviation.
That's correct.
Okay, so it's basically a straight-on shot to the victim's face.
Yes.
And it goes through his face into his brain, if I'm not correct.
Through his face into his brain. Get it?
Is that the sort of wound that you would expect to cause someone to drop instantaneously?
Yes, it is.
Is this the sort of wound that would cause someone to die instantaneously? If you can even answer that.
I mean, defining instantaneously, I mean, it could be seconds. You might maintain a little bit of heart activity for seconds to a minute, minutes.
Instantaneous enough.
When someone takes this wound and they go down, it's pretty much a fatal wound, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Someone takes this wound into the brain, they fall down. If you're talking 3-4 minutes afterwards, they're dead.
They dead.
Yes.
CPR is not bringing this person back.
Not in this case, no.
Holding your hand.
Imagine doing CPR and a little brain fountain comes out of the bullet hole.
Oh.
No.
Nothing else. Thank you.
Why don't cross? Don't redirect. Don't do it.
Just a couple of follow.
Please no.
Why would you do this to yourself?
Now, you're familiar
When you
with
say
some of
dead-
the natural physiological processes that occur in the body after death. Are you fair to say that?
Yes.
Can you tell us what rigor mortis is?
Objection, irrelevant.
Can you tell us what Algor mortis is?
Objection.
Finger on irrelevance.
As
You
far
plan to
as
watch the Super Bowl?
Also, just to go to the underlying point, even assuming the wife could have saved her
When a
with
body comes
CPR,
in-
why do I care?
or
Yeah,
when a
doesn't change the murder.
person
Doesn't change the
comes
murder.
into the medical examiner's office.
She's a superseding cause.
Picture of
That's not how that works.
the internal body.
That's not how
measured
that
at the
works.
Time?
No, it's not.
It's not. Okay.
Well, I should qualify that. There would be a measurement if there was a concern about hypothermia or hyperthermia. But in general, no, there's not.
Okay. Now, you said that there would be, there's some areas of the body where there's circulation, such as, I believe you said, was it armpit or groin? Those kind of areas retain temperature better in the body. Is that fair to say? After death, that is.
They're not necessarily, but those are areas which you might see some residual warmth. They're not open to the air. They're not losing heat. They're basically they're protected areas. So, and
Doctor, isn't it true that a knight in the medieval ages could lose all 4 limbs in combat and still be
Areas
willing to
such
fight?
as the pockets, those areas are.
Oh
as you
my
said,
God,
protected.
object
Well,
to
number
this.
one,
This
they're near
is
the core.
bullshit.
Would that be fair to say? Like the groin area?
Well, closer to the core, yeah.
And they're also insulated by clothing?
Yes, that's possibly true as well.
Okay, and I believe you also referred to they're not at the outer extremities of the body,
Right, yes.
so they're not as open to
This was the witness that was supposed to be brief.
the outside, elements or the air.
The judge
Is
is
that fair to say?
regretting not coming back from chambers at this point and being like the witness is
Is there
excused.
a
I think that's what's going through
normal
the
or
judge's mind
approximate
right
rate
now.
At which temperature
Oh my
decreases in the body
God.
after death.
All of
No,
this to try and
there's-
impeach the wife on
certainly been
saying
a
the body
lot
felt
of
cold to him.
people who have
Her
looked into
brain
this, and
could
there's
have
nothing
told him,
reliable
told her
can
that he
allow
felt
you
cold.
to accurately
Whether or not
Also,
he
felt
was.
cold is such a subjective thing. Cold compared to what? How he normally
But
feels.
hypothetically, if a body was
Any
Lifeless.
deviation might be cold.
in an open air and an environment,
Wasn't it January
it'd be fair to say that the
There's
body
that
was
too.
going to,
or was it September?
at
Either way, it's
some
not,
point
not
over
summer.
time.
I thought it wasn't super
reach
cold out
what
yet,
the
but I
room
don't
temperature-
because the guy's on a bike with just a
Yes,
hoodie.
at some point.
Wouldn't
there
have been
should be
January in Milwaukee.
No, that's right.
reach the temperature of its surrounding environment.
Maybe she was wrong when she said the body felt cold. Maybe it
Okay,
was still
well, you
had
wouldn't
some
get any
warmth in it
colder.
after all. Okay, sure. Body had some warmth. Great.
It'll
move
again,
on.
it'll reach.
You know who is really
the surrounding
cold-blooded?
temperature.
This
It
victim,
won't
that's
be
who.
colder than the surrounding temperature.
Nonsense.
Okay.
What a waste of the
And
court's
you would agree
time.
that the month of September typically tends to be a mild month.
No one fucking cares.
This is typically that's
Yeah,
completely speculative.
In some cases, yes.
Do
I-
you
I-
remember
hard to answer.
25th?
Yeah, but for the
No,
most
this
part,
is
September, you're
September.
moving into fall.
Okay.
Jason,
All right.
How about you introduce
Wait,
the
wait,
actual
wait.
temperature?
Yeah, what is it? The general temp of September is irrelevant.
Would you say September is a lovely
I'm
month?
done, doctor. Thank you. Defense, next witness.
The defense calls Mr. Theodore Edgecombe.
Yeah.
We would ask for a couple minutes though to prepare.
A couple
And we
minutes.
also have some legal issues to deal
Fine,
with.
we'll take a 10-minute break. I'll send the jury out. You guys can
Oh my
have some more
God.
coffee, but not too much, so we don't need extra breaks.
What a
Be back in
disaster
10 or
these
15
guys
minutes.
are.
Everybody else is to remain seated and silent.
Gates of Above says the real question should be, did the wife take a nibble? Is there any evidence of bite marks or maybe Edgecombe? The lack of cannibalism in this trial is a shame. Eric Allen says, people do imprint importance onto information that is emphasized by a presenter, though. In Potter, the jury felt the gun and taser because the state said it was important.
Judge opened a book.
Eric Johnson, he's been briefed, presumably overnight, about the legal issues of introducing prior
All right, the
convictions.
jury's been excused. We're going to take a short 10-minute recess, then we can discuss. There's a couple of legal issues. Then
He's probably reading commentary on an evidence
the
book
record.
right now.
But it's commendable. He's actually reading a book to be a good judge. I applaud him. Good judge.
Eric Johnson says, my comment yesterday about the drug deal gone bad was only just a theory I had. I'm not a lawyer. No. I just enjoy the great content you all provide. Thanks for entertaining my thoughts. Hey, you're welcome, buddy. And it is an interesting question as to whether or not, like, what the story is behind the case. Probably not relevant in the actual case itself, of course, because well, unless there's some evidence about it, right? Rob Dorr says, I went to skills with Thomas Lane, solid guy. I want to see the feds blame him after he asked multiple times to put Floyd into the recovery position, then tried to resuscitate him in the ambulance. Seth Kaiser says, where'd that go? Something Wong, I've been a member 3 months already. Yes, that is an incorrect thing to do, but I'm happy you did it. William Andrews says, in MD, an instructor told me that Jewish faith may fulfill the requirement for getting a carry permit, in Maryland, under personal protection. This is not advertised on the state website. This is good for me, but is this not discrimination? I guess it may fulfill the requirement because it would say you're potentially subject to hate crimes at an increased rate if they utilize some sort of hate crime statistic. Because we always see or at least I always see the random studies and statistics that say that Jews were subjected to more hate crimes than any other demographic over a particular year. That was recent. Although, to be fair, I think all of those were against Ben Shapiro. If we're being honest. But yeah,
Or
I
it
think
could just
maybe
be, an instructor talking out his ass. As they tend to do.
right. But that's, I mean, he might just be giving a general thing like, hey, if you need a specific reason, here's one you could go with that might work in Maryland. So I don't know. But if you have an advantage, I mean, go ahead and use it. If it's to exercise the saddest part is that you need an advantage of some sort to exercise your Second Amendment right. That should be a condemnation on the state of Maryland and any other state that's similar. But if you need that advantage, if you have that advantage, use it.
Still waiting on the Supreme Court to do something. I wouldn't wait that hard, though. Yeah, take advantage of anything you got.
Yeah. Skeleton says in Richard's voice, from iron cometh strength, from strength cometh will, from will cometh faith, from faith cometh honor, from honor cometh iron. This is the unbreakable litany. May it be forever so. Iron within, iron without. Okay. Mephitic Miasma says your intestine absorbs alcohol. You can literally ingest it anally. Yes, it's been done. You're welcome. Not welcome. People who do that die from time to time. They're also, for a while, I don't know if you guys saw this, they were aerosolizing vodka and spraying it into like eyes. And that is horrifying to me.
That sounds like a horrible idea on every possible level.
Yeah.
How do your eyes just not burn in pain?
I don't know. I wouldn't do it. Gates of Above says, why does it feel like the defense team has zero court experience? Judging from this trial, the difference between the defense and the prosecution is alarming. They may have zero trial experience. Frankly, I mean, I have no idea. I mean, depending on the type of law you practice, the amount of jury trials you do could be really low. Personal injury attorneys either do trials or don't do trials because they settle everything out. So it used to be different. People used to go to trial a lot more. Older lawyers will have a significantly higher trial experience per year if they're litigators than younger attorneys may do. But the encouragement in lots of litigation is settle, settle, settle. Civil litigation particularly. That's the mantra. Settle, alternative dispute resolution to settlement. Arbitration has become more and more popular. So you get less and less trials going on in general.
And only because it takes 8 years. I mean, it takes forever to get a civil suit to trial.
Yeah. It takes a long time to get criminal suits to trial in most cases. Well, big ones, big murder trials, they're going to trial 2 years later in a lot of instances. If there's a motivation, they can get them in sooner, like with Chauvin. They got that trial going pretty quickly, but look how long it's taking for the other 3 officers that were with Chauvin to go to trial in Minnesota. Right, they're going to federal trial right now. Their Minnesota trials are scheduled out at least until March, I think, if not longer. So, it's in this case, I just you know, that whether or not they have trial experience is irrelevant. They're doing poorly.
I mean, I hope they don't. I hope they're not performing at this level with trial experience. I mean, if they don't have trial experience, there may be hope.
Patrick Allen says, is it just me or is the assassin prosecutor starting to act like the judge? Well, he knows the judge's answers on some of this stuff because it's pretty basic. And it's like, can we just move this along? The state has made their case, and they've made their case fairly well so far. Right now, they just want to get this thing through the defense. John Schmidt says, oops, let me make us bigger. Medical doesn't equal social. Medically, a 12-ounce 3-2 beer is one drink, but socially, so is a 16-ounce 7% beer, especially in the Midwest. Those are both interpersonally considered one drink. The wife is referring to the second standard. She may be, she may not be. We don't know, but it's reasonable to infer that you're not going to a bar buying a 12-ounce 3-2 beer, because most bars don't sell 12-ounce 3-2 beers. Like, they're not selling cans. They're selling it from a tap. It's probably in a 16-ounce or even a 21-ounce glass with relative frequency. And I'm just guessing you're buying something more than a 3-2 beer, just as a thought. But it doesn't matter how drunk the guy was when he gets shot in the face.
It doesn't matter that much. No, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I mean,
who cares how many drinks he had? Who cares how many drinks she had? Who cares how warm his skin was? Who cares about so many of these details? Who cares if it was a drug deal gone bad? Shot in the face. Okay, what is your reason for shooting him in the face? Justification. What's your justification? He had a weapon. We don't believe you. So, go to hell.
And if you think about it this way, for every drunk that you've known that has gotten into some sort of fight and been too hot-headed to contain, because that's what they're trying to imply. That's the ultimate answer. For every drunk you've known that has been so hot-headed that they cannot do anything other than physical violence, how many people have you met that while drunk, how many bars have you been to where zero fights occur? Only the overwhelming majority of them, unless you're at a particularly bar that's notoriously rowdy that Patrick Swayze is policing, right? Other than that, almost, most people go out on the average night and they don't see a bar fight. They don't see someone who's so overwhelmingly drunk. And yet this guy's only at a 0.12. Like, this is not that drunk. It's too drunk to drive, but so is a lot. I mean,
so they say.
Yeah. There are actually a lot of people who drive with 0.12 who do not end up killing anybody, which it pains me to say, because I think drunk driving is one of the most horrific and offensive things people can do. And that it really scares the shit out of me as a person who's driving around kids. Right. That just in general. But that being said, most of the people who drive drunk even don't get into an accident. That's the reality. That's the truth. And it's really hard to see that. And so they're trying to imply that this guy is drunk to the point where he's uncontainably violent. They haven't been able to successfully introduce reputation testimony that this guy's a violent drunk, which might have helped them in this case. So they're trying to say 0.12, this guy just cannot be stopped at this
Wouldn't
point.
really help unless Edgecombe knew that.
Yeah, that's true. Because I guess they're trying to infer or imply that he's that I don't even know.
I mean, as they would have said in the Ahmaud Arbery trial, the victim's not on trial here.
Yeah. And they probably should have done that here. Probably should have gone into this. The deceased is not on trial, but
They probably will enclose.
It's been a complete waste of time. Chatmort says, if this is your presiding judge, I feel like part of jury selection should be eliminating anybody with daddy issues, because this guy is scary in a not necessarily bad way. And I feel like that could bias some people. Let's see. Ran Maniac 10 says, I just purchased Law of Self-Defense Principles. What drink would you recommend? Oh, he leaves right at there. He is.
I'm here.
Okay. What drink would you recommend to go along with Law of Self-Defense Principles?
Whatever your preference is, they're all good. It's fine.
They're all good. I would disagree. I've had some bad drinks. Malort, Jepson's Malort. Have you ever had that?
No, I had a really good beer recently. but I only was able to find an Oklahoma City Astro Dog. I think it's a
Malort
local...
is like drinking licorice soaked in urine.
Yeah, let's not do that.
It's horrifying. Okay, well, I'll just cozy up with your nice bottle of whiskey and start reading. Do that. Fuyu whiskey is similarly terrible. America bourbon.
Whatever you drink, though, you might do it out of a law self-defense mug.
Ooh,
which
definitely
helps you be hard to kill and hard to convict. You can get those at lawselfdefense.com/mug.
Look at all this branding. This man knows what he's doing. He's mastering the art of the grift. All right. So any predictions for Edgecombe for his testimony? Is it going to be good? Is it going to be bad?
Oh, it's going to be good. Either way, it's going to be good. It might be train wreck good.
The question that really you have to figure out is, so why'd you run away? Why'd you run away forever?
That's going to be cross.
I
mean,
you got to deal with it on direct too.
The legal issues
that
the
the
defense
answer
wants to discuss before he testifies, of course, is all his priors.
Yep.
Because apparently there's a ton of priors.
From what I understand, they're all misdemeanors. At least, so that he's got that going for him. Someone did say, FYI, Edgecombe's BAC was over a 0.15 when he got his illegal concealed weapon charge. That could be a funny question. If his illegal concealed weapon charge is admissible, say, Mr. Edgecombe, can you recall what your blood alcohol content is? Or, well, isn't it true that your blood alcohol content was a 0.15 when you received your illegal concealed weapons charge?
Now, correct me on my rules of evidence if I'm wrong, but when it comes to prior bad acts, it usually has to be of the same kind, and otherwise it has to be felonies or crimes of like particular disrepute, right? That you can't just bring in random misdemeanors normally.
I think in this one, the reason they become relevant is the bail skipping. So I'm not sure that, like, it's not regular rules that they're using here. Like the standard
rules.
stuff is you can only bring in stuff that would show like motive, opportunity, particular knowledge, things like that.
Rebuttal of an affirmative defense.
Right. So you say this guy robs banks in this using a dog with a suicide vest on or something, right?
Yeah.
Like that's his go-to thing, and that's what happened in this case. That's how we're able to identify him. That's what you would use those prior acts for. With this one, though, you know, he just pled guilty to the 2 bail skippings that were charged in the case right before it started. And so now they probably want to introduce those prior bad acts to show that maybe they get the gun charge in because they have to show why it's illegal for him to carry the gun in the first place. Maybe. I don't know. Those are the things they're going to be arguing for, I think. But I'm not sure. I'm curious to see the argument from both sides leading up to this. That'll be interesting. But yeah,
I mean, the gun charge I think will be relevant because I don't think he lost his gun rights over that misdemeanor gun charge. But it wasn't illegal possession of a gun, and he was in illegal possession of a gun again in this instance. So he
could have been he could have still been on. I don't know when that was, but he could still be on probation. If you get a year probation on that, you're not going to be able to have any firearm in your possession for that 1 year, 9 times out of 10. I mean, maybe a judge would waive that, but they have no reason to, unless you're in particular danger. Like unless you can demonstrate. That'd be you having to demonstrate why you should have a gun.
Or maybe if it was job related.
Yeah, but he was getting sushi on a bike, so that, I mean, job related could be true at that point. Oh man, I tried to get sushi yesterday on my drive home, and I got some, and I read the description of the sushi, and I was like, this sounds good enough to try. I don't like wasabi, and there was like some wasabi.
What's wrong with you?
A lot.
That's the best part.
I don't like it at all. I don't like horseradish, wasabi. I don't like that. It's not too spicy. I just don't like that flavor of spice because I'll eat much spicier pepper stuff. I like pepper spice. But anyway, there's some like, they just listed spicy mayo or something, which to them meant a wasabi mayonnaise as opposed to like a jalapeno mayonnaise or habanero. God, it ruined the whole thing. I hated every second of it. I took one bite and then it went in the garbage. Fucking sushi.
Come to Colorado. They put jalapeno on everything.
Yeah, I love that. That makes me happy. What I really like is those New Mexico hatch chilies or whatever that they do.
Yep.
That you get in like the green chilies there in Colorado sometimes. Oh, that's good. That's good stuff.
We get a lot of those here. They have a big festival every year in Colorado Springs, just over the New Mexico border. About half an hour from me.
Did I ever ask you if you've been to Fargo's Pizza in Colorado Springs?
I don't believe I have.
Oh, okay.
I don't go there often. Colorado Springs is a dump.
Oh, it's a disaster. won't catch anybody disagreeing with that. My wife's dad was in the Air Force, so they spent a lot of time, at the Air Force Academy area, because I think he also worked there for a while, or like near there after getting out of the academy. But so
I mean, I
whenever we go
assume
to,
there must be some nice neighborhoods because the academy's there, but I've never seen them.
I've never seen him either. But yeah, so we always would go to Fargo's Pizza because that's where they would go as a kid. It's pretty good. Pretty good stuff.
The only real pizza is New York pizza and a little bit New Jersey and one place in Cambridge, Massachusetts.
Not Chicago pizza?
That's not pizza. That's a pie.
Is Chicago pizza the one that's like a soup contained in a bread bowl, like a tomato sauce based soup?
Cast iron pan.
D says, apparently the CDC wants whoever came in contact with a shipment of monkeys that had an accident in Pennsylvania to go to hospitals. Pfizer got their special shot data leaked, and I'm sitting here like a meth head tripping. Yeah, someone sent me the Pfizer shot data, and it's unfortunate because I probably can't show it on YouTube, so maybe I'll just post it on Locals.
Is this coming officially from Pfizer? We're supposed to trust the pharmaceutical companies now. So what does the glorious information show? How good is it?
I have no idea.
Is it
and
great
I don't
or
know.
really great?
I don't know. And since Legal Mindset just got a strike, I'm a little on edge talking about it too much. Well, here's what I would suggest. Anybody can go and read the CDC released study. The CDC released study about natural immunity's effectiveness versus the vaccines on the Delta variant. Of course, it doesn't have anything to do with the original variant or the Omicron variant, but it is mind-blowing that the CDC study shows the difference in effectiveness. And I think everybody will be very, very surprised to find out just how effective natural immunity is, because there's a lot of misinformation out there. So I encourage people to go directly to the source. The CDC study on natural immunity versus vaccine-induced immunity on Delta variant. It's and that is the experts. So YouTube, I am telling people to go straight to the experts. Ask the CDC; they have the answer.
What did the experts tell us? What is the CDC experts?
I'll just say one of them is 6 times more effective, according to the study, than the other. Spoiler alert, I won't tell you which one, because sometimes YouTube disagrees with the experts at the CDC. And the last time I mentioned what the CDC said, I got a strike. So I'm not going to do it again. So there you go. But it was just like, I'm reading the articles about this. I'm like, they're just admitting it. And of course they're saying this does not apply at all to Omicron. But if you logically noodle through how viruses mutate and how they mutate in response to things for survivability, you could probably infer what will happen with the Omicron when that study eventually comes out as well. But again, I'm speaking vaguely. YouTube, I am not a doctor, of course. I encourage people to go to the CDC and read their study on it specifically. Should be available right in the abstract. So
you just don't want to read the abstract verbatim from the CDC on the stream?
It's not important, says you're a lawyer, man up. There is no lawyer can save you from a YouTube strike. They can't do it. They just get to cut
as a
up.
person who's continuing to fight my content warning for, saying the Capitol riots are bad from the original one. I won the content strike, but I still have that content warning. So yeah. My content warning is from agreeing with what Joe Biden said live on about sending kids back to school during the pandemic, when he said it's time to get kids back in school because the CDC data supports it. And I was like, yep, we've known this for a long time. Boom. That's my content. That's my forever community guidelines warning. I cannot get rid of it. I've tried.
I have a YouTube partner manager. I have a person at YouTube that I can specifically talk to. Can't get rid of it. Even though I was agreeing with the president who was agreeing with the CDC.
Edgecombe appearances remain the same.
No lawyer can help you with that shit. There's no lawsuit
the
to
defense
do.
Is calling their client. We have to discuss, I think, two things, one of which we discussed, or actually both of which we discussed a bit yesterday off the record at the end of the day after I had discharged the jury for the day. The first one, I think, is under 90609, the question of impeachment by evidence of a prior conviction. Mr. Ahmad, I presume that was one of the two things you wanted to discuss, correct?
The issue is whether the answer should be 1 or 3.
Can you use the mic, please?
Yes.
Armando's
Right,
Pizza
both
in
sides.
Cambridge, Massachusetts.
In terms
So
of the
Armando's.
prior convictions, we discussed yesterday, some of this was on the record. The defendant has apparently a CCW, carrying concealed weapon, from 5 or 6 years ago, based on 906.09 of the Wisconsin statutes, based on the factors and the criteria, not to mention common local practice and my practice, that obviously is going to be included. The question is whether the other two offenses are included or not.
So which one is included? The gun?
The other two offenses,
His prior
being
concealed
that
weapon
defendant
charge.
pled guilty last week at the start of the trial to felony bail jumping and misdemeanor bail jumping. I'll hear from both sides, starting with the state, please. Again, I know I heard some of it yesterday, but go ahead briefly.
Your Honor, when we are talking about the number of convictions that apply, we are looking at 906.09. It states under sub 1, for purpose of attacking character for truthfulness, a witness may be asked whether the witness has ever been convicted of a crime and the number of such convictions. When sub 2 goes into the factors that the court can consider in terms of potentially determining its probative value substantially outweighs the danger of unfair prejudice, I don't think any of those would apply in this case. They're not old convictions. They're actually very new. There has been no rehabilitation. The gravity of the crime is disregarding court orders and having a weapon he shouldn't have had. The frequency, they're, again, having a weapon he shouldn't have had. And considering the fact that his other conviction is a CCW, this would be, again, a weapons-related case. I would note that under State v. Trudeau, that's Trudeau, that is, if I'm not mistaken, 458 Northwest 2nd, 383. In that case, the court looked as to whether or not a conviction for which someone has pled guilty to but has not yet been sentenced would count under the statute. And in Trudeau, they determined that it did. Now, I want to be very clear, the facts are a little bit different in Trudeau because it was a different case to which he had pled guilty while going to trial on the armed robbery, but I think it still remains the same. This defendant has pled guilty to 2 counts. He is convicted of those 2 counts under the Trudeau reasoning, and when he testifies, he will have had and does stand previously convicted of 3 crimes. The legislature has let us know that individuals that have 3 crimes or have convictions, that can be considered by a jury for purposes of credibility. He has 3 convictions. His number should be 3.
Read the Trudeau case, and counsel is correct that basically the situation there was the client had another case, had entered a plea, but wasn't sentenced. And that was the issue on appeal. And the court did say that that was countable, even though he hadn't been sentenced, given that he had pled and there was a judgment of conviction. But that was a separate case. Here we have a different situation. And I think ultimately the court has the discretion to do the proper balancing under the factors. The court had also asked us to look at what other jurisdictions do, what the federal rules are on this. And there's a lot of variation between the states and the federal rules. I think, however, one major factor is whether this bears on, dishonesty is one factor that I think most courts.
Do you wanna
Bail
go
jumping
there?
is dishonesty.
The age of it, I mean, obviously.
Bail
this
is a promise to return.
extremely
Feels like
Period.
an-
but it
an
is
own
of
goal.
the same offense. And had he not pled, this wouldn't have been coming in at trial. Rather, he'd be presented with the bail jumping charges, and the jury would have to reach a conclusion on that.
That's the dumbest
Whether he
argument I've
was
ever
guilty or
heard. Had he
innocent.
not
That
pled,
charge as well, but then
the
the
jury would have
answer
had to
would
decide the
clearly be
case.
one. So
Thanks for offering that.
knowing that Mr. Edgecombe
The-
has
the bail
already
jumping's
introduced a plea
incontrovertible.
ahead of time, and this wasn't part of any plea offer, I mean, I think the court should also consider the proper balancing as to, if the answer is 3, I think the defense should be allowed to just simply in 1 or 2 questions say, well, Mr. Edgecombe, 2 of those things were for, bail jumping charges, or 2 of those priors are for bail jumping charges that were charged along with this case. And without getting into further detail or opening the door as to what the previous priors, that's one way to deal with this. Or to do it cleaner, we would just say,
Yeah, Ivory looks
he
like
still
he's
has
lost
one
his
prior,
magic, man.
Judge, and I think, there's a discretionary.
Mentioning the bail jumping in front of the jury would be, I thought, exactly what was trying to be avoided by him entering pleas to those 2 charges. So if you say the words bail jumping to the jury, that's not a positive. Let me hear from the state and then I'll make my ruling.
Judge, the only reason I'm saying that is because the state has said they will cross-examine on that, and I don't know what the clear parameters.
They promised to
of
kick
them
our
being
ass
able
on
to
that,
cross
Judge.
On the bail jumping is. I think from what I remember counsel saying, he would say, well, you weren't supposed to have a firearm, or you were restricted from having a firearm. The question is, does the inquiry stop there?
Edgecombe's not there
Ask anything
at the
about
moment.
that.
Guess he's
You
getting his game
actually
face on.
already Introduced that to the
Looking
jury.
through his notes, his index cards, flashcards.
So that's already in front of the jury. You told them that he had 2 court orders that prohibited him from having a firearm. I wasn't going to go into the fact that he had
There
a
was an
bail.
officer who also elicited that. I know you
You
didn't ask the
introduced it
question.
on
We didn't ask the
opening. Who
question, we
cares?
moved on immediately.
Mr. Ebner, under 906.09. Anything
No.
else?
I think it should be 3. If the defense wants to go ahead and introduce what they tried to keep out, they can do that. I mean, I guess that would be a tactical decision. I think they should have a conversation with the client before they do that.
Oh, man. I don't think they've thought this through, Your Honor.
906.09.
Legal advice to the other side. That's pretty awesome.
Generally, as the lawyers know, for the purpose of attacking, and I'm paraphrasing the statute, for the purpose of attacking the character for truthfulness, a witness may be asked whether the witness has ever been convicted of a crime or adjudicated delinquent and the number of convictions. Then under subsection 2, exclusion, evidence of a conviction of a crime may be excluded if its probative value is substantially outweighed by the danger of unfair prejudice. Factors for the court to consider include, again, I'm paraphrasing, the lapse of time since the conviction, the rehabilitation or pardon, if anything like that applies, the gravity of the crime, the involvement of dishonesty or false statement in the crime, frequency of convictions, and any other relevant factors.
Failure to show up for
Going
daddy's
back
daughter date.
briefly, can the state just put on the record the underlying basis for the felony bail jumping and the underlying basis, again, for the misdemeanor bail jumping, which the defendant did plead guilty to last week, please?
Your Honor, the misdemeanor bail jumping was because in Waukesha.
Did we really do it last week?
CM 458, in which the defendant was out on bail for 6 misdemeanor counts, operating while intoxicated, causing injury, carrying a concealed weapon, disorderly conduct, resisting or obstructing an officer, operating a firearm while intoxicated. And
I guess now we know who the bad drunk is.
while operating with a prohibited blood alcohol level in excess of 0.15.
See his lawyers going like this.
He was released on bail, condition of bail that he not have
Seriously,
any
the average just
secret
did the
weapon
Kraus
or
face
firearm.
palms.
The defendant pled guilty to possessing the firearm on the date in question in violation of that misdemeanor bail from Waukesha. The defendant on the felony bail had been charged in Milwaukee County case 19.
he pled guilty on the Waukesha misdemeanor?
He pled guilty to the misdemeanor bail jumping. He hasn't pled guilty to the Waukesha case yet. That was pending. That's still pending. They were at one point they were going to do an NGI, then they withdrew it. I don't know what's going on out there. In
No one knows what's
Milwaukee
happening in
County,
Waukesha.
19 CF 5517.
If you're the defense, you don't want him.
The defendant
discussing
was charged
Waukesha.
with substantial battery, disorderly
Bad
conduct, and actually 2 counts of disorderly conduct. The defendant was released on bail on that case when with a condition of bail that he not possess any firearms.
Giving bail reform a bad name.
But guilty to that
Good job,
case,
Edgecombe.
for having the firearm in violation of that felony order at the time of this offense. We've talked about it before, but just so the record is clear, the victim in that case was Ruby Mizell, and she did not appear at court or did not cooperate, and the case was dismissed.
Probably because she thought he would kill her.
Question of
If I just had to
has the
guess.
defendant, has Mr. Edgecombe been convicted of a prior crime? Based on my evaluation of 906.09, looking at the lapse of time of the convictions, again, the one carrying concealed weapon is 5 or 6 years ago. The other 2 matters were last week. Under Trudeau, obviously the defendant has been convicted of those 2 matters. I asked the state specifically to make a record on the misdemeanor bail jumping because I considered, though I'm rejecting my thought, I considered that it might be de minimis enough to not count it. But it's a misdemeanor that was pending with 6 separate counts. As misdemeanors go, a more serious list of misdemeanors. I think looking at the appropriate balancing test, looking at all the factors under 906.09, the appropriate answer is 3. So, Mr. Edgecombe, if you're asked by your attorney or the state, have you ever been convicted of a crime? You're to answer yes. You understand that?
Is he in the courtroom? He's not in the
Must be in the
courtroom.
witness stand already.
And the second
Oh,
question
oh,
will be
yes,
how
okay.
many times, to which you're to answer 3. You understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Fine. What was the other issue
Fine.
again, gentlemen?
Well, there's actually 2 now, Your Honor, and I apologize. The next one.
Now that you're letting us
was-
talk about
and,
this, we have a new
The
one.
court had asked if
3
I
shall be the number. The number shall be
that I
3.
sent to defense counsel over the weekend. It did involve whether or not an assertion made by the defense in a motion as to what the defendant in fact would testify to. If the defendant testifies contrary to their assertion as to what his testimony would be, whether or not that assertion by the defense would qualify as a statement.
Inconsistent.
Let me jump in.
The answer is no.
Record yesterday. Should we not wait and see what the testimony is? It
Sure,
may-
that was
No, the answer is no,
And
because
I
what
use
the
the
what the defense,
The
what the
other
lawyer says
issue,
is
I
not
think, was-
evidence, so it's not
There was a
inconsistent.
question that the state asked. You put this on the record.
Right.
yesterday. We discussed it off the record. I basically made my
Couldn't
ruling
hear you
off the
just a second.
record and told the lawyers what to expect. But when the defendant was apparently allegedly picked up or stopped in Kentucky, he made some comment. The state can correct me. It's something along the lines of, "Oh, what happened in Milwaukee?" Is that correct?
He said what happened in Milwaukee. That's correct. When they identify themselves as Milwaukee police detectives and state that they would like to, that they're there to talk to him about what happened in Milwaukee, he stated what happened in Milwaukee.
And this was, correct me if I'm wrong, based on our conversations yesterday, the Milwaukee detectives come down to Kentucky. They, again, the state can correct me if I'm wrong, walk into, I presume, a room or an interrogation room or a seating area and say they're here to discuss what happened in Milwaukee. Can you just clarify for the record?
Yes, Your Honor. The detectives drive down to Kentucky. They go to meet with the defendant. They begin talking to him and asking him a number of questions to make certain that he understands what they're talking about. Like, is he on medication? Does he understand them? Does he speak English? Is he?
The basic pedigree background questions?
Yes, and the defendant says he doesn't even know who they are, and they say, we'll get to that. We just want to make sure you understand what we're saying. When the defendant indicates that he does understand what they're saying, the detective, I believe Kirkvold, states, well, we're City of Milwaukee police detectives, and we're here to speak to you about what happened in Milwaukee. The defendant then responds with what happened in Milwaukee.
The state wants to use that and cross on that, correct?
Correct.
Counsel for the defense, Mr. Ahmad.
Judge, we made our objection to that earlier, I believe, but again, that statement was prior to the Miranda warnings. I know what the state's position is regarding whether there's going to be any, whether they have any testimony on rebuttal, but
Wasn't a Miranda question, though.
No.
That's your big problem.
I just think the point regarding consciousness of guilt has been made in this case. It's not disputed. This is just becoming
Well,
cumulative.
you're kind of disputing it right now.
Well, hang on. There's been a lot of cumulative evidence.
Not even a question. They said we want to talk to you about what happened in Milwaukee. He asked the question. They didn't ask him a
Encouraging
question.
both sides, starting yesterday, to move it along. But there's not been a lot of evidence of consciousness of guilt. I'm allowing the state to cross on that issue. Obviously, as I've ruled previously, consciousness of guilt is admissible in this case, as is the evidence, alleged evidence relative to flight. If there's any evidence related to concealment, consciousness of guilt is all relevant to this case. The defendant allegedly, basically the defense admitted this at their opening statement, led the state, was on the run, or at least not in Milwaukee, for 6 or 7 months. The
Good job,
state
Lamar.
can cross-examine on that, ask the defendant about that. Maybe there's an explanation, maybe there's not. Both sides can ask about it. I think that clarifies everything. I'm ready to bring the jury in.
Yep.
Gonna give you a guess on whether
Show
there's
me
an
for the first time
explanation.
3 photos that they plan on introducing. They're photos of the defendant with his children. I don't believe that there's any relevance to them. I would ask
Like
the court-
reverse spark of life evidence.
Something like that.
My clerk, please.
So the defense is again giving him evidence, this time on the day of. They knew their client was supposed to testify on Friday. This evidence should have been given to the state before that.
All right,
Again,
I've been
I don't
shown
think
3 photographs, one of what purports to be the defendant with a child at basically a T-ball game or T-ball situation, one with the defendant with another child, it may be his child, in sort of a swimming lesson type situation, and another that I don't know if this is a defendant or not, because it's a back, it literally is it's shot from behind the defendant or behind the person who's standing with 2 children at some sort of rally or protest. Mr. Ahmad, how are those relevant?
Okay, so first, Judge.
all right.
Basic background.
Hear me out.
Information. I think the defendant has a right to talk about his, generally speaking, his family.
You talk about it.
Just some basic information about himself, like a lot of witnesses have been doing. Number 2, the state introduced 2 photos that don't show him in the most favorable light. They're mug shots, where he's not really well groomed. And
First of all, counsel, the one photo that we discussed was literally on the screen for 2 seconds, and it was directly relevant to this case. Yes, you and or the state can ask a few basic background questions. Where do you live? Where'd you grow up? I think it's apparent he's not been working for a while, but what's your occupation? Those kind of things. Candidly, Mr. Mott, never in my life have I seen photos like this shown to a witness on basic background questions.
3, Judge, part of his story that night is that he was planning on spending time that evening with his daughter, daddy-daughter date night. I'm sure the court's heard that phrase. So there's a photo there
Wait a
involving
second.
his daughter. And there's one more photo
Wait a
that
second.
would go to his state of mind around the time. The state has put in consciousness of guilt evidence. I think we're allowed to rebut that to talk about what was going on during the summer of
He fled for 6
2020,
months because of
leading up to
daddy-daughter date night?
September 22nd, 2020.
I'm still back to
Sorry,
he was
there's
planning
some-
on
there's a court-
daughter
there's a
date
court to it.
daughter
It was a
daddy
protest.
date night with a firearm.
That protest
Apparently,
was a BLM
apparently that's part of the
protest.
date night.
There's a lot
Is the
of events that
firearm.
happened in the summer of 2020.
That's what I'm on.
That
The logic of his
from our
argument
client's
is
point of view, subjectively,
his
he was
lawyer
aware
said that he was having this
of what had occurred,
nice night.
fear of
Now we need to validate
system,
that.
of police. things like that.
So he
And
went
I
to a
think you should be
BLM
allowed
rally to
talk about
prove that he's afraid of the
And that's
system
what
that
the
would
relevance of
eventually
that
try to
picture
convict
is.
him
That's
of
the third
murder
picture in the
when he
stack
shoots a
of
guy in the
three.
face.
Doesn't even.
Right, it doesn't demonstrate any of that. It demonstrates what, again, purports to be, I don't even know if it is, but I'll assume for now that it's the defendant with his back to the camera with two children that are probably in the range of ages 3 and 5 or 3 and 6, somewhere in that age range, observing a march or protest or it looks like a bunch of bicyclists and walkers.
This is Black Lives Matter on it, Judge. He can obviously authenticate that that's him. I mean, he should be able to recognize what he looks
If
like.
you can't trust Theodore Edgecombe, who can you trust?
What does the photo matter? He can testify. If that's what his mindset is to leaving, what you're trying to do is you're attempting to show pictures of his kids in an attempt to make the jury
Call it
be
what it
prejudiced
is.
against convicting him. That's the whole point of this. We never showed any pictures of the victim's family. We never showed any pictures of the victim's wife with them. We showed one photo of the victim for purposes of identification. That's it. You want to show a picture of the defendant dressed nice? I don't care. But you start trying to put in pictures of his family, the whole purpose of that is to have a prejudicial effect. There is no other relevance.
Spot on.
Damn straight.
Mr. Mod, you know that's the reason, and you don't have to say it out loud, but of course that's the reason. The reason is to make the jury not want to convict him because he's a nice guy, because he worked with his kids, because he may have coached T-ball. That may all be correct, and I'll even allow you to ask questions about it. But the state's correct. For me to allow this, the state would then ask on rebuttal to now bring in photos of Mr. Clearman with his wife, or photos of Mr. Clearman with his child, or photos of Mr. Clearman at a baseball game or swimming with somebody.
Or at a Black Lives Matter protest.
Questions about these issues can be asked within some reasonable degree of relevance, but the photos are not appropriate.
It'd be great if they had a photo of
Never in my
Clearman at
life
the
have
same
I
Black
allowed
Lives
a photo in a situation
Black
like
Lives Matter
this.
rally.
Never, in any case. There's not a basis for it. I'm sustaining the objection. Let's bring the
Damn
jury
straight.
in. The defendant is on the stand. I will make a record that multiple times over the last week, I have intentionally had witnesses sitting on the stand or ready to testify, meaning not walking up in front of the jury. Obviously, as we know, but it has clearly been kept away from the jury. The defendant is in custody. He's seated on the witness stand. He's in street clothes. He's in a suit.
He's shackled to the floor.
We'll proceed in the same fashion. I'm bringing the jury in. I'd like this examination to hopefully conclude this morning. That's an hour and a half total for the two of you. Both sides, I should say. But we'll bring the jury in. Everyone else.
Are we
going to
get John
seated.
Black in an hour and a half with the defendant? I don't know about that.
No way.
Optimistic.
Very optimistic.
I mean, the wife's testified for like 2.5 hours. He's got way more testimony to cover.
Tell us about your kids. Tell us about the T-ball.
Aren't they so cute? It's going to be B.I. for sure, right? There's no way he's letting the other guy ask questions.
By the way, I tagged B. Ivory Lamar on Twitter, and that is the Twitter account that is linked to his webpage. I know it has no photo and
Our
only
name,
20
seated,
followers,
please.
but that's the one. That's the one. Vincent Teague says you can order some Hatch green chilies online, but if you want it fresh, you'll have to wait for the fall. We get Hatch chilies here in Minnesota. They're very, very popular when they come in.
I want to see Theodore Edgecombe ask the judge if it's too late for him to represent himself in this one.
Can't get much worse.
Stogies and Boomstick says Bronca got Astro Dog
Scan,
from
raise your right hand,
StoneCloudBrewing.com.
They don't ship. They don't ship. You
Andrew
can order
Norwood?
online, but you have to go pick it up.
Andrew Norwood, thanks for the donation.
And nothing but the truth, so help you God. Please be seated, state your full name, spelling first, and last. Please speak into the microphone.
Yes, Theodore Edgecombe. That's first name Theodore. Last name is Edgecombe, as in boy.
Go ahead.
Good morning, Mr. Edgecombe.
Good morning.
Now, I just want to get a couple things out the way. Mr. Edgecombe, have you ever been convicted of a crime before?
Yes.
And how many times?
3 to my knowledge, yes.
Okay. Now, Mr. Edgecombe, how old are you?
32 years old.
Get those right out of the way
And
move past.
if you could tell the members of the jury about, just your family. Do you have any kids?
Yes, I have 5 children.
Okay. And
Just like you, Nick.
describe to the members of the jury just your family.
Doing okay?
That's
My
their name, so.
children, they're my pride and joy.
I wonder if he's Jewish like Nick is.
2 sons. I have 3 daughters, and whom I love dearly. I have a special, unique bond with each one of them. I tell
He's
them
trying to remember
everything.
what they
I
told
don't
him to
try
say.
keep anything from them. When I look at them, I see myself in them. They remind me of myself even at a younger age with, different things in which they do, their reactions to certain things, their humor, their mannerisms, even in how they look. At times, when I'm looking at them, it's like I'm looking in the mirror.
Hopefully they don't kill people.
When they're fleeing from a shooting.
Mr. Edgecombe, are you engaged?
Yes.
And who are you engaged to?
Miss Ruby Mizell.
Okay. Now, Mr. Theodore Edgecombe, if you could explain to the members of the jury, where were you raised?
In Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
Okay. And where did you reside on or about September 22nd of 2020?
During that time, I was in between places. At the
Because
time,
that night he left
that
Milwaukee.
particular date, I was residing on Dowsman Street on the Lower East Side of Milwaukee.
Okay. Now, if you could tell the members of the jury about your education background.
Yes, I attended college. I have enough credits to. No, I need a few more credits in order to get obtain my bachelor's degree.
Okay. And what was your field of study?
Psychology.
And what interested you about psychology?
Just the study of human behavior.
The brain.
I'm a people person, and just with that, just wanting to understand individuals more, just to get more acclimated with them, and just understanding people overall. Their uniqueness, different abilities that they have, what makes us different, what makes us the same, and yeah.
Okay. Now, Mr. Edgecombe, were you employed on or about September 22nd of 2020?
I think majority of America wasn't employed at that time.
That's
It
no,
was pretty much shut down, and I was
not even close to a majority of
at
America.
home, pretty much, and just looking to,
assessment.
like everyone else, get unemployment due to the
understanding.
fact that I wasn't employed at that time.
Okay, what did you do prior to, the COVID situation?
I worked for SPX Transformers Solution in Waukesha, and I was an electrical product assembler. So I built transformers for the
I
in which
built
they were
Megatron.
shipped around the world.
Now, were you involved in any type of volunteer activities of any kind?
Yes.
If you could explain to the members of the jury, what kind of activities were you involved in?
Well, first off, one in which I took pride in.
Optimus Crime.
I was a coach for my daughter and her team. They were called the Zimbos, and this is in the Beckham-Stapleton League, of Milwaukee. I took great pride in that. My daughter, she overexceeded in it. The team, they were great individuals, all of them unique. Yeah.
Okay. Were there any other activities outside of the T-ball league that you've done?
Yes, a few.
You want to tell the jury about those as well?
I assisted in basketball coaching too in the league, and Also, too, like
Objectively, his voice and demeanor has a high
participate in,
likability
like,
factor.
mentoring, if you may. I have a nonprofit called RAP, Restoring Anointed Paths, in which I help youth just in life, just becoming of age from like the age
He
of
has a nonprofit?
9 and up. Just help them
Yeah.
being better individuals in society.
Since the
God,
shooting?
As far as training,
Kinda
like
runs
if they have schoolwork,
against those very
participate
recent
in
convictions for
different
criminal
programs,
acts.
that will help enrich them. And a lot of these individuals come from impoverished situations. So, and that's why that was a part of why I studied psychology.
I say
too.
likability because he
Also
looks
help
vulnerable.
individuals. And like I mentioned, these young men were in impoverished situations, majority of them. So, and understanding their situations and, empathizing with them, that was a part of RAP and Restoring Anointed Paths.
Now, I want to transition a little bit, Mr. Edgecombe. I want to now talk about the summer of 2020.
Yes.
Do a couple things stand out to you about the summer of 2020?
Yes, a lot actually.
Okay. I want to first go into, do you recall experiencing any racial tensions that you experienced during that time frame?
During the summer of 2020?
Yes.
As far as for myself or just out in society?
Generally in society.
Generally, yes, I know the George Floyd situation was pretty prevalent in society at that time. There were a lot of marches, protests, different things like that going on. And there was
Wouldn't
a
it be an
lot of
amazing
groups that
like
were
occurrence
clashing
if
against
he
each other.
was jump
And
kick
with
man
that, it created a lot of
instead of
divisiveness in the
Markeith
world.
Lloyd or whatever?
In which, a lot of people were harmed. A lot of people, it created a huge divisiveness in society, in America, actually. It was different groups, like I said, that were going against each other. And this wasn't prevalent prior to this pandemic and, different issues as far as George Floyd that were going on. People were more brash and bold about what they were doing. And it was so out in the open. It was looking and seemingly like no one could pretty much stop this. It was like chaotic and madness.
And how did that make you feel? Did you ever attend or observe any of these protests or marches that you spoke of?
Yes, I actually attended a few, and when I did so, I brought my children. Upon them growing and becoming of age, I didn't keep too much from them. I taught them about history, Black history in particular, and how different individuals were treated. And also too, with that, I told them both sides of how people need to come together more and not be so divided, because we're more alike than we are different. And with me teaching them that, it gave them the understanding of, it showed them and gave them the knowledge and understanding of, not to hate, to love individuals, to be caring, to be kind, and to have empathy, show humility, and, just be a genuine person.
Remember, everyone,
overall.
this is
And
going to be
punch him in the face.
contrasted by him punching
Now,
someone in the face through his
did
car
these
window.
racial tensions, affect you in any way, as far as your state of mind to any degree?
Yes.
B. Ivory is a terrible question to ask her.
Racism it's a thing that affects me. I follow Black history is like a favorite of mine.
Like that time that white lawyer threw his face into my fist.
Now he's history.
Even past history, from slavery up until now. I've even suffered, being discriminated against from individuals in society, from individuals in whom I was close with. And with that, I never understood the basis of it and why, someone could literally hate another person.
So much that you'd shoot him in the
without
face.
even knowing them. And with this, it was, just like from like I said, from past histories, you know, just understanding and knowing the dynamics of slavery and, you know, just that whole ordeal and, you know, just people, I just couldn't, I really, even now, I can't wrap my head around, you know, why anyone would be racist.
Mr. Edgecombe,
But yeah, he thinks
now kind of
everyone is
transition
racist.
to the city of Milwaukee, if you will. How safe do you feel about traveling, or what is your views as far as the safety of this city?
It seems like each year, the crime rate has risen. Even in the particular area in which I was staying during.
Come on,
That's
man.
rich.
I was in between, as far as in 2020, that particular area was considered a safe area. But
That's why he was carrying the gun?
Counter and even rode bikes with, they were like saying that the crime rate had even risen in that area, and it was known to be a particularly good area. But a couple of these individuals, like I mentioned, and whom I even rode
Isn't he a
bikes,
vigilante?
they didn't even feel safe riding bikes by themselves. So, you know, we would travel in groups and even meet up in groups, like from like
Like
3
a
to
bike
5
gang.
people at a time, because they didn't feel safe. One particular guy, he told me, you know, I was mugged and they didn't get much, you know, but just my wallet. But even in that instance, you know, he didn't even feel safe riding by himself. So,
Now, Mr. Edgecombe, have you ever been violently attacked or assaulted in your life?
yes, I've there was an attempted robbery done on myself before.
And when was that, Mr. Edgecombe?
That was in 2018, I believe. Yes, 2018.
So roughly 2 years or so before the incident in question?
Yes.
Now, as a result of what you believe to be, you know, a violent area, did you carry any weapons at any time during the year of 2020?
Yes, I carried a weapon, just, you know, for protection purposes. Never, you know, with any intent to hurt, harm, or endanger.
Oh, man, they're close to opening the door on what those charges
You're on a
are.
bicycle, right? Is that your main source of transportation?
Yes.
Why?
So,
Because it's the operating
So, Mr.
while
Edgecombe,
intoxicated charge you have?
I mean, so you're telling this jury that you're driving a bicycle, but you feel the need to carry a firearm. Is that correct?
Only, like, I would say it wasn't all the time. Mainly, you know, like at nighttime when, you know, more crimes can be more prevalent. It would mainly just, you know, be at home, you know, in my home, just to protect my family and my children.
Except when it wasn't his home.
Okay. So you're saying that you would generally carry it at night when you were driving the bike. Is that correct?
If I were out.
I think
Yes,
it's absolutely
myself,
opens the
yes.
door to those specific charges. I mean, he's presenting innocent reasons why he was carrying that gun.
Mr. Edgecombe,
Carrying the gun was a crime.
I want to now direct your attention to September 22nd, 2020. Does anything stand out to you about that particular day?
Yes.
It's the same with the questions about the bike.
Now, I want to just kind of start from, you know,
has he ever
earlier
had a
in the
driver's
day.
license? What
was
happened?
your thought process? What were your intentions? If you could explain to the members of the jury, you know, what plans did you have for September 22nd?
Well, just to go back a little bit, that date in particular, I had all my children with me. I was in sort of a bliss, you know, starting out that day. You know, it was a joyous day. My 2 youngest children at the time, they were 1 and they were reaching milestones in their lives, as far as like just beginning potty training. So, you know, everyone, my oldest daughter in particular, you know, we would.
That is a
congratulate
great
them.
day, trust
She
me.
was helping
when
out.
the
She's a
diapers end.
nurturer, at heart, and she was helping me with them. You know, as they were reaching these different milestones, they were just beginning to walk. So I had all of them, like it was.
The little kids have milestones every month.
You know, good vibes, good energy. Like I said, I had all my children, and that's Like,
Did
that's
you
the
miss him
best
for the
part.
6 months you were on the lam?
You know, just being around family, having my children.
Can
in
ask
particular.
that question. You're gone for a
Now,
long
you
time.
mentioned that
Did it hurt
you
being away from your
were
children for
happy
6
about
months?
a particular
I
daughter.
don't know if you want to word it that way.
Yeah.
He'll just say,
What
yeah,
was
it
that
hurt a
daughter's
lot.
name?
I'm happy about all my children, but that date in particular, I had scheduled a daddy-daughter date night with my oldest daughter, just to catch up with her, just to, you know, continue, just to bond even more. I hadn't spent that much time with her because I had two new children at that time, like prevalently new. They were 1 year old, but they needed more attention than the oldest two, and they understood that. So especially with my
Did they?
oldest daughter in particular, like I said, she's a nurturer. She's like has this momminess about her, and where she would help me.
How many
us.
baby mamas does he have?
Sometimes me and her mother, she would, you
No
know,
idea.
soothe
That's
us,
racist, Joe.
comfort us, or help us. In
I'm only
different
saying
times of,
he's got all these
you
kids
know, if
who are
we're,
like the same
you
age,
know,
or
maybe
around the same age.
distraught, or, you know, if we're, you know, handling adult situations, she would come to us and comfort us, and it would throw us off, like take us aback a bit, because it's like she's so young, but she's mature in heart and in her nature about herself.
Okay. Now, just for the members of the jury, can you tell us the
This
name
cross
of
is gonna be ugly.
the daughter that you were having daddy-daughter date night with?
Yes.
Okay, what is her name?
Can he not remember the name?
He's crying.
Oh,
Excuse me, sorry.
Stop it. Like no one
That seems
I'm
fake.
Grace.
no one buys it, man.
Yeah, that's fake.
Mr. Edgecombe, what did you have planned for Tyler Grace on September 22nd of 2020?
I had daddy-daughter date night scheduled and planned with her, and which I still owe her.
That's so planned.
Why do you owe it to her? Why didn't you go home that night? You weren't picked up by the police right away, were you?
My apologies. I had I had daddy-daughter date night scheduled with her, in which I just wanted to just connect with her, even more, you know, just bond with her, see where she was, you know, see where she was as far as like if she had any expectations for me, as far as, you know, being her father. Thank you. See, you know, if she had any expectations for me, you know, being her father, and just letting her know, you know, goals and expectations that I wanted for her, as far as her being my princess.
Ken, it's not necessarily that his crying is fake or not. It's that I
And just
don't know if the
also,
jury's gonna buy it, man. You're on trial for shooting someone in the
showing
face.
her my appreciation.
It just needs one or two.
As
It
far
just
as
needs
all
one or
the
two to
things
buy
she
it.
do to me.
Hey, legal mindset.
What's up?
Andrew,
I heard you got whacked by the YouTube.
I'm part of the team now. I feel like I'm part of the team.
Excellent.
Helping out her siblings, and this is hard. Sorry. Helping out her siblings and just being great overall. Yeah.
So, Mr. Edgecombe, I want to. Now, what was the specific plan? So you have a daddy-daughter date night. Where were you planning to go? What were you planning to do?
Why was it with a
Explain
gun?
that to the members of the jury.
I'm just going to teach her how to shoot. She's 2.5.
Plan at that time was.
I mean, I got to be honest. The gun part doesn't bother me, except for the fact that he wasn't supposed to have it. I carry a gun everywhere.
Yeah, I don't object to the gun.
And just for us to, you know, just bond, connect with each other, and just watch a movie, and, you know, just have one-on-one time instead of everyone, you know, just being collectively, and everyone in the house knew too. we're just gonna be one-on-one time, and for us to just bond.
Who took care of the 5 kids while you were gone?
So what was her favorite
I'm
meal?
curious. Like, I want to know who took care. Like,
She
he's
loves
on the lam for
sushi.
6 months. Who took
Yeah.
care of the kids for 6 months?
And the door is wide open to ask those questions.
I'm guessing we
It's a
did.
restaurant in which we
Must be Ruby.
would
Yeah.
frequent, and
Wait,
so
5 by one woman
I
or
asked her, though,
multiple?
in
Oh,
particular,
I asked that
Racist.
question. We don't know.
for this date.
Oh, okay.
She told me, hey, could you give me sushi, Dad? Like, sure, princess.
How many baby mamas you got,
Did
Nick?
you ever
Is
Just
you
one.
a 2-year-old was
effort
asking for
to go
sushi?
to Dynamite on the evening of September 22nd, 2020?
Just the one baby mama.
Yes, I actually did. I went there.
Those are rookie numbers, man. I got 2.
I ordered the food
Maybe I have to get hard.
for the date night. I actually waited outside the restaurant because during this time, we had how they had it set up. We had to order from a side door because it was COVID was going on. We're in the middle of a pandemic, so everyone's outside with their mask on. I paid for the food, and I kind of engaged in conversation with some individuals outside the restaurant. There was this one person in particular. There was this one person in particular in which everyone kind of sparked the conversation around because during that time, like masks were like everyone like had a normal mask, and this person's mask stood out at that particular time, and so everyone kind of made conversation and like humorous remarks about it at this time because it had
Oh, clearly relevant testimony.
And at that time, no one really brandished unique sort of mask at that
Oh
time.
my gosh.
Everything was still pretty much new.
So you mentioned that you placed the order, correct?
Yes.
You remember what you ordered that evening?
Chicken satay. It's like
It's not
chicken
sushi.
on a stick. Some sushi for my
Screw you,
daughter,
princess.
and
No sushi
if
for
I'm
you.
not mistaken, like Hawaiian fried rice.
I'm hungry.
Did you pay for that order, Mr.
I
Edgecombe?
like some satay. I'm not gonna lie.
And you indicated that you were waiting outside, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you do next?
As I was waiting, I'm like, I'll kill some time.
No, bad choice of words.
Frozen yogurt. I had heard about this place, but I'd never been before. A lot of people and online were like making this craze about this frozen yogurt. I hadn't heard about it or I hadn't had it yet. So I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna see what this place is about. So I'm gonna head
The
there.
famous frozen
Try to
yogurt
get some
craze of
frozen
2020. Like,
Okay. All right. Now, were you armed on
2020 is the year Froyo really hit mainstream.
Yeah.
Yes.
The Frozio has monosodium glutamate. That's bad.
Whose firearm were you in possession of on that evening?
Ruby Mizell's.
Okay. Is that your fiance?
Yes.
Okay. Now,
May have just
what
implicated
made
her in a
you
crime.
decide to carry it on that specific night?
It was nighttime. It was the weekend too, and crimes are more prevalent like on the weekend. It's a lot more.
Objection, Your
people
Honor.
out.
This guy is not an FBI data
Also,
statistician.
too,
Thank you.
During this pandemic, it was a lot of racial tensions, a lot of just tensions, period. And like I mentioned,
Tell me more about these
crime rate
tensions.
was relatively high during that time.
Okay. Now, when you carry this firearm, do you normally carry it fully loaded?
Yes.
And how many bullets would you typically have in that firearm when you carry it?
The magazine held 17.
So on the evening of September 22nd of 2020, did you have 17 bullets in that firearm?
Yes.
You didn't do a 17 plus 1?
Now,
They're going to argue that he was compassionate because he only shot him once.
His name, I think you called it.
Could have shot him 17 times.
Froyo?
Frozone.
Frozone. Okay. Now, what kind of place is Frozone?
I never made it to Frozone. I never had it even still yet.
They might deliver to prison.
But it's a frozen.
Hasn't it been
yogurt
18 months since you?
place.
This
Cell
incident?
Dash.
You haven't
You
had
can call up
chance
Cell
to-
Dash and have some frozen yogurt delivered.
You and your daughter that night?
Yes. It was like a spontaneous, spare of the moment type ordeal. It wasn't even part of the plan. I just thought of it as I was waiting, as I was waiting, I'm like, I'd try this place. I heard about it, but yeah, it was just a spontaneous thought.
Now, Mr. Edgecombe, is there a reason why you didn't make it to Frozone on September 22nd of 2020?
Yes, I just aborted the mission altogether.
He's pro-abortion.
Going there because I'm like, I didn't know what I was up
So
against.
aborted Clearman.
Like if there were containers in which the frozen yogurt came in, if it was big,
You just scooped
if
it in your
was
hands.
small, and I knew what I was up against as far as purchasing the dynamite. I knew what kind of containers, that consisted of, and I knew how much. I would
Since
be
he's
able
on a
to
bike.
carry
What's he
as far as
talking?
that.
He's on a bike, so you
But I
don't know
just
he's going to
aborted the mission
transport the
altogether,
frozen
'cause I'm like,
yogurt.
I'm not going to be able to
I get
carry
it.
this plus the dynamite as well.
Because if you got an
So I
open
just aborted that
container
altogether.
frozen yogurt, like riding on a bike, it's a
And
pain.
what happened next?
It's against the law in certain
So
places.
An open container of froyo. Yeah.
Eastbound on Brady.
To be fair,
Riding dirty.
that's
The
never stopped
traffic
him from carrying
died-
things in the
it
past.
like died down at this moment. I'm on the south side of
Here we
Brady
go. Let me
at
get to
this
some
point.
actual facts now.
Thank
So
God.
as I
Purported
board the
facts.
mission, cross over to the north side of Brady, and I'm headed westbound. At this point,
And what happens at this point? Now you're going, is it eastbound on Brady?
I'm actually headed west now
Okay.
at this point because I aborted the mission. I'm headed westbound because I aborted the mission as far as just going to grab the frozen yogurt. So
Now
I
you're
diverted
going-
from that plan altogether.
I'm waiting for the first
Now you're
hard
going
R.
westbound on Brady Street, correct?
It's
Yes.
coming.
And
Any
you
second.
tell the members of the jury what happens next.
So I'm traveling westbound on Brady. And I go, maybe I say about 5 feet. And all of a sudden I hear this horn blowing. "Brrr," and I see this car heading towards me. And I'm thinking that it's this, the vehicle that's headed towards me, that's blowing their horn at me. So I'm thrown off because I brace for impact, seeing this car headed towards me. So as I brace for impact, I'm learning that it isn't the car that's headed towards me that's blowing their horn loudly. It's them, it's the car that it was headed east. And this vehicle almost had a head-on collision with them. So as that vehicle swerves out from having a head-on collision, it's headed towards me, and it's traveling westbound on Brady, but it's in the eastbound lane, and it swerves over from having a head-on collision, and they're headed towards me. So I brace for impact. As I brace for impact, the
Literally
vehicle just
No idea
clips
which
me,
car is which.
hits my pedal, hits my leg, and then also hits the handlebar, knocks me onto a parked car. As that, thinking about that, as that happens, I've been hit before. A few years back in Florida, I was left in the middle of the street. My bike was mangled, severely injured. The police never never found out who the person was who did it, and they never found the vehicle. So all that resonated with me. And as I was hit, a gentleman yelled out the window, excuse my language, he said the N-word and, get the F out of the street. He says it boisterously and boldly,
Boisterously and boldly.
Boisterously.
in such insulting way that I couldn't fathom why this was, why this was even said to me.
It's kind of an unbelievable
When
statement.
that was done, he said, he said,
Mark
as he
Richards would have
said-
never said N-word.
What he said, Mr. Edgecombe.
So he wants him to say it. He's
Damn,
getting him to
nigga,
say
you
it.
can't drive. Get the fuck out of the road. And there was an individual on the sidewalk who heard this and seen me get hit. And they're like, whoa, you know, the nerve of that guy. And they asked me if I was okay. I said, yeah, I'm all right. Who's he speaking to? Why is he talking like that? I guess he's talking to me.
Mr. Edgecombe, how did that make you feel?
Some hearsay there,
I
by the
was
way.
infuriated.
It made you felt infuriated. You might say with a murderous rage.
It brought back the trauma of when I was hit before. And that's all I could think about because I was left hurt in the middle of the street before. I'm like, what if these individuals would have just, I could have been killed. You know, what if these individuals would have just killed me then they insulted me. So it was like they had no remorse for what they had just done. I had an insult on top of, you know, injury. And I didn't understand it. In my mind, I'm like, maybe these people are drunk, you know, or something. And, you know, that's the only reason I could think of a person throwing out an insult. And at that time, I didn't, you know, I was just trying to put it together as far as like, you know, why would someone do that? Or why would they, you know?
So his story is, I'm going to go punch a drunk guy.
So you're infuriated, correct, Mr. Edgecombe?
Infuriated.
Yes. What did you do next?
I proceeded west on Brady. I proceeded towards them. You know, like I said before, the vehicle that hit me years prior to this date, to that date in particular, that trauma resonated with me. So I'm like, I can't let them get away. I'm able to, you know, catch up to this individual at this point in time.
So it's okay to chase someone down then.
You know, I couldn't
And if
make
it happens
out
next week, if
the
he can
vehicle
do it again.
directly because as they were headed towards me, all I seen was their headlights. So it was like blinding me. And I just braced for impact. So
wait a minute. So he doesn't actually know that this is the car that hit him?
I wasn't able to see the vehicle directly until they were headed off. And he yelled out the window and because I was bracing for impact.
Okay. And you mentioned that you tried to catch up with the vehicle, correct?
Yes.
Did you ever catch up with that vehicle on that evening?
Yes.
And what did you do once you caught up with that vehicle?
When I came up to the passenger window, I actually was, you know, riding kind of fast, and you know, as I gathered myself, riding pretty fast, you know, headed to them.
You have to be if you got knocked onto a car, had a conversation, got back on your bike, and caught up to them on a car.
And
better be riding pretty quick.
He said, yes, nigga. And I punched him.
At this time, I want to now show what has been
He
marked.
said the N-word twice now.
30, 35.
Didn't apologize that second time. Now that the seal's been broken, I guess, on it.
He's got the
Everybody
pass
in the
now.
court say the N-word immediately.
Everyone
We all
gets a
got to get
pass.
comfortable with it.
Evidence control.
So I'm still confused.
So
as to
you
what
were
these-
infuriated. You chased him down, and then you punched him in the face. This defense is going super well so far.
I'm just I can't figure out which car was. I mean, other than what I already know. Now we have an incident that is not captured on camera that is allegedly two cars about to collide and a bike sandwiched in the middle. And that wasn't captured on camera. We have no other person saying I almost got into an accident coming out, you know, in all of this time saying it was me, it was my car.
So if someone makes me mad, I can chase them down, and all that's going to happen is I'm going to punch them once. But if that person then chases me down, that's a deadly force attack, and I can shoot them in the face.
I want to stop
Yeah,
right
this
here,
is
please, before we get going on it.
Not
Now,
great.
Mr. Edgecombe, do you recognize this to be the Brady area which you were on September 22nd of 2020?
Yes.
Okay. Counsel, you can play, please.
I remember we heard testimony from the bike expert police officer yesterday that almost any meaningful damage to this particular model of bicycle means the handlebars come apart.
There should be some damage somewhere. If this thing, again,
Yeah.
if a car strikes a bike, there should be some scrapes on the car or the bike.
It's not adamantium here.
This vehicle?
Yes,
What do you recognize that vehicle to be?
the vehicle that hit me and that also chased me down.
Chasing.
All right, Mr.
How do you recognize that vehicle as the
Attorney
vehicle that hit
Myers,
you?
please.
We're assuming at 104.
Yeah, Avery told me.
Where's the damage to his car?
I want to stop right here, please.
Stop at 116.
Do you recognize this individual right here, Mr. Edgecombe?
That's me.
It's not that clear to me.
Okay. Let's play it a little bit closer. Go a couple more seconds.
Pinch and zoom.
Okay, stop right there. Mr. Edgecombe, do you recognize this person now?
Yes,
And who is that?
it is me.
Okay. Continue, Blaine.
At 120.
You stop right here, please. Now, is this at the point where you indicated there was a conversation between you and the
Conversation.
individual in this vehicle?
Yes. As I approached him, he appeared flushed red in his face, and it kind of confirmed, like, what I was thinking, like, yeah, this guy has to be intoxicated, as far as his boisterous tone, their demeanor, and then they didn't even have any remorse for hitting me at that point. He insulted me again, called me a nigger again, and so.
I'm going to need an N-word counter pretty soon here.
Now, let's continue at this
Shot every time.
Russell.
Where are we playing council make a record?
Damn. That was a very short conversation.
Now it's at 127. Let's go back a couple seconds. Looking at 125.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll stop right there.
Second conversation.
Stopping at 129.
So is that the punch that you just described that you rendered on the individual in this vehicle?
Rendered.
Yes.
Now,
On the vehicle.
Mr. Edgecombe,
Rendered on the vehicle.
A person in the
I'm getting
vehicle,
away
to be
from
fair.
the situation altogether. I don't want any more to do with this. I'm focused on getting back home to continue on my daddy-daughter date night, get back home to my children.
I dropped some hot hands. Now I'm out of there. Fuck this.
all right,
Now I just want some froyo.
you, counsel.
The fuck out of here.
Looking at 129.
And I'm gonna stop right there.
Oh, come on. He didn't see the door open.
Mr.
Stop
Edgecombe,
it.
Did you observe any actions by any individuals in that vehicle?
Yes.
Bullshit.
Upon my approach, at that particular time in the video, I heard the door open.
He
I
heard it
looked
open.
back,
Fucking
and
come
during
on.
This time,
Stop.
I'm like, oh, this guy's trying to get out and get me or something. He's trying to give chase.
Sure.
So that's, what made me even, get away from them altogether even more.
He was
Mhm.
focused on getting away 2 seconds ago, and that door opens when he's already off frame. There's no way he heard that on a Milwaukee street, turns around while biking, and
For the
sees
record,
it.
I think that
Yeah.
concludes any relevant.
Especially when he's trying to get out of there as fast as he can. It's ridiculous.
45.
That and claiming that he said the N-word twice that's pushing it beyond bounds
Now-
of credibility. Even if you're trying to give the benefit of the doubt.
Now you
That he
you're-
said
you
it off
that You're
rip.
riding off at this point, right?
Yes.
All right, and you indicated your state of mind at this point, right?
Yes.
Okay. And what were you thinking at the time that you left at this time?
I just wanted to be done with this altercation altogether, be done with it. I had no more business with them. like no business at all with them. And I just was focused at
Settled
this
all
point
family
just to,
business.
get away safely, make it back home safely. I was that whole like I didn't even want to be in that altercation. I was focusing on my daddy-daughter date night. I just
No,
wanted
he's
to
still
get back
focused
home
on
to my
daddy-daughter.
Mr. Edgecombe, you punched the
He's
guy.
got Clearman's blood all over his fist. And he's
Yes,
focused
I
on
take
daddy-daughter.
responsibility for that. If
Did
I
you take
would've known
responsibility
now-
for the punch? Did
if
you
I
go?
would've known then
Did you
what
turn
I know
yourself in?
now, I wouldn't have punched the guy. I would have just accepted being hit and called a nigger and just not even
Yep.
approached him.
I'll do a manual counter for now.
So where are you going at this time now, Mr. Edgecombe?
At this
Kentucky.
time, I'm on the Houghton Street Bridge, and I'm on the incline, headed up the bridge. The bridge is an incline, so I'm headed up the bridge at this point.
At this time, I want to now know what has been marked as the
I didn't think you were on the bridge yet. Because the stairs are before the bridge. I mean, necessarily the stairs must be before the bridge, right? Stairs don't drop in the middle of the bridge. It's weird.
Strange bridge design, I guess.
All right.
Designed
Now,
by a woman
showing what has
engineer.
been marked as 25 clarified Zoom sequence.
I kid. That bridge
Now,
would have fallen
Mr.
over already.
Edgecombe, at this time, you recognize the individual that's behind the Reinhardt vehicle?
Yes,
Who do you recognize that individual to be?
it's me.
Okay. Now, what intersection are you approaching at this point?
That's Houghton and Brady.
Counsel, you can continue.
Wait a minute, 2 seconds. But, or actually, we'll go by the timestamp, Your Honor. In the bottom right, it shows 0.0.
And what exhibit is it again?
This is exhibit D25.
Fine.
Okay. You recognize this individual to be you, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, I want to stop right here.
Nothing at 3.37.
Now, you just took a right turn, correct?
Yes.
Is there a reason why you changed direction at this point?
I wanted to evade the situation altogether. Plus, I knew I had food that I was waiting on, so I would just go around the block and come back up to the restaurant. But I was getting away from this situation in which I just ensued, and plus I heard the door open. As I look back, so I'm like, I hope I'm
You looking
in
back
my
in
mind,
Now he looked back.
getting out to try to get me or something.
Now, Mr. Edgecombe, on this video, are you standing up on the
Mr.
bike at this point?
Edgecombe?
Yes.
And can you explain to the members of the jury why are you standing up on a bike?
On that bridge, there's an incline. So, just to give myself a little bit more power. And plus, I'm trying to get away. I'm trying to get away from this situation, get away from them, these individuals in whom just had hit me. And, we had an altercation in which they had
call
no
you again?
remorse for. So I just wanted to,
Which
just
they
get
had
away
no
as quick
remorse
as I can
for.
from these
I mean,
individuals.
Testifying the state of mind of the defendant or of the victim.
Where we left out 3.37.
I want to stop right here. Now, Mr. Edgecombe, I see, where are you located at on this part of the road at this time?
Same place I was located
At the
at
bottom of the hill in
1
the bike
second
lane.
ago.
Do you normally travel in a bike lane, Mr. Edgecombe?
Yes.
Sometimes going the wrong direction, but
You can
yes.
press continue going forward.
Yeah, except at that time where I was almost hit by the
4.458.
person.
I want to stop right here. Now,
Notice how fast the car looked like it was going in that video.
Mr. Edgecombe?
Yes.
At the time, what did you recognize this vehicle to be?
The vehicle that had hit me previously and that I pulled up to the passenger side of.
All right. And Did you observe anything prior to this vehicle making a right turn?
Yes.
Prior?
The loud roaring of their motor, tires screeching. All I
It's a
could hear
Kia
was,
Soul, buddy. There is no loud roaring of a motor.
Yeah, this is not a
These
Lambo.
individuals were chasing me down. They were trying to hit me. I knew this deliberately now at this point. I became fear, came over me, as I heard that. Ahmaud Arbery resonated in my mind.
Oh my
I'm
God.
like, these
Are you
people are
fucking
hunting
kidding
down
me?
now at this point.
No one knew about Ahmaud Arbery. He didn't even know who the hell Ahmaud
becoming more
Arbery was
bold
back then.
with what they're trying to do to me. So as far as like hunting me down, and even if, like I said, they didn't show any remorse then for hitting me, now I know, even if they didn't know that they had hit me, now I know that they're deliberately and intently trying to hit me now.
Counsel, if you could continue playing the video at this point.
Judge, just for the record, the timestamp is no longer viewable in this Zoom sequence, so I'm going to refer to the player then, which shows 16 seconds.
Fine.
At 16.
Now, Mr. Edgecombe, you just told the jury you were in a bike lane, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, Mr. Edgecombe, are you in a bike lane at this specific frame of the video?
No.
Can you explain to the members of the jury, why did you go from being in a bike lane to now being on what appears to be a sidewalk at this point?
I did that because I was escaping from being hit. As I got on the sidewalk, I was fearful, in fear of my life. I knew that these individuals were not, that they were deliberately trying to hit me. I accept responsibility, for punching Mr. Clearman. I was infuriated for that. Shouldn't have happened. As they were chasing me down, though, I became in fear of my life. I never felt that, amount of fear ever. And so I just wanted to just get away from them altogether. Just proceeding to some way, somehow, just get away from them.
So, Mr. Edgecombe, at this particular part of the video, you're saying you're trying to get away, correct?
Yeah.
What options are you considering at this very moment?
At that very moment, my options were pretty much limited. I'm just focusing on, just getting away. Not really thinking too much, but, just seeing as to where I can go, seeing, how I can get away from these individuals. As I get on the curb, the reason I got on the curb is because I seen them heading towards me. And I'm thinking if I get on the sidewalk, they'll at least tear up their vehicle before they hit me. So that was my reasoning as to, jumping on the sidewalk in that instant, because they were headed directly towards me. They were so close, in fact, that I could feel the heat of the engine on my backside. And
Come on.
I just knew
these details are stupid.
Yeah.
I'm going to report this to
I
Kia
knew I
and
was
Soul
gonna
that
be
their
killed.
vehicles are so
That was
souped
what was
up.
resonating in me. I was in fear. I was in shock. So I'm still just trying to get away from them.
I can feel the heat from the car. I've never felt the heat from a
The
car.
fire, like it's a
I
monster
have.
truck.
You got to be close.
19 seconds.
Well, that's not while you're sitting on a bicycle in front of the car.
The car never gets
Wanna stop
that
right there.
close to him.
I know.
Now, it's a little bit grainy here. We can go back a couple of seconds.
It's Dr. 24. I'm going
Would you
back
say the
to-
heat on the
right
car
there.
is hotter or warmer than the cooling corpse of the man you
So-
shot?
Mr. Edgecombe, at the time that this frame is in the video, what did you observe? What were you aware of?
I mean, look, the defense is trying to check the boxes, right? Check the boxes for a purported reasonable fear of imminent death or serious bodily injury. It's just
You said fear of my life already.
I see
Yeah.
this. I see the opening.
They're trying, Bronca.
right. And what are you going to do? I mean, they have an incredible.
I got to get down
client.
these stairs. I got to get down these stairs.
Is
and,
that a
you know, get away
guardrail
from
along
these
the
individuals?
along the curb?
And as I see the
that he's
landing
coming
and
to?
opening, I'm like,
Yeah, it's a
"These-
bridge.
I don't think that they'll drive up on this sidewalk and driving this, driving here. They can't be that bold. I know
And
for sure, like
they
they're gonna
didn't.
tear up their vehicle trying to get to me. So I was, in the mind frame of just trying to get away from them altogether.
Why didn't he keep going then? Why stop?
Now, at this time, are you aware that there's somebody behind you at this point?
At that particular time, no.
Now, if we could continue playing at this point.
Why not keep going
All right,
straight?
stop right there, please.
Stopping at 25 seconds.
So what did we just see, Mr. Edgecombe?
As to what he saw, fine, but asking him to see what we saw in the video.
No, okay.
What did he see or what did he observe is fine.
What did you see or observe, Mr. Edgecombe?
I heard someone yelling out at this point, "I'm gonna kill you, nigger. I'm gonna kill you, nigger."
Oh, more.
Now, just to be clear, at this point, you have now turned right into a particular area, correct?
Yes.
All right. Now, what options were you considering after you took that right into this area? Can you describe that area that you turned into?
Yes, it was a landing stairwell. I was considering jumping over the banister. When I looked over, it was too far of a jump. I'm like, no, I'm not gonna make that. My first option though was to go down the stairwell with my bike to just get away from him altogether. As I'm hearing, "I'm gonna kill you, nigger. I'm gonna kill you, nigger."
Running out of fingers, Nick.
I can't make it down the stairwell in time.
Yeah,
'cause I
those
hear
are
the
doubles.
voice getting louder and louder. So I'm like, where is this coming from? And I'm like, I didn't want to turn my back, to a threat either, because I knew that these individuals had just tried to hit me. So I'm hearing this voice, getting louder and louder, as I get off my bike and before I proceed to go down the stairwell.
I'm having big trouble buying this guy's story. I don't believe it.
He's at Klansman level of N
Size
bombs
of
at this point.
stairwell. Is it a big stairwell? Is it small? How many feet would you estimate this stairwell to be that you're currently in at this moment?
It's a small box.
Did you measure the bike and make sure it fits first before you say the measurement?
I don't think two people could fit in that stairwell. Like it's.
But you and a
in
bike
feet,
could.
I would say like maybe like 4 or 5 feet, like across.
Would you consider it comparable to the witness box that you're in right now?
Yes.
Could you fit your bike in that witness box? I hope the state asked the
That's a
question.
pretty accurate, almost. Yeah, it's a pretty accurate measure. It's almost precise.
Oh, it's almost precise.
Almost precise.
So you're in this
Wow.
box. I mean, you're in the stairwell at this time. And you stated that you're hearing something now. You're in the stairwell now. You're hearing something, correct?
Yes.
Okay. What
Your
are you
guilty conscience.
He measures stuff like I do when I'm ordering
I'm gonna
online.
kill you, nigger.
Oh, this
I'm
will
gonna
fit.
kill you, nigger.
Can we continue playing the video at this point?
We're at 9.
That's 2. It's 2.
Oh, there was a double? Dang it.
Yeah. I'm gonna kill you, N-bomb. I'm gonna kill you, N-bomb. 2.
Stopping at 29.
If you haven't
Now,
figured out, he's been
you
coached to say
indicated that
the
the
N-word
voice
as
got
many
louder
times
and
as
louder.
possible.
Is that right?
Yes, it was louder. It was boisterous.
Boisterous. He loves
it
that
seemed like it
boisterous.
was coming closer and closer.
Why didn't he get on his back and
Now-
keep going?
I know it's a bit grainy at this frame, but did you hear anything coming from
Hard to ride a bike
this
downstairs.
vehicle that is parked?
Why
I heard
turn-
the pocket knife open.
Why turn towards the
I
stairwell?
seen the vehicle pull up.
Sushi,
and
bro.
as I seen them pull up, I looked at the vehicle and I didn't see. as the vehicle pulled up, it was probably like a split second. The gentleman came around the corner and he met me right head on, so he startled me. And I thought he was in the vehicle. I didn't even know that he was, chasing me, or he was chasing me at this point.
So before he was able to hear the car door open and close, now he couldn't hear it. When he could feel the heat from the car, that's how close it is.
And how did you react to being startled by the gentleman that was approaching you at this point?
Upon him startling me and coming around that corner,
I said, please, sir, I just want to get to my daughter.
Hey, stop, don't come closer. He told me, I'm gonna kill you now, nigga. And
cling.
Upon him doing that, I heard Miss Clearman yell out, he's got a gun. And
I thought that meant he had a gun.
So just to be clear, at the time that you put your hand out saying, stop, don't come any closer, did you have a weapon brandished at this point?
Yes, I had my firearm out. It was at waist level. I didn't have it like up. I just had it, down. It was drawn, but it wasn't like pointed.
Okay, can you describe what you mean at waist level? I mean, as you sit there.
Yes, it was just down in my side. I had just drawn it. I had just taken it out of a holster, and it was just still at my waist.
Okay. Now, at any time, did you ever take this firearm and extend your whole arm toward the individual that was coming across to you?
No. In fact, I kept it at waist level. I just kept it at waist level.
And what was your intent? You're brandishing a firearm at a gentleman that's coming towards you. What was your intent at this time?
I didn't have any intent. This gentleman actually took one large step and lunged toward me like he was gonna tackle me. And I took a step back. And as I stepped back, it was the
gun just went off.
The reaction from that, the firearm just went off.
Oh my God!
Oh my God! Alec Baldwin.
With him lunging towards me, I didn't know if he was
That's
going
not
after
a self-defense
the firearm,
claim.
if he was coming after me, or what. But I know from his words and his actions, his boisterous tone, he told me, "I'm gonna kill you now." So with that, I didn't have no reason to doubt this man. His actions,
and yet it still went off by itself.
Just previously hitting me with me just.
I'm holding a gun. He's lunging at me.
Punching him. He told me. I mean, he didn't have any.
And the gun went off itself
for hitting me the first time.
Now, Mr. Edgecombe.
He also yelled, "This is MAGA country."
Notice the gentleman getting any type of stance or position at the time he faced you in that stairwell?
While lunging.
Yes.
He was in a boxing position.
As he was in the stance, before he got in the stance, I observed two other possible threats. It was a vehicle that came up behind them. I'm thinking that these individuals were with them, that they were all trailing each other in like, caravan style, that these individuals were with them. So I could hear, noise. I could hear him, I heard him yelling, but I could also hear other noise behind them.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm thinking, all these individuals are together. They're possibly going to get out the car, either shoot me, also join them, and trying to attack me, cause harm or danger to me as well.
It's calling him a lynch mob.
Those gangs of roving immigration lawyers.
Is this the second vehicle that you
sweeping the streets of Milwaukee free?
Testify to?
Yeah.
In 2021.
All right. And you didn't observe anybody get out that vehicle at any point, correct?
I was fixated on the direct threat that was in front of me because I just perceived them at this point to be threats. The direct threat was right in front of me, and he brandished, he raised his hands, drawn up from his midsection, so it appeared that he had an object in his hand. And at this point, I couldn't tell what the object was because I wasn't fixated on it. I was assessing, different things at this time. Two possible threats from the vehicle, one that was in front of me, in which I, first, tried to escape forward into. And yeah, and this other threat that was behind that vehicle, possibly in that car.
So, Mr. Edgecombe, you're testifying that you perceived something to be in the gentleman's hand as he was in a boxer stance. Is that your testimony?
Yes.
And you're saying that you couldn't tell what that object was?
No, I couldn't at all. And as he was in the stance, he lunged right towards me, so I couldn't make it out what it was or what it could possibly be at that point. It all happened so quickly. And like I said, I was observing the other possible threats too that were in the vicinity. He was just a direct imminent
what's
threat.
the object?
The other two,
He's trying to get in the knife, but without getting in the
going back
knife.
and forth, so
I
I
know.
couldn't just fixate on what the object was. As he was in the stance,
Just the tip doesn't
you
count.
could see him holding something, but I couldn't see.
After I
exactly
shot
what
him
it
while he
was.
falls,
just
he
took
says,
his
"I'll get
lunge
you
and-
N-word," and put the knife into his pocket.
Mr. Edgecombe, what would you say the time frame was from the time that you see the gentleman get into a boxer stance with what you perceive to be an object to the time frame when he's lunging at you? How long did that take?
It was less than less than a half a second. It was just all instant. Even upon when he came around the corner and seeing the vehicle in front of me, it's like they all met. It was like I was met with all of this at the same time, because I still, as the vehicle pulled up, I thought he was in the vehicle. So once I seen him outside the vehicle, I didn't even know he got out the vehicle.
The video play at this point, please.
And yet he had his gun drawn.
29 seconds.
I'm going to stop right here. Mr. Edgecombe, is this where the gentleman got in the boxer stance? Was this the general vicinity of what you described?
Yes, that's also where he, took the lunge at me, like he was gonna tackle me or go for my weapon at this point.
And you indicated in your testimony that there was a big step that he took, correct? Is this the big step that you're talking about in this frame right here?
Yeah.
Where
That's
was your
very
gun
clear.
at this particular time.
I still had it
Well,
at
hocus
waist level.
pocus going on there.
He did take that large step towards me.
Did he have a bullet in his brain when he
It was
did that?
just a reaction, and the gun just went off, and
Gun just went off.
his head was perceived like in the downward, like he was gonna
On a scale of 1 to
tackle
terrible,
me or
what is
spear
the
me,
gun just went off in
or like I said,
self-defense
even
speak,
going for
Mr.
the
Branca?
weapon. But it seemed as though either he wanted to harm me at, he wanted to cause harm or go for my weapon at that point.
Now, counsel, if you could play the video from this point.
Playing at 32 seconds.
Go ahead and continue.
Glad the guy
Stop right
really
there.
brightened up this video
Is that
for
the
us.
lunge that you're described to the members of the jury?
This is
Yes, as that was done though, I took a step back, and that's when the gun went off.
Now, at this point, continue playing at this point.
Playing at 41 seconds.
This is why we have finders of fact, folks. This is why we have a
Stop
jury.
right there. Now, did we
They'll
just see you
decide
kinda
what
take a
credibility
step
they
back
want to
and
assign to
back
this
up?
testimony.
Yes.
Continue playing at this point, please.
Playing at 47 seconds.
All right. All right, we can stop here.
Stopping at 101.
Now, Mr. Edgecombe, immediately after this, altercation that you just had in this stairwell, how did you feel after this gunshot went off?
Went off.
I was in shock.
These guns
I
just
couldn't
keep shooting
believe it.
themselves.
Immediately, right, during that shot,
Gun violence.
Immediately during that shock, you know, I still, you know, I look back, I assess the other threats too, because I, you know, had, you know, just known, you know, first it was this vehicle that was trying to hit me. So I didn't know, like, if the individual in this vehicle, you know, would shoot out at me from the vehicle, if they had gotten out, or if the other people were actually behind Mr. Clearman at this point, and if they were coming towards me. So, but
You know,
yeah,
one of the
I
other
was just in
charges
total
besides
shock.
first degree murder is reckless homicide. So the prosecution, the defense rather, is trying to build that in as a compromise verdict.
You know, to see if I could get down the stairwell safely, and I was able to because the imminent threat was
imminent threat.
You know, there was no direct imminent threat anymore, and the other threats that I perceived to be like they weren't coming directly at me. So I knew then, you know, I can get away safely, make it back home to my children.
What about picking up that sushi? But you didn't go home to your children. You left.
Mr. Edgecombe,
you fled the state.
You didn't stay on the scene.
Maybe he was visiting his other
Dropped
kids.
the bike, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And your testimony is that you ran down the stairs at this point?
Yes.
Now, Mr. Edgecombe, did you feel like your actions were justified in this instance?
In that instant,
No.
I was in total shock.
How do you have a justified accident?
Really, yeah, I was just in total shock at, you know, everything that had just taken place.
You can't even answer yes to do you feel justified.
Yeah. I definitely was defending myself from being harmed.
With
my
I was just previously harmed. I was hit off my bike, chased down. So, you know,
You don't get to defend yourself from a prior act.
Well, Mr. Edgecombe, if you felt like you were defending yourself, why did you feel the need to run at this point?
The racist system was going to get me.
Oh, I had, you know, a white man had just been shot.
A white man.
And I was just getting, you know, chased down by them.
Yeah.
By them.
I was
by his white wife. Oh,
still
wait.
just, you know, in shock. I couldn't believe the whole situation altogether.
Krause was going to be after lunch. Judge is going
I
to be
ran
pissed.
because I didn't think anyone would believe, you know, anything in as far as what had just taken place. And plus, I still was in fear. So I just wanted to get away from the dangers altogether.
Needed 6 months of
I
me
didn't know
time.
if there were, you know,
some
like I
froyo.
said, these individuals were
He was
still
so in
chasing
fear of
after
the
me,
white
a
people
gun would
chasing
still
him
be
that he
chasing
fled to
after me.
Kentucky.
I went on a nationwide search for racism.
Okay, so at some point or another on September 22nd, where did you go immediately after this incident?
Right after this incident, I headed back home, which where I was staying at the time, on Dowsman. Yeah,
And did you feel safe when you made it home?
I didn't. I was still fearful.
Of getting caught.
I left there.
Exactly.
What are you fearful of in your home?
So I hid my bicycle in the basement by the furnace.
You know, I kissed my children. Everyone was kind of, you know, puzzled.
Daddy will call you
know,
from the
by my
Bahamas.
actions, because, you know.
Well, with his spidey senses and
Hey,
abilities
you know,
to hear
where's the
things
food,
from
Daddy?
far away, he
Daddy
shouldn't be
daughter
worried about
date
people
night.
coming and surprising him.
I just gathered a few things and left. My mindset at this point, you know, I gotta, you know, get away. And
He was in fear of
you
his
know,
life
figure
in his
out this
house, so he
whole
left his
thing that
children
just
there
had
alone.
transpired. And in doing so, I didn't want to put my family in any harm or danger. And I knew at this point, like I would be in danger, or you know,
Right.
it's
The
some
Filipino
kind of
woman's going to
trouble.
come hunt him
I didn't
down.
think anyone would believe
A
this
vengeance quest.
situation. As far as me explaining it to them, I didn't think anyone would believe it if I told it to them.
I wonder why.
Yeah.
Because it's a ridiculous story.
The next day, did you turn yourself in, Mr. Edgecombe, or go to the police and explain what happened?
No.
from that point, did you go to the police station and explain what happened?
No,
Over a 6-month period of time, Mr. Edgecombe, did you ever go to the police and explain what happened?
no, but I did make strides as far as seeking legal representation. I was also in fear, even after.
Let your attorney ask the questions, please. Go ahead, counsel.
Did you make strides in seeking
Mr.
legal
Edgecombe, you just explained to
representation?
the members of the jury for over 6 months. You felt like you acted in defense, and you're telling them that you were scared. Explain to them, what you were scared of over this period of time.
Prison.
Not getting a fair, not having, not being heard fairly, getting fair proceedings on my behalf, not being heard straight out, no one understanding, what had transpired. Who would believe from what I gathered?
Who would believe this
over the
ridiculous
days that were
story?
passing, like this, this was an attorney, a prominent attorney. I didn't even know that he was
He's a prominent
that
attorney.
he had
now.
died.
How'd you know he was an attorney?
Days later.
Exactly. So why'd you flee immediately?
Mm.
That story doesn't check
Now-
out, hombre.
Prominent attorney who
Later,
used the
what did
N-word
you hear
5
about
times.
This incident. Did
Part
you,
of his
as
regular
far as the way
immigration
that the case was
counseling.
put out in the media and information that you kind of learned over time?
Can you repeat that?
Yeah, you indicated that you didn't know that he was even an attorney until a couple of days later, correct?
Yes.
All right.
Correct.
What other information did you learn about this situation or about how you were being perceived as immediately following this incident?
I had also learned that law enforcement had put out that I was the Brady Street killer. Not anything, speculated about, but that from any particular citizen or something. It was law enforcement that put out that I was the Brady Street killer.
That's
Well,
factual.
you were.
You killed a man on Brady Street. Yeah, I mean,
Technically, I don't think he was on Brady Street when he killed him. To be fair,
Yes.
I think they were off of Brady Street.
Even with
Okay.
the injustices that go
Brady
on,
intersection.
that's going on and that go on in society. Even with being here, in Wisconsin, which has a largely black mass incarceration rate. I
systemic racism. Are we
didn't
working this in there?
feel
Oh, for
like
sure.
I would be heard out as far as
Say George Floyd.
my side, as far as what had taken place on that date in September 22nd.
Now, is it true, Mr. Edgecombe, that at some point over the course of these 6 months that you actually went outside of state lines? Isn't that right?
Yes, that is true.
Why would you feel it
Crossing
necessary
state lines?
to go outside of the
When?
state of Wisconsin?
I had to get away from the state altogether. Also, too,
They had warrants out for my
just needed
arrest.
to get in contact with other relatives and whom could help me.
What
I
happened
didn't,
to Princess?
want to talk over the phone, so I felt, I could,
I had to ride my bike to Kentucky.
possibly meet up with them
Just kidding,
in
he
person
took a
to,
car.
seek
Joke.
or get some kind of legal representation or finances to help me to get legal representation.
Okay, so let's go here.
I think that
Where
rental
did
car
you
was
go?
paid for 6
No,
months.
you went out of state. Tell the members of the jury where you went.
I went to Georgia.
And what's in Georgia?
Oh, it's totally less racist.
My father.
And at the time, did you feel like your father could offer up or potentially offer up some resources to help you retain legal counsel at this time?
Yes, but
Objection
I never
leading.
was able to meet up with them.
Did you go to any other family members out of state?
You had 6 months. Why couldn't you meet up with them?
contacted them, but
Well,
I
the visitation
never
is
was able
really
to,
limited.
meet up with them at all.
And have you had
Trying
any
not to make them
communications with
accomplices.
anyone,
So he left. Pay attention,
locally in
y'all.
Milwaukee
He left the
try to
state to go meet up
get
with different
legal
people.
representation on your behalf?
And over 6 months,
Yes,
not once did he meet with any of them.
It was like over a course of like like maybe like every other day, I would contact my fiance Ruby Mizell, and she would, you know, just try to get and seek out.
So
legal
he could make phone
counsel
calls
for me.
And did you or Ms. Mizell ever get in contact with legal counsel on your behalf?
Yes.
And what were you told from legal counsel once upon getting in contact with them?
You're fucked.
I was quoted different prices, ranging from $50,000 to $140,000, as far as these individuals and them, as far as them representing me.
Mr. Edgecombe, did you have the resources to pay $50,000 to $140,000 to get legal counsel at the time?
No, that was my reasoning, you know, for contacting other family members and, you know, going out of state and possibly meeting up with them, because I, you know, knew like, I don't think no one would understand from my point of view, would understand over the phone. I felt like I needed to be in front of these individuals in order for them to understand the purposes and why I needed,
We should change American law to enable defendants to get free
I had
counsel.
a GoFundMe prior to that. A couple of GoFundMes that were set up, they were taken down due to, it says that they don't take care of criminal defense matters anymore. Everyone's monies were refunded to them, but that also became a setback for me, and it, you know, increased the time span in which I
was fleeing
was able to turn
arrest.
myself in.
If I'm understanding you correctly, Mr. Edgecombe, you're saying that there was a GoFundMe account set up for you at some point?
Yes, there were a couple attempts to have a GoFundMe set up in which I could get financial assistance to
Just
help
like Kyle.
with my defense.
And at some specific time, there was, you know, substantial amount of donors that actually donated to your defense through GoFundMe, correct?
Yes, that is correct. All their monies, though, were refunded.
And was that a setback for you, Mr. Edgecombe?
You just
Huge setback because it
objection asked and
um,
answered. Well, answered without
wasn't
being
in
asked.
direct-
But
I didn't feel safe contacting these individuals, you know, or being around anyone, because I didn't want to put them in harm.
So does he now get to
as,
ask this
you know,
guy what he,
myself, I
what
knew
he's
that
charging?
I would, you know,
Did he open
I
the
was
door?
in harm's way
I think he did.
because of the narrative that was placed out there as being a Brady
How are you
Street
paying
killer
for this
by the
defense?
police. So I'm thinking, you know,
Well,
upon,
I
you know,
mean,
being
honestly, it
pursued
should-
either by a regular citizen
maybe they should be
or
paying him.
law enforcement, like I would be killed.
Mr. Edgecombe,
Killed by who?
at some point, did you ever
system.
did you ever change your appearance in any way to avoid being caught by law enforcement based off of these fears?
What the fuck?
Yes.
Trying to head off every bad fact that he's
Why
got,
did
which
you-
is significant.
I wanted to change how I look just so
He's formerly a
I
woman.
could, I guess you can say,
Not
like,
be
buy
caught.
me some time before. I didn't want to be noticed.
I wanted
So,
to try drag my whole life.
during that, you know, I just wanted to, you know, depict and looking differently because, you know, I didn't want to be killed ultimately. So I wanted to,
Killed by
you know,
who?
appear differently. And,
White people?
You know, get my legal representation and then turn myself in voluntarily.
Oh, sure.
I know if I had a notion and the idea, you know, just upon seeing on social media and different news websites, like, you know, upon seeing this guy, we're gonna kill him from regular citizens. And then, like I said, even the police department put out that I was the Brady Street killer.
Relevance, and that's
Irrelevant, sustained.
Mr. Edgecombe,
Judge is ready to get rid of this.
getting taken into custody.
Judge is
in
already
Kentucky
pissed.
at some point, correct?
Yes, that's true.
Where were you coming from when you were caught in Kentucky?
Kentucky.
Coming from Georgia, I was
Church.
headed back to Wisconsin.
Now, do you recall those officers asking for your ID at the time that you were pulled over in Kentucky?
Yes,
And what did you tell them when they asked you for your ID?
I told them that I didn't have one.
Mr. Edgecombe, were you truthful when you told the police department in Kentucky that you didn't have an ID on you?
No, I wasn't honest in that.
The Kentucky Police Department also asked you what was your name, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Did you give him the name Theodore Edgecombe?
No.
What name did you give him?
I told him that my name was Agu Newman.
Did you think that was a good idea, Mr. Edgecombe?
It was like a last effort in order to, stay out of their custody.
No kidding.
Really trying hard to
feared
not get
them.
arrested.
I didn't want to
Newman
be taken into custody.
Agu too. That's the other one.
Involuntarily, my family didn't know where I was.
And then they
Possibly be
kill
killed
him.
in their custody, like
There you go.
Sandra Bland was. So I
There you
didn't
go.
feel safe with them taking
dropping.
me in involuntarily, and plus I didn't have legal representation
Involuntarily.
yet.
Plus, the cop said, "I'm going to kill you, N-word."
Please, just please.
I can feel the heat of the police car
You were
behind
taken
me.
into custody. Did you have a gun on you? Did you have that same firearm that you used on September 22nd?
No,
I threw that.
I
in the
traded that
Milwaukee
to a
River.
homeless man for gas.
as I was headed to Georgia, in between Indiana and Illinois, I threw the gun out the window.
You ditched the murder weapon.
I didn't want to be caught with it.
He was afraid of
and
being killed, but he gave
No.
up his gun.
give anyone, police or a regular citizen, any reasoning as to, killing me and saying that I was armed.
Well, the guy
And
you shot wasn't
it
armed.
being justified in that, in that instant. I didn't want to give reason, as to, being opposed as a threat.
You didn't want to give a valid self-defense?
This is
Mr. Edgecombe, do you recall the Milwaukee Police Department
Full of
ever
bad
coming down to
facts for
Kentucky to try to extradite you back to Wisconsin?
Well, to successfully
I
extradite
remember
him back to Wisconsin.
Coming down to talk to me.
And do you recall the Milwaukee Police Department asking you about what happened in Milwaukee? And you replied to the Milwaukee Police Department what happened in Milwaukee.
Well, you just want to keep this out.
Yes.
I think they might have lost that one. Whatever.
I didn't want to expound, and plus on,
He's feeding
now you
this
don't
guy
wanna
the
question that happened, and plus I didn't have legal representation with me at the time.
Mr. Edgecombe, how do you feel about
The prosecutor's just taking notes. He's at the bottom of his page of notes. Oh, damn it.
New page.
how do you feel
This
about,
cross is going to
you
be
know,
glorious.
this tragedy that took place?
Checking your relevance as to his later feelings about what happened?
Sustained. And counsel, I'm not cutting you off, but it's noon. I'm getting the feeling this is close to being done with direct. Is that correct, counsel?
Well, they're past everything now, right?
I mean, that we're talking about literally 6 months later.
I'll withdraw my objection to that question. That's fine.
If you could tell the members of the jury about how do you feel about what transpired, that tragedy that occurred on September 22nd of 2020?
I feel bad.
I heard his answer and I'm
Feel
withdrawing
bad.
my objection.
I never intended to hurt or harm or endanger anyone upon that date.
Except for the part where I
punched someone in the face.
Yeah.
It
And
was
then-
a
Threw a gun,
tragedy.
shot someone.
I just,
And then, yeah.
He was a drunk racist, though.
wish I wish it never transpired. I wish none of the events that occurred in that date transpired. I wish I would have
I'm
just
sure as hell wish that
being
now.
called a nigger when picked the food,
12.
picked up the food,
12.
and just went back home, and I would have just dealt with it from there.
No one, justified or
No more
unjustified,
questions for Mr. Edgecombe.
wishes the events would have transpired in the way that they
It's
did.
almost
in the
exactly
aftermath.
noon. I'm inclined to put this over cross till after lunch.
Yeah.
It's going to be
Yeah.
a short lunch, ladies and gentlemen. We're coming back at 1 o'clock.
One of the prosecutors saying themselves, I feel like some
I will
sushi and
start no later than
froyo.
1:15. The jury can go out. You know the
Some
rules.
satay, chicken on the stick, baby.
And frozen yogurt.
Research. Don't follow.
Maybe they could bring him back a to-go box,
Back
as a
to
courtesy
Warner
from the
will ask
prosecution
start
to you.
1:15.
So this is your
I'm
last
gonna
chance.
bail
Here's
out.
some
Everybody else
satay
remain seated,
and some
please.
froyo.
Oh my gosh. Cross is going to be a bloodbath on this one.
This is a lot.
No. This is where the defense has been has been
And-
lowering our expectations this whole time. They've been only acting the fool, lowering our expectations. This is the part where they're going to shine, man.
All right, the jury's out. It's
he's
noon.
basically
We're gonna
testified
take
to
1 hour or slightly more than 1 hour.
a character.
Aw.
No, it's they do this. He's basically testified to a character for peacefulness. I mean, I think again, I think they've opened the door to just about anything you can open the door to. It'll be interesting to see where the state takes it, because I didn't want to hurt anybody. I only carry my gun for self-defense and blah blah blah. Dude, you got assault charges with a gun, man. You've got operating a gun while intoxicated. You've got possession of a concealed weapon charges that they without a license. Like, this doesn't sound true. Doesn't sound true.
He initiated a violent confrontation on the victim, right? Before the victim ever pursued him. Whatever you want to believe about this bullshit collision between the car and the bike, that was over when he pursues the guy and punches him in the face. He's not defending himself from vehicular assault.
Yep.
From the flames of the car, that were roaring at him.
From the engine.
That lawnmower engine in that Kia Soul.
The
Filling
hellfire. The accident in which there's no damage to the car or the bike. It's a magic accident.
A bike known to be particularly fragile.
Yes, the Gundanium of bikes.
Ed Libertor says, is this why the defendant typically doesn't testify? I mean, yeah, just think about if you're the prosecution after that testimony, what do you want to ask? And the real question is, how much of it can you get to before the judge tries to kill you for this going on for so long?
This could be like 2 hours. Of just
it could
running.
easily be a 2-hour cross if they want it to be. I don't know if the state's going to do that, but they could ask so many questions. Again, you're talking about this guy runs a nonprofit for people. He says he's testifying that he runs a nonprofit to help people get over their past sins. It's like, well, how far back would you say 6 months ago is like far back enough to qualify for your program? How about less? How about just a couple weeks ago for your bail jumping charges, which you just admitted to being convicted of? Is that long enough in the past? I mean, they're going to ask this guy about, can you describe the other vehicle? There's another collision. You're talking about how you're almost hit because these two cars almost collide and somehow they hit you and you're just launched onto the next car. Can you describe the other vehicle? Can you describe the extent of your injuries? You were knocked off of your bicycle and onto another car. In your 6 months, did you seek medical care for any of those things? How long did it take for the car to get rented? Who rented the car? Were you holding her at gunpoint when Miss Ruby rented the car? You got a ton of questions here, and presumably
I just want to start with you said earlier you were infuriated, right? After this this collision, infuriated. So let me just make sure I got this completely straight. In your state of infuriation, you decided to chase them down, punch them in the face, and then shot them, right? Because that's the sequence of events. Got that straight? Great. Yeah.
So how about this one? So you were defending yourself because you were scared. You were terrified for your life, right?
Uh-huh.
Yes. But you didn't pull the trigger, did you? The gun just went off, right? That's what you testified to. You weren't actually intending to defend yourself, were you?
That's for me one of the biggest things.
Which Glocks are definitely known for doing that.
Yes,
Glocks don't have a safety once you pull them out of the holster, but
they have 3 internal safeties.
Yeah, they don't fire unless you pull the trigger.
One of which is a trigger safety, which you makes it pretty hard to pull back unless you pull the trigger.
Yeah, something has to. So trigger safety is, imagine the Glock is like a man with a penis, okay? And you have to push the penis down to meet the legs to pull the trigger, because otherwise it looks like this. And you can't pull the trigger until the winky goes between the legs in a downward position. Then the trigger pulls together. That's how a Glock trigger safety works. That means the guns don't just go off.
Yes.
It's amazing how that works.
And as the trigger bar is we'll go through all of them. As the trigger bar is pulling back, it raises this plunger that's in front of the firing pin that prevents the firing pin from coming forward. So without the trigger bar coming back, that little plunger stays seated. And then, of course, the entire trigger bar itself is situated on a ramp. So it's going against the force of the ramp, which is itself on a spring. So you have to overcome all that force. And there are the 3 internal safeties of a Glock. Oh.
I just know the penis safety. That's
Yeah,
all
well,
I know.
okay, I know the
That
idea.
was the most epic explanation ever. And
Seriously,
frankly,
I've never heard anyone describe.
Well, I
So what-
own
anything
a
like that.
I own
So
a
what
Glock
you're
and,
saying
I own a Glock
is-
and once for fun I decided to completely disassemble it. Just take it completely apart. All the pieces, even take apart the trigger, the pins, take apart the trigger pin, take apart everything just because it's fun. It's only like 35 or 40 components. It's not that hard. So it's like, I've actually taken apart a Glock completely and then put it back together completely. It was a fun exercise. I learned things.
I'm just saying the law and crime expert may have given you the explanation Kurt would give you, but the explanation you got from me is something you'll never find, never once on law and crime.
Yeah. And I think people are
This is why
misunderstanding what I was saying.
Unique and transformative, you might call it. I don't know. I mean, it's weird. It's just so weird.
No, we're talking past field stripping. Field stripping is not that comprehensive. When you clean a field strip to a firearm, you just take off the barrel and the slide. So you take off the slide, you disconnect the barrel, you clean up the barrel, clean up the slide, clean up the mechanisms. That's what you do. You don't disassemble the entire gun. Disassembling the entire gun is something you would not normally do to clean the gun. I did it because I thought it was interesting.
You see, a field strip is what we call a woman in the 90s.
Mm-hmm.
So, Mr. Branca, Mr. Branca, what do you think about the testimony that he was not intending to fire the gun?
Well, it's a little awkward. I mean, self-defense is supposed to be an intentional act. An unintentional discharge of the gun doesn't look like self-defense to me. It looks like, some form of recklessness. But again, the the defense may be trying to build into place kind of a fallback position for the jury to go to on recklessness.
Yeah, I think they're trying that, but man, I don't buy it. Again, I don't buy this guy's testimony.
But the defense, they were checking the boxes. They were doing what they could in terms of, if we set aside the utter lack of credibility of any of this,
right?
You have the building blocks of a narrative of self-defense now.
Yeah.
What more can they do than that? Unfortunately, we have a jury that's supposed to be in the role of being the finder of fact to assess the credibility of this kind of testimony, and it's literally incredible.
But yeah, I mean, that's the big problem with their case is that will a jury believe a single word that he said? And
if he just toned it down a little bit, and if it was just a little bit less incredulous, it might actually fly. And this is the whole thing. I said this is in Milwaukee. There's the probability of getting somebody super woke, super pro BLM is pretty high. But at a certain point, you have to realize it's so ridiculous it undermines anybody who may have a legitimate defense.
And an example of that is that every time that this immigration attorney opened his mouth, he seemed to use the N-word, according to
every time
he cannot address him without referring to him as by the N-word every single time. That's what immigration attorneys do all the time, especially when they're a mixed company. That's just, they don't worry about that. They just constantly flowing. Hard R.
Yeah, it's a big issue there. I mean,
especially immigration attorneys married to a dark-skinned spouse. Right. Makes perfect sense.
And here's the other problem. Though there may be activists of some sort or people who are at least sympathetic on the stand, think about how far they're being asked to stretch their belief.
Mm-hmm.
And are they willing to go to the point of unbelievability to justify the mission? Some people are. A lot of people aren't. Right? There are a lot of I would wager there are tons of Black Lives Matter supporters out there who are allies to the cause or whatever, who are not willing to go, okay, on this one, I don't believe a single thing the guy says, but the cause though. When someone's dead, I don't believe it. The real banger would be is if the state could have found this guy, this attorney at a Black Lives Matter rally. I mean, that would have been beautiful. That would have been the nail in the coffin. But
consider this. Consider what he's actually saying here. When we actually take a step back and look at the overall landscape, he says that he got hit and called the R word and was infuriated. So infuriated
I'll be right back,
that
gentlemen.
he turns around, does a 180, bikes after him as fast as he can, pulls up to the window, gets called. He said, "Were you talking to me?" Very innocently. And then the guy says, "Hell yeah, N-word." And then he punches him in the face. This is how he responds. He responded by punching him in the face. And then when the guy is coming up to him saying, "I'm going to kill you, N-word," still the gun only goes off by accident. A guy who punches you for hitting you, for hitting his car and for saying the N-word, and still when he's being threatened by a guy who's got 60 pounds on him, holding something, I don't know what it is, backed up by a whole team of people there, a whole SWAT team there, we're all waiting, trying to kill him. So now the gun still went off by accident. When you go that far with your story here, it's hard for, I can't understand how anyone could hear that and say, yeah, I trust this guy's narrative. This makes a ton of sense. This is just purely logical sequence of events to have happened. So that's why when you push too far, it's like you just unravel everything, that none of it becomes credible. I think he had the chance
it
to
only
make it more
works
credible.
if you have a juror who's just looking for a narrative, regardless of credibility, to vote not guilty. You know, they're saying, "Hey, just give me the barest skeleton of a rationale."
Shred. Yeah.
Yep. So if you have that juror, well, then this is enough for them. You know, they discard the whole consideration of credibility entirely. They just say, "Hey, I heard the building blocks of a narrative of self-defense. Good enough for me. You know, state didn't disprove self-defense beyond a reasonable doubt. I'm going to vote not guilty." That could happen. That's why I don't predict jury verdicts. But if you take credibility into account, I don't think any rational person could consider any of this defendant testimony credible in the slightest. I'm not sure a word of it was.
And I'm interested to hear what you guys think about this. But to me, it seems like, frankly, this witness has been highly coached on his responses and where to go with these responses, because it seems like he's answering in a very formulaic way. But you can tell that, you know, because he's not a super master manipulator, he's kind of struggling with where to take the narrative. He knows generally where he needs to go. He needs to say, "Oh, fear for my life," but he doesn't realize that a fact like "I didn't know" or "I just pulled the trigger," you know, that's not going to help him out. I'm sure if he walked through that with his attorney, he probably would have said, "Hey, maybe that's not the best way to go with this." I don't know. It seems like he was
maybe. I think Lamar gave him. I think Lamar gave him this mixed narrative. I think this was poor lawyering, because he clearly fed him the word imminent. He fed him I mean, that's not a word that lay people tend to use. No. And it's in the perfect moment that he needs to have an imminent threat to his bodily harm. That's where in his narrative is the first time, only time he ever uses the word imminent. So he clearly was being coached about how he's going to lay out this sequence of events. And I do think that this was coaching from his attorney, that he basically fed him this mixed narrative of, it was a complete accident that I happened to have perfect self-defense.
How do you feel about the word boisterous, Joe?
Yeah, boisterous. Yeah, a lot of boisterousness. But really, I mean, frankly, this is the only time I've been even slightly impressed by the defense, because they really prepped this guy. Yes. I mean, he did his job. It's not credible, but he had to remember a lot of stuff in this direct testimony of his, and somehow they walked him through it, and he didn't just completely flub it. I mean, he checked the boxes they told him to check.
Let's see how Cross goes.
Nick, do you feel like he was they seem to think he was coached? I mean, are you on the same page? I believe it as well.
Coached? I think a couple of his answers may have been coached, but general, I just think they prepped him. And as for coaching, you know, there's a fine line between prep and coach, right?
I understand that.
Like saying, hey, you know, one of the elements of self-defense, you have to be in reasonable fear of imminent death or bodily harm. Like, so, you know, you might want to focus your articulation around where you were afraid for your life, in fear for your life, right? So, I mean, they did seem to prep him. He had legal terms in there that were necessary. I think they maybe said, make sure you talk about systemic racism, name drop a couple people. You got Arbery. You've got the lady who died in custody. That was, I think, down in Texas, right? She was mysterious death in custody of that one. I still don't know what happened with her. She was like not a career criminal or anything like that.
What name? Who was that?
Sandra something?
I didn't hear that.
I was waiting for a George Floyd. I was really thinking we were going to get a George Floyd.
Was that the woman that committed suicide in custody? She killed herself?
Maybe that's what it was. Sandra.
Yeah, I think she was
custody.
involved in a bad traffic stop. I think she got really obnoxious with the cop. The cop decided to make an arrest.
Oh, was it
And she
before I
just
got
in
on?
the-
He mentioned.
Sandra Bland.
Yeah, she was just in a local jail. She wasn't in prison.
Yeah,
she was in local
she
jail,
was
and
found hanged.
She was found hanged. But there's no evidence that anybody did that but her.
So like an Epstein
yeah.
situation.
But the narrative was that she did it because the system was abusive and oppressive, and she didn't do anything wrong. And I mean, it seems like maybe she had gotten kind of a raw deal on the traffic stop of some sort, like not on the stop, but on how it went down. She ends up in custody, and then hangs herself. That's the case. But anyway, he's name dropping these specific cases, which maybe he knows off the top of his head. Maybe they're what's on his mind, or maybe his lawyers have fed it to him. I don't know. I don't think we need to go to impropriety to get to the facts.
I agree with that, Nick. You're right about that.
And to believe the Sandra Bland narrative, you'd have to believe that these cops working this jail every day for 20 years just decided to randomly pick Sandra Bland and fake her suicide. Over what? For what reason? She was a nobody to them.
Oh, I never was under the impression that she was killed by the system. I know some people probably are, but I was under the impression that the system kills through oppression, right? Like, and that she was just responding in kind as predictable for a system that so oppresses people, which, you know what, in some cases, I think there's some issues, of course, with how we do custody, but I don't care if they were in her case or not, particularly. That's overall reforms. But I'm curious how this cross is going to go, because this was supposed to be done. His direct and cross and John Black's direct and cross were supposed to be done now already.
I was ridiculously optimistic by the judge.
I think he's just impressing on them about how much he wants this case to move along. But we spent a lot of time on nothing with this guy. Like, really, tell us about your kids. Tell us about your activism, your wonderful nonprofit. I mean, that was the goal, of course.
Well, the judge was so primed to grant those objections. I mean, you could tell.
Yeah. Yeah. He's tired of this case, right? He's like, let's get this thing to the jury and get it out of the courtroom. What needs to be said in this case has already basically been said. Was there anything about his testimony that was revelatory for you guys? Did any of it surprise you or intrigue you in any way? I mean,
I would not have guessed that he had a nonprofit.
I didn't. Yeah, that's true. I didn't know him to say it was an accident. I thought he was just going to go pure self-defense, claiming that the gun doing the whole Alec Baldwin defense there was just very. I mean, although I think Alec Baldwin it probably did go off accident. I don't think he intentionally shot anyone, but claiming that he had an Alec Baldwin moment was just a weird. It's a weird approach, and I think that it's similar to the mistake of stating that every time this guy opened his mouth, he used the N-word. It's like they're throwing so much crap against the wall. Anything that you can possibly say that this is not just, he's trying to tell what happened, the truth. He's trying to explain, lay out fact by fact what happened. And if you believe him, if he's telling the truth, literally every moment here is not on him, aside from that 1 second of punching the guy. He's hit by the guy, not swerved. He's called the R word over and over and over again. Even when he comes up and says, "Hey, were you talking to me?" It's like he's called the R word again. Then he has this whole SWAT team of people who approach him all at the same time. He's using his spidey senses, hearing the guy open his door to come after him and close the door to come after him. He feels the heat of the car on his ass while he's on a bicycle and speeding away. And he knows that they're trying to kill him. He knows that the whole world is hunting him down. And then the guy's saying, "I'm going to kill you, N-word. I'm going to kill you, N-word," like some cheesy B horror movie, walking towards him, finally taking the boxing stance and then lunging in under a second. I don't know how anyone does that while holding something that no one's ever seen before. I don't even know what it was, and lunging at him. And even then, with all the hard R's and all that other stuff, I still didn't shoot him. The gun went off. It's like you're trying so hard to paint a narrative where everything you did was like the whole world is coming against you. Everything is coming down on you, and you did nothing wrong. That it's like, it's stupid. It's
like an agenda, Joe. It's an agenda, Joe.
It's not an agenda. It's not an agenda. It's not an agenda. No, this is not an agenda. This is just it's a crap story. That's what it is, because you're trying too hard.
Yeah,
it's not credible. I mean, there's no way. I mean, it loses credibility after a couple of those ridiculous things. You're entirely right, Joe. I mean, after, like, you can give somebody one or two ridiculous things, because look, in life, sometimes ridiculous things happen. There are situations where one or two ridiculous things do happen, and that's a good story.
Right.
That's a good story. But it becomes a ridiculous fish story. The fish becomes a
Yes,
dolphin,
it is.
becomes a shark,
Fish
becomes
story.
Jaws, you know.
Right.
And this is like Moby Dick at this point. I mean, this is
And
ridiculous.
we didn't get to what happens afterwards. All of a sudden, he's running away. He's scared that this little Filipino woman's going to hunt him down at his house. He's got to go on the lam because everyone's trying to kill him because they call him the Brady Street Killer. Now, all of a sudden, he's getting these death threats, and white people are saying, "We're going to hunt you down, N-word." And the black people are and the cops are showing up to him. And even after the fact, he's still looking for he's still looking for counsel, because he can't possibly find any counsel anywhere in the state of Wisconsin. And then he's got to go down to Georgia, and then he has this heartbreaking moment where his father won't see him, can't see him, whatever see him thing.
And even get into that.
I'm coming
So
right
I
on
wasn't
back
able to.
and I'm coming right on back to Wisconsin. I'm on my way back to Wisconsin. I'm stuck in Kentucky. I just got stuck there on the way back where I was going to turn myself in. And the only reason I lied, and then when I was caught, even then at that moment, I lied. And the reason I lied at that moment and said my name was Ooga Booga was because I didn't have my attorney sitting next to me. I didn't have counsel with me right then and there. So I had to pretend I was Ooga Booga. And when they asked me what's going on, what happened in Milwaukee, I was like, what? I don't even know. The whole thing, it's like the fish story just gets bigger and bigger and bigger that I don't even understand.
It's Jonah, baby.
There you go.
Yeah, I mean, oh, go ahead.
One thing, Nick, I was going to ask regarding the family and the reason why he says he didn't contact anybody. I mean, do you guys think, because my thought is he just doesn't want to make them accomplices to this, doesn't want to make them complicit. Do you think that's one of the reasons why he's saying, oh, wait, we didn't even get in contact, and when in reality they probably had some form of communication?
No, I
his
go
family
the opposite.
may not want to hear from him.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I don't even go there. I don't think he tried to contact his family at all.
No.
I think the dude was on his way out of the country. I mean, I don't buy the story for a second. You have 6 months, no phone calls. Oh, I don't want to talk on the phone. Well, that's really convenient. That in today, you couldn't stop at a diner somewhere and borrow their phone and call your dad while you're in Georgia. Just say, hey, Dad, by the way, I can't use my cell phone because the man's after me or whatever, but I really need to talk to you. Can we meet up at a coffee shop? I don't buy that. Nobody. He wasn't able to meet with anybody. Even the black sheep of the family could get a meeting with someone somewhere. I believe this guy ran to run. I'm not even convinced. We actually have no evidence he went to Georgia. He just says he went to Georgia and then ended up in Kentucky on his way back to Wisconsin. Apparently.
So that's a good fact for Cross. That's a damn good fact for Cross.
Yeah.
Is there any evidence you've been in Georgia? What do you have to validate?
Do you have a receipt? Do you have a credit card charge? Were you using credit cards that you were afraid to use a cell phone, but you weren't afraid to use a credit card because you could be tracked by that? And by the way, you can absolutely track where someone is by their ATM and credit card usage, which is logged every time you buy anything at all. So unless he's operating just on cash, and if he's operating just on cash, you got to go to a bank sometime.
I'd like to know, how is he supporting himself for 6 months on the lam? I mean, most normal people cannot do that. You just don't have the money to live for 6 months on the lam.
But this guy's been out of work and homeless for a while, right? Like,
I mean, was Wisconsin still sending him whatever checks he gets from the government? I mean, was he having his unemployment check sent to Kentucky?
They could have been just deposited into his account, right? Direct deposit the unemployment checks. All he's got to do is stop at a library and fill out the unemployment form every week. So did he lie on unemployment? The Fed's the state of Wisconsin gonna come in and be like, wait a minute, you said you were job hunting this week. I was. What happened was I was job hunting in Kentucky. That's what happened.
Systemic racism happened.
He was job hunted.
I want to know when the car rental occurred. I want to know how long that was, right? How long was he gone from the state of Wisconsin? When did he leave? They don't matter as much.
Wait, do we know he was caught in a rental car? Is this because you've mentioned that fact? Do we know that?
That was Ruby's. Ruby took the rental out of Milwaukee Airport.
Okay.
Do we know the date that happened? Has that ever
No, I've
come up?
presumed it was immediately after the shooting when,
Yeah, that's what I would feel would be the outcome.
He was the Blake Street killer. No, they didn't pay it. I'm sure they rented it for 2 days and then he just kept it.
Oh, that's true.
Pay your rental car deposit with a Visa gift card. Yeah, this is mine. That works. But of course, there are also weird rental companies. Like I always just think of the major ones because that's where I always rent. Oh wait, it was from the airport though, so it would have been a major rental car company.
I mean, they do have some minor ones, but you're not getting like El Sketchy rental company.
Right, that place. Remember on the Jackass movie where they rented a car and bought the $6 insurance, and then just destroyed the car and brought it back on a truck. You're not getting that place at the airport. But no, I'm really curious how Cross is going to go. I want to see them go after this guy in full swing. I think it'll be great. Let me read some of these chats. Andrew Norwood, thanks for the donation. Velternet says, initially I was on Edgecombe's side. It makes no sense to me for the victims to chase Edgecombe. I still believe this, but the defense being so incompetent makes me not support their theory at all. Well, let's get rid of any illusions here. It makes a lot of sense to follow someone who just punched you in the face. It's not a smart move, but it happens all the time. Like someone punches you and runs off. Do you chase him? A lot of people say yes. And now, why do you chase him? Maybe you want to identify him. Get rid of that. He probably wanted to fight this guy. He just got punched in the face. Hey, I'll kick your ass.
In front of his wife.
Doesn't mean that he's throwing the punch. Doesn't mean that he's a deadly threat. If the guy truly squares up into a boxer stance, he's like, hey, motherfucker, you want to throw hands at me now while we're standing face to face? This is a big dude, right? He's a big dude who's had a couple drinks. Very possible he went there to fight this guy. And that is not outside of any realm of reasonability or reality. People do this every day. Now, again, smart move? No. But plausible? Yeah. Either
way, that would have been his best self-defense thing. Is basically instead of going through the whole thing where I felt the heat of the car on my ass, say, look, I got riled up after I could call the N-word by people who almost ran me over. And I did something I shouldn't have done. I ran after him. I chased after them just to make, and to find out what happened. And then, when he was rude to me, I basically punched him in the face. And I was done with it. And I shouldn't have done that, but I did. And that's you show mea culpa, show the capability. Like I feel bad about that. I shouldn't have done that. But then he decided that he wanted to show his manhood or whatever, and they start chasing after me. And this guy's a much bigger guy than me. Physically, he's a much bigger guy. And he's basically lunging, and when he's lunging at me, and I'm sitting here holding the gun, I'm like, hey, I don't want to fight. And then he lunges at me, and I had to fire. Otherwise, this guy could have killed me, taken my gun. He could have jumped me, taken my gun, and I thought he was I thought he was about to kill me. I mean, he was clearly a racist who hated me, he was angry at me, and that's why and then you have a credible story. Maybe. And there's no reason, and you can understand a jury coming to a conclusion saying, you know what, based on that whole circumstance, he's fighting a drunk guy who's much bigger than him and seems to him to be very racist and is threatening to kill him. That and now he's lunging at him. That's all parcels. That's all basically pieces of a story that all work together to give a jury something to latch on to say, you know what, maybe this was reasonable self-defense, and let him walk. But exaggerating all these different terrible things that were happening to you that night when you were trying to go out with your princess and your daddy-daughter night, and the whole heartstrings, it's too much.
This whole notion of the N-word stuff feels so gratuitous to me.
Yeah.
That narrative you just described, Joe, would be a lot more credible to me. There was no N-word involved. He thought that car tried to hit him. Maybe it did hit him. He was pissed. He went and punched the guy. Then things escalated to a deadly force level he hadn't planned on.
Right.
And he had to defend himself from that deadly force attack. No one, I find it beyond any scope of credibility that this immigration lawyer was screaming the N-word at him a dozen times over the course of 3 minutes. And this guy has no history of this, whatever. In his entire life, practicing immigration law, he's not known for this. It's ridiculous.
I want to point out also that anyone who's suggesting that them following this guy who just punched him through the window is strange or out of the ordinary, please remember that just before this in the story, this guy follows them to deliver the punch to the window because they went around him. I mean, if you're concerned that someone, hit you on your bike, you just follow them, get the license plate number. That's the reasonable action. Get the license plate number, report it as a crime. The cops can go investigate that area if they want to do that, get all the cameras. Same thing they did here. And except this time, they're looking for a license plate instead of looking for a killer. That's a whole different story. But if you believe that it's crazy for someone to follow someone else after just getting punched, please remember that this story's predicate is someone following someone after just being not hit or maybe grazed by a car. So of course it's plausible for someone to do it. And yeah, that
might even call it provocation.
The following thing is just baffling to me in general, like that is something that people are having a hard time believing. Well, why would they follow him? Why wouldn't they follow him? I mean, I don't get it. Shay Stein says, I think aside from B. Ivory looking angry all the time and having an off-putting demeanor, he is not here for his client. He is here for his own selfish reasons and pushing the notion that it is 1940 currently in America. I don't know if I say he's not there for his client. I think maybe he thinks that's the way to serve his client.
Yeah, we can't mind read, but listen, we have lots of these cases where it's obvious to me, at least, that it's a win-win for one side or the other, regardless of the verdict. Often it's the prosecution, it's a win-win. Either they get the conviction, it's a win, or they lose, it's an acquittal, but they fought the good fight and they gain political capital from bringing the case to trial.
I
In this case, if B. Ivory wants to be the next Benjamin Crump or be perceived as the next Benjamin Crump, there's political advantage to taking this case, even though it's a dog. It doesn't really look much like self-defense, and he's unlikely to get an acquittal. There's still to his benefit. I'm not trying to say he's throwing the case for that purpose, but it may be worth taking the case despite the unlikelihood of getting an acquittal because of the political gains that would follow.
That's absolutely right. And that's absolutely what I was going to say, because we know that what the headline on MSNBC, on CNN is going to be tomorrow. It's going to be, guy who was called the N-word 24 times during an encounter, or whatever. They're going to count it. They're going to count all of them up and say he was called it this many times, gets on the stand and gives his, testimony as to systemic racism. That's going to be the headline. It's not going to be, the cross devastates him or whatever, regardless of what happens on cross. They're not going to cover that.
That's right.
And damn it, what was I gonna say?
No,
Court TV might.
I got an idea. Shit, it's gone. I don't like to go to the idea that an attorney is doing something improper until I see them doing something improper. So that's I'm not willing to put that on B. Ivory Lamar personally. Like I said, I think it's a win-win situation. Oh, someone in the chat brought up a possibility. Andrew, I was hoping to get your thoughts on this. Do you think the judge might exclude self-defense instruction if they're arguing it was an accident?
No, I'd be surprised. I mean, this is just, the defendant doesn't really know the implications of some of his words. And there's enough here enough of a prima facie case of self-defense that I think the instruction is justified.
I'm going to be back like in a half hour, so I got to take care of some stuff. Catch you soon.
Sounds good, buddy. See you then. But if you considered this judge, who is a racist, would then refuse to...
These Slavic racists, they're all out for people.
Yeah, so the amount of evidence you need in support of self-defense to get the instruction is basically a more than zero test. The moment you have more than 0.1% evidence that could potentially support self-defense, well, then it's a matter of fact for the jury to decide. And if that's the case, they get the instruction, or should get the instruction.
Very good. LG says, setting a good example is taking responsibility for your actions. He failed at the most basic level of being an example to young people. I had a judge yell at me that my client wasn't accepting responsibility because they hadn't served their jail time yet, that they were just convicted of and not even sentenced. So they hadn't accepted. Did you serve your sentence yet? Judge, we don't even have a sentence yet. So the I accept a responsibility thing, I guess. I don't know how you accept responsibility by fleeing the state. That doesn't make sense to me. I think that doesn't add up. Margot Rana says, apologies to Kurt, who already heard this yesterday. Nick, good news, just got accepted to my top choice law school with an unconditional full scholarship. Thanks to you and the panel for the inspiration to pursue law. Hey, Margot Rana, that's fantastic. Very happy to hear that. Go slay it.
Welcome to the madness.
Justin P says, hey, Nick, I don't care if you read this out loud, so don't feel obligated. 20 and 21 were tough years, to the point that I contemplated suicide. This channel and the community has been a huge benefit to my state of mind. Thanks. Hey, Justin, thanks, buddy. You said you don't care, so I decided to read it out loud. So I really appreciate it, man. I hope the next years are better. I hope they continue to improve. 20 and 21 were hard for a ton of people. You're not alone in that. They isolated everybody. They berated and beat down people. They unemployed people. They unself-employed people. They unschooled people. They undid all of the structures that we've become accustomed to. And whether or not those structures are good, it's like someone emailed me or something the other day, and they're like, I'm surprised you're not happier that they've been dismantling the public school system through COVID stuff. It's like, I mean, that's great, except for the fact that they're doing it in the context of pulling the rug out from these kids who have been built on that system. And I don't think those types of dramatic shifts are actually beneficial to society most of the time. They're certainly not beneficial to individuals.
And they didn't replace it with something better.
Right.
You know, when parents decide to homeschool, for example, they're replacing public school with homeschooling. It's a planned process with a better outcome for their kids. When they simply shut down the public schools, it's a vacuum.
Yeah, and this is exactly what I got my strike for talking about. But I mean, this is
Hey,
this
wait
is
a minute.
exact.
Hold on.
Yeah,
let me get this button ready. Here we go. Yeah, go ahead. Talk all about it. Legal Mindset. It's fine.
But I mean, this is exactly the type of secondary consequence we've seen, right, as a result of all this insanity. And it's really unfortunate. But what I tell people, and I've had a lot of people reach out to me, is just focus on, hey, tomorrow you can make tomorrow a little bit better. And if you just focus on making tomorrow a little bit better of a day, doing a little bit something that's more positive, that goes a long way.
For you.
For you, yes,
Right.
for you, for yourself personally, individually.
Yes. Improve you. Read books, go for runs, get to the gym, take up a hobby, paint something. It's like work on some skill, rebuild a car,
Get hard.
learn how to self-defenestrate, disassemble a firearm and reassemble it like Kurt, naked in his basement, upside down, hanging blindfolded, disassembling and reassembling Glock trigger mechanisms
Covered
all
in
day.
WD-40. I mean, yeah, sure.
Trying to keep your legs on the bar is really tough when you got the WD-40 behind the knees. That's all I'm saying. No, but honestly, like that was one of the questions I got a lot, was how do you keep focused and positive during these things? It's like, well, you just do something for you, like frequently, because you don't normally get the opportunity to do it. So if you can't work, men identify themselves by their careers very, very often. And if you can't advance your career and identify yourself that way, then do it through your hobbies, because that's the other way that men do it. So as for women, I don't understand y'all at all. So I got nothing for you. Elizabeth Stoddard says, hard to speed up and hit someone with your brake lights on. Yeah, that'll be one thing the jury's looking at. He's saying that this car is chasing him up onto the curb and they're going to run him over or whatever, but their brake lights are on. They're slowing down. I don't know. I think it's reasonable for that guy to think that they were coming after him. But when he starts saying stuff like, I felt the heat of the engine on my back, I stopped believing him. And when he says he heard the car door open, which is fake. He might have heard a car door close, and he turned around in response and saw the guy open the door. That's BS. He just said he's focused on getting away. He's on a bike, on a street. He's going forward. He's not looking back at a car door. So,
and that car testimony, Nick, I mean, to focus on it, we saw the video with our eyes, and you saw him turn the corner, and he's on his bike and he's away from the car. There's no way it's within his line of sight, even if he's looking back over his shoulder and he's saying, I heard the roaring of the engine and I heard the fire on my back. It's like, it's nowhere even near you. We saw that. So you're asking us to deny what our eyes see. It's incongruent. And that's really where human beings struggle, is we see an incongruency. There's got to be a very justified reason, but here we're not seeing that.
Yeah, and that's probably how, one way the prosecution will impeach this testimony. It's like, all right, well, show me on the video where you felt the heat of the engine. Just stop me when that moment occurred. Because there's no point where the car's close enough for that to be in the slightest way credible.
C. Goody says, you get a hard R and you get a hard R. Everybody gets a hard R. Oprah and Edgecombe, probably. Brian Miller says this story is scripted. Well, he said 6 months to rehearse it.
Well, not quite that long. How long has he been with the defense team?
I don't know. Actually,
he's had, however long that is, he's had that long to rehearse.
Because this was September of 2020, right?
Right.
So
So
we're
6 months on the lam, right? So that gets him to March of 2021. Presumably,
we're almost
he gets,
18 months out.
Yeah. So
you'd
expect him to have it grooved in, just like he did.
Aaron Keeney Kane, thank you, but the message was retracted. Oh, here it is. Hang on. Did he say that the red SUV pulled up before he shot, and that's part of why he shot? So the other defense witness agrees with Edgecombe? No. I think he's referring to the first guy who was right behind the Kia. The guy, I can't remember his name.
And then he,
the jumpsuit guy.
Cameron,
yeah.
Cameron.
Yeah, he testified that he was right behind. I think he saw the shot even, or something, or was immediately there afterwards. And then he drives off, and then the red SUV comes up and does the double U-turn to turn around. So I think it is possible that he saw Rodtrell Cameron coming up, at the time that he's doing the shooting. I don't know if that's, but that's within the realm of possibility. I just don't remember the timeline on the video. Mad8 says in Richard's voice, our plan is a Rittenhouse Potter Baldwin defense. Let's get going, Earl. We don't have the funds for that. So there you go. Cynthia says, do you as always, Nick and Co., but I'm buying about 75% of this testimony. It makes me super uncomfortable that 5 white dudes are eye-rolling without any consideration of his story.
Well, I'm considering his story.
Well, yeah, that was in consideration of exactly what he's saying. It's because we're listening to what he's saying.
Yeah,
if we weren't listening, then we would make no reaction to it.
Yeah, I don't buy his story, much of it for a minute. He hit all the points that Andrew mentioned, which is good, for his defense, but he also hit a bunch of scripted points that are irrelevant to the story, are intended to specifically sway the jury towards his side. The whole, like, I was thinking of George Floyd and Sandra Bland while on my bike getting sushi for my daddy-daughter date when I was attacked by mean white attorney. Like, it's too much, man. It's like the other day I found a piece of bread that my kid wanted. They wanted to put butter on bread and eat it, and I found it. And the butter was about a half-inch thick because it was a kid doing it. That's what it felt like to me. It's too rich. You wouldn't want to bite into that thing. Don't buy the story. That's me. You can buy into it all day. I don't. But the fact that I'm white has nothing to do with it. I really don't give a shit about race and any of this stuff ever. But you're probably new to the channel. Pseudosnark says TE's NPO was founded in 2013, inactive since 2016. So, Edgecombe's nonprofit has been inactive since 2016. So there you go. So for 3 years he ran it. Karaza says this defense is not about facts. I don't think the defense cares about that. This is literally a time to kill. It's not literally a time to kill. There's no raped little girl that's being avenged here.
Yeah.
But I think maybe what he means is that B. Ivory Lamar's role is similar to the death panel's role in A Time to Kill. Maybe that's what it is.
And A Time to Kill, the father also didn't try to escape legal liability, right? He went to trial.
Yeah.
Well, I think they're referencing a moment in A Time to Kill that I've mentioned several times on the show, and that's when the NAACP lawyers show up with the donations and try and get Samuel L. Jackson to switch. And the idea was that he would get to the death penalty and they'd have a talking point. In Fantasy I Die says, panel as Mortal Kombat. Nick, Scorpion, Ty, Raiden, Kurt, Kano, Alita, Sonya Blade, Bronca, Kenshi, Joe, Joe Logic, Reptile Mindset, Reptile, Mindset, Johnny Cage, and Nate, Jax. I can taste fried food, says Kia Soul has 150 flywheel horsepower at best with even less torque. It would be nearly impossible to squeal the tires taking the corner at that speed due to how a CVT transmission operates. That's a continuously variable transmission, by the way. It doesn't shift gears. There's like a flywheel or whatever that shifts the gear constantly as the belt goes around as you increase speed. Don't get me started.
My motorcycle has more horsepower than that.
Probably. I mean, Joe Everyman says anyone in a chat or otherwise who buys this story would have bought this story regardless of what he said. Very possible. Our biases do play into things. Joshua Mihei says charge him for throwing a gun out the window. He gets a littering ticket in Indiana. That'd be funny. Mandy Karavichus says, if Bronca waves that hard thing in my face again, I'm going to bite it. Okay. Doug Murray
Happily
says,
married, folks. Happily married.
You're all missing the real fact. The victim was not driving the vehicle that supposedly hit him. It was a murder. Well, I mean, I don't think that does it either way, in all honesty.
If you believe the people in the car are working cooperatively, then they're working cooperatively. Yeah.
Mandy Kravitz says this defendant has been coached better than the Dallas Cowboys. Well, hasn't everybody? And Daniel Arendt says the only proper response to 5 white guys not considering his testimony is, are you racist? Why is my race relevant to my commentary? I mean, I guess, but whatever. I legitimately don't care. Again, my progression on Edgecombe was who, and then, okay, guys accused of killing an attorney. Then it was, okay, there's a knife. Then I listened to the opening statement, and the defense lost me very, very quickly on the opening statements. And a little bit at pretrial. They lost me as well. So I've been waiting for them to pick it back up, and what has ended up coming out today during the testimony we've all been waiting for was not the most impressive thing, unfortunately for them.
See, but I guess the thing is, for a long time, it's been the case where, one side can bring it up and nobody can comment on it as a strategy. You're not able to, for such a long time, I feel like people weren't comfortable calling that out as a strategy, when it was initially deployed, perhaps even decades ago.
You're talking about the racism thing?
The race angle, right? The racism angle. I think there were a lot of people, especially commentators, who just are really afraid to go there and say, hey, they're playing this angle. This is the strategy. But I think nowadays you have to call that out, especially if the other side is bringing it offensively. If they're introducing it, just like character evidence, if you bring it, if you open the door, well, then don't be surprised when people come in to rebut that. And don't be surprised when people challenge that. You opened that door. You went there. So now people are going to push back against that narrative.
Well, and if you don't understand in this case that this is a narrative that they've been pushing the entire time, specifically and intentionally. I mean, you haven't been watching the trial, but from the very get-go, remember, part of their self-defense claim, which makes no sense at all, but this is a claim, is that the police were motivated specifically to not investigate what happened, presumably because this guy is black. Like that's been the whole thing. The police, not just incompetent, but that they intentionally didn't seek out videos and witnesses and stuff like that. They avoided them and were trying to cover it up. And they haven't given any reason why the police would do that. The assumption is because hashtag BLM.
Systemic racism.
Yeah. Right. So, let's see. Catherine Smith says that Recato Law said he'd pick this case because he thought it'd be a good self-defense case. Part of the reason. It's not racist that we've discovered the facts. Sucks. No, I thought it'd be a self-defense case. I also, once the characters started emerging, I thought it'd be explosive and hilarious, and largely been correct. As far as court proceedings go, this one has delivered daily entertainment, whereas like the Chandler Halderson trial which is much more salacious and sensational set of facts, routinely failed to deliver anything entertaining. The questioning was long, thorough, and well executed, which isn't very fun.
It had no potential for a good back and forth. I mean, no one wants to watch a game where it's one side getting blown out 60-0. You want to see one that you want to watch a close game. You want to watch a good game. And this one had on its face facts that could have led to a very close match. And we've seen it play out where it's gone one way and it's gone another at trial, but it had potential. This case,
it's been kind of a
mild
blowout.
rebuttal. Mild rebuttal.
All right,
Some people want to watch that game when it's Piper Perry on defense. Look, that's just some people do that. I'm not judging. I'm just saying it's very popular to have that.
We're not talking about other types of blowouts, guys. Calm down.
Let's see. C. McBlob says, I love that their defense is white people felt free to openly to be openly racist in 2020. Wasn't BLM doing their best to burn down the entire country and literally having white politicians and cops bow down to them? I mean, yeah, I guess. I don't really see the open racism of 2020 angle in Milwaukee. Like, I mean, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there's a roving band of immigration attorneys driving around Milwaukee yelling the N-word at everybody they see. I don't know.
I've lived all across the nation. I've never heard the N-bomb that many times spoken in English ever. I mean, I've heard some, salacious words in Spanish when I'm in Miami that are kind of questionable, but like I've never heard it anywhere. I'm talking Western North Carolina, Georgia. I mean, I've never heard use of language like that anywhere ever. And the fact to think a prominent immigration attorney is going to be the one who's speaking like literally he's David Duke, like he's the Grand Wizard over here. That's ridiculous. Yeah. It's preposterous.
Yes, I am agreeing with the super chat. That's correct. Yeah. Did I word it otherwise? I might have. I've had 2 drinks. Where's that
just because someone's an immigration attorney doesn't mean they can't be racist. Well, okay, anything's possible, I guess, but it's not credible absent evidence.
Remember, like, you don't go to school to be a particular type of attorney for the most part. So, like, the idea that this guy has chosen for 25 years or whatever to practice immigration law as a racist, it's sure possible, but it doesn't make a lot of sense. Like, if you actually hate members of non-white races or whatever, the idea that you're going to subject yourself to those people constantly seems weird. Hey, what's up, Nate?
What's going on, people? How's everything doing?
Pretty good, man. We just watched the testimony of Theodore Edgecombe. Now we're on break. It was. Are you familiar at all with this case?
Yeah, a little bit. I've been watching. From when I was looking at it, doesn't seem like that he did himself any favors with his testimony.
Yeah, I wouldn't think so. I mean, Andrew Branca pointed out that he did nail a couple of the bullet points for self-defense. I mean, he did put that out there. He did say I was in fear for my life, but he has some ultimate problems, and their narrative is greater than just this simple bullet point approach to self-defense, which that's where the problems come in my opinion.
Yeah, I've been seeing you guys critique the defense attorneys too. They seem to be. It doesn't seem to be as clean as it needs to be, right? It just seems to be a little.
It's got about an inch of butter smeared all over it. And not in a good way.
Yeah, we give weird analogies here, but no, I stand by it. Yeah, the defense in this case has been, they've been the biggest hurdle to the defense, in my opinion. The state has been doing a very competent job, and I actually really appreciate how this attorney has been running the case. He's not done a bunch of stuff that we've seen in other recent trials. He didn't show a bunch of bloody pictures of the deceased. They talked about this at pretrial and even said, I have to show the bullet hole, right? And there's some stippling, but I plan on cutting off the picture so you don't see like his one eye was like popping out. They kind of inferred. He cut off the picture so you couldn't see the eye popping out. The only time that we've seen evidence with any gore in it was one or a couple frames from a video when the first officer on scene arrives and there's a little puddle of blood around the guy's head, which is face down, so you can't see it. They didn't do that. They didn't, like they said, he didn't parade out a bunch of pictures of the deceased family. They didn't bring in all of his little nephews and nieces and kids to testify about their lost dad, like we saw in Potter. They didn't do anything like that in this case. The prosecutor seems to be running a very tight ship on the case, and the defense is not.
But when that, because that always depends on the strength of your case, right? Because we saw that in Arbery too. We saw that.
It's worse than that here. I mean, that's true, but yeah, I think. I mean, the one attorney, Anik Ahmad. I struggle with the name a little bit.
The second one, I think
he's okay, I guess. But man, B. Ivory Lamar has completely unimpressed me with his performance, and that's independent of the facts of the case.
Yeah, well, I'm talking about in terms of the prosecutions. What Nick was saying about in terms of the prosecution presenting the gore and the details and the emotional aspect to it.
I think they've not only been great about that, they've also been great about time. They've respected the judge is clearly a very curt judge. They've respected the judge, they've respected the jury, they've not wasted anybody's time. Their questions have been relevant, they've made a point, they've stuck, they've stayed on narrative, they've all, clicked. Everything has rolled into their narrative, and it's proven everything they said they were going to prove.
The judge is trying to get Green Bay to the Super Bowl next year, isn't he?
Yes. Oh man, yesterday was so funny. There was a chat all before the show. This Packers lost. Judge is going to be pissed. And then right at the beginning. Now, on Wednesday, I got something to do. I'm going to turn in my resume to be the new special teams coach of the Packers.
Oh.
It's like, oh my God.
That was funny.
But yeah, it's been an interesting case. Especially, B. Ivory Lamar, not impressive, but certainly entertaining as an attorney to see him do stuff. I love that they keep objecting to stuff that they just introduced. It's like, how is this relevant? Well, that's an interesting angle you're taking on that one. We've all been asking the same question. But
hey, Nick, you have to make an announcement or something, because I'm getting spammed to death. Why isn't Nick Rekieta? I don't think it's televised. So can you tell people why they're not covering? All right, yeah, because I'm like, if it was live, I know for a fact he would be covering it. So,
oh man, yeah, I would love to. I would love to cover
That'd
it.
be great.
I just had Earl Grey on the show after Potter. He mentioned that he'd be, he's running the defense for one of the three defendants, Thomas Lane. Would love to watch his performance there and see how that pans out. I think Lane has one of the best cases of the three cops. I'll say he's an inferior officer. Is that the word? What is it? Subordinate officer? Not an inferior. He's a subordinate officer on the scene.
Was that the guy that was the guy who's only there for like 2 weeks or something like that?
Yeah, he's one. Two of the guys were there really short, Lane and King.
Yeah.
Yeah. And he's the guy who checked the pulse. He's the guy who said we need to move him into the recovery position. And he's the guy who administers CPR when the EMTs eventually get there. Like he's the guy who does the absolute most to try and save the life of George Floyd. Chauvin rejected the idea that they would move him into recovery, seemingly ignored the pulse comments, and didn't perform any CPR or resuscitative action. And
this is what I hate about the way prosecutions work, because it really depends on where you're at. In New York, for instance, with the Gardner situation, they could have charged all those cops too as accessories when Gardner was killed, but they didn't, right? They were like, we're not going to charge those cops because obviously, the situation was fluid and some of those cops didn't know what was going on. They were assisting their other cop, even though it was a tragic accident.
This is
the cop wasn't killed. This
is Eric Garner, right? Loose cigarettes.
Yes, loose cigarettes.
Yep.
But the DA there was like, well, we're not going to charge all the cops that were there because obviously it's a fluid situation. They're trying to make an arrest. They're not intending to hurt this guy. They're intending to put this guy into custody. And the person the principal was the one doing all the action. So we'll deal with him. I mean, they actually gave all the other cops immunity, which a lot of people don't know. But in this case, the two cops that are there for 2 weeks, they're being trained by these officers, and these officers are giving them commands. Well, you can't do that. Like, what would you expect anyone to do? Just think about, and I like this. I like to say, think about you going to any job, Burger King, for instance, and you're there for a week. And their supervisor's telling you, the training supervisor's like, we do it this way. Don't worry about it. We do this all the time. Handle it. What would a reasonable person do? So I think that, But that's the problem with these political prosecutions. When it becomes political, it's just like, let's just damn them all and see where it comes out. That's why Potter's going to jail. That's why the cop in Atlanta, the one that had the taser pointed at him and he shot the guy, that's why he's going to trial. It's because everything now was just so damn political. And it's like, when did it become so? When did the prosecutor's office become this vehicle for a political narrative?
George Soros, the two words.
Maybe just the Soros.
Yeah.
Can you imagine in like 2005 the cop who shot Rashard Brooks going to trial? Like, I mean, I can't see that at all. Like,
no, it wouldn't have happened.
Guy pointed a taser at a cop shot him. That's not a very hard narrative to understand. I mean, people can disagree that should be the standard or whatever, but I mean, that is not surprising. That's only coming to trial in the wake of what's been happening over the past couple of years. I mean, that's, to me, that's,
so it was a DA who was a little, corrupt, unfortunately. He's had a tough re-election campaign, a very tough re-election campaign, wanted to be hard. And it must have been, the one thing about the Rashard Brooks case that I think that pisses me off is the week before, when the cops pointed the guns at the protesters, they charged each one of those cops with assault with a deadly weapon, right? Then the cop has a taser pointed at him, which was a deadly weapon, and all of a sudden the taser is not a deadly weapon. He should have not. It's like, no, you can't have these two different standards. If it's a deadly weapon against protesters, then it's a deadly weapon against the cop.
Well, it depends on the manner of use.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
So, yeah,
but
used as intended, it's not considered a deadly force weapon. But if you use it to torture somebody, sure.
I'm gonna go back to that traffic stop down in Arizona. They tased that guy right in his testicles. That was, man, he should be able to shoot the cop after the fact for that one. Because like the cop, the guy was stuck in his seatbelt or whatever, and so they're trying to yank him out of the car, and in the process he steps on his gym shorts and his pants come down and the taser prong goes right into his sack, and you're like, no, oh god.
That's horrible.
Have fun pulling that one out.
Yeah, that's horrible.
Oh, damn. So what else have you been up to, Nate? What are you covering right now?
Well, I've just been, a couple of my trans friends have just disowned me because of my last video covering the whole. Yeah, so I've been disowned by a couple of my trans friends.
What was the particular thing they're taking umbrage with? Not to get you to repeat it, but I mean, also.
Well, in my video, I was explaining why. Because obviously when they were asking the Dr. Phil show, they were asking the trans advocates to just define what a woman is. And their ideology is saying that, you can't define it. It's up to each individual person to define what a woman is. So they're like, this is ridiculous. You saying trans women are real women. So what do you mean by that? So they're like, no, you can't define it. You're just being a bigot, that type of thing. And I'm like, if you're telling me you're comparing something, which is a woman, to something else, and I ask you, well, what do you mean by it? What is that describing? You can't describe it. Then obviously there's a problem, right? I can't have a conversation with you if we can't determine, if I don't know what you're talking about, if I can't determine the words that you're saying. So they've had a huge issue with that and say that, if you challenge this ideology or this way of thinking, then you're a bigot. And I'm like, that's just, why is that? Why can't, if you're bringing something to me and saying, this is the way we want you to think about it, and I say, well, this doesn't logically make sense.
Well, it's not about logic, right? I mean, if that's their stance, it's not about reason. It's about the exercising political power. That's all it is.
And control over your speech. And I mean, that's the new left, is that you have to adopt their language, and they're not going to use your language. They're not going to use your words. They're going to obfuscate your words and use their new speak, because that's the only language they're willing to speak.
Yeah. And I don't know if you guys saw about the big defamation case against the YouTuber yesterday from Cardi B.
Which one?
She got 1.2.
Oh, Cardi, yeah.
Yeah, 1.2 million defamation.
What did she
say? But she was so
bad. How did she defame Cardi B? How do you defame Cardi B, for one? And what did she say?
All right. Well, she said Cardi was a prostitute. She used cocaine and she
STDs.
Wasn't Cardi B a prostitute?
Well, she said it on that IG that she took men to rob them and all that stuff, right? She said, you want to, so, but that wasn't the issue, because it is the issue, but when the YouTuber got in the stand, they had text messages and everything where the YouTuber admitted that she knew the things that they were saying was false, and she said them anyway.
Well, that's a little awkward.
She said that. She admitted it.
Yeah,
that
she admitted that
she knew that they were false, and she said it anyway.
Was she proceeding pro se?
No, she had two attorneys from Atlanta. She went up on the stand and said, yes, these were lies, and I said them. And then the attorney asked, why did you say them? I said them so I can get paid.
Oh my God. Well, yeah,
checkmate, right?
Go with God. You get what you fucking deserve, you idiot. What are you thinking?
So people are saying that now her fans are saying she's got over 1 million subscribers. Her fans are saying now that, oh, it's so great that she's so honest. She went up there to the stand and was so honest about it. It's like, no, she's an idiot. She should have settled this one out of court. You don't go on the stand and then turn it into confessional. Listen, Lord, I said it. I know there were lies, and I said it to get paid. Like, all right.
And Cardi B had to take an STD test for this. She actually submitted to the court an STD test. She's like, I'm clean, because truth is a defense.
Wow.
So it's like, holy shit. Like the facts that came out of this case, it's like, this is very intriguing.
Yeah, the only way you do go up on stand and just admit it is if you think that you can leverage your 1 million plus subscribers. If you think that truth or whatever will leverage and outweigh the amount of damages you're going to pay out, right? Like that would be the answers. Like, well, I know I'm going to face a lot, but it's worth it for the YouTube dollary dues to go ahead and put this out there. And hey, 1 million subscribers on YouTube, 1.6 million isn't necessarily an out of reach figure. Depends on the channel, of course. But yeah, I mean, that's
so the painting is back.
Yes, I've got it here waiting. Wait, oh nope, it went away again. But it's not a crazy number, but I wouldn't want to pay $1.6 million to anybody for anything. Holy shit.
Well, we're at $1.25 million, right? So the jury came back, pay her $1.25 million, right? But we still got punitive to go and legal fees. So so we're talking about a 3-time minimum multiplier of 3 if the punitive damage.
Oh.
So we're talking about some serious cash she's looking at, forking over. So,
all right. Well, at one point, 1 million subscribers may be able to translate into 1.2 million or whatever. I don't know that it translates into 3.6 million.
That math don't work out.
That's a lot of money. That's a lot of money. Holy shit.
Yeah, and again, number one, if you're going to go and say lies about people when you go to the stand, I'm not telling people to lie on the stand, but if the only thing you can go up there and say is, yeah, I said it, and I said it for money, and I know they were lies, it's probably best not to go to court and probably just cut the person a check. All right, listen, and she didn't,
or just don't do that.
Yeah, well, that's the simplest thing. The videos, the defamatory videos, are still up on her channel too. Those videos are still up there too. So this woman is just insane.
Yeah. Well, can the judge order him taken down? I don't think. Well, I guess they could.
Yes, they can. Yeah, for sure. It's injunctive relief.
Well, I'm assuming they do though. They've got monetary relief to repair their she's got her reputation repaired with the monetary relief. Why should she get the injunctive relief? Keep them up.
She's gonna need him to pay off those fees.
And you can go here. And by the way, the super thanks feature has been really improved on YouTube, and now even on non-live videos, you can leave a super thanks. You can leave it. I believe they've upgraded it with a customized message for each one as well. Please go watch my Cardi B videos. Oh, what a disaster. Holy shit. What a disaster.
I like how some of the people are trying to spin it though. Like, oh, all you YouTubers got to be careful about what you say about people. Like, no, we got to be careful not to just straight up lie about people and make up facts. Like that's what happened there. So,
or be careful. I mean, I consider it an obligation to be careful. I just don't throw garbage around on the internet. Yeah. For one thing, I don't want to get my ass sued. But, I mean, let's face it, it's the internet, right? So people make money off of drama. If they don't have enough drama to make enough money, they'll fabricate the drama. And then, sometimes karma comes back around and bites you in the ass. But they earned it.
That's true.
When you get on the stand, though, not legal advice, but don't admit to the elements of defamation. I'm just saying.
Just ask them to repeat the question.
Just that one.
Listen, it was so bad, right? It was so bad. The judge said to the defendant, maybe you want to settle this one. maybe it's a good idea to settle this one. Just throwing the idea out there, right? You kind of said,
and she refused, to do it.
I want my day in court.
Oh boy, that's amazing. That's amazing. Yeah, because see, I always thought, and so correct me if I'm wrong. She wasn't arguing that Cardi B used to be a prostitute. She's arguing that she was still a prostitute. Is that what was going on? Because again, am I wrong on the fact that Cardi B, because she did admit that she used to sleep with guys, presumably for money, but then she would steal their wallets or whatever.
And it was a different accusation. And by the way, she changed her position on that because she knew it was so bad and said, oh, well, actually, those guys were just big simps and they kind of willingly took my money. And this was sort of sort of like a pay pig situation, where they got off on it. You know what I'm talking about, Ricada.
But that's what I do.
But the problem with
I paid for law school.
$20 is $20.
You ABA simp.
One 1/1500th of a credit at a time.
See, I think the problem with this was that Cardi, I think the Cardi issue happened for the motion to dismiss. When it survived the motion to dismiss, I thought something was up. But it survived because they had text messages in writing where this woman was saying she knew. So even if Cardi B said that, then you could go on the motion to dismiss, right? Because you're like, oh, a reasonable person can come to that conclusion. But by saying that it's false and still are saying it anyway, that gets you past the motion to dismiss. That gets you in front of a jury, right? And then you go up there and say, yeah, I knew it was false. And yeah, I did it for money.
Well, that's malice.
You're ringing the cash register. You're ringing a cash register at that point.
It's the gold mine of impossible things to get as a plaintiff's attorney in a defamation case. You will never get that case. You will never come across a case where someone's like, yeah, I knew I was lying. I said it anyway, and I'll say that shit on the stand to the judge.
I'm not afraid to say it. I'm not afraid to say it. All right, go ahead, say it.
Like, as a plaintiff's attorney, you'll never find that. That's the rarest of dodos. It's impossible.
It's like I had this case back in the day. It was a YouTuber.
Oh God. Let me see if I can find. Let me see if she still has this thing. If she still has this video up with these stupid statements.
Oh, that'd be great.
The comments are so funny. Anyone defending Cardi B is what idiot, whatever. Folks, if you showed me a picture of Cardi B, I wouldn't know who she was. I have no idea who Cardi B is.
Oh,
I'm not defending anybody.
You'd smell that WAP coming.
Oh, we're not defending Cardi B. We're making fun.
Joe's about to vomit up his food right now.
It's not defending Cardi B. It's making fun of the person who went on the stand in court and admitted to the requisite defamation elements against someone who, one, makes a ton of money, and two, for whom reputational damage is massively consequential. I mean, any celebrity's reputation is part of their income. If you sufficiently damage Cardi B and knock out any one contract, you've caused a huge amount of damage. If you've potentially removed the future ability for her to gain contracts, like let's say she wants to transition over to the Christian radio station or whatever, and they're like, we read about this whore, we're not going to do it, right? If you do that, if you impact one contract from Cardi B, it's a whole lot worse than impacting the employment contract of a Walmart employee. That's just the ropes on how damages work.
Financial damage.
Reputation damage is repaired by money, and her reputation is more valuable than yours or mine or anybody you know, probably.
Okay, but when it came to in-house, I actually asked Ron Coleman right after the verdict came in about his possibility of suing for defamation, and he actually pointed out that once that dress is so stained, once that suit is so stained, how does more mud actually cause more damage to the suit? So you would think that's what you would think would have been the case here with Cardi B. I mean, she's writing WAP songs. She's going around claiming how she went around supposedly claiming how she used to be a prostitute and robbing her johns. How exactly? I mean, I guess claiming that she has an STD.
Joe, I would pay for you to do the Ben Shapiro thing and read WAP like word for word, just line for line. I would pay to hear that. I would pay to hear you do that.
I would pay to hear
that. That is locals content. I'm telling you right now.
Or just do it as a series of YouTube shorts where you just read one line at a time.
Yeah. That'll.
We're not watching this, are we?
But before
I don't want to hear about the monostat box.
No.
But I guess the thing is, it has always been in the law. It's always been per se. If you accuse somebody of having an STD, that's pretty per se defamation. Like we all agree, that's defamation.
Especially if you know you're lying and you're doing it for money.
So now let's just make it very clear. These are all lies. Tasha K knows they're lies. And they made these lies for profit. So we're about to hit, and this video's got 4 million views, so it's still up. So I'll play it.
Relationship with her.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, let's talk about that because it was a lot. All right.
Yes.
So there was a lot that you spilled. You said that Cardi B prostituted.
Yes.
She was a drug user.
Yes.
Cocaine and Molly, to be specific.
Yes.
Okay. She has herpes.
Yes.
All right. Let's talk about the herpes first, because Cardi B.
Yeah, that's what I want to talk about. Herpes all the time.
Let's talk about that. Let's start
Go right into it.
Just so we can all understand, all of those were lies. So all those were lies, and they knew they were lies, and were making it up. So that's the reason why she's paying 1.25. And this video's still up there too. The comments are crazy too.
4 million views is a lot of views.
Okay,
that's a lot of defamation.
There it is.
That's
4.6.
That's like a women's soccer team level views.
Oh yeah, baby.
Ching.
You're about to ring the cash register March 7th. That cash register is ringing again.
Regrift it, baby.
Look at that. Haha, this video will be taken down soon. They are killing it. They are killing all the Cardi B fans. So yeah.
Every one of those views is a cha-ching though. Every one of those comments. So it's help pay those damages as much as possible. You're gonna need it. Damn.
So it's
wild.
Yeah, 1.25 mil plus. 1.25 mil plus.
Yeah, Joe. I mean, I agree. When certain things happen, you become libel proof, and Rittenhouse may be libel proof on some issues. I don't know, but. The difference is, one of the big differences in the Rittenhouse case is you cannot predict to have a libeler come out and say, I knew that I lied when I said it.
True. And also no one said Rittenhouse has herpes. So
exactly. And it'd be different if it said that she had sex with so many men that it's likely that she has an that's different. I think because the risk is there clearly. I mean, she acknowledges that probably, but
and I didn't see the interview, but it seemed like they're about to double down on it. And like, let's talk about that flare up. Like they're gonna about to get down and dirty.
No, it gets crazy. They get to the mind. Like I watched it. It gets insane. Like that. Like that's really you talking about defaming somebody. That whole interview, and she's got 28 videos like that. So it's not like that's just the one. That's just the biggest one she got.
To be fair, a big box of monostat could be just that she used the monostat, right?
Is it hard to eat lunch when we're talking about herpes, Joe?
No.
No, he loves that WAP. He's
wondering.
Down.
He's
down to clown with that WAP.
I don't know. You guys managed to keep your lunch down
the sandwich is a little dry.
You guys managed to keep your lunch down while listening to Edgecombe tell his heartwarming stories about daddy-daughter princess nights and how every time he goes anywhere, everyone's calling him the N-word.
Oh my God.
Al Fiver says, Nate, just showed my girl your women's soccer team videos. She went from vehemently defending them to why would they do that? The defeat and disappointment was great, better than Viagra.
Oh my God.
Mandy Karavich says, Joe got the vaccine and became a Dallas Cowboys fan. Always remember to do your research. And always
That was
remember to
good.
do your research and talk to your doctor if you believe you'll have a bad reaction to the shot, folks. Absolutely. You wouldn't want to end up a Cowboys fan. That'd be terrible. Mad 8 says, I see Legal Mindset wasn't hanging out with me in Liberty City in the 80s and 90s. It wasn't white people dropping the N-bomb, though.
Oh, I know all about Liberty City. Yeah, and I was talking about white people. I put that in the chat. Yeah, I know. I'm well aware of what went down in Liberty City.
There's a huge difference between cultural usage of the N-word and angry racist usage of the N-word in the context of where and how you hear it. And this guy, Edgecombe. So Nate, so you said you were watching his testimony?
I watched a little bit. I was back and forth, but I was watching it.
Do you buy that the deceased immigration attorney dropped the N-bomb on this guy like 12 times in this encounter?
No, I don't buy that.
Yeah,
but you know what? I've heard defendants. A guy arrested one time said, "Oh yeah, the racist cop kept calling me an N-word." I was like, "I never said it once." And then it was funny because the DA thought
he said you said that.
He said I was bombing with the N-word, right? But my actual name, Nathaniel Brody, is a very white sounding name, so they thought I was a white guy. They were like, "Oh, this white cop is just." They saw me walk through the door, and they're like, "Oh shit!" The freeze frame, record scratch has a license to fucking say it.
The record scratch happens. Like, I bet you're wondering how I got here on this defendant's table. Well, let me tell you a story.
Like I thought you said you used the N-word. Like, but that's a black guy. Yeah, that's a black guy.
Brazer39T says, Joe, I like you but sometimes it's okay to not respond to certain stuff like wifey driving or this WAP stuff. It makes you look more guilty in the eyes of the live chat jury.
What about this WAP thing? I don't.
No, you're allowed to like the WAP. I'm not judging you for your taste in music or.
I don't know how the song goes.
Females. We can't play it live, but you know.
Look, the prosecutor Buhner's pacing like a lion.
This looked like my supervisor when I was at the DA's office. He was good too. He's very straight, just very nice. He was always he's actually my supervisor used to do murder trials, and he was very, very like this. He would pace in the courtroom.
Oh, I like it. We
have anti-LGBTQ Nate here saying how good his prosecuting boss was because he was very straight. Oh my god.
Was he also systemically racist, Nate?
Which gender did he choose, huh, Nate? Come on.
Well, I can't. He has to define it for me, right? What's a woman? He doesn't. I don't know. Who knows? It's all up to the individual.
Great humor for the state.
Speak a lot on behalf of Theodore.
Well, they do appearances every time, huh?
Let me tell you something. A DA in this situation, this is like a birthday present.
All right.
He's going to kill this
1:20.
guy.
I'm going to bring the jury back in. The defendants on the stand. We'll continue with cross-examination.
I would love to cross the defendant.
Do we have EMS on standby for this
Unless
witness?
the state's not going to try to introduce this in its cross, but there was one issue that has to be taken up outside their presence.
Oh my god.
What is that?
That's the assertion by the defense as to what the defendant's testimony would be in a prior motion.
Right. Everybody use the microphones. I'll hear from the state.
Well, Your Honor, in a prior motion filed by Mr. Ahmad, he informed this court that, and these are the words in his motion, Mr. Edgecombe will testify at trial that given the nighttime hours and that it was dark outside, he saw the victim reach for his pockets before he shot him once. He further writes, while he did not see the knife as it was in the victim's pocket, he had reasonable belief that the victim was armed. The defendant's testimony is contrary to that assertion by the defense.
Whoops.
The defendant is not stating that he shot because he saw the victim reaching for his pockets. In fact, he's actually saying he didn't even mean to shoot. Also,
Caught that, did you?
That they never saw the knife because it was in the pocket appears to be contrary to what the defense is attempting to insinuate. The case on this, Your Honor, is State v. Cardenas, that's Cardenas, Hernandez, Hernandez. That's 219 West 2nd 516 at 1998. In that case, the Court of Appeals adopted the test developed by the Second Circuit in U.S. v. McKeon. That's M-C capital K-E-O-N at 738 F. 2nd 26, a Second Circuit case from 1984. In that case, the McKeon developed a 3-portion test to determine whether or not an assertion by an attorney counts as, and this would be under Wisconsin statute section 908.01 sub 3.
This is
somebody came prepared.
A statement offered against a party, and the big one is sub 4. A statement by the party's agent or servant concerning a matter within the scope of the agent's or servant's agency or employment made during the existence of the relationship. Or, and this is number 3, a statement made by a person authorized by the party to make a statement concerning the subject. The 3-part statement or 3-part test that McKeon ends up developing in this case, and that is applied in Cardenas, is, and just let me find it real quick.
The only thing I can say of Edgecombe now is if the jury got the
paragraph
sushi
18 of the Cardenas-Hernandez decision. First, the circuit court must be satisfied that the prior statement is an assertion of fact that is inconsistent with the assertion at later trial. The inconsistency in the statements must be clear and of a quality which obviates any need for the trier of fact to explore other events at the prior trial or other assertion. Second, the circuit court must determine that the statements of counsel are the equivalent of testimonial statements by the defendant. There must be something beyond the attorney-client relationship to show participation by the defendant. Third, the trial court must, in a hearing outside the jury, determine by preponderance of the evidence that the inference the prosecution seeks to draw from the inconsistency is a fair one and that an innocent explanation does not exist. If the opposing inferences are of equal weight or the preponderance of the evidence favors the innocent explanation, I shouldn't be allowed to use it. So when we apply that 3-portion to this, defense counsel, Mr. Ahmad, clearly stated that the defendant would testify that he shot because he saw the victim reaching for his pockets. That's not what he just testified to.
Right. It's an argument made by the defense attorneys in a motion that was filed months and months ago that the jury doesn't know anything about, and I'd rather not invite an appellate issue. You're guaranteeing an appellate issue in this situation. You have plenty to cross-examine this witness on.
No kidding.
All kinds of what are
I gotta go coach Green Bay football.
Testified to things that are not consistent.
Facts.
Potentially, with the defense opening statement, he said, to the surprise, I think, of
everybody,
some
gun went off.
That all of a sudden the gun went off. Never once has the defense indicated that, ever. But that's what the testimony was. So why go down this path?
Yeah, actually, this
Here's
is
the
a
reason
weird
why
thing
the
to go
state's
after
asking
anyway.
to go down this path. We have the defense counsel stating to the court and asking the court to make a decision and asserting what the defendant is going to testify. It would have been different had they argued it any other way. Defense counsel wrote in there, the defendant will testify.
Yes. Go ahead.
Judge, so looking at the second factor, it says, sorry about that.
Why does the prosecution
Second
want this?
factor, it says it has to be something beyond attorney-client relationship that shows the participation of the defendant. And the case they're relying on, it was an opening statement by counsel, which you would assume counsel would prepare with his client for that, and he's representing what the client will testify to at the opening. This was a bond motion. I don't even think Mr. Edgecombe saw this. This was just my review of the evidence. I'm talking prior to it being submitted, okay?
The defense counsel wrote the defendant will testify. If he's saying,
hang on, when?
Judge, this was filed this summer, many months ago, and and
the state knows, I mean, the defendant's testifying. He's testifying, hopefully, honestly and truthfully. He was sworn to tell the truth. Everybody knows that,
people lie.
It's a live event. Hopefully, the defendant's testifying truthfully. But the testimony that comes out rarely, if
He's
ever,
trying very hard here.
Predicted word for word. And
the judge is terrified about being overturned on appeal.
And he just sees it
time
as
and
extending
plenty of
unnecessary
things
and
to
extending the
cross-examine him on.
proceedings, and he doesn't want that.
It's like
It's also
I'm denying
There's
that.
plenty of
worse
blood in
for
the
the
water here.
yeah.
it's
Let's-
worse for the state.
It's arguably attorney-client privilege. It was just.
No, I think
in
they're
my
trying to
view,
show the
hopefully
inconsistency
in
that he's a
emotion.
liar.
It was filed 6 months ago or 3 months ago.
And then he'll say anything that he thinks will help
in front
him.
of the jury.
Like 4 months ago, he said
Use
this.
the jury.
As soon as the judge says it's a potential appellate issue, let it go.
Right.
Yeah, great.
That I denied, by the way.
Especially because the
Previously.
judge's logic
So I'm sustaining
is
the defense
you have so
objection.
many different ways to
Korean
stab
starts
this
across.
testimony and rip it apart. Why do you have to set it on fire also?
Yeah. So to put a point on what I was saying, they were going to argue that his prior inconsistent statement was that he saw that the defendant would testify that he saw the guy reaching for a knife and then he didn't do that. I mean, that's their current testimony doesn't have him reaching for a knife in any sense. The only thing, something was in his hands, which the jury's going to be asking, well, what? Because nothing was recovered that would have been in his hands at the time.
I wonder what B.
So-
Ivory just told Edgecombe as he pretended to walk up there just to hand him a bottle of water.
Don't act like Tasha K. Don't act like Tasha K.
He said, I hope you put your diaper on because you might shit your pants and this guy starts cross-examining
All right,
you.
jury's coming in. Everyone can remain seated, please.
Let's see. Forever Cuber says, if you point anything at an officer, you should expect consequences. Why should an officer be prosecuted for this? Such a double standard. Well, look, I mean, in some respects, I agree. But in other respects, if I point something at you, you can't shoot me. And officers aren't above the law, and they're not held to that much of a different. They get a little deference in the course of their job duties.
Every time
But
you guys come back from lunch, I sit here with bated breath, hoping no one got food poisoning from the cafeteria. Again, we made it today. Good.
I love this
Continue.
judge.
The state's going to start their cross. Mr. Hubner.
gosh, this judge is great.
Sir, I have a few questions for you. I'm going to try to keep them fairly quick here. To begin with, on the night in question, you were armed with Ruby Mizzle's firearm. Is that correct?
Yes, that is true.
And this was a firearm she bought. Is that correct?
Yes, that is true.
And were you legally allowed to carry a firearm that night?
Overruled. We discussed this previously. You can answer. It's a yes or no question.
Yes, that is true, but I have accepted responsibility for those actions.
Understood. Were you legally allowed to carry a firearm that night?
Yes or no?
I have accepted responsibilities for those actions.
Understood. Wasn't my question. Were you legally allowed to carry a firearm?
And this is going to take days.
No, I did so
Thank you.
though. When,
Thank you.
Yes or no?
Thank you, sir.
You will continue to ask questions, and your attorneys will get a chance after that. Go ahead.
So that night, on your way to go get sushi,
This is bad for the defense. This guy wants to talk.
9mm handgun. Is that correct?
can you repeat that question?
He should just say yes or no, and they rehabilitate him on
As
redirect.
you're leaving, you decide to grab Ruby's 9mm handgun. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And when you drove your bike
Why is
over
everyone driving a
heading in this
bicycle?
direction,
Road.
getting towards Brady Street, you actually came up those stairs that you went down. Is that correct?
I'm not sure in which the pathway in which I took.
And if there's video from Swing Park that shows you walking up up those stairs with the bike, you don't remember how you got up there?
Not right now, I don't.
And then you walked your bike past Zena's. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. I do.
You walked your bike past Casablanca. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. Before the incident.
I understand. So just listen to my question, and it'll be quick. And then you walked your bike down to the sushi place. Is that correct?
Yes, that is
All
correct.
right. Now, I want to fast forward I'm going to come back to some portions of that, but I want to get to the portion after you have shot and killed the victim in this case. You went down the stairs, is that correct?
Can you repeat that?
After you shot and killed the victim, he falls down to the stairs, he's bleeding out. You take your bike and you walk down those stairs, is that correct?
I reacted in self-defense. I didn't.
That's not my question, sir. My question was, after you shot and killed Jason Clearman, did you pick up your bike and walk down those stairs?
I reacted to protect myself from
Sir,
being
that wasn't
harmed.
my question.
Edgecombe, you need to answer the questions that are put to you. This is not a time for speeches. You're to answer Mr. Huber's questions. After he's done, your attorneys will get another chance, and then he will get the last word on recross.
He was prepped poorly. This is a poor prep.
Yes, Your Honor.
So after you
Sometimes
shot
they like to talk, and you
shot
just can't
killed
shut them
Jason
up.
Clearman, you picked up your bike and you
They
walked
wanna
down those
testify.
stairs. Is that correct?
I reacted to protect myself from
Oh
being
my
harmed.
God.
I need you to listen to my question. We're not talking about the manner of it. I'm talking about what happens after you shot and killed him. Regardless of how you want us to believe it, which is fine. They'll be able to get up here and do that. Listen to my question, please, sir. It'll go quicker for both of us. After the shooting, you pick up your bike and you walk down those stairs. Is that correct?
Can you repeat that again?
Oh my God.
He's lost the joy.
Oh my
He lost the
God.
joy.
You pick up your bike and walk down the stairs.
Yes, of course you did.
Yes.
I reacted to protect
Oh
myself.
my God.
from being harmed.
Sir, you're not answering my question. And I understand. I mean, did someone tell you just to say that whenever I say anything?
Can you repeat that?
Did someone tell you to just make sure you keep saying that you reacted to protect yourself when I ask a question about shooting the victim?
No.
Okay, so since that is now where we're going with this, let's just concentrate on what I'm talking about. After the death, whatever the category is, we'll get back to it. You pick up your bike and you go down those stairs. Isn't that correct?
I reacted in
I didn't
self-defense.
learn of a death until days later. So
Understood. Did you pick up your bike and go down the stairs?
can you? I don't know.
After the incident. Where did you pick up your bike and walk down the stairs?
Guilty.
After the incident, yes, I picked up my bike and walked down.
Jesus.
Oh my God.
Oh, wow.
Was the gun away first?
Yes, I did.
And where did you put the gun?
In my waistband.
Okay. And when you go down those stairs, you get down to Water Street there. You end up turning right. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
And you stated that you went away from the scene because you thought that maybe these cars, people might be coming to get you. Isn't that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Now, had you gone left on Water, you could have eventually gotten to a police station. Isn't that correct?
I don't know.
I'm not familiar with any police stations in the area.
You're not familiar with District 1, which is kind of, you take Water down to State Street, you can kind of get right here. You're not aware of the huge, big white building that says police on it?
No.
Okay. So you turn right. And as you're going right, you eventually get to that red light on Humboldt. Isn't that correct?
I can't recall right now. It's not recollecting with me.
Okay. You saw some of the video, but you don't remember stopping at that red light and then eventually riding through the red light that we saw earlier in the trial?
Yes, that is correct. I do remember.
And there's a bar right there. Isn't that correct?
I can't recall that, no.
And there was a taco place on the other side with some people hanging outside. Isn't that correct?
I can't recall that at all either.
And you didn't go into any establishment or talk to any of those people to ask for help or say you needed help from the police, did you?
Any people where, sir?
As you're fleeing the incident on your way home.
Any people
I was
ever.
in a state of shock. I couldn't believe what had just taken place.
You couldn't believe you had just shot someone, correct?
I reacted in self-defense.
I'll move on.
It's a good trap there.
Yeah,
Say it.
yeah.
When you get to Humboldt, the quickest way for you to get home would have been to take a left and go north on Humboldt. Isn't that correct?
At which point?
When you're at the
When you get to
remember
Humboldt.
where we saw on the
He's
video
asking
where you're at the
questions
red
now, too.
light, there's Rat Fanks in the Bel Air Cantina, and we saw you kind of just sitting on your bike. Remember that location?
I don't remember which establishment I was by, but I remember like at what point, at some point, you know, riding past a stoplight. I don't know where exactly that was though.
Had that been Humboldt, if you had taken a left, you could have taken Humboldt all the way up to Locust, couldn't you?
At which point, sir?
And where you were stopped on Humboldt and Water.
At which point are you referring to?
After the shooting, when you're fleeing away, and we saw you on the video, stop at the stoplight.
I don't remember what intersection that was.
Okay. And instead, you end up taking kind of that bike route. Is that correct?
I do remember being on the bike pathway.
And when you get out of the bike path and you get up on the Locust, and you end up biking to your house on Dousman, isn't that correct?
Yes, I do remember that.
And if you had kept going on Locust, you could have gone to a police station, isn't that correct?
I was in total shock at what had just taken place. So I wasn't really thinking as far as, you know, what to do next.
Understood. Well, you stated you were fleeing because you thought people might be out to get you, correct?
Yes, that's true. I was in shock and in fear.
Okay. And so when you get out there on Locust, you could have gone straight to that police station in order to get some help, couldn't you?
There is a police station on Locust.
Thank you very much. Instead, you went home, isn't that correct?
At that point in time, I wasn't thinking to go to the police station. I was in a state of shock. So to think wasn't, it wasn't.
You went home, isn't that correct?
Just you went home.
Yes,
Is
that
yes
is
or
correct.
no?
And when you went home, you put the bike down in the basement, isn't that correct?
I don't
No,
remember.
that is not correct, sir.
Someone else did.
I don't recollect what I did with the bike. I was still in a state of shock.
But you left the bike at your house because we see you walking. You left you left your house on foot, isn't that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And you left your house on foot with a backpack, isn't that correct?
Yes.
Did you still have the gun on you?
At that point in time, I can't recall.
So you don't know if you left the gun at Ruby's or if you took it with you.
That is correct. I don't recall.
And you take this backpack and you go where?
At that point in time, I went to a friend's house and I actually, I went to a friend's house and, you know, told them I had a family issue that was going on. I didn't want to get into details about the incident that had just taken place.
Now, you state you went to a friend's house and told him you had a family issue. I mean, it's a little bit of a lie to your friend, right? Yes?
I don't know if you're asking the question or you're making a statement.
I said, you kind of lied to him, right?
Or is it a statement of fact?
Repeat that question?
Is that rhetorical?
How about this? A couple days later, you met with certain family members who said goodbye to you as you were getting ready to leave the state, didn't you?
No, I don't know what you're referring to or what are you.
Do you not remember on the 24th or the 25th of September, meeting with, do you know who Katrina Gordon is?
No, I've never met them.
She a cousin of yours?
Yes.
And isn't in fact, she and other cousins of yours met with you to say goodbye to you because you were going to leave the state for Florida?
No, that is not true. That is not true at all.
Now, how many days before you took off from Wisconsin?
It was in approximate around October, like mid-October. So, yeah, I can't approximate.
Man, he
what-
suffered a lot of memory loss over lunch.
Yeah.
That's what happens when a gun accidentally goes off in your hands and kills someone. You just
About a week, you
everything
think?
gets blurry after
Do I
that.
have that right?
Yeah.
Okay. Let me help you out with this. Was it before or after the police executed a search warrant at your residence looking for you?
I had no notice of a police warrant or, yeah, I had no notice of.
Ruby never told you that we hit the house looking for you?
Yes, afterwards. I didn't know prior.
Okay.
They didn't notify them they were going to search the house.
Let me find out. When
Hey, here's a
Ruby
heads up,
tells
man.
you about the fact that the police hit the house looking for you, had you already left?
Can you repeat that?
When you find out that police had executed a search warrant at your residence, did you find out while you were still in Milwaukee or while you were in some other state?
I don't know.
Can you repeat the question?
Oh my God.
I guessed it.
When Ruby told you that they hit the house looking for you.
I was at a friend's house.
Where?
I was still in Wisconsin.
So you're
But
still,
I hadn't, go ahead.
I hadn't fled
you're
yet.
still in Milwaukee?
Yes.
Okay. So
If my recollection serves me well, yeah.
Your recollection doesn't serve you well. That's for sure.
when you get the gun back,
I don't remember if I left it or if I had it on me. At this point in which I don't know in which time year. Yeah, I don't remember.
so at some point you're in a car getting to the Illinois-Indiana border.
Teleported
You throw it out
in.
the window. Is that correct?
Yes.
You knew it was evidence of the homicide. Isn't that correct?
Mm-hmm.
I knew that as far as like, I just didn't.
A few credits away from a bachelor's degree, folks.
I didn't.
Ooh. Come on, man. That was rude. It was rude to all the bachelor's degree holders out there. Like me.
Can you repeat that again?
Oh
You
my
knew
God.
that this gun, if you were caught with it, could link you to the homicide. Isn't that correct?
Can the judge make this a capital offense on his own
I
initiative?
reacted to protect myself. I didn't.
I understand.
Remember,
your feelings.
he's
I want
doing
you to
this to himself.
concentrate on what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
When you
With
toss
his
that
answers.
gun out
He's
the
doing
window,
this to
you
himself.
knew it was evidence.
But he's been
you
poorly
were
prepped
shooting,
though.
that you
It's like
had-
he's not like he's gonna do no preparation.
Fair, Nate. Fair.
Oh, he was
It
prepped
was
for
a
direct.
reaction. It wasn't just a shooting.
Mr. Edgecombe, you need to answer the questions. Don't give speeches. Answer the questions that are put to you.
I hope he asks the judge if he can repeat this.
You tossed the gun knowing that it was evidence in what you had done. Isn't that correct?
I did.
Yes,
But
that is true.
And
Oh, thank God. A straight
you
answer.
don't remember if you had this gun the entire time while you were hiding out, or if you went and got it back after leaving it somewhere? You don't remember that?
I don't remember the point in time in which I did get it back.
Why take it to another state to toss it out the window?
Because if the
At
Wisconsin
that point
police found it,
time
I'd be in trouble.
Which it did happen. I didn't want to be. I didn't want to have it on my possession and have someone, a citizen or law enforcement, kill me and being justified in it.
I understand that, but you waited.
he crossed state lines. He crossed state
before
lines.
You were worried about that.
This guy almost got a bachelor's degree.
Correct.
Oh my God.
Can you repeat that?
You're
Well, that's
stating
assuming
that
you
you got rid
believe
of
him.
the gun because you didn't want to get caught with it, because if you had a gun, maybe someone would say you were armed and they might shoot you. Is that kind of where you're going with this?
Say that. Can you repeat that one more time?
Oh my God.
You tossed the firearm because you were worried that if you had it on you, you could get shot due to that, right?
That someone would be justified in killing me because they said I was the Brady Street killer, so they would be
Understood.
justified in.
Understood. Then why wait to Indiana? Because doesn't that fear exist in Illinois?
Yeah, but have you been
It
to
was actually
Chicago?
In the border
Facts.
between Illinois and Indiana. It was a body of water, and the thought just came to me, like, like spur of the moment.
Get rid of the murder weapon.
Up until you see a body of water at the Illinois-Indiana border, the thought hadn't occurred to you. You were holding on to that gun, no problem.
Isn't there a sizable body of water before Indiana? I forget what it's called.
You don't have this thought until you get all the way through Wisconsin, through
Lake
Illinois,
something?
and to the border with Indiana. That's when you suddenly
Like
realize you
Munchkin.
got to get rid of this gun for
Munchkin,
your
I think.
safety.
I've got the Munchkins.
Spontaneous thought.
Sir, isn't the real reason you waited to Indiana was because the chances we'd find it go out the window?
With
No,
the gun?
That's not true.
Matter of fact, we have only your word that the gun was even thrown there. Isn't that correct?
I don't know.
Can you repeat that?
We only have your word that that's where you threw the weapon.
It calls for
How about this? Let me
speculation?
rephrase it. Was anyone else in the car with you?
No.
He has no idea if someone else said he threw it out the
only person
window.
that knows where you ditched this weapon that shot Jason Clearman in the face is you.
I reacted to protect myself.
Oh my fucking
The
God.
only person that
No one
knows
told
where the
me to
gun
say
is-
this
the gun
recorded
is
statement.
you. Isn't that correct?
Can you repeat that?
The only person who knows where this firearm was thrown out the window is you. Isn't that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Oh my God. This is just like him confessing.
Biking
That's
away
how
from
bad
the
this process
scene.
is.
My editor to
Front end of the river
supercut
there,
those
couldn't
two answers. Can you repeat that? And I
In a
acted
state of
to.
shock. It
In
didn't
this
even
one.
cross my mind to do so.
It didn't cross your mind until after you've been hiding out for a week and decided to flee the state and got 2 states away. That's when it occurred to you to throw this gun out the window. Do I have that correct?
No, that is not correct.
Let me
Wait,
move
what
on.
is correct? I don't know
You also
anymore.
Repeat exactly what he
The
said.
reason you went on to the run into other states was because you were waiting to see if you could get legal representation. Isn't that correct?
And to also seek funds to help with my defense.
Now, did Ruby ever come visit you in any of these other states?
No.
What other states did you go to?
Only Georgia.
Wait.
Really? You only went to Georgia all the way there?
Ruby
You
rented you
teleported.
the car that you were driving. Isn't that correct?
No, that is not correct. In fact, she already was in possession of the vehicle. So she didn't rent it for me.
So she got you the car, though, correct?
No, she was already in possession of the vehicle.
Then how did you get it?
I asked her if I could use it. I needed to seek a way to get finances. So
Was that the car that you were driving when you threw the gun out the window?
can you repeat that?
The car you got stopped in Kentucky, the one Ruby rented, was that the car you drove to the Indiana border and threw the murder weapon out the window?
Oh, murder weapon.
I reacted to protect myself from being harmed. I didn't murder.
Understood. When you are driving this vehicle, is it the same vehicle that Ruby rented for you that you get stopped in Kentucky with?
I want to take a step back because you're saying that
No.
she rented the vehicle for me. It wasn't rented for me. She was.
Is it the same car? Are both cars the same car?
There's only one car.
Can you repeat that question? You said like 3 different things just now.
Sorry, I'll rephrase the question, Judge.
Well, the defendant does not ask questions, he answers questions. But for you and for his own attorneys, he will not ask any further questions.
Well, he said, you can ask, can you repeat that?
Indiana, the one where the gun goes out the window. Is that the same car you got stopped in Kentucky driving?
Yes, that is true.
And so Ruby gave you that car. Isn't that correct?
Yes, I borrowed that car from her.
And did you tell her you were going to be leaving the state?
Say, can you repeat that question one more time? Say it again.
I told her that I would, need to go get funds. I didn't tell her where I was headed.
Okay. And so she gives
She's
you
thinking he's going to go to the bank. He's gone for 6 months.
I want to make sure I have that right. All of this happens after you find out the Milwaukee Police Department has just hit your house looking for you. Isn't that correct?
Can you repeat that?
Okay. So you get the car from
You can hear him.
the judge. You ditch the gun out the window. That all happens after the search warrant at your house, doesn't it?
Could you repeat that
one more time?
Oh my God.
Yes or no,
You got
motherfucker?
to understand this. You just told us that you were in Milwaukee when you found out the search warrant happened at your residence, right?
Yes.
That's what he said.
So after you find out the search warrant happened at your residence,
And this would be a brutal
that when you
drinking
decided
game.
to flee the state?
You get drunk enough to go try and
No,
run over a
that's
guy on
not
a bike
true.
in Milwaukee.
So
If he says repeat the
is
question
that
one more
when
time,
you
we all got to
decided
take a shot.
Get out of the state with
I'm
the
down.
gun.
Let's do it.
Make sure we never find it.
Can you
Can
repeat
you
that?
repeat that?
Oh man,
It's the same question.
that's a
Is
shot right
that
there.
once you
It's
found
what?
out hit your house looking for you, is that when you decided to borrow your girlfriend's rented car, drive out of the state, and toss the gun out the
Fiance,
window?
sir.
Yes
That's
or no?
fiance.
Is that when you did it?
No.
Okay.
The technical term is baby mama.
Now, you stated that you had to leave the state to buy yourself time to get legal representation, right?
Yes.
But you had 2 lawyers at that time, didn't you?
At which particular time?
At the moment of the shooting, the moment you fled the state, you had 2 lawyers. Didn't you?
Didn't you? Yep. You were already charged with crimes.
Not
You
right.
had lawyers.
I don't know.
Well, you had one case with an attorney, Anna Keys, didn't you?
Objection, Judge Sidebar.
I mean,
No, this is to impeach him. This is totally admissible.
If
Yeah.
final number came in on the Cardi B case, 3.8 million.
Oh boy,
Hmm.
that's a whole lot of
Sidebar.
super chats, baby.
So what led to the sidebar?
That's both of them. Both
so-
of them?
Attorney
so
client
he's-
test.
He left the state to acquire legal counsel, but prosecutors asking him a real good question. Didn't you already have 2 attorneys? Because you had 2 active cases against you
criminal
when you
defense
fled the
attorneys.
state.
And
So
defense objected.
Yeah, the defense objected, asked for sidebar, but the state's going to be like, we're going to impeach him right here. He said he didn't have an attorney and he left the state to get an attorney. He's got 2 attorneys.
Well, I'll
May
make a
not
deal.
like
If Judge Borkowski takes his tie off, I'll take my tie off.
Ooh.
Oh, hey, now we're
What if he takes his shirt off?
If Judge Borkowski
It's
rolls
negotiable.
up his sleeves and starts beating the defendant to death every time he says, "Can you repeat that?" What do we get out of you? That's the real
I
question.
want to see the judge put
I
a
want
bat.
a Joe Neerman hot tub stream.
Who doesn't?
Okay, he's
I want to see
back.
the judge pull out a Nancy Pelosi-sized
This
gavel.
judge is pissed. He threw his mask down.
State can proceed.
You had a case with an Anna Keys. That's ANNAKEES. Isn't that correct?
I do recall that name.
Okay. And in fact, she had a court appearance where she was waiting on you on October 19th of 2020. Do you remember that?
Oh.
I didn't show up for that.
Yes.
And you didn't show for it, did you?
No.
Because you were on the run in another state. Isn't that correct?
At that point in time, I don't remember or recall where I was.
I was looking for an
at the
attorney.
time.
That's basically what he's saying. I was looking for an attorney while ditching my attorney.
Once you left the state of Wisconsin, did you come back ever?
Well, I'm here now.
In handcuffs.
How many
Wait.
times?
I don't recall right off.
You came back into the state of Wisconsin.
At which particular time?
Anytime. Anytime between the moment Jason Clearman dies and Kentucky finds you.
Yes.
How many times?
Only that I recall, it was only, twice?
Didn't make your court appearance when you came back, though, did you?
They were all via Zoom. None were in person.
That doesn't change the fact you didn't show up, does it?
I was trying to understand your question.
Understood. Did you show up for your court date?
Those
I was-
court days, no.
At my computer,
You
but
also
I
had
didn't
another
turn the
attorney
computer
on
on.
another case, a Megan Koldunsky. I apologize if I mispronounced it. Kaldunski. You had her too on another case, didn't you?
I'm not sure if these lawyers were
racist
even
Slav.
criminal defense lawyers.
Okay. Sidebar.
No, sidebar.
Sidebar. Now we get to ask him what cases they were. This fucker just opened the door.
Yes.
I don't even know if they were criminal defense attorneys. Well, let me refresh your recollection on exactly what cases these were.
And what the representation of you was.
Oh my gosh.
This is entertainment, guys. You can't pay to get
great.
stuff like this televised and streamed.
It might have been tax
This
lawyers.
is premium
We don't know.
content. This is premium.
Could have been
content.
estate planners. I mean, lots of options.
Were you involved in a lot of civil cases at the time? Oh God, Judge Burkowski's going to be pissed. This is going way too long.
Remember, folks, this guy heard a car door opening behind him on a busy street as he was pedaling furiously away, but suddenly he can't hear the lawyer's questions.
It's funny. He was also able to
does
feel
not
the
sound
heat
good.
from the hood of that car. He
Kia.
doesn't,
But
he
it's
doesn't
a
feel the
Kia.
fact that he's on blazing fire right now.
No, you can't feel this heat, right?
Yeah, just insanity. What's going on here?
Sorry for cutting you off there, Nick.
No, you're fine. I don't know that you even.
And
know.
this guy was well prepared for direct, but it's hard to prepare for cross against a skilled prosecutor. I mean, they know what they're doing, and this guy's.
It's hard to prepare for cross when
If
you
you're making
sat there
stuff up.
when you sat there lying through your entire direct.
Right.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
That's very true.
And to be clear, to be honest, the lack of preparation for cross has been the theme of this defense team the entire trial. They didn't prepare at all for what questions might come.
No,
so
they
some
always
of the ways,
seem shocked, don't they? They always seem shocked by what happens.
But hold on, though. Isn't that part of the whole racism angle? It's just pay attention to what we're saying. Ignore what they're saying, because everything they say is bad, racist, unfactual. Just pay attention to our narrative. Their narrative doesn't matter.
Yeah.
State can proceed.
Uh-oh. He's doing the slow.
Did you just state that you don't believe that those two witnesses or that those two lawyers were criminal defense attorneys?
Said I didn't know.
Yes, to my knowledge, I didn't know.
So didn't they represent you on two open criminal cases?
You're allowed to ask
It
me that?
matters. Like, I'm not knowledgeable if, as far as like how they.
He knew about imminent, but he doesn't know if he's being represented in a criminal
How
case.
they differ in different matters.
You had two open cases in criminal court with court dates, and these were your attorneys. Correct?
Can you repeat that?
I'm trying to, because I don't know if they handle matters in which, are, to the extremities which they handle different matters.
Understood, but that's different than saying you didn't know they were criminal defense attorneys. I mean, they represented you in criminal cases, correct?
Just say yes.
It's correct.
These two attorneys were representing you in two open criminal cases, weren't they?
That's what I don't understand the degree even of the matters that as far as what you're referring to, as far as with me.
Refresh his recollection,
You don't
please.
know the two cases I'm referring to?
Please do it.
No.
Judge.
Do it.
And we just discussed this off the record. The testimony opens the door to continued cross-examination.
So you had
Done. He just opened the door. Prosecutor's busy orgasming into his pants. He doesn't know how to ask the next question.
You realize that was a criminal case. Is that correct?
I mean, actually, the prosecutor's being very
I didn't know
Gentle.
if they would be
Gentle
able to
about this.
represent me,
Yeah, he's
so I
looping.
didn't deem her, or even to let her know of the matters at hand because of the extremity of it. So I wasn't knowledgeable in how to acquire as far as
Hey,
I didn't even
Cynthia,
know if
remember
they were
that
qualified in the
uncritically
matters that were at hand.
dismissing
So
his story thing?
I called different attorneys.
Wasn't my question.
This is the same guy who before lunch
had an open
testified at
criminal
length
case in
in detail
Wisconsin.
for an hour and a half. He knew all that. And now suddenly he doesn't even know what being a criminal defendant in court is. As he's currently a criminal defendant in court.
There were times when there were.
That's a good question to ask him right now. Do you know what you're in court for right now?
Situation.
And you ended up, just so we're clear, in the Waukesha matter, you didn't show up for your Zoom October 19th, 2020 hearing. Is that correct?
Can you repeat that for me?
What he should say is, this involves death of a person. That's out of their league. That's what he should
on
say.
October 19th of 2020. And you didn't show up, did you?
He's not saying that though, Joe.
And your case in Milwaukee with Megan Koldunsky, you had a date in January of 2021. You didn't show up for that one either, did you?
No. Just say
As I
no.
recollect, no.
No, I was busy looking for a criminal defense attorney.
Last I checked, there were no criminal defense attorneys in the state of Wisconsin.
Now, sir, when you finally get pulled over,
Well, this might explain why he hired
after
B.
you
Ivor
dyed your
Lamar.
hair in an
Yeah,
attempt
it'd be funny if the prosecutor closes
not
by
appear to
saying,
be
so you
yourself.
spent
Is
6
that
months looking for defense counsel and you came up with these
I
two?
don't want to be taken into custody involuntarily, and plus I was in fear of even going into custody.
Understood. Just if you could answer my question. You changed your hair so the police wouldn't find you, correct?
That is correct.
And when the Kentucky trooper pulled you over, you lied to him about your name. Isn't that correct?
Yes, I did so
Thank
just
you.
so I wouldn't.
Thank you very much, sir. And then you also lied to him about where you were going. Isn't that correct?
Can you repeat that?
You also lied to the Kentucky trooper about where you were going. Isn't that correct?
I told them that.
Oh.
What happened was
Told him what?
Awkward silence.
Did he think that every other criminal defense attorney in Wisconsin was already occupied on his other cases?
Understood. So you lied to him about where you were going. Isn't that correct? Yes or no?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Thank you very much. And you lied to him about where you were coming from. Isn't that correct?
I don't recall him asking me where I was coming from.
Do you remember telling him that you were going from Texas to a place in Kentucky?
I don't recall that.
If you had told him that, that would have been a lie. Isn't that correct?
Can you repeat that?
If you had told him you were coming from Texas, that would have been a lie. Isn't that correct?
That would have been, but I don't recall saying that.
Understood. So if you told the trooper that you were coming from Texas, that would have been a lie. Yes or no?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. Now,
It's like Dennis trying to pull teeth out of a duck.
two detectives from Milwaukee Police Department come down to Kentucky to talk to you. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
And they tell you that they are Milwaukee police detectives and that they would like to talk to you about what happened in Milwaukee. Isn't that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And you acted as though you were unaware of what had happened in Milwaukee. Isn't that correct?
I didn't expound because I didn't have legal representation.
Sir, you stated what happened in Milwaukee, right?
Yes, that is correct.
So you were acting as though you were unaware of what had happened in Milwaukee. Isn't that correct?
I didn't expound on.
Sir, it's not my question. My question was, were you acting as though you did not know what happened in Milwaukee?
No, that's not correct.
Okay. I just want to make sure I understand this here. You fled from the scene, correct?
From
Homicide scene. You fled from the scene, isn't that correct? Yes.
I reacted.
I was only able to get away from there, dude.
So
If he gets found not guilty, I bet he goes to law school next year.
Yes, I did leave from that scene.
Thank you. And then
I mean, if B. Ivory can do
fled
it.
from the state, isn't that correct?
I'll start interning by B. Ivory.
Yes.
And then you ditched the weapon that would have linked you to that shooting, isn't that correct?
Yeah, he hasn't answered shit.
Repeat that.
You ditched the weapon that would have linked you to that shooting, isn't that correct?
I didn't want to be
Sir,
shot.
You ditched the weapon that would have linked you to the shooting, yes or no?
Can you expound on ditch?
No,
Like,
so
what
that's
is-
the question. Did you or did you not throw the weapon that would have linked you to this homicide out the window?
I reacted to, prevent myself from being harmed.
I understand that, sir. I understand the refrain that you have rehearsed. I want to concentrate here on the fact that after you left the scene and then left the state.
By the way, if
and
you
then
think the
ditched
judge is going to
gun,
uphold a
and then
bunch of
lied to a
objections
Kentucky trooper,
from the defense after this shit,
that's when you decided to say, what happened in
Overruled.
Milwaukee when the police asked you? Isn't that correct?
I just didn't expound on them questioning me because I didn't have legal representation.
He should turn to his attorneys and just
Well, I
scream,
mean,
line,
Two lawyers. You
line.
just decided not to go to that.
Right.
Isn't that correct?
Camera pans over. B. Ivory's holding up a big cue card.
The mask I was at hand.
Now, I want to talk about this incident. This incident that finally, after all of that,
We're just getting to the incident.
you indicated you're going to get sushi, correct?
Yes.
Okay, good.
And that restaurant is on the north side of Brady, isn't that correct?
Yes.
And then you decide to go to Frozone, isn't that correct?
I never made it to Frozone.
Wasn't my question. You decided to go to Frozone, isn't that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you got on your bicycle at that moment, didn't you?
At which point?
When you leave the area of where the sushi place is to go to Frozone.
Yes.
Okay. And you were going to head eastbound on Brady?
To head to Frozone, yes.
Okay. And you end up not going that way, do you?
Not going to Frozone?
Yes.
Yes, I never made it to Frozone.
You turn around, isn't that correct?
Yes.
And you're stating that as you're heading back westbound, that's when this incident happens, according to you.
Yes, that is correct.
Incident.
Now, the car that you're stating, like knocked you and forced you onto another car, was that coming at you or coming from behind you?
They were actually more on the side,
Were they heading the same way as you, or are they heading towards you?
the same direction.
Okay, so they
Both
were
cars?
behind you and kind of going past you, according to you.
Yes.
And
which side of the bike did they hit?
you had moved, I just want to be very clear, where was this when this happened, according to you?
It was, I can't pinpoint the exact location, but I know that it was like maybe 2 blocks away from Dynamite.
Okay, so we're
2
gonna
blocks east.
2 blocks east of Dynamite?
Yes.
Okay, so if we're going, and I just want to have this, Your Honor, I'm going to use Defense Exhibit 5.
Fine.
If we're looking at Dynamite, and we see here is Dynamite on Brady, is that correct?
That's what it appears on the map.
Okay. You're saying you think you went 2 blocks, this happens 2 blocks east? So like towards the right as we're looking at this?
Yes.
Okay. So it doesn't happen anywhere around this Glorioso's, right? Which is across the street from Dynamite, according to you.
It's an approximate location. I can't pinpoint exactly where it took place.
We can know that.
To pick an exact location of where, like, something happened on the street, right? You don't
We know you
shit,
can't do that.
do you?
I know from as far as when my pace as far as like where I was on my bike. I know as far as like paces wise, but I know it had to be like roughly like, that's why I said an approximate, like 2 blocks away.
2 blocks away. So 2 blocks, this is Dynamite on Astor. 1 block would be Humboldt. You think it's possibly even further east than that. Is that what you're saying?
That's why I said approximate. I never made it to Humboldt.
So it's further down east from this intersection with Dynamite. Do I have that right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, sir, you indicated that after this incident, you were pretty upset, weren't you?
Which incident in particular?
What we just talked about, where you flip up on the car hood, according to you.
Yes.
You were angry, correct?
We're going to get another N-bomb here.
Yes.
In fact, your words on direct were, "I can't let them get away," right?
I don't remember what I said on
I
direct.
don't recall saying that my exact words.
You don't remember stating that as they're going on, you thought, "I can't let them get away."
Yes.
So you did say that. That's what your thought was, right? You had just been wronged in your mind, and you were going to go after them because you could not allow them to get away, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
And I said that.
Well,
due
thank
to-
you, sir. These guys, they're great attorneys. They're going to come back and ask you all that stuff.
Oh, that was
You answered my
nice.
question, okay? So you went after them, right?
They're not great attorneys, guys.
B. Ivory's
I
like,
tried to
oh.
catch up with them. I didn't go after them.
Wait, what?
What's the difference?
I just tried to catch up. Hey, like to.
Hey, hi, how you doing?
I didn't like go after them to like.
They're ahead of you. You can't let them get away. You're infuriated. You bike after them, correct?
To catch up with them.
Armed with a gun, right?
Are you asking the question? Or are you?
Yeah.
Yes.
Right? You got a gun.
Yes.
Okay. Now, at that moment, you've got to go past the sushi place, according to what you've just told us, right?
Yes.
Okay, so this place where you bought the food, where according to you, you're getting the food for daddy-daughter date night, you're going right past that to get at these two people, right?
Yes, that is
Okay,
true.
because you did not want to let them get away with what they had just done, saying these words to you, correct?
Wanted to see if they even acknowledged that they had hit me.
Sir, when you went up there, you didn't even bring up the hitting. You just said, "Were you talking to me?" Correct?
Uh-oh.
As I was.
Whoops.
Can you say that again?
This alleged getting hit by your bike. You drove up to them and said, "Were you talking to me?" Correct?
Yes, and I was also finishing the statement.
And then when he said he was talking to you, you punched him, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, thank you very much, sir. So then you punch this guy right in the face. And then you bike off, right?
Yes.
Back going to the stairs and you'd come up on your way from home, correct?
I don't recall which pathway I took to get to Brady Street, It was up the stairs or the ramp.
Sir, did it ever occur to you that the man you just punched in the face might feel the same way that you had felt just moments before? That he couldn't let you get away? That he wanted to talk to you or confront you about what happened?
It was compound, I guess. You can break it up.
He needs simple questions. Trust me.
That a man you just punched in the face might react the same way you had moments before.
Can you repeat that?
Did it ever occur to you that the man you had just punched in the face might react the same way you had moments before punching you in the face? That was a bad question. Let me do this again. You didn't want to let him get away, right?
Simple. Better.
Somebody buy. I'm gonna go check the sharpness of my drill bits.
Two people get away, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And then that guy followed you because he didn't want to let you get away.
They actually chased me with the vehicle.
Yeah.
And
They
tried to
pulled
hit
up
me.
and stopped and got out of the car. So here's my question, sir.
Oh, the
Do
framing.
you think you have the right to chase after someone that has wronged you, but someone does not have the right to do that to you when you punch them?
I was getting chased down with the
Wasn't
vehicle.
my question, sir. Do you believe it is okay for you to chase after someone and punch them, but someone can't do the same thing to you?
I reacted to being hit. And
Didn't that guy react to being hit?
So that's what happened. A guy, you say you get hit, you get thrown up on the car. Your reaction is to go after him, punch him in the face one time, right? Just your reaction, correct?
can you repeat that?
Your reaction to what you say occurred on this car was to chase
terrible.
after him, not let him get away, and punch him in the face, correct?
Can you repeat that?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Now, sir, you punch this man, and then he comes up and he gets in a boxing stance with you.
The guy just ignored his answer.
Yeah, because he doesn't even need the answer.
I
He wants the
didn't
jury to
see
hear
him
the
in a
question.
boxer stance. I just seen him raise his hands up from his midsection, and it looked as though he was drawn up with the weapon, and it appeared that it was an item in his hand.
Hey, I'm sorry, it appeared that it was what?
It appeared that it was something in his hand.
Okay, you said you saw him coming up from his midsection, both hands, and you think he has something in his hands?
It appeared that there was an item. I wasn't just fixated on that item because there were two other threats behind him as well.
Threats. His Filipino wife.
He gets
in
into
the
that
car?
boxing stance. Defense counsel asked you about it. You remembered it when he asked you. I want you to remember it when I ask you. Did he get into a boxing stance?
It didn't appear as though it was a boxer stance. I just seen him draw from his midsection.
And just so we're clear, you've done this now 3 times, and all 3 times you've done it, you've had your hands clenched together in fists.
And it appeared that he had an item in his hand, and he lunged towards me.
You had an item in your hand. I understand you've got that. I want to stay right here. He's got his hands up. You can see his hands, right? What did the item look like, according to you?
It all happened so quick. I wasn't fixated on the item.
So you don't know what it was.
It was dark in that landing area. So
Again,
but
you
if
don't
you
know
don't
what it
know,
was.
He's not badgering him.
You don't know what it was, do you?
I can't, say or assume what the item was in his hand.
but you assumed it was a deadly force threat.
So you think there was an item in his hand, but you can't even say there definitely was one, can you?
Yes, it appeared that he had an item in his hand.
Exactly.
It appeared.
You don't know for certain, do you?
I wasn't fixated. It was two other threats behind him. He was just the imminent direct threat.
Thank you.
Imminent.
That's the one you
again.
focus on, by the way.
Imminent.
Correct?
Yes.
All right.
That's precisely
Now-
the threat you focus on.
Yeah.
Did you ever think that maybe he was just going to punch you after you punched him?
No.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, motherfucker.
Now-
Okay.
Understanding.
I want to punch this guy right now.
Understanding that
I mean, shit.
Hold the firearm out and you had it kind of down.
Yes.
Were you pointing it at him?
No, I didn't have it pointed. It was just pointed down.
It was pointed down.
Yes.
towards the floor.
Yes. When he lunged forward, that's when I stepped back. And there was a reaction as far as like the gun.
Even
just
on the
went off
grainy
as
video,
far
you
as
see his arm go
when I
forward. This is
stepped
a
back
lie.
as he
Pointed
lunged
down.
forward.
He's saying he had his
The gun goes off
hand
towards
without the gun up.
How does Mr. Clearman get one in his eyebrow with only a slightly upward trajectory?
His head, he was like lunging towards me like he was going to spear me or tackle me. And I
So-
stepped back.
That's not how the bullet.
Step back, did you pull the gun up?
Overruled. It's cross.
When you step back, did you pull the gun up?
At that moment, it did go up because I stepped back. It was
Unintentionally?
On its own.
A reaction. So you're stating you didn't mean to shoot him.
There was no intent there. No, I was.
Total accident, he got shot.
Yes, there was
Okay,
no
thank you.
intent.
Oh,
That's it. Done.
Boom.
There goes your self-defense claim.
Three
You better hope the
other-
jury believes you
that's
for the
tricky.
reckless
Four
homicide.
other people who saw this.
Or it
say they
gets
saw
really
your
woke.
hand go up and shoot him, and he just drops.
this is going to be
That's
interesting
not what
jury
happened.
instruction conference.
I don't know if that was a question.
Yep. It is.
Can you repeat it?
If four other people see your hand go up with a gun in it and shoot him, shoot the victim, you're telling us that that's not what happened. Do I have that correct?
Yes, that is
Okay,
correct.
thank you.
There were 4 other people in the stairwell, in the
talking.
dark stairwell.
Hang on. Please, there has to be a question in front of you. You don't get to make speeches, please. Go ahead.
Gotta love those one viewer live streams. One
Looks like the
viewer
defense wants to
live
call Bubba
streams.
Wallace and borrow something.
By the way, we got one viewer on YouTube. If you are the one viewer,
It's me. I've got a
on-
window open. That's me.
If you're
man.
the one viewer, please go ahead and click that like button so we can accurately reflect the one view. I would really appreciate that.
That would be really. That'd be really.
What happened to the clothes you were wearing?
Ratioed,
Tell
baby.
us your name so we know who you are. We'll call you up by name.
I'm not sure, sir.
15,000 watching,
Did you write home
4,000
like you did
likes.
the
Come
gun?
on, people. How can you be
No, it
watching
was
all this
one
time and
viewer
not
just a
like
second
it?
ago.
Wow.
Where'd you change?
In the house. In
Your
which
house?
in the house in which I was staying, yes, on Dowsman.
We have you leaving the house in
Video
the
looks
same
like you're
clothes.
still wearing the same clothes, just with a backpack. You remember changing.
To my recollection, yes.
This guy is like, was he texting someone? He's like, I hope you tune into that Ricada live stream. Watch me blow this idiot out right now.
He just hit like.
If police had never figured out you were the shooter that day, would you ever have turned yourself in?
Yes.
I was making steps to get legal counsel to turn
Just say
myself
yes.
in. So it was always the goal to turn myself in. But
Always.
I just wasn't sure if anyone would believe the narrative of a white man and his wife hunting me down.
A white man
trying
and his
to
wife.
cause harm to me.
Who's not white.
Wasn't my question. My question was this.
They were hunting him
If the
down.
police had not been told by people associated with your family that you were the shooter that night, were you ever going to turn yourself in?
I was always gonna. That was, the goal to turn myself in. But
So
I just needed legal
If they,
representation.
if they had never identified you as the shooter, your goal was to come in and be like, yep, I'm that unknown person that shot Jason Clearman. Is that what you're telling us?
With legal representation.
Yeah.
Okay.
And yet 6 months
Only
later,
if you
when
got-
he's arrested, he claims he's Milli Vanilli.
Is that a question?
Yeah.
Can you repeat it?
It was only after you were going to get rid of the gun. Isn't that correct?
It was only that's a statement.
Yeah. Were you, yes, answer the question, sir. You were going to turn yourself in, but only after you got rid of the gun, correct?
No, that's not true. I only did that so that
Thank
it
you very
wouldn't be
much,
on
sir.
my person.
Thank you. Oh, because you didn't want it on your person, right? You didn't want the weapon that killed Jason Clearman and could definitively connect you to this incident to be caught on you. Isn't that correct?
I just reacted to protect myself from being harmed.
Yes, you guys are seeing over 15,000 viewers now, but if you watch that view counter, it occasionally fluctuates down to one
Of a few things
and then back up. It's just fun.
Say that again.
Need to place some things on the record. Could I ask for a break?
You objected on the record already.
Well, I'm not sure what needs to go on the record. We can potentially discuss that. I'll take a short break for the jury, 10 minutes. Follow my bailiffs out, please.
Everything I said earlier about his likability, whoop, out the window.
And that's the problem. You can absolutely torch your entire everything you have going for you when you put your, and in this case, I don't know how they were going to get around any of this without putting him on the stand.
Yeah.
I mean, I honestly don't. The narrative, there are too many problems and holes in the narrative to not pull him up, and he's the only guy with knowledge of it. But he did not help himself.
Jury's out. Brief recess. Off the record.
Oh my goodness. Well, so gentlemen, how was review of cross-examination?
This is a fucking treat.
Yeah, no, he's doing a very good job. I like the way he's. I mean, and he
A+ best defendant.
No, I'm saying the prosecution is doing a good job, and I think that.
Oh, he's doing a good job because the guy's still alive on the defense stand after acting like that.
Well, I mean, you also don't realize that when you're an attorney, it's a tactic which is grating on the jury, but you sort of need to show dogged determination not to like give in to a client to a hostile witness who's stonewalling you with stupidity, like, you know, can you repeat? I don't understand, or trying to dodge questions with some pre-prepared line that he's just going to keep repeating. So he's being a pit bull. He's not letting him go on that sort of stuff, and that's important.
Oh, the chat's now. Could you repeat that? Could you repeat that? Could you repeat that?
What I'm trying to say here is, yeah, no, that was just wow. How to make a jury hate you.
The defense obviously gave him 3 or 4 lines. Go to these lines. Could you repeat that? I acted to defend myself.
I don't remember.
That's what Lamar was reminding him when he handed him the bottle of water.
Remember, you're defending yourself. Very possible he said something like that, in all honesty. Just crazy. I love the just a minute ago when your guy asked you about the boxer stance, you remembered. I'm going to need you to remember again. I'm going to need you to remember right now.
I did want him to push a little harder about, like, okay, so you said there was an item in his hand. Describe it. What color is it?
Well, how do you guys deal with how would you deal with it differently from the prosecutor in dealing with a defendant like that who's asking you to repeat everything, who's not answering you clearly? Would you guys tactically deal with it different than the prosecutor's dealing with it right now?
No, I think you just bulldoze through. I think, and it's hard to do. Sometimes he changes the form of his question a little bit. And I do think that there was 1 or 2 times, and don't ask me to remember because I can't off the top of my head, but there were 1 or 2 times at least where he had him repeat the question so many times that the question itself did get mitigated just a little bit.
Yes.
And I would want to, as the prosecutor, ask the exact same question over and over, but that's really, really difficult to do because you're not reading from a script. You know,
you can ask the court reporter to read it back.
Yeah, we saw what
No,
happened with that yesterday. It took forever.
forever.
It's tedious. The Burkowski might kill you.
Mm.
Listen
Yeah,
here, you
that's-
ask that court reporter one more time. I'm going to make you eat the fish in the cafeteria. You know
The
what'll happen to
questions
you
aren't
then.
that complicated. He should be getting them. I mean, he knows what he needs to ask. He should be getting them essentially identical every time. And just ask it, and maybe from time to time ask, you're telling the jury you can't hear my questions? And then look at the jury. You're hearing my questions, right? This guy's saying he can't hear the questions. He doesn't understand these questions.
Did I stutter?
Everybody
Did I
else seems to hear
stutter?
it. What's up, Bronco? How you doing, buddy?
What's up,
Oh,
Ian?
doing well. Just thought I'd drop by.
You been watching this?
I haven't. I actually slept in and just got up.
Oh,
You're in for a real treat, buddy.
Oh,
The
happy
defendant
birthday,
just.
Ian.
Oh, it's your birthday today?
No,
It
he's
is.
about to get a
Oh.
birthday gift.
Oh,
So-
okay.
Every day is a birthday with the Edgecombe trial.
I didn't know if elves did it different. That's all. The
Count 3 years.
what you just missed was the direct and then lunch and then cross of the defendant himself. On direct, he didn't do he said some questionable things. Cross was brutally painful. It was a slog. He was evading every single question, even really benign questions, just kind of getting through the story questions from the prosecutor. He was just, can you repeat that? I acted in defense of myself. I was afraid. It was, oh God, it was brutal.
Was that the end of cross right there?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. The prosecution said no further questions.
Okay.
Defense wants to put some things on the record, presumably put their objections on the record related to the prior acts. Oh, question for the panel. In my opinion, the prosecutor could have easily said, you were on trial for this, and this. In this case, weren't you?
Yep.
And he didn't do it.
A refresher recollection.
He could have done that. That's what I wanted tactically to see if you guys were thinking, because I would have just brought it out there and pointed.
Oh, yeah. Straight out. I would have been like, okay, you want to do it this way? We'll do it this way. This is your charging document. Is this your name on it? Yes. Is this the date you were supposed to appear in court? Yes. Does it say right here, count 1, assault with a deadly weapon?
Your Honor, I'd like to introduce Exhibit FU
into evidence, publish it to the jury.
Right.
As far as impeaching his testimony there, because one of the things he said is that he's lunging forward at the time that the gun accidentally acted in self-defense for him.
Oh yeah,
So-
Rumpel, you missed that. He claimed it both on direct and on cross that the gun just went off, and then on cross he said, "I did not mean to shoot him. It was an accident."
Oh,
So, yeah,
his defense lawyer is sitting there just weeping internally, I'm sure.
But he said that on direct, and he must have known it was coming. Here's the question I have for you. He also claimed that the guy was lunging forward, and my question is, wouldn't the angle of the bullet, can't they impeach him with the angle of the bullet going into his head and say that it would be going down?
Tried.
Has
They
that
tried.
been
Did
brought
you-
up by the coroner? I wasn't here for that.
Well, you must have missed it there on cross. He said, so wait, you're saying that your gun was at your waist level when you pulled the trigger, or when it went off? And he said, yes. And he says, well, how is that possible when the coroner testified that the bullet entered his skull with only a slight upward trajectory? And he basically said, I don't know, or whatever.
But it wouldn't be at all an upward trajectory. It would be a downward trajectory. Because if you think about it, if someone is lurching forward this way and you shoot them through the eye, it would be going down towards their chin. That's where the bullet would be going. It wouldn't be going upward at all. He's saying he's lunging forward at the time that the gun accidentally went off. And the forensics show that he's not leaning forward at all. If anything, he's standing more upright. And it completely impeaches his entire testimony, I would think.
Yeah, you're right. He said he was trying to spear him or tackle him. And so in that case, typically your head would come down as you lunged in. You wouldn't try and do this number.
Yeah, but he's saying the victim's head was up here in a diving motion, and he was shooting from the hip.
But also,
So
he was
it
in a
would
boxer
replicate that.
stance.
Yeah, all of this is a mess, and it also falls apart, when we realize that the victim, who is big, is only an inch taller than the defendant. I mean, this is not a massive disparity of height that's going on.
It's not a Rittenhouse Rosenbaum situation.
No. No.
No
So
man-
it sounds like we're
No manlet
predicting-
defense.
No manlet defense. Vicious manlet defense.
Well, I think this guy's self-defense claim already had issues. They're only exacerbated today.
Yeah, I mean, self-defense really needs good testimony from the accused. If they're in a position where they have to testify, which usually they are. If you're coming off as a weasel, and
he shot him by accident to defend himself.
Yeah.
That's not how it works.
Yeah. That.
Hey, you got to pick a lane on that.
Yeah, guys, remember, if you're intending to defend yourself, you're intending to defend yourself. You are acting in a way in which you feel sufficiently threatened to utilize deadly force. This is actually part of the problem in the Kim Potter defense, was that they tried to walk this line. And I think that's what you had to do, of saying she would have been justified in using deadly force, but she opted to use a lesser amount of force. But if you're saying in this case, you actually have a bullet coming out of a gun. If you fired that bullet, you better have meant to fire it right into the person, because there was literally no other option you had left. You are about to die if you don't take this action.
Or your defense is not self-defense, it's defense of accident. I mean, that's a legal defense too, but very difficult to sustain when you're handling an inherently dangerous instrument like a firearm.
Right. Yeah. It's
Ian, you also missed how he left Wisconsin to find counsel and blew off 2 court appearances and couldn't be reached by his counsel.
His existing criminal defense counsel.
His criminal defense counsel couldn't find him because he was too busy trying to find defense counsel for this case.
I mean, you guys have different rules on lawyer advertising there, but every time I go to the States, it's billboards for lawyers as far as the eye can see. So I mean, going around
all you see is Rekida's nose on the interstate.
That's it. That's it. I should buy.
How did you not find a lawyer?
I should buy like four billboards in a row in like Chicago, and one would be like 1/4 of my nose, and the next one like a half mile down the road would be another quarter.
That'd be great.
Have it by the end.
Or you could sell those truck mud flaps instead of the silhouette of the woman. It could have your nose in chrome.
No, so the problem, of course, Ian, with what you're saying though, is that these are public defenders, right? These are not privately retained attorneys. There's no advertisement issue here. And if I'm not mistaken, public defenders are often, they just go ahead and wrap up any new charges into the existing charges, because the reality is that people utilizing public defenders very commonly will have a second offense come through during the pendency of the initial offense, because our court system moves very slowly. And if you got your case a year out, there's a certain amount of people in the United States who tend to be frequent users of the public defender's office who will have a second criminal act just pop up on them by accident or whatever that they'll need defense for. So the public defenders are very normally going ahead and rolling in the other issue, or they can certainly make a referral to the local public defender's office in Milwaukee if, for example, they're in Waukesha. But one of them was in Milwaukee. So, I mean, one of the cases is they're in the same court, not the same courtroom, but the same courthouse. So he would have no trouble having that counsel take over that case, or get him to, like, if they have a homicide specialist at the Milwaukee Public Defender's Office, which if they don't, by the way, Milwaukee might have made a suggestion. You've got a homicide problem. You may need to do that. But in general, yeah, that would not have been a problem for him.
It's just such an incredible statement.
Yeah.
I mean, he needs to be believed. He needs to be, they need to see him as sort of an honest dealer, that he's, somebody they can trust, somebody they can empathize with. And all of this just destroys him. So.
Yep. The credibility of this witness, it was already bad. It's way worse by his action in front of the jury, by how he comes across, in my opinion. I mean, of course, I'm sure there's somebody out there who fully trusts and believes this guy, because there's always someone who does. mean, that's just that statistics bear that out. But whether or not he's lucky enough to get one of those people on the jury is maybe he does.
So
Maybe he
FYI
does.
for people who are interested, the direct was about an hour and a half of Edgecombe, and the cross was about an hour and 10 minutes.
And when we're not done.
I know it felt much longer than that, but the cross was about an hour and 10 minutes.
Well, now we've got redirect, and then there will be a recross, like almost guaranteed a recross.
Sure.
You don't want to give this guy. He's a gift. He's a gift to the state. So they definitely want to spend as much time as they reasonably can with him.
Yeah, we're going to have a combination of B. Ivory Lamar and Theodore Edgecombe on redirect. Imagine the fruit that's going to raise for the state.
Closing arguments are going to be tomorrow. There's no way they get to close today.
How many times are they going to drop the N-bomb in closing?
6.
All of them.
Every N-bomb, yes.
On direct, we got 12 hard R N-bombs from this guy. He, saying that the immigration attorney was chasing him down, screaming the N-word 12 times. Now,
Everybody in the gallery
interestingly,
needs to be quiet, please.
Oh shit.
The defendant's on the stand. The jury's not present. The jury's not in the courtroom. There are a couple sidebars. Let's make this brief so we can get the testimony done with this witness. Then I want to discuss scheduling. Mr. Ahmad.
At this time, defense is moving for a mistrial on the grounds that there was a discussion of his open pending cases. We don't believe that the door was opened to that specific conviction as a criminal case. I understand
very open.
What the state's argument was that he has other attorneys and that they potentially could have assisted him in turning himself in. And I think that should have been where it ended. But then to start talking about the criminal cases, that it's Waukesha, that, there's been some testimony
He's the parade guy.
that he was also on bail. One of the officers did mention bail. I think maybe it was alluded to some level here in the testimony. I think given the current circumstances and the climate, all of that would be grounds for a mistrial. So I want to make
circumstances and the climate.
What the fuck does the climate have to do?
I think it's worth making the
Your
application.
Honor, the court had already ruled previously during numerous final pretrial motions that the state would be able to bring in the fact that the defendant had 2 court dates that he missed because it went to consciousness of guilt. The fact
That's correct. That ruling was made at multiple pretrial hearings. Yes.
The fact that the defendant had court dates was going to be admissible. That was going to be the intent of really all my questioning until the defendant then decided to make a big deal out of the fact that he remained out of the state trying to get legal representation. My point was, well, he had 2 lawyers.
Get to impeach
him. Had he just acknowledged that and that he could have called them and didn't, I would have been done. But the defendant kept acting as though he didn't know who they were or that he had lawyers, and then even went so far as to say he didn't even think they were criminal defense lawyers. I would note that every single one of the steps along the way that the state took was only after the court in chambers told the state they could. In fact, the court, quite frankly, I think I could have even gone further. I didn't mention the charges. I didn't mention whether or not they were felony or misdemeanor. I didn't mention that there was a gun in one of them and that the other was domestic violence. I stayed away from all of those. I tried to get through that portion of it as quickly as I could. And I just couldn't based on the sheer evasiveness.
Can you imagine if Kyle had answered like that and Binger was on cross?
The defendant testified.
Solid response.
Repeatedly. And, I'll leave the assessment of his veracity to the jury, but he testified repeatedly, at least the state would argue, feigning ignorance of having other matters pending or proceeding. Then he, on more than one occasion, again, maybe accurately, maybe he was feigning ignorance. He, knowing that he had attorneys on those matters, said, well, I didn't know that they were criminal matters. We discussed it off the record, and as I said, on the record in less than a sentence, yes, I believe then and still believe that the defendant opened the door to additional examination. Arguably, again, the determination of veracity will be part of the calculation and reviewing
He's
the
got an
evidence, the
opinion.
testimony, the witnesses for the jury.
He doesn't believe this guy
But
for a second.
arguably, the defendant was clearly lying and or feigning ignorance. As the state noted, I think the state could have potentially went further.
Yes, they could have.
It's probably
Easily.
fine that the state did not go any further. But as part of my analysis, the defendant sat on the stand and said repeatedly, effectively, I don't have an attorney. I didn't know I had attorneys. And then even went as far as to say he didn't know he had criminal defense attorneys. As I said off the record, that's hard to believe when someone had at the time a pending misdemeanor with 6 counts that involved allegedly a weapon. And he had a separate domestic violence case, one of them at a misdemeanor level, but with 5 or 6 counts, based on what the state's told me. The second one, a felony level case. For the defendant to continue to at least potentially evade or feign ignorance on that, he opened the door to expanded examination by the state. It was valid. It was legitimate. The motion for mistrial is denied.
You fucked up, defense.
Now, I'd like
It's
to
on you.
discuss scheduling. Gentlemen, I've been telling
Good luck appealing
both
that, by the
sides
way.
for
You'll
last 2
lose
days.
dramatically.
It may have actually started on Friday, that we need to move things along.
Also, you get a horse's head in your bed.
I told the jury last week we'd be done by Monday. It became apparent probably last Thursday or Friday morning that Monday was not a reasonable goal. But here we sit at 2:50 on Tuesday. So we need to move the case along. I have encouraged both sides to move it along multiple times. I've not cut off questioning, at least not in the broad scope of questioning. But the jury will come back in. We'll conclude with this witness. Is this the defense's last witness or not?
There's just Dr. John Black, which should be concluded today.
And is the state planning any rebuttal?
Depends on Black.
I guess I don't need a final answer now, but I'd like some inclination, please.
I'm inclined to, but it wouldn't be long even if we did.
Would not be long, is that what you said?
Yeah, Your Honor, it's the only rebuttal
Can
testimony.
you use the mic again, please?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I keep moving that thing. Judge, the only potential rebuttal testimony that I might have would be 2 to 3 opinion witnesses. They're simply the character witnesses that I previously noticed. You know, since it's opinion testimony, there's really not too much I can get into other than their opinion as to the victim, whether or not, you know, he would say certain things. It would be fairly quickly, I think, if I did it. And I can't see more than 5-10 minutes of witness. We've got 3 of them. They're already here. They're already lined up.
All right, bringing the jury in, the defense can do redirect and the state can do recross. Then I'll send the jury out. The defendant can obviously be off the stand and back at counsel table. Then I'll expect the defense's last witness. I expect to be done with at least that testimony, the defense case.
I hate
by
the
end of
short
day.
pants
That's
look
2
that
hours.
Lamar
That should be
has.
plenty of time.
I don't like that.
Let's proceed. I'll have the jury brought in.
It's a trendy thing.
I know. I don't like it. I like the pants to go down to the shoes.
A lot of tailors try to sell you on it nowadays.
And Taylor tried to sell me on that. I would have slurs for them. Some kind of carpet stitcher? Fuck off, Taylor.
That whole fashion thing is part of the agenda.
Don't get him a strike too, Joe.
The gallery can please again be seated. Silent, please.
I can't believe I uploaded a video making fun of Jack Murphy, Lizzo, and Tess Holiday, and YouTube demonetized it for hate. Like, I do this every day, YouTube.
Don't they even know who you are yet? Don't they even know?
Your advertisers love me. Speaking of which, guys, I'll be to the YouTube chat. I'll be uploading.
Go ahead, counsel.
I'll be uploading that video edit to
Mr.
my
Edgecombe,
locals today.
are you nervous at this point?
I'm very.
Can you speak up, please?
Yes.
Hold the microphone to your fucking mouth.
In the mic, okay. And
Pull it to your mouth. Just
why
pull
are you
the thing-
nervous right now?
At any point, he could move it.
Because I'm going to jail.
Due to the circumstances at hand, like my whole life is, pretty much on the
You talk like Billy Madison.
Because the prosecutor said, "I'm going to kill you, N-word."
Now, Mr. Edgecombe, have you ever been questioned
I'm just an N-word in a white prosecutor's
in a
game.
trial before?
No.
So this is new to you?
Yes.
He always pled out before.
Mr. Edgecombe, do you recall ever being diagnosed with ADD?
Yes, as a child.
Relevance?
And can you explain to
Yeah,
the
the
members
scope.
of the jury, how you kind of prepare yourself as far
Aggressive discharge
you know,
disorder.
If he
answering
says 3
questions,
words and then
kinda
stops
dealing
the
with,
explanation, that's the
you know,
only
matters
credible
so that you're somewhat
explanation of ADD he could do.
Well, I pray a lot.
I just want to get his mental disorders
And
as a
Now he
life.
suddenly understands all the questions again.
mostly just through
He was in just
prayer
fine, too.
Through prayer and hard works with God. That's how I get through my ADD.
Now, does Attorney Huberner make you nervous at all as far as the way in which you were questioned?
More than nervous.
That cracker be crazy.
I just wish I had my gun.
Last guy who questioned me like him got shot in the face by accident. The gun went off.
But it
into
was
his brain.
self-defense. It was a defensive accident.
Mr. Edgecombe,
I blame the armorer.
how does it feel how do you feel when the word homicide is used, when you're asked a question regarding involvement in a homicide? How do you feel about that
Objection,
question?
Your Honors, the relevance is to his feelings over the word homicide.
Feelings as to the term is not relevant. Sustained.
Is there any way a question is asked of you that makes you feel a certain way?
Do you feel
about what
nervous
occurred
from all
on
the
September
axes coming
22nd
your
of
way?
2020?
Objection, Your Honor,
Yes.
as to his feelings due to questions. I don't see how that's relevant.
Sustained. It's not relevant. His feelings are not relevant about direct or cross-examination. Let's move
Facts,
on.
not feelings, bitches.
Mr. Edgecombe, you were asked on cross-examination about
He was axed.
Homicide. How did that
why
make you
didn't go
feel?
to a police station.
To be
You recall
fair,
that?
to be fair, the chat who keeps hitting him on axed. He was
Can you
axed on
explain
cross-examination.
your state of mind after, using what you call, self-defense against Mr. Clearman
What
and
you
going down
call?
the stairs. What was on your mind at that
Called
particular time?
accidental
I
self-defense.
was in shock. I couldn't believe what had just taken place.
We already heard this 6 times.
Now,
Asked and lied about.
you were asked as far as
Your Honor, objection. Ask the
your
misrepresented.
route going home. Were you thinking about being efficient as far as saving time at the time that you left the scene on September 22nd of 2020?
No, I wasn't really thinking like in those aspects. I was just in shock. I really wasn't. I was still trying to get away.
I knew Ruby was going to be pissed.
No,
Ammo costs are
no.
really high these days.
Situation.
To be fair, thinking doesn't seem to be a strong suit, so this is credible.
Direct that you had fear, and one of those fears were because you killed a white man. Is that right?
I acted in self-defense. I don't recall.
Yes.
Do we know the racial makeup of the jury?
And how does that relate?
I heard it's at least 6 African American,
your-
6 white, but I don't know.
All right.
if you will,
Fitty.
Your eagerness to go to a police station after such an occurrence.
That's like one.
I mean, honestly, does
one of the
anybody
last,
believe he was
like,
looking for legal
at that
counsel while
moment,
he
it's
was
like,
on the lam for 6
It
months?
wasn't on my mind because
Until he got pulled over by a Kentucky
I
State
was in
Trooper.
fear of, even the police, even if they would believe, what had occurred.
Why are you saying what occurred is unbelievable?
And did that fear of going to the police remain for the entirety of almost 6 months?
Yes.
Terrible fear.
Do you fear people don't believe you today? That's what I would ask as a
So,
prosecutor.
even upon, being, when the Kentucky trooper pulled me over, like I was even in fear then. They had me.
Well, I
on the
would be
side of the
too.
road, by a ditch. They
That's probably true.
They don't mess around.
Cameras I had in front of their vehicles where they had a dash cam. I had my hands up the whole time, and all 4 officers were like, "Hey,
4 officers on a traffic stop."
I was in fear of what they might do, and then in the situation, and just
They had 4 officers there, so they wouldn't have to do anything.
dynamics of the situation that had occurred on September 22nd, if they were to figure that out. And I didn't want to go into their custody involuntarily. No one knew where I was, and there was no guarantee like I would make it back, even in their custody safely.
Now,
The
Mr.
prevailing
across
narrative that
the state
every
brought
black
up
man who goes into the system
2 other lawyers
dies on the
that
way
you had regarding
back to
other
Wisconsin.
matters, correct?
Yes.
Now, you testified on direct examination that between you calling and Ruby Mazel calling, that you were quoted a certain amount of money to retain a lawyer, correct?
Yes.
What was that amount again?
They were in ranges from 50,000 to 140,000.
How much
I
are you
wish
paid?
they would ask what Lamar's charging him.
And did you have
They can. They still can.
$1,000 at the time?
No.
Is that the reason why you had your family set up a GoFundMe on your behalf?
Does that mean every poor criminal defendant can flee for 6 months because they don't have the money for a private attorney?
Only if they shoot a white man.
Let's in the cases that the state brought up, were those attorneys assigned to you by the court?
They were public defenders. So public defenders.
Now he
Well,
knows.
now
the
you know what they were.
Yeah.
You didn't pay any money.
Now you
when
know what they are.
you
Suddenly.
received a public defender, correct?
No.
Holy shit.
This really is begging for them to ask how much he's paying
Now,
Lamar.
Mr. Edgecombe, in your mind, is there a distinction from a public defender and, let's say, a local criminal defense attorney?
Yes.
Can you explain to the members of the jury how you
Here we
perceive
go.
the difference between a
Object
public
as to
defender
relevance.
and a local criminal defense attorney?
A state of
Objection,
mind.
Your Honor, his
As far
opinion
as
on
a
lawyers
public,
is clearly irrelevant and may
defender,
even be
they
prejudicial to him, given defense counsel.
Don't fight as hard.
It's state
for
of mind.
especially being a
Reflects
black
a state of
person.
mind.
Like they don't.
Public
put in
defenders don't fight as hard for black
efficient work
suspects.
ethic to
Because
help
they hardly
us
ever have a
solve
black
matters
suspect.
that are being handled in courts. They tend to not even
Say what you will
know
about
who
public
you are.
defenders, but most of them
upon
are happy to
seeing
fight
you
as hard as possible
and
for
even
black
going to
suspects.
court, they gotta
Absolutely.
figure out who you are and what your
Harder
case
sometimes.
is. Whereas what I've known, like if you're paying for a lawyer, they would know who you are and they will help you efficiently and with great ethic
That's.
in your matters that were at
Ethic.
hand. And also too,
I wouldn't bet my house on that proposition.
Like I was in the understanding that different matters require different lawyers. So in these matters,
And they covered it on the break.
in the matters that were discussed previously, and in these matters that we're dealing with today, thought it's it's different, degrees and matters that they handle as far as from like a public defender or like a paid attorney.
So why not ask them where you can find a good attorney?
Now, Mr. Edgecombe, the state, they asked a question of you on cross, and they indicated that you said that I can't let them get away, and then you punched them, correct?
Yes.
All right.
My
Now, Mr.
memory is
Edgecombe,
now perfect.
You stated that you were a bit infuriated at that time, correct?
Infuriated?
Yes.
Mr. Edgecombe, did you have a
Infuriated.
firearm on your person at that time that you punched Mr. Clearman?
Yes.
Well, you had a firearm with 17 shots in it.
You didn't shoot him there, so it's self-defense later.
Yes.
Why did you not shoot Mr. Clearman instead of punching him at that particular moment?
I never intended to hurt or harm anyone.
With my fist.
Never like the goal of mine.
B.
as
Ivory,
far
when
as,
I
you
mentioned
know,
that yesterday, it was in response to the
killing or
drug theory.
shooting,
If you're going to watch the show and
anything of
poach
that
the
matter.
arguments, understand why I was making them. It's not a good defense to I didn't want to shoot him then.
And is it true that the only reason why you put the trigger is because of
By
self-defense at a time that Mr. Clearman
He testified
lunged
he didn't
towards
pull
you
the
with
trigger
what you believe
intentionally.
to be an object in his hand?
It was reactionary to him lunging towards me.
Thought it was an
Yes,
accident.
the gun just went off. I didn't even,
The
put
gun
any
just went off.
thought as to, the gun going off. It wasn't like intended. It was reactionary.
So it
No,
was
it's not
reactionary
self-defense,
based
then.
off a threat that you perceived at that moment.
Well, now he's hedging.
Being told I'm gonna kill you.
It was reactionary accidentally in response to a threat that I perceived, allegedly, while I was infuriated.
And did those words, "I'm going to kill you,"
racist, Nick.
cause you to believe that you needed to defend yourself at that time?
Yes.
One second, please.
Is he crying?
Hey, Nas N in the chat.
He's
Why
paid
would
to
I
cry.
delete racist statements of other people in the chat? Why would I delete any comments of anybody in the chat? Go fuck yourself.
You're deleted.
You want me to what? You want me to censor people? Why, doesn't it help you identify people that you agree or disagree with? Wouldn't you rather know who's on your side? It's not my comments. Criticize me for my comments all day.
You keep indicating
Criticize Nick
that
for
you
my
needed to
comments too.
protect yourself against Mr. Clearman at a very specific time, correct?
Yes.
And can you explain to the members of the jury all those factors that went into your mind at that particular time that you needed to, pull out the weapon, aim it at Mr. Clearman at a specific time, and respond as you recall, a reflex or whatever you describe it as, but pulling the trigger at that time? What are those factors?
Me telling him to stop.
So this is all checking the boxes now.
Hey,
Yep.
like stop, don't come any closer. To see if he would, just be deterred from, even wanting to, pursuing me. Yes, even the threats that were behind him.
It's such credible
Can you
testimony.
repeat that question, please?
Oh no!
Oh, now he gets a taste.
It boomeranged.
How does it feel, B. Ivory?
Honestly, I kind of got it myself.
Oh
but
my
basically,
God.
it's just going into the factors that you realize that
He
very
forgot his own
specific
question
moment,
again.
the threats that you realized at the time.
Remember
you
that
felt you need to
self-defense
defend
chart
yourself.
we went through from a guy named Andrew
Yes,
Branca?
the
I
threat
need you to go ahead
behind
and
him,
read that again.
him being directed
It's got a little
from
index card with the 5. It's got my little 5 elements of self-defense infographic.
him even started.
Now,
I feel like if he'd read that, he'd actually be in way better shape.
I bet I have the
As
infographic
it
right
relates
here
to
somewhere.
weapons.
I don't think, Bronca, I don't think B. Ivory's got hard
Can
yet.
you explain to the members of the jury what was the training that you
I'm not going there.
And CCW training courses, and also too being working.
He took
for
CCW
Homeland
courses?
Security.
Yeah.
Now, is it, you keep using this term imminent threat. Is that where you learned that word from? Is that training that you received?
Yeah.
They saw the jury react to that.
Explain a little bit about the security work that you've done.
That's
prior
what's
in life.
happening here.
Yes, it was working. I worked side by side with Border Patrol and Coast Guard doing maritime security on various docks. And also too, with
I think you
Allied
mentioned this
Barton
earlier when you
here,
went through your
at the
CV.
train station, and also too in Florida.
Do they allow criminals to work with them?
This seems a remarkably sketchy claim.
I mean, if you get the day pass, maybe.
1 second.
When I was in SEAL Team 6, we kind of covered that imminent threat stuff.
Let's get that fuck out of here.
Damn, someone sent something I was trying to respond to in the chat, but the chat moved too fast and now it's gone.
Just for
oh well.
The jurors' edification, if you could explain what is an imminent threat to you, Mr. Edgecombe?
Direct person, like close to you, in close proximity of your person, almost evading like your personal space, imminent, direct, clear.
He's speaking to what, law now?
Mr. Edgecombe, can you explain any emotions or bodily responses that you had to the threat that you perceived on September 22nd?
This is what they wanted their use of force expert
Yes,
to
I
talk about.
was in fear, like borderline shaking because of, just previously about to get hit. Well, getting hit, and then also too being about to directly get hit, and in which I, ran from and was able to get away from them, directly trying to hit me, deliberately trying to hit me.
Hit me. I guess
Do you
with
have
the
any
car.
other bodily experiences that you noticed as a result of
Baby,
that
one
threat?
more time.
Just fear and shaking, like, and
Okay. All right, no more questions for you.
Kind of wonder if the Kia would have actually hit him if the Kia would have fallen over onto the other car.
Well, we know Kias are built like a rock.
You had weapons training?
Yes.
Uh-oh.
Here we go.
They teach you how to shoot?
No.
Oh.
Did you have a weapon during this weapons training?
Yes, they don't, like, in the training classes, they don't, like, we don't shoot in the class. We go to like a firing range.
So you've been to a firing range to shoot, right?
Yes.
And you realize, and you've been trained on how to hit your target, right?
Oops.
Not one of those.
Can you repeat the question?
No. Thank you.
I'm just going to
I'm sending the jury out. We're done with this witness. I think we're going to have one additional witness.
Wow. I thought he'd
Please
go
take a
further
break,
into
5 minutes,
redirect
10
than
minutes,
that.
then we'll be back.
Yeah,
Because
so did
I
I.
expect to be the last witness. You can step out. Everybody
That's
else
a
in
good
the gallery remain
punctuation.
seated and
Wait.
silent, please.
So you practiced? You know how to hit a target? And you did. Why'd they focus on her?
the fake detective?
That wasn't the fake detective. The other chick was the fake detective.
Oh, I'm sorry. Too many blondies on their staff.
Yeah. Well, the redirect was at least short and sweet. I don't know what good it did. I mean, there wasn't much there. The recross. Sorry, the redirect
All right,
was
very brief recess.
Oh.
You can 5 minutes, 10 minutes. We'll move the defendant. I want the defense last witness ready to go. Short recess off the record.
The recross from state is what I was talking about, being very short.
Yeah, he's very restrained, this prosecutor, compared to what he could be doing. I guess he's, he's playing it safe. He may feel he has enough to work with at closing.
Doesn't want to give appellate issues, maybe, Andrew? Do you think that might be it?
Well,
he thinks he might be some issues?
There's always that, and he may not want to be perceived as, he's looking at the jury, right? So we don't get to see the jury. I mean, there may be some Karen types on the jury or some, BLM or social justice warrior, whatever you want to call them. He's seeing their faces, and he's afraid if I overreach, if I come across as a racial bully, then I lose them, and we're done. We'll just have a mistrial.
I still think I would have tried to get an emotional reaction out of him. I would have called him a coward for saying that. You basically run up, you pull up, you basically chase after him, punch the guy in the face, run away. When he comes
That
after
wouldn't work.
You shoot him in the face.
That wouldn't work with the target audience. The audience we're concerned about is the one or two, social justice warrior people on the jury. That's not going to work with them because they believe the N-word was used 12 times.
Okay, but I'm saying is even if you believe the N-word was used 12 times, I'm saying is that type of cowardice where you basically try and act like a bully. He's trying to act like a bully.
Yeah, those people aren't
I'm going to punch you in the face and run away.
Joe, you're making the Krauss
argument.
argument. You're making the Krauss argument.
No, because I'm saying is he's trying to play the bully, and then as soon as someone actually reacts, this is something that the DA touched on. As soon as the guy reacts, I'm going to shoot you. That's essentially what he did. He said, I'm going to chase after someone, punch him in the face, run away. If they bother coming after me, I will shoot them in the face. That is what he did.
I get it, but I just, this guy hasn't given me a single indication that he would give anything even closing in on an emotional reaction to anything. He's been very calm, very measured throughout the entire cross. And the way he stayed calm and measured was evasion, and wait, can you answer the question? He never got heated even once. I don't think pressing him on it would have gotten him to that point.
I don't know. His actions that night show that he's not too difficult to trigger, and I don't think they tried that at all.
I just think he might be too low IQ to trigger. I mean, he's just operating at a different wavelength.
No, and he could have been triggered. That listen, we don't know what his tox was that night, right? I mean, he might have been in a state where he was easily triggered that night, but not easily triggered now that he's on sedatives in court.
True. Yeah, I was gonna say we don't know what his tox is right now. If he's on Xanax or fucking Valium or something, he's just he's gonna be calm and collected the entire time.
Yeah, I mean, if you were his defense attorneys and you knew he had a tendency to emotionally fly off the handle, would you give him his Xanax before you put him in the witness stand? I would. I might not even ask him.
I would never do such a
thing. So, could you have 3 whiskeys before you answer this cross-examination?
Here's a vitamin.
Yeah. Oh man, it's I mean, I think the big stuff we've hit it a couple times now, but it merits repeating. The gun accidentally going off is a real bad look for self-defense.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
It's and then if that's your strategy, if that's what you're going with, you're hoping to God that that they choose self-defense, and if they don't, you're hedging for the idea that you get a reckless homicide as opposed to intentional. But if they don't believe you on the self-defense stuff, I don't think they're going to believe you that the gun went off accidentally, and you're probably still facing first-degree murder at that point. I don't get it. I don't like the strategy. I think it's a bad strategy, but that's the strategy they're going with.
I don't know that it's a strategy. I suspect that this guy is probably just a very difficult witness to keep. I don't think he quite is with the playbook, is my guess.
I mean, do you think that he was one of those that said, I want to testify? Because ultimately that, at least I know that in Florida, I imagine in most states, it's, the right of the defendant to testify, choose whether to testify or not.
So in Wisconsin too.
Yeah. So he would come out and say, hey, I'm going to testify. And then they've got to deal with that. He seems like the type of defendant, because there always are those defendants that no matter how you advise them, no matter how many times you tell them, don't testify. They say, I want to get up there and
testify. He had to testify.
Yeah, he had to testify here.
Because no one saw a weapon in Clearman's hands. There's no alternative path for getting the necessary evidence to support a self-defense jury instruction to the jury unless he testifies. Now, if eyewitnesses had said they saw a knife in Clearman's hand, that would be different. All right, you can make an inference from that there would have been a reasonable perception of an imminent deadly force threat. But there's no evidence like that in the trial. So if it's not there, basically you have to meet your burden of production on that legal defense of self-defense. Often that comes from other evidence and the defendant doesn't actually have to testify. But in this case, it didn't. And if it doesn't come from other sources, well, then you have to produce that evidence yourself. And really the only way to do it is through your own testimony.
And we haven't got the social justice defense, to be clear. This has only come out through him. I've missed some days, so I'm actually genuinely asking a clarifying question here. Has any other witness for the defense brought up anything about this social justice defense, about the N bombs or anything else? Some or no?
No, there's no testimony.
No
testimony to any N words. The closest we got was the guy yesterday, the independent investigation expert, who by basic implication, he would maybe lead people to believe that the investigation itself was incomplete because he was black. But I mean, really, really thin. I'm hesitant. And look, I think that guy's an activist and he does this in a whole lot of cases, but I don't think he made any direct statements to that effect. Just he's playing into the defense attorney's narrative that the entire case was botched on the investigative aspects from the police, likely because he's black, which is feeding into his fear of the system and all that shit.
This investigative team looked like Star Trek, the original television show. I mean, they had every race represented. I mean, there were the white people, black people, Hispanic people. I don't know if there were any Asian people, but if so, that seems to be the only major racial category missing. I mean,
well, Ahmad is if he's Middle Eastern, then that's motivation.
They even had robots. So
that's Southeast
robots.
Europe. Come on.
right from Star Trek.
He said Asian.
Yeah, that's Asian.
No,
come on.
I meant
come
the
on.
woman. I meant that female robot.
Eric Allen says, I haven't heard someone say the N-word at me this many times since the last time I did blackface, quoting Justin Trudeau. Slagless says, Nick, if you had your choice of any country to visit on a week's notice that's out of season as a spite vacation that you can't afford, what country would you choose?
Australia.
Portugal. Clearly, I would go to Portugal. Slagless. There's no other choice. I can't believe you guys don't know this. It's Portugal.
Portugal makes.
Have you been to Portugal, Nick?
No.
You know, drugs are pretty much legal in Portugal.
Look, if I'm going,
the same for Colorado.
if I'm going out of season somewhere on a spite vacation, I would pick Portugal. I mean, come on.
The coast of Portugal is beautiful, folks. It's world class. It's really, really nice.
The Dollhuck says, I see we're dealing with the left side of the bell curve. Oof. Darren Haviland says, what did you have for lunch? Can you repeat that? What did you have for lunch? I was trying to defend myself. Patrick Allen
fish sticks.
Can you repeat that question?
Patrick Allen says, for the love of all that is holy and unholy, this guy is going to drive me to pull an agoo on someone. The Agoo Newman thing was such that, like, that's the one thing that made me think this guy was actually close to a bachelor's degree. It's like a clear Odyssey reference, right? What's your name? Nobody. My name is Nobody. Nobody stabbed me in the eye. Nobody did. Then what are you complaining about, you dumbass? Jake Lawrence says, I foresee a compilation of Can You Repeat That? No Guard says, Rubio. Let's dispel this fiction once and for all that Theodore Edgecombe doesn't know what he's doing. He knows exactly what he's doing.
Isn't he the newest meme? Right? Will there be an image of him testifying? Can you repeat that question, please?
C Goody 564 says he can't keep getting away with this. Sam Hyde / Theodore Edgeworth. BG Willia says Andrew Branca should be announcing what LOSD principles got broken in real time.
Where do you start? First of all, it'd be helpful if you had a self-defense claim at all in order to even get to law self-defense. That'd be a nice start.
Yeah, I mean, they tried to check the boxes for the various elements for a self-defense claim here. The real problem isn't that the boxes aren't checked. It's like it's just an invisible ink. I mean, you have to believe the testimony. You have to believe what they're offering, and it's simply incredible.
Lamb Chop says, went to the post office today and got hard.
Nice.
Chapmort says, spending all my money here, so I'm not tempted to hire a hitman after the stream. 11 Bravo Crunchy says, this prosecutor deserves to be beatified for his patience on this cross. By the way, I am your one viewer. I am your only friend. Oh, thank God. Jeff K says, I am the one. Phil
You might
Harrington.
call it your only fan.
Only fan.
If only there were a website. Phil Harrington says, trial prep by Anmal and Sahil Kindry. Oh, no, the Kindry brothers.
I should just broadcast on OnlyFans just for the lulz. So to be the exact same content. What the fuck? Let's just open.
They're ready for your hot tub
OnlyFans.
stream,
OnlyFans.com/uncivil It's coming. It's the same exact content. Fuck it. Let's go.
Please just do it. But instead of having your face on camera, have a separate OnlyFans camera that's just on your feet.
Excellent. No, I love it.
That was a good
Rittenhouse opinions.
That was a good
my left and
Rittenhouse
right foot.
reference.
They will each have different personalities. I will give them.
You could flip pages of Andrew Branca's book to show that at the exact
There you go.
same time.
Yeah, I love it.
With your toes.
I'm in. Let's go.
Use this to cover up the sensitive areas. You know.
Razor
Nipples.
3. Oh shit, we're back. Razor
320. I'm bringing the jury in. The defense is, based on what they told me, last witness is taking the stand. I'll bring the jury in.
Are they still
Sure. The last witness is a black man, of course.
Razor 319 says Nick knows the law. Contact now 1-888 Law and Crime. 68 SPC says he reminds me of Orlando Jones playing a former drug user selling magazines in the movie Office Space. I'm waiting for him to say this is all just an act.
And people can save 100% on Law and Crime by instead watching Recant Law.
Caboose, aka Kyle, says B. Ivory's copy of Bronca's book is lost in the mail. Oh no. Audi Joe says the racially motivated defense team should have stuck with racial defense argument. Spaghetti on the wall. Well, they should have just made a self-defense argument is what they should have done. You do have a guy following you down after you punched him or whatever. He's following you in his car. He gets out of the car. He walks, jogs, runs at you aggressively, and rounds the corner on you. Fire the fucking gun, I guess.
After you just punched him in the face, I mean, it's not a great start to your self-defense case.
It's not the start, of course, is he tried to run me over with his car once. I ran up, lost my temper, but then I tried to get away.
I realized I screwed up with the punch. I didn't want to fight anymore. I'd withdrawn from the fight, effectively communicated my withdrawal, and he tried to kill me. I'm allowed to defend myself against that.
I said, hey man, back off, stay back. John Black looks a little bit different today to me.
For every $100 you give Nick, I'll do a shot. I'll do shots for Nick.
He looks more like Colonel Sanders today.
In the next hour, approximately, which means then, based on what I've been told, I will expect the defense to rest. If there's any rebuttal from the state has told me it's going to be very brief, 1 or 2 witnesses, 10 or 15 minutes. I know when you hear estimates from me and the attorneys, they have a big kind of issue.
I mean, a 10-minute witness. I mean, Jesus Lord.
I know when I give you these estimates, I'm no more credible than the defendant.
But that's the last witness.
Mistrial denied.
We'll discuss finishing and completing the case, including jury instructions and other matters. Sir, if you can stand and raise your right hand, please.
You solemnly swear the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth.
Jensen Zeiger says currently catching up at 1.25. How has no one strangled this man yet? Was a hard case at first. Now it's sunk deeper than the Titanic.
John Black, JOHN BL.
Mr. Black.
All right.
Go ahead. Dr.
Thank
Black.
you, Judge. Good afternoon, Dr.
Black and Black.
Can you tell us briefly, what is your occupation?
I'm a consultant. I retired from police work after 23 years.
Professional witness.
I retired from the military after 30 plus years. The areas I consult in include anything from business strategy.
We'll be right back.
I
I've already heard his
doctorate
CV.
in business intelligence, how people turn information using decisions, visual information.
I got
into
to ask him where he got that tie.
That is also linked to, and it deals with how I work
What's
and
the pin?
consult in with police agencies.
I don't know. I don't like pins. tie
And
pins.
how they deal with anything ranging from use of force to leadership to training.
Finger's got a great place for pins.
And
What's the tie pin and what's the
And
lapel pin?
similar.
These are both confusing to me.
Dr. Black, where are you based out of?
I currently am based out of Central Oregon.
Okay, and you're joining
The
us.
tie pin looks like
there
like a family
Yes.
crest on a
flew
shield
into
or
the
something.
Chicago or Milwaukee area?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, you mentioned that you have some experience in law enforcement. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
I believe you said 22 years?
Well, a little over 23 years, but yes.
23 years. And what sort of experience did you have when you used to work in law enforcement? What were your duties?
So this doesn't sound like they're prepping him to do video
So,
or
I
image
started out as a patrol
analysis.
officer.
Yeah, what's he going to be doing?
Testimony.
We had
But
he's
the
a
judge has
shill
already
who-
said he's not allowed to
Up to
testify
the
about
ranks, like
Edgecombe's
exec,
subjective
corporal,
perceptions.
I also
He
oversaw
introduced
training
himself as
operations
somebody who
for
pretty much will
25 years.
testify about anything for money.
I then, in the agency
Well,
I
I
was
mean,
at, I was a
nothing wrong with that.
The agency I was at,
As a lawyer.
I was at,
Just ask Cardi B.
Oregon, had approximately 700
Oh, man.
employees, and I did both work on the police side or patrol, as well as corrections. Throughout that time and the different positions that I had,
A young Colonel Sanders. I see it.
created the
I
intelligence
see it.
unit for
That should be one of the
detectives.
questions.
I oversaw,
Finger looking good, baby.
when I was in the detective division, I oversaw anything from homicide to sex crimes to fraud to you name it. When I was in the patrol division, I was an operations lieutenant. I oversaw all the normal things you would associate with patrol operations, responding to calls, staffing, budget, all those type of things, all the way up through.
When I was starships fighting off the belts of
division,
Orion,
I was training and everything else.
Systemic
I was also the
racism.
head of professional standards, and professional standards is usually where the internal affairs review is. So I oversaw internal affairs. I was a internal.
Seriously, what is the objective of them bringing him here? What are they trying to get out of him?
And then eventually I was the
Just-
person. that
I had the
oversaw
impression that he was pretty much excluded from any useful use of force testimony. But of course, in the last case, he did image analysis, basically.
Database.
And there are images here, but
There's
this
myriad
background is not
I've
relevant to
sat
image analysis.
as a representative on the Human Rights Council.
So you don't know.
I don't know.
Global response team. I was a
It
negotiator
sounds like he's
for
going to
many years.
testify about use of force issues,
I mean,
but
there's a bunch.
But he's not supposed to be doing it.
I'm
That
not
is
sure
quite an
we-
extensive
Beard
resume.
mustache
I
care.
want to talk specifically about in your experience in law
Look at that
enforcement.
timing.
Did you utilize
Right after his resume.
or were you familiar with videographic?
Oh, there we
video
go.
evidence?
Okay.
Oh,
A little bit.
we basically used it daily.
I mess with it on
You
Tuesdays.
think about it,
I'm a little bit of an expert on it.
a robbery comes in and we have maybe some traffic cam or some other type of video evidence or cell phone evidence or cameras from an ATM. As a patrol officer, we use video evidence for eyewitness lineups or something similar to that. Regardless, it is a form of evidence and it was used. I can't think of a time when it wasn't. In corrections, I would
Before video?
take a look at use of force complaints, for example, or something similar. And if you notice, like you see in here, in public safety facilities, we have cameras. And so there would be video evidence and you would review that video evidence. But
Okay. And just to stop you right there, Doctor, you also mentioned that you had some military experience. Is that correct?
yes, sir.
And in your role at the military, can you tell us what sort of video or videographic evidence you had experience with while you were in the military?
I hold
Have
a
you
lot
heard
what
of
they
a
call
desert
military
queen?
occupational
We had
specialties.
lots of
One those
videos of
specialties
desert
I hold
queens.
is a special operations specialty.
Those are extra crispy.
Known as intelligence and
If you could speak up.
Speak up, please.
I'm
Understood.
sorry. This is just how I
There's
talk
a
to keep
special
from murdering people with
operations
skateboards.
Specialty known as intelligence. In intelligence and operations.
Sorry, as I said,
you
I'm from
commonly
Central
look at
Oregon, and
different
those of us from
forms
Central
of
Oregon
intelligence, which could
talk
include
modestly.
Things like
We're
imagery
not proud of it.
intelligence, electronic intelligence, human intelligence. I was a intelligence officer. We routinely used
Did you detect any intelligence from the defense?
videographic,
He was just out in his rental car smoking a bong.
satellite imagery, whatever, as a form of intelligence.
Hot
Okay, so
potting.
just to sum that up,
Devil's lettuce.
used video and video evidence or surveillance as a form of intelligence to do your
Yeah,
work.
there's harder places to find weed in the
That'd
wild
be
than
fair.
Central Oregon.
Okay. Now, in this case, you were retained by the defense to educate the jury as to video evidence generally. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, without getting into the specifics of the actual facts of this case or the actual video in this case,
We want to stay as
just wanna
far away from the
discuss some of
actual facts of this
concepts
case
that
as
come
possible.
into play when there is video evidence. So
I'm kidding, of
can
course.
you tell us
He can't really talk about
just
it.
basically, and I'm sure this is an obvious question or an answer, but
The
what
bad
is
thing
the
about making
difference
jokes on a
between
live stream with 15,000 people watching is that there's always somebody who's going to be offended.
what we see with our eyes?
Somebody takes it literally.
Or that's the best thing about it.
They were calling me Bill Cosby
So
on the
this
suggestion
answer
that I
also
actually
comes,
roofie my
from a
clients
certified
to
video
testify.
evidence at what's called an examiner.
Only if you want your clients
and
to
a
say yes.
methodological level.
You know what? I'm feeling like Logolus is pretty good as compared to Bill Cosby. So
One of the things
Yeah,
you
I'll
learn
take
during
bathroom lawyer.
certifications and you learn with
I didn't even get a chuckle for the yes thing.
is
Damn
that
it.
the video itself is very good. It has great use in looking at the objective parts of the world. We can see things move on it. We can see cars and people and other things that we would
He's
normally
telling us
hide.
what, this is what you can see on a video.
We'll simply
There's
cars
unicorns and
physical aspect of
rainbows.
the world.
It's wonderful.
Distances, times. There's certain limitations to this. Those limitations are, well, what's the angle that the video is looking at? Is it the same angle that a human might look at? How high is the video? How far is it away? What's the video camera doing? Is it enhancing the light? Take an example. When you look through your cell phone, for example, and you see something.
Are the people in the video of legal
When
age?
you look through your cell phone, it looks straight, like a road edge or something else.
But when you look through a camera,
But
it
your
looks
cell
gay.
phone has a fisheye lens on it. It's not seeing
Isn't
it.
happy.
There's an algorithm in there that makes it straight.
Joe's camera has an algorithm that makes it gay.
That's the cause.
Far away. So while it has great value,
You might call the
very
algorithm
good
an agenda.
objective world, all of this stuff that we're looking at here, but it's very limited to the degree of not being able to talk about or display to you the subjective world, what we feel, what we were thinking, how we were deciding, all of those different types of things.
Is he going to say video doesn't show
Fair to say
feelings?
That is-
Video is a two-dimensional.
He's saying that the video can't show you what a person in the video is seeing.
Oh yeah, and video is also only two-dimensional, three-dimensional.
Now,
And that's all true, but again, it's negative
you
evidence,
explained some
right?
of
The video
differences
does not
that
show a
there are in
knife.
Perception, and I think you were saying that video or video surveillance, videographic evidence, that sort of stuff is objective. So when you say it's objective, what were some of the things that fall in that category?
Okay, so for example, if there was a piece of video that, as a consultant, that I was looking at, what could I be able to determine?
Oh, because he's not allowed to actually show
Well,
the
I could
video to
probably take a
illustrate
look
this
at
point.
Frame rate or frames per second. You've seen that on probably your cell phones or anything else. I know how fast it's going, how fast it's recording.
Yeah, I'm sure this
I
is
could
going to be
probably
just
figure
10
out the timestamp, like what time of day, if I trusted these type of things. If I look into it deeper,
But I stopped
I could
trusting
figure
anything
out
in
maybe what's been
1968.
done to it. I could figure out what angle this thing is moving at, a person, a vehicle, these types of things. Those things that are occurring in physical space, what I refer to as the objective world, it does it very well. Secondarily to that, I can figure out what didn't happen. I don't see any of
The
this.
state's going to come back with like a
any of
Billy
that.
Madison cross-examination.
good
What you
to
just said has added no value to this trial. I award you no points, and may God have mercy on your
When we
soul.
see a video,
The things you didn't see, like a knife.
in relation to what the actors, let's say there's some actors depicted in the video, and by actors I mean persons, does it necessarily show us, and this may be obvious, does it necessarily show us their perspective?
It's incapable of doing that. I mean, that's the short answer.
Unless it's a
I
body
mean,
cam.
Imagine the last video you took on your cell phone. And you took it of a child's party, of a pet doing something, whatever it might be. It
was
will
of your mom.
show you the actions of whatever it is that you're taking a video of. It cannot show you the emotions of that thing you were taking a video of.
He's talking about
Tell you what it was thinking.
Clearly, he's never seen a
It can't tell
Brian
you
De Palma
when It
film.
was
He
thinking
seems
whatever
so
it was thinking.
stoned. It really
And
does. Like your dragon name is the last
you were
video you took, and your mother's maiden name
when
spelled
you were looking
backwards.
at it. In fact, if you post such a thing, you would then tell
It's also
people, "Hey,
ephemeral.
this
There's no substance here at
or
all.
anything else.
Yeah, no.
It simply doesn't
I'm just
happen.
wondering how much he's getting
Literally.
to talk about nothing
Explain to
here.
us, let's say.
Got to be a nice gig.
Man, have you ever
I'm
taken
looking at
like a
something and I'm focusing on
photo or a video with your phone, man? It's
Remembering in the
weird,
Rittenhouse
man.
case,
It's-
at
camera,
least
what
they
is
had
the
him to
difference,
testify
if
to
any,
the actual
between
time of the shots.
focus when it comes to video and the
Like they
human
had physical evidence to
This is
gather
primarily
from
something that's
his
speaking
testimony.
more towards, we'll call it attention. So again, let's use the same
Objection, boring.
platform for cell phone. Everybody
I
says
think
cell
I'm
phone.
getting
We're gonna
ADD.
take a
listening to
selfie.
this.
And how many of
Sorry,
you,
man, I
some
might
of
be
you, all of a
contagious.
sudden, there's something in that selfie that you never expected to
Can
be
someone
there.
give him an upper? I think that'd
Well,
help him a
why
little
is
more
that?
here.
Imagine
as long
if
as
you were
you're not
listening to
extracting
Testify
DNA
or
on the
taking
stream,
salt.
you're fine.
It's focused on you.
Imagine
All
if
that
you were
other
listening to me
stuff in the
testify at
periphery
1.5
shows
speed.
up
You wouldn't want to
after
kill
you
yourself
look
at
at it
all.
in hindsight, after you look at it after the fact. Now, it doesn't mean anything's wrong. It doesn't mean anything's right. It's not a judgment call. It means that simply was where your attention was focused. The camera's different. The camera, sometimes they use a term, it's called the all-seeing eye. A camera, when it looks at everything in its field of view, and everything you see from that upper left corner down to the bottom over here, everything is in focus.
It's like a window
And
to
you
your
get
soul,
to choose
man.
when you're looking at the recording after the fact.
He leaves the courthouse and
which
gets
thing
to a
you're gonna look at.
1967
And
Volkswagen
you're
Beetle
also
covered with
looking at it
Grateful Dead
and
stickers.
knowing,
I hope
for the
the
most part,
emphysema gets me
what has
before
already
he
occurred. You
finishes.
know where to look. You know what you're looking for. You don't have that advantage if you're on the front end of it.
Why is the court putting up with this guy just talking
Now-
philosophically about videos?
Can you give us an example of like
Because he knows they're not getting to closing arguments today, and he's pissed.
Yeah, it's like,
yeah,
all right,
so,
we'll suffer.
It's like if
I'm
Santa
from
Claus
Central
ever got
Oregon.
really,
I
really
drive in
stoned.
the snow. You guys drive in more snow than I do. So we'll go
There-
back to the day
The
before
kids
yesterday.
left special brownies out for
If
Santa.
you were driving up here during the normal time I was to get here in the morning, you probably had to tap your brakes at least once or twice.
I guess this guy could be
And
Kentucky
that's the
Santa.
way you exactly planned. Now, you will probably remember.
This guy's
and
Oregon
yesterday
Santa.
Morning or whatever, just some other time you drove in the
This
snow.
guy
right?
leaves fried chicken under
You'll
the
probably
tree.
remember
This
pushing
guy is
down on that
Kentucky
brake
Fried
pedal.
Kill Me Now.
And you remember how hard you push on that brake pedal as your car was sliding towards something.
Never wanted to try
Direct
bath
and cross.
salt until now.
Between direct and
Can you tell
crosses
me
and a
how
lot
many
of
other cars
incense
went past
stick.
you during that time?
I can tell you how many cars went past
tell me
during
what
your
the person was
testimony.
wearing that drove
All
by
of
you?
them.
The reason most likely you can't is because, in short, it didn't matter to you. All that mattered to you.
No,
at that
will
moment
not stop the
was
constant talking. Oh, you must be
break
talking about
and
Mr.
the
John
thing you're about
Black.
to hit.
Yes, he should stop the constant talking.
in high stress situations, in
Nick, you ever have trouble sleeping, man?
situations,
Just save this recording
this is
right here.
reality. You remember that that's important. Your body does a very good job at taking care of itself in those types of situations, at paying attention to what matters.
Okay.
I didn't hear
Do you
anything.
remember
you
your
just said.
next question?
Now,
He answered the 8
based on your
questions
expertise,
after the
are
first
you
one.
familiar with the concept of hindsight bias?
You'd be a great hostage negotiator.
Could you tell us just a little bit about that? What does that mean?
The terrorist is
Well, this is why he's here. This is why he's here
Are
to say this
simply
part.
the way that our mind works, and we tend to lean one way or the other. They're not bad. Bias is not meant to
No
be
judgments,
words
man.
like
Nothing's right or
prejudice.
wrong.
Bias just means that sometimes we have a tendency, the human brain has a tendency, we have a tendency to do certain things. Another way, they're sort of like leanings. Hindsight bias is the idea that knowing how something has turned out, since we now can see it, we go backwards in time and say, well, it was obvious. It was obvious that this is what was going to happen. It was obvious. Well, the easiest way to
Folks,
understand
no
that
saying
is,
we loved John
it was
Black
so
in
obvious,
Rittenhouse
and why
and don't
the
like him
person
here.
do it?
I didn't think much of him in Rittenhouse.
If it was
So-
that
No, I
obvious,
agree.
and
I wanted him to testify to the
the person wasn't
self-defense
an
in
idiot,
Rittenhouse, and he never got to.
then
And
why
when
did
his
they do
testimony
this?
was
Think
really
about all your
weak
friends
in
where you look
Rittenhouse.
backwards
It's kind of
and say it was
pointless, really.
obvious.
Here's the problem. He's talking about hindsight bias. No one is actually
the reason is
arguing
because you didn't know the future.
against what happened. There's no
When we're going
hindsight bias to
backwards, and
argue
so
for or against
back
here.
to what I do.
The only
when I
hindsight
investigate
bias is that
everything, I
it basically
analyze.
sculpted the
One of
testimony
the
of
biggest
the
things we have
defendant.
to do as researchers.
It's like,
and
where can I
Yes.
get away with
reviewers,
claiming
whatever you
this?
want
Where
to
can I
call
get
us,
away with claiming that?
is
That's where you have
guard
hindsight bias.
ourselves.
Joe
not
is correct.
About hindsight bias. Because it's a human thing. No matter how much you do it, it's going to happen. You just have to be aware of it and guard against it.
So you have to actively take some measures, I guess, in your mind to guard against looking at things in hindsight.
Odds are even going to
just summarized 15 minutes worth of talking.
They're
And
going
what
to
is,
cross-examine him.
outcome bias, if you know.
Outcome bias is very similar.
Have you ever killed a man through boredom?
It's so when something turns out an outcome that we don't it's undesirable. It didn't turn out the way we
John
planned,
Robert
the way we
says, I
wanted.
have ADHD. I had to
Unexpected.
pop a pill.
It loses a company $1 million,
cyanide pill?
or
I'm
it's a
getting tempted.
tragedy of some proportion. Someone makes a decision in a chemical
Okay, play it
plant.
in double speed, Nick. Okay.
Because the outcome is
Sure.
undesirable, unexpected, tragic, whatever term you want to give it.
Murder.
You then have a tendency to judge everything that led us there as wrong,
He said men.
to be of poor quality.
That's biased.
The fact is, that's not a judgment of the decision.
What if I told you this was double my normal
So,
speaking
one of the
speed?
easiest examples I've had given to me, and I think it's a fair one, is Scully landing a plane on the Hudson River. What happens if everybody drowned? What do you
That's a
still
black
make
pill.
that decision? That's an example of judgment.
Guess it's coming down off the
the
stuff.
outcome. You could have a tragic
Molly's
outcome
wearing off.
with a sound decision. You could also have a perfectly desirable outcome with actually a poor decision. The trick is, especially in what I do, is to be looking at the decision, and we have to guard judging it by the outcome.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
All right. Well, I mean, it's all fair testimony, but I'm not sure what's
So I
wrong.
don't have that many questions for you.
No.
But you had talked about how video can't capture necessarily the perspectives of the people that are in them. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Would apply to the
Yeah, I
victim
believe you
too?
said it's impossible basically to do so.
Yes, sir.
Especially if we're talking about cameras, that aren't like the phone you were using but like security cameras, the ones we see here. They're not going to have my perspective or your perspective, right?
Absolutely correct.
And so therefore, if someone is, describing an incident and it's doesn't show everything, or they don't describe everything that we see in the video, it doesn't mean they're lying, right?
No, sir, it doesn't.
Could just be their perspective was different.
Absolutely correct.
It could mean that certain things stuck out in their mind more than other things.
Yes, sir.
So when a person is describing what they saw, it doesn't really make much sense then to put on a video and go, well, you said this, but the video shows this, right?
Objection, Judge. And that's very broad and vague.
And there's excellent.
I'll withdraw the question.
Fine, it's withdrawn. You can rephrase.
Let's go to this. Basically, just because someone possibly doesn't remember exactly what we see in a video, it doesn't mean they're lying, does it?
It does
You
not.
already asked and answered.
Could just mean their perspective was different.
Also
Asked
correct.
and answered.
It could mean they just didn't see that one moment in time.
Also another possibility.
Could have looked away.
Yes, sir.
So the video is good for what it can do, and witnesses can tell us what they saw.
Any of this really properly
Yes, sir.
something for an expert?
No.
Anything?
Just
Oh,
very briefly.
what are you gonna?
I don't know what any of us took from anything that these questions
We
from
talked
cross or
about on
direct.
direct. There are some things that objectively just are true that you can determine from video. Is that correct?
The physical aspects of usually such things as a scene or distance or anything else. Video is very good at determining that.
Okay. And there may be instances where some objective facts have nothing to do with point of view or perception. As in, let me rephrase that, as someone's perspective or perception may
staring
I
at
just
not
don't see this having any
necessarily,
value at all to this trial. I mean, they're going to make
have
arguments
anything
at
to do
closing
with
about the
whether
video.
some-
Both sides are going to do it. The jury knows what videos look like. They know it's a
Rephrase
pulled
it, Ron.
video.
I'm sure I'm understanding the question.
Dr. Black, I think the witness is confused. I'm confused. Let's rephrase.
So,
Everybody's confused.
I know it's getting late, Judge, but
I
thank you very
get what
much.
he's
So,
testifying
my
or what he's
question is
asking
this.
about the wife.
So
I get it,
We
but
established that in
it's
videos,
pointless.
there are things that objectively occur. And is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay, and then we also established that subjectively there are beliefs that people have or there's perspectives that they have based on where they are or what they're focused.
Right. So there's no knife on the video, but
Okay.
this defendant
You
could
can
have had a
have a
subjective
situation
perception of a knife.
where there's no way that that perspective or that person who has that perspective can deny what occurred objectively and be telling the truth.
You can have that situation with equal
Another meme image.
merit. You could also have the situation that posed by the state, which is they could also be, their perspective could not comport or match reality. That doesn't mean that they were necessarily intentionally deceptive in any way, shape, or form. They can coexist. Conversely, what you just put forth could also exist. They could be potentially intentionally making shit. They could be lying.
Making shit up.
He's gonna say making shit
up. You almost did.
The fact is,
No shit, Your Honor.
what you're saying is you can still be honest and not accurate.
Unbelievable
Take that into
concepts.
account when we review these type of events.
Okay.
But no, he definitely
And
has to explain
what
this because the jury's
sort
fucking
of
stupid.
Are there any factors that
What are you
can
getting
help
out of
people
this, Kurt?
determine the
What are we
difference
getting out of this?
between,
Drunk.
accuracy and honesty?
That's outside the scope of.
I'll withdraw the question. No further
Right.
questions.
It's outside the scope. It's withdrawn.
Ivory only lets Friar Tuck handle witnesses that are meaningless.
All right, you can step down, doctor. Thank you. Defense have any additional
That
witnesses?
A massive.
No, Your Honor, the defense rests.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to send you out. It's 3:50. He'll be back in 5 or 10 minutes, probably 10. We'll discuss how we're proceeding for the next hour and tomorrow morning. So you can
Will there be rebuttal?
call my bailiff out, please.
The N-word rebuttal.
Back shortly. Leave your notepads where they are, please.
Oh, I can't wait till they're done. I'm gonna go get some food. Probably just make some food. Make a big ass pot of ramen.
I just
Ramen.
ordered some Popeyes.
I hate you. I've got.
It'll be
I've
here in
got
10 minutes.
4 chicken thighs. I'm gonna grill 4 chicken thighs,
And then put 'em in the
debone
ramen?
them, and then just dump them all in the ramen.
Oh, that's such a good idea.
It's actually a pretty good idea. I won't lie.
I do that with steak. I do that with steak sometimes.
Yeah. Didn't I just eat? Yes, but I'm
Jury's
fat.
out.
Leave me
You're not as fat
alone.
as me.
State planning any
I'm
rebuttal?
hungry. I'm hungrier than you.
Your Honor, can I have 2 minutes to think?
Talking shit is a lot of calories.
Just 2 minutes. I wanna-
Yeah, bacon is still a no-go. I can eat some grilled stuff. Grilled steak, apparently too much. There are parts of the steak where the fat will render too fast and scorch, and then it tastes like shit.
I'll send you a kosher recipe book, Nick.
I don't need a kosher recipe book, Joe. God damn. Oh.
No bacon.
Joe,
for you.
I'm
secretly
I'm gonna
Jewish.
I should bring you with me to the squid and eel buffet I'm going to tonight.
Nick is a
So I'm-
Marrano. He's hiding his Jewishness. That's
See,
why
I'm-
he's
I'm-
pretending he doesn't like bacon anymore. We got it.
Oh
I get
yeah,
it.
it's hiding very well. What's over there? I don't even know.
Yeah, this channel's sponsored by Hormel, right?
No, this channel is
Smithfield.
sponsored by Hebrew Hammer.
There you go.
Or Hebrew National Meats or whatever it is.
Yeah, Hebrew Hammer is Joe's condom brand.
Hebrew National does make a good hot dog. I'm not going to lie.
Produces strong grandchildren.
Oh God, no. So I haven't tried grilling chicken yet. So that's on my agenda today. Just going through. I tried to get sushi yesterday because I was in the Twin Cities, and then I got it, and it had this wasabi mayo on it, and I don't like wasabi. I know some of you out there do, and that's fine. I hate it. I hate
You're
the
wrong.
taste of it.
You are wrong.
I hate the taste of horseradish at all. Like, I just don't like that flavor. And so the problem was it wasn't advertised as wasabi mayo. It was spicy mayo. I've had spicy mayo before, and it's made of peppers instead of wasabi, and that's fine. I like that. No, it was shit, and I hated it. Samurai in Bloomington, Minnesota, Fuck you. Hope you go out of business. You and your stupid hibachi tables. Ting, 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 ting. Yeah,
That's
get
part
out
of
of
the
here.
hibachi experience. That's the
I
whole
love
shtick.
hibachi. I don't know what you're talking
I
about.
love hibachi too, but I didn't have time to stop for hibachi. I just got sushi and it was bad. So I hope they all go down, like the whole thing. Nuke Japan again.
Whoa.
Stop Asian hate.
I don't want to catch that radiation, bro.
We're going straight to 100 on this one. I got one piece of sushi that I didn't like because the description was not what I understood it to
And
be.
you're ready to Hiroshima Part 2.
Therefore,
yeah.
brace yourself, Tokyo. We're coming for you this time. Okay. No, F you, Nick. Best restaurant in Bloomington. Not today. It's not. It sucks. Yeah, go over to the next town over and just go to fucking Chow Bella and get yourself the short rib. You're welcome. You're welcome. Chow Bella and a short rib is better than Samurai any day. Stupid. I have short ribs in my fridge. I should make those. So anyway, was there any point?
Yeah.
Well,
No, I don't want to interrupt. I actually, someone earlier was talking about the jury composition here, and just sidetracking here with respect to the jury composition, which I think is very important. I don't know if you're aware, but you know the trial of the 3 police officers who were involved with Chauvin?
Yeah.
That the federal trial started yesterday.
It did.
We know. Yeah.
Did you know the
pisses
jury
me off
composition
as
there?
federal.
The
Pisses
jury
me off.
composition is 0 black folk on the jury there. 0. Which apparently is leading some people to go kind of nuts about it. But that's the difference between a federal trial and a state trial. Because in a
Yes,
federal
you get
trial,
more rule. You get more rural people.
Yeah, because the pool is not from your local. It's not from your local area. There, it's a much broader pool of people that are coming in. So, yeah, I think guys,
Earl Grey mentioned that when you interviewed him, Nick.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Oh, he mentioned that he was going to get 12 white folks.
Yeah, what he said was my goal is to get the blacks off the jury. I remember that quote
verbatim.
distinctly.
I think he used the R word, didn't he?
Hard R.
the R word. Oh, yeah. No, it's very different. It's a very different thing because your jury pool is not strictly from one urban district. It's much broader than that. But unfortunately, we can only cover kind of, we don't have a Joe.
I'm sorry.
Joe, drive out to Minnesota every day and go to the federal courthouse out here.
It's like what, 10 minutes from your house? Jesus, you lazy son of a bitch.
It's 10 minutes from my house. Yeah, 10 minutes. Sure. It's 2 hours. It's in 2 hours in downtown Minneapolis where Mayor Jacob Freya Mayorette Jacob Freya went ahead and passed a mask mandate in the city. So I can't even go into a Chipotle on lunch break at the in the downtown buildings without a COVID vax card. So because this motherfucker thinks we live in Cuomo's New York or whatever. So no, I can't go inside any restaurants in Minneapolis without just Minneapolis without a vaccine card right now. So yeah, I won't catch me around that courthouse. Also, the parking at that courthouse costs oh wait, no, that's the federal courthouse. Maybe not as bad. The state courthouse parking is fucking insane. So, but yeah. Anything else, Joe? Anything else? Anything else you want to say?
I'm just looking for your dedication towards providing quality trial coverage.
I've never ever purported to do that in my entire life.
Well, your lawyers claim that into Law and Crime. Okay, that you're delivering a quality product.
Well,
we're so transformative. Ooh.
I may not have told him what I actually do here.
Did Kurt fall asleep?
No, I'm fine. I'm fine.
Yeah, see, I have an excuse.
Are we back?
Any rebuttal?
Kind of. Hold on.
No rebuttal. I'm trying to text some people, man.
I'm going to bring the jury in. I'm going to tell them that both sides arrested. We can discuss outside the presence. I will discharge them. We can discuss jury instructions. The plan will be this. We're going to discuss jury instructions. The state has drafted the instructions. I'm going to excuse the jury. I will tell them to be back tomorrow at 9. If there's any last minute things, we can deal with them between 8:30 and 9 tomorrow.
9?
I will read the closing instructions tomorrow after we agree on them. I think the state suggested 1 hour. The defense asked for an hour and a half. I will
I love the pacing.
Defense request that was made off the record. Each side can have up to an hour and a half for closings, but that's a hard stop. And both sides should remember that sometimes less is more. Don't feel obligated to use every minute of the hour and a half. But I will tell the jury, be back at 9 o'clock and ready to go. We can discuss jury instructions outside their presence. I will excuse them. I will obviously have all 13 come back tomorrow, though one of them will, of course, be excused. That's how we'll proceed. I'll bring them in. I'll excuse them with the regular instructions at the end of the day.
See if the state argues
We'll be
against
back at 9
self-defense,
tomorrow for
jury instruction.
Closing instructions and closings.
I bet they don't. It's not
Bring
this
them
kind
in,
of
deputy,
prosecutor.
please.
I got the best email. I got the best email. I'm gonna read it after this. From a black grandma from Milwaukee. Oh man, it's fantastic. I
Love
can't
it.
even. I'm gonna have to censor some of it. I love this thing. It's a great email.
Yeah, this is not the prosecutor that goes in with the iron fist, folks. He's got a softer touch than that.
Kit glove.
And that's perspective from a guy who wants to see all of you get hard. So, he knows.
Indeed. Well, I wouldn't have said anything, but as long as Joe brought it up, lawofselfdefense.com/get hard.
Jury's coming in. Silence, please.
Silence, please.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We'll start with this. If you can pass your notepads to my bailiff. The reason you're doing that is because the testimony is closed in this case. Neither side, the state nor the defense, will be presenting any additional witnesses or testimony. The evidence in this case is closed. That means that it's about 4 o'clock. I will excuse you today and ask that you're back tomorrow. If you can come back between 8:30 and 9, we will start promptly at 9 o'clock. I am, and the lawyers, all of us, are not going to leave when you're excused. I have to discuss some things with them, including jury instructions. Tomorrow, when you're back, I will first read you the jury instructions in this case. At the start of the case, last week, I read you some instructions. They were relatively succinct. At the close of the case, meaning tomorrow morning, there will be additional instructions. And frankly, these instructions are a bit longer. But when you deliberate, eventually, obviously 12 of you deliberate, you will have a copy of the instructions that the lawyers and I have agreed on and that I've read to you. Obviously, the good news is you're getting a break a little early. I recognize that I, to a degree, underestimated the length of the trial, but clearly with the evidence closed, all that's left is basically closing arguments from both sides, and then the case will be submitted to 12 of you for deliberations.
If you're smart, this could all be over by lunch.
Any trial is fluid, it's dynamic. Sometimes witnesses take longer than you anticipate that they will. Sometimes lawyers have to discuss things with the court. There's all kinds of factors.
Like how they fucked up.
As a sports fan, it's more like a baseball game where you go to a baseball game and know it's probably, I think they're too long, but probably going to be done around.
Surprise, surprise.
Some are done if you're lucky in 2.5 hours. Others drag on 3.5, 3:45, 4 hours. That's why I'm more of a college basketball fan. Starts at 7, done at 9, you're out. But your trial's more dynamic. More fluid.
He's an in and out type of guy.
Just like my wife.
Basically by a day in terms of the length of the trial. But the evidence is closed. The testimony is closed. So all that will happen tomorrow is jury instructions, which I will read, which will take about maybe 20 minutes, and then closing arguments from both sides.
Jury instructions before closing
Well,
arguments?
Yesterday I brought in bagels.
That's what they
I
usually
brought in
do?
coffee. I'm running
got
out of
bagels.
time to bring in,
Yep.
but I'll come up with something for tomorrow.
So the jury
The way
knows
you
what to listen
promised
to.
them an
Efforts, your
Italian buffet
attentiveness.
if it was still
My
going by
observation,
Wednesday.
all of you have been very attentive.
I have the tape,
Been back
Judge.
every day, right on time. You've been back from lunch on
I
time.
love the all capitals
It occurred
people
to
in
me
the
that,
comments.
all of you have been paying attention to the witnesses, the testimony,
killing
the
me.
evidence.
Like you come across as
I certainly
completely
appreciate
coherent
that.
and
The
rational.
parties appreciate that. So you get to cut out a few minutes early today. While it's thankfully still light out, be back tomorrow, 8:30 or 8:45, and we will try to start promptly at 9 o'clock. Any questions on the way out, let my bailiff or bailiffs know. Of course, by now you know the instructions. Don't discuss this case. Don't deliberate. Don't, whatever you do any research in this case. Don't view or read or watch any accounting of this case in the media or anywhere else. I trust
Stay
you
away
in
from Nick
following
Ricada.
Yeah, I was going to say, mention Nick by name.
last 6 days approximately. So I trust that you will continue to do that tonight. Have a good evening. We'll see you back tomorrow. Be back 8:30, 8:45, and we'll start promptly at 9. Everybody else can remain seated. Follow my bailiff out. Thanks, everybody.
And fuck the Cowboys.
Feel free to be.
Stephen Cooper says, "What's the over/under on the judge threatening the jury if the trial isn't over tomorrow?"
Jury will come back in shackles. You're all held in contempt.
I expect a
I was gonna say,
15-minute verdict.
12, I got 12 contempt charges chambered up here, and guess what? Your neighbor will rat. He will rat if you're the holdout.
Let's talk about the juror's dilemma.
The dilemma is, I know where you live.
So real quick,
I think
this
he's going to
email-
allow self-defense charge. I think
Yeah.
he's going to, because
yeah,
otherwise,
he's going to.
yeah.
Like Bronca said, even if you got a thread in there,
right,
they're letting it in.
This email starts, "You white boys are too much."
Jury's been excused.
Just a second, I'll read the
In
rest.
terms of jury instructions, the state drafted them, I believe.
The first one is
submitted them
so
to the
funny.
court this morning.
Which I agree.
They include the basic instructions, instruction 100, 103 on evidence. There are a number of other sort of generic instructions, including burden of proof, exhibits,
avocado toast of
police
instructions.
reports, credibility of witnesses, remarks of the attorneys, arguments from the attorneys. The state submitted potential instructions on, I believe, first-degree intentional homicide, second-degree intentional homicide, and also first-degree reckless homicide and second-degree reckless homicide. Obviously, there's also the self-defense instruction as part of the instructions, which again they're fairly lengthy, but also somewhat straightforward. I think we should discuss lesser included for a minute. We'll start with the state first. Mr. Hubner.
Yes, Your Honor.
We'd like felony stupid.
Well, if the court believes that there is enough to warrant the self-defense instruction.
Yeah, if.
Then I do believe it is appropriate for the court to instruct as I have drafted these, which is, just so the court is aware, the standard jury instruction that goes from first-degree intentional down to second-degree reckless, and instructing the jury on how to evaluate.
You said second-degree reckless. You mean from first-degree intentional to second-degree intentional?
From first-degree intentional to second-degree reckless. No, it goes all the way through all of it.
Right.
Yeah, sorry.
How did she
So,
not
in
hear this
steps,
guy?
The instruction goes through each 4 of them, yes.
And again, I would just indicate that I do believe that, as the court is aware, the case law is if a jury could convict of the lesser included and one of the parties requests it, the court shall instruct. The state has charged first-degree intentional.
So if there's more than zero
does
evidence.
believe that there is enough for the self-defense instruction, and I want to return to that because
he's taking his
I feel
swing.
differently about it after
Take your swings.
Yep. He said that. He said the accident. It was an accident.
Discuss that.
But if the court agrees that there is enough for the self-defense,
Zero chance the judge does not
as
instruct on
to the
self-defense.
intentional
But worth a swing,
use
I
of
guess.
force, which is what we're talking
Yeah, I
about.
mean, at that point, he may as
That's
well
what
just basically
self-defense
instruct the jury to convict.
Then the question as to a jury could potentially determine that the defendant actually believed, but was not reasonable in his belief,
Right.
or was
Imperfect
not reasonable
self-defense.
in his use of force, and therefore second-degree intentional, they could convict. They could
So basically, it
also
goes from murder to manslaughter.
determine that the defendant, when he shoots the victim in the face, was not intending, but was simply criminally reckless. And then the question becomes, does one shot to the face mean utter disregard for human life or not? And that is what would take us to first degree and second degree reckless homicide, respectively. In both of those situations, the jury is instructed to consider whether or not the defendant is acting lawfully in self-defense. So if the jury does not believe that he actually believed he was acting in self-defense, or that he didn't reasonably believe so, or that he reasonably didn't believe he was using the appropriate force, then he
Those
could
are
be
all not
convicted of either one of those, depending on their view of the utter disregard for human life as it relates to a shot to the face. And, then those would be appropriate. Honestly, Judge, where I have a question on this is the defendant's testimony is that the gun just goes off. He didn't actually state that he intentionally used force in this case. His testimony was he has the gun out, that the victim is lunging.
On redirect, it was more ambiguous.
For the gun,
Mhm.
and then he steps back and it accidentally goes off. I asked him if it was an accident, and he said yes. I don't know how that's intentional use of force.
Kind of surprised
Now,
this
if the
prosecutor
court's
is being
used
this
differently,
aggressive
and
on
I
this
can
point, but he's got solid ground.
Interrupt for a minute and I'll hear from the defense. I was surprised by that testimony based on what was said at opening statements, based on what's been told to me by the defense on multiple occasions over the last number of months. The defendant testified that the gun just went off.
Because he's an idiot.
Gentlemen, how is that self-defense?
Yes.
The standard is whether some evidence has been entered into the case, and there certainly is more than enough for that. So number one, there was maybe one question.
Where is the
about
evidence
that.
of his intent, though?
There was testimony from Mr. Edgecombe.
And other points on
clarify, but
redirect, he
your
said it was
Deny the
a
instruction,
reflex.
do it.
The gun
Don't
just
do
went
it.
off. He said it to you or your side, the defense on direct, and he said it on cross. He may have even said it again on redirect. That does not comport with what you indicated at opening statements. You may have to.
Is he just beating him with a belt?
Clarify that at closing,
or
but
is he actually going to deny
I'm
self-defense?
not ruling yet.
This will be shocking.
It's a legitimate issue.
No way he rules like this.
The
It's
defendant did
it's an
not
appeal
say
point.
I was
I don't think he's going to do
defending
it.
myself and thus shot Mr. Clearman in the head. He said the gun just went off repeatedly.
He doesn't want to buy these jurors lunch.
Reacting in that moment. I think my interpretation of what he said was that I didn't intend to kill him, but I reacted. Now,
it's not what he said at
intent
all.
to kill is different from
Well,
just
he did on
intending to
redirect.
shoot someone in that moment. Most people look at intent as premeditation. We know as lawyers under the law that intent can be formed that moment. It's not a matter of time. It can be a split second. It can be a minutia.
But honestly, they should have told their client, for God's sakes,
most
whatever
people
you do,
use
don't
intent
suggest
as
it was an accident.
I think that's what our client was referring to there. There was lots of questions.
He's like,
and
I don't know
he
what they
have
did or didn't tell him, but
refrained
I
throughout
don't
this
think
that
that
he was acting
he was all that. He doesn't seem like a guy
evidence
who
standard
listens
is
to
some,
court.
which is the low bar, Judge. I understand what the state's argument is. There's an
a low
inconsistency
bar.
here. That's something they can argue in closing, but there is some issue. If there's a dispute or those issues have to be reconciled, that's still not a bar to the actual self-defense instruction being put into issue, which it is under.
What you'd really be looking
some
for here
evidence
is for
standard.
everyone on the defense to be saying, I never intended to fire that shot. That was never my
I don't
intent.
have much to add. I would just simply note that self-defense instruction states that a person is privileged to intentionally use force against another for the
wonder if he
purpose
has
of
my book.
preventing or terminating what he reasonably believes to be
I think he got
unlawful
hard, Andrew.
interference with his person by another person. The defendant testified that he had the gun out, that it was pointed towards the ground, that when the victim lunged towards him, in his opinion, potentially for the gun, He steps back and the gun goes off.
By
That's what he
accident.
Is there a
testified
baby
to.
in the courtroom?
That's what he testified to with me. And they tried to yeah, I understand his refrain. It was well rehearsed. He said it all the time. But still, when we got down
Look at
to
that
his
face.
intentional use of force, he kind of disavowed it.
Man, I wouldn't want to be the guy
understand
dating that
it's
judge's
some-
daughter.
They're right. It's some evidence, and it can come from anywhere within the case. They can even use evidence from the state's case and in the video. Maybe that's their argument, but at least I think it's.
I think some evidence has been met. I also think there's a negligent as well. If the state's going to say, well, that's what he said, accident. I mean, then there's evidence for that instruction too. And the
Well, you're
jury's
getting-
gonna have to consider
Oh yeah, take
5
away
different
self-defense
homicide
and give him
offenses.
negligent homicide. That'd be great.
Sure, let's get the accident instruction. That'll be good.
Because you would take second-degree intentional homicide off the table because that only applies with self-defense. And if you want to go from first, if you want to go from first,
He's getting a headache. He's getting a headache.
Strangle one of you.
You say that?
if he's just having the gun go off, negligent, defense counsel, I think, in terms of what the standard for reckless versus negligent, reckless conduct is criminally reckless conduct, and it is, and just so we're clear, is the type of conduct that the defendant knew.
Oh, I think he's a law self-defense member.
Could cause death or great bodily harm. Negligent is the sort of conduct that he should have known. So
I've been talking about this for months.
negligent doesn't come into play in this case if you have the self-defense. If you take the self-defense out, then yes, we potentially could go from first-degree intentional down to negligent. I think the evidence is fairly clear that he shot the man in the face with his arm extended, like 4 witnesses stated. But he is stating it didn't happen that way. So,
Right. Arguably, and Mr. Ahmad, you can comment, if there's evidence of self-defense, it came from multiple witnesses. Multiple witnesses testified to your client, put his arm up, pointed the gun at Mr. Clearman said, and discharged it. But then, based on the medical examiner's testimony, intermediate or short range, 2 to 3 feet. Your client, again, said it just went off, and he said that repeatedly. He never, other than frankly mouthing the words, never actually indicated that this was self-defense.
Mouthing the words may be
He
enough.
was on the stand for an hour and a half at least, direct or cross. He didn't.
He's just putting the screws to the defense. He's going to give the instruction.
There was some testimony he talks about. He raised his hand. He said, "Stop."
I kind of hope he doesn't, though.
Lunge.
It would be epic.
Funny.
They're
And I
missing the
think the
point.
prosecution has a pretty solid case, to be quite honest.
No, I think the defense should have B. Ivory argue this point. I'm sure that would be
Have a
informative.
transcript of that.
Andrew, you
defense
may be
can-
right in the
Just
end,
for
but
a
I think the
second,
prosecution might have the
and
better end of
then-
it.
Well, that may be, actually, he may have at one point in time on cross said, yes, I aimed and pulled the trigger. Now, that was not his position or narrative for an hour and a half, but I think, Mr. Huebner, you can correct me if I'm wrong, at one point,
No, I don't think he said that.
actually said, yes, I
don't
aimed
think
and
so.
pulled the trigger.
I never said that.
I don't remember that. If the defense and the court remembers that testimony, then sure. Then I will defer to the court. I don't remember him ever describing aiming at the victim. But
No.
Maybe I'm wrong.
No, he never did.
I thought,
Nope.
as I recall, this.
Have
you
your
asked
clerk hit
something like,
Control F and type in
Oh,
aim.
that was when we were talking about his weapons training, because I was shocked to find
That should be
out
pretty
that
easy, right?
He apparently had learned to shoot it.
Oh
when
yeah,
aimed
that was
for.
Right.
that was on
So-
recross.
I don't think court reporters work that way. That you can search like that.
It was a joke.
No.
I indicated that he was also asked on redirect as well, where Mr. Edgecombe indicates that, when he was asked the question, what factors
He was
led
asked.
him to determine that there was an imminent threat at the time that he picked up the gun, aimed it at Mr.
He never
Clearman,
said he aimed it.
the trigger. And then he went on to describe those
He never
factors
said
that
any of that.
was responsive to
B.
what
Ivory is
that
making
observation.
crap
So
up
he also
again.
indicated that intentional act at that very moment as well.
No, none of that happened.
I just have one thing to point out
None
to
of
the
that
court
happened.
regarding this issue of negligent and self-defense. There is a case on point, I believe. The case is State v.
So the defense can't make up their
Harold V.
mind. They want the self-defense instruction, but they're also desperate to get the first-degree murder off the
State
table
of
so they can go
Wisconsin
right to
versus
negligent
Carol D.
or reckless
Watkins,
homicide.
Carroll D. period, Watkins, and the citation. This is a Court of Appeals case.
Rick, you should have had an option in that survey for convict the lawyers.
Basically, I'd like to just maybe process this, but I can send the authority to the court. It appears from my just initial review of this that the Court of Appeals found that those two concepts were not mutually exclusive from what I have here.
Neil
Peart
does a good job of
we can take up
looking
that.
up He said the aim on recross in regards to
We can table
the.
it for now. I expect both sides to discuss the matter. The other instructions all appear to be
Standard.
in order. Again, they're pretty much pro forma exhibits, police reports, weight of evidence, credibility of witnesses, impeachment of a witness. I did not see the instruction on the defendant testifying. Oh, you're right. I see it.
I put it within the credibility in 300, assuming the defense wants it. I also have 327 and 325, which are both impeachment of witness and impeachment of defendant with the prior conviction, because I think
It's almost shocking to have this straightforward and honest a prosecutor after so many cases we've seen.
300 credibility of witnesses.
Yep. This is what it's supposed to look like, folks.
It does have the paragraph.
And also a judge who's really thinking through the law.
Etc. I presume the defense is requesting that. Is that correct?
Yes, regarding the defendant testifying, yes.
And fine. Then there's 325 impeachment of a witness with a prior conviction, because I think the state's correct. At least one other witness, I think one of the people working at the bar said he had a prior conviction or convictions. And then 327 impeachment of the defendant with a prior conviction. I believe those are appropriate as well. It's my inclination right now. It's not a final decision. My inclination is to give the instructions as drafted, including the self-defense instruction, including first and second degree intentional homicide and first and second degree reckless homicide. That's not a final ruling, but that's my inclination.
That's a safe position.
We're going to break for there. It's almost 4:30. Back, please, at 8:30 so we can tie up any loose ends and I can instruct the jury at 9. We're in recess. Thank you.
Well, there we go. That's it's an interesting proposition. I think he's going to give the self-defense instruction. I think that he sets up a risky appeal point if he doesn't give it. And he seems averse to appeal points, as most judges are. So I think, I can't imagine him not doing it, but it would be funny. I mean, it would be maximum meme.
Yes, it would. I mean, on a professional level, as you might imagine, author of the law of self-defense, I'm strongly in favor of giving self-defense instructions wherever there's any evidence sufficient to support it, which means a threat of evidence, and then let the jury decide.
And there's no reason. I mean, I think they can supplement it and they can amend the jury instructions as they see fit, and they can supplement it to make clear that he had to have intent to engage in.
Yeah, it's in there. It's already in the instruction. It's an intentional use of force.
And it seems to me if they've got witnesses saying that he pointed, that he was aiming and pointing at the guy's head, it is open for the jury to disbelieve the accused and quit. So, even though he says it's an accident, they could say, yeah, he would say anything. He thinks, but we think it was actually an intentional use of force.
He's an idiot, so you can't rely on what he's saying.
They can say that on the closing. The prosecution can say that in the closing. Like, clearly his testimony is not reliable here.
Right. Listen, our client can be not guilty and also not be very smart. So take that into account.
Why wouldn't they ask for the provocation instructions too? The provocation instructions might be in there. I don't know, but if they didn't ask for them, it's because there's no immediate provocation. The provocation would have been attenuated in time, but I don't know. We didn't see the actual instructions that he wrote.
It doesn't really work here because we have arguably 3 separate events. They're all separated by time and distance. It's not a single continuous series of events. So provocation in the context we're talking about it here is usually provocation with intent, where you're attempting to provoke the other person so you can use force against them. But if you're doing that, you don't make a provocative act and then flee in the hope that they'll pursue you. So you'll have the opportunity to then use the force you were planning to use on them in the first place all along. It doesn't make any sense.
Someone saying, please cover sentencing. Well, I mean, we're going to cover the closing arguments and stuff tomorrow. Sentencing in this case, that's a bold assumption that this man will be. I'm just kidding. Sentencing, if he's convicted of first degree, I mean, it's life in prison without parole. That's the Wisconsin standard. That is not a death penalty state. Okay, real quick, let me read there's 3 emails.
Granny email
from
did the granny email?
Yes, yes.
No.
There are 3 and they're really short. The first one is, like I said, the title is "You White Boys Are Too Much," and it says, and the first one just says "so funny," and the second one says, "I was going to send you $100 so I could get in the chat. I'm a black granny from Milwaukee, or Grammy. It says from Milwaukee." And then the third one is, "The prosecutor should have tried to call him an N-word, but it doesn't say N-word." and watch him get triggered. "I am a Negro woman over 70. Let a white man or child call me an N-word. I will kick them in the face. I don't carry a gun. All I have are my feet and my fists. I am open to meeting any one of you hairy, failing angels, Neanderthals, to give you the opportunity to call me an N-word."
Bring it.
Joe will meet you.
I'll let Joe take that one.
Gauntlet thrown.
Jewish grandpa versus Milwaukee, Milwaukee grandma.
Joe's up there.
There you go.
Fight of the century. It's mutual combat, guys. Mutual combat.
Oh, she sounds great. Thank you so much for the emails. I really appreciate it. That was a nice breath of fresh air. Del Morte says, more defense lawyers need to take Andrew's class. These guys got their client's claim of self-defense questioned. To be fair, their client did.
Yeah.
The client got the claim of self-defense question because he couldn't answer a question. Now, maybe they should have worked with him better. Maybe they should have rehabbed him, immediately recognized the problem with saying the gun went off.
I think they would have been a lot better off if they didn't go the whole, America's racist route. And that's why this guy couldn't do anything that a normal law-abiding person would do in self-defense or accounting for himself afterwards. I think that was a mistake. They should have gone with a straight-up self. Of course, they're stuck with the facts. As I always say, folks, your lawyer is stuck with the facts that you give him. This guy fled for 6 months. That's hard to explain away. So they're kind of stuck with that situation.
Yeah. Yeah, they definitely are.
I mean, it would take one hell of a lawyer to spin this particular crap into gold.
This is
but they could have done it differently. They could have said, "Listen, I was afraid I could not get a fair hearing in this case. That's why I fled." Yeah. They didn't have to go from there to this immigration lawyer scream the N-word at me 14 times in 3 minutes. Which is just not credible. I mean, does anybody believe that?
Even if it happened, it's not credible.
But I think that here's the thing. Here's the fundamental issue: is I think he believes that happened, or that's his narrative that he came out with. I really do believe that's something that
he believes it now.
Yeah,
I don't believe he believes it.
I don't think he believes
it. He might now.
I don't think so.
No, I don't think so. I think he knows. I mean,
but did Legolas just call himself Rumpelstiltskin? Because I'm down for that.
The way he testified on, and I only saw him on, the redirect and so forth, but that's not a person who's buying his own story.
No,
that's a person who knows that he's in danger because he's full of crap.
Yeah, I concur. I don't believe that he believes it. So, I mean, we hear people do that, right? Where they're saying things, you're like, well, that's bullshit. That doesn't make any sense. But it seems like they believe they're telling the truth. We see that all the time. I don't get that vibe from this guy.
Or they're so entrenched in the lie, is what I was more getting at.
The other stupidity.
You see that with B. Ivory in this case, right?
Yes.
B. Ivory is saying stuff all the time. You're like, well, that doesn't make any goddamn sense. But he may well believe it. I mean, he apparently believes it.
Here's the thing. That whole thing about going on like a cross-country tour for an attorney. You don't even have to mention that's why he's doing it. You stick with your narrative saying he didn't feel he can get a fair trial. And that's why he fled. You know, by trying to latch onto this whole thing, he's trying to find some counsel, whatever.
He's going to come back to the racist system that was going to kill him in the first place.
Yeah, he was right on his way back. He was headed straight due north for Milwaukee. Please, when he's sitting there saying that, he's claiming he's Milli Vanilli or some, I don't know, Shaka Zulu, whoever he claimed he was when the police actually found him, because he's rushing right back to Milwaukee. The whole thing, it's like you have to understand. Even if that really were true, which I think there's no chance at all that that's true, but even if that were true, You just don't say that. You just say, you know what? He fled because the system is racist. In his mind, everything here was going to be tilted against him, and he didn't feel he was going to have any chance at a fair trial. And that's why he didn't go to the police in the first place, and that's why he basically fled. He ran for his life because he thought he was going to get killed if he stayed here. So instead of, but when you introduce this whole factor where he's like going on this, let's go like on some touring for different attorneys in different states, it's stupid. And it destroys the likability. It destroys the credibility. Everything positive that came out of the direct was just ruined.
Okay. Joe's just mad because he said on direct, he's like, oh, you know what? Objectively, this guy's kind of likable. He was mad that
was
guy
likable.
made
The first half hour, his demeanor, his tone of demeanor was
mad that guy showed you to be exposed. Joe Neerman exposed by the defendant. That's what happened.
Joe's just sucking up because he knows
Daddy-daughter day.
Oh my God.
Joe knows Edgecombe has a pack of cigs. He's just sucking up.
Someone bloody random sent a super chat and he says, based grandma, just remember, if you take on Joe, you will have to hit a child in a booster seat. Hashtag I let my wife drive.
First of all, Joe's in the booster seat.
That's what they were talking about. That Joe is the man. Eugene says, you've said many times this performance does not pass the bar for ineffective assistance of counsel, but surely there's a way. It feels like counsel did not pass the bar as well. No, I mean, again, that the lawyers were asking the questions to set up the self-defense. They were ticking all the boxes. The problem is their client didn't cooperate. If this guy goes to prison for first-degree murder, it's very possible that it's because of how he answered the questions. It's almost guaranteed because of how he answered the questions on the stand. I mean,
also his defense was not good, but not good is not the same as ineffective assistance of counsel.
Right.
Yeah. Ineffective is such a high standard.
Yep.
It's really
low
hard.
standard, depending on how you look at it.
I mean, the cases are like lawyer was sleeping or, lawyer asked literally no questions in a case where questions were called for. That kind of thing. It's just,
Still
it's too hard.
Effective.
Kingslayer Damocles says, do you plan on covering the ex-officer Austin Hopp trial, 72-year-old dementia granny, in April? Never even heard of it. On a different note, before cross, I was leaning not guilty. After cross, the defense better have a real good close. Yeah.
Well, who's going to give it? I mean, it's the Ivory Lamar,
It's gonna
or
be great.
it's the other guy.
Wait.
I mean, neither one of them strikes me as being in a position to give a really compelling close.
I'm so excited for B. Ivory's close. I think it's going to be great.
B.
He did
Ivory's
the
gotta
open
give
though.
He can do both.
No, I know he can,
Yeah.
but the normal practice would be they switch off. But
Richards did both, so I'm. B. Ivory's like the,
and that
he's
was a
the star
mistake, by the way.
B. Ivory's the star attorney, right? Like he's the guy with the webpage, meeting with the president.
The 28 followers on Twitter.
Yeah, well, that's a little prejudicial of you.
B. Ivory's going to be a CNN legal analyst, making $5 million a year, outpacing me every day the rest of my life, and more credit to him. I'm glad that people are successful in whatever they pursue, but that's different than actually doing legal analysis.
I guess.
Very true.
I guess.
I mean, I'd take the 5 million. Sorry.
No, I would too.
Oh, you're exposed now, Bronca. B. Ivory's up to 35 Twitter followers.
Wow.
He owes me, by the way. I raised that man from 21 Twitter followers all the way to 35. He owes me.
You shouted him out?
Yeah. Yeah, his Twitter.
You almost said boy there.
Tweeted it.
Yeah, I heard it also. It was with a hard B. A hard B was coming.
Hard B boy on that one. Oh my God. Okay, I've got
People are so terrible.
What do you mean, you people?
Whoa.
I mean, you people. That was definitely anti-Semitic.
Okay, I've got the.
I got your back. I got your back, Nick. Don't worry. No anti-Semitism against you, brother.
Thank God. Thank God.
As long as you pay your dues.
I'll bring my tithe of like 7 doves to be sacrificed at the temple.
Thank you.
So I've got super chats and Odyssey chats to hit real quick. Is there anybody who wants to say anything before I hit those chats, and then we'll wrap up?
Yeah, I'm just gonna
hit it and quit it.
Yeah, I'm gonna mention real quick that you should make sure that you should get hard with Andrew.
Oh, thank you so much.
He wants
Joe.
to
Very-
see all
very
of you
kind
get
of you.
hard. Yes. Yeah. And also I'll mention that when I started here, I was at the measly figure of 42,700 followers. And over the last 2 days, I actually climbed back down to 42,500. I don't know how that happened, but that's just Susan, what Susan does to me. So
That's what
yeah.
Susan does to everybody.
Yeah, I
She's a
literally
good woman.
lost 200 followers over the last 2 days of being here. So, any of you interested in actually hearing more about my wife's driving experience, which I never actually, or hearing my base takes on crap or whatever, just dump on me for.
Your wife's name is Susan?
Oh.
I thought it was Morgan Freeman.
Actually, technically, her name actually is. Well, anyway, yeah. So I don't get the whole Morgan.
I was just trying to drive you to the store, Mr. Joe.
4 days later, Joe catches up on the joke.
That's really good.
Well,
it's so good. It's
to
so
be fair,
good.
Morgan Freeman does drive very slowly.
Yeah. So anyway, yeah. If you like to check out my work, I do stream on a nightly basis. People have a good time. It leads right into Nick on a regular basis when he actually streams. So check it out. It's actually, you just have to click my name. It's just down right there.
It's in the description.
In the description, just click on that good logic part there.
I encourage that. Joe does great work.
Thank you. I've had
All
each of
right.
these folks on at some point or another.
Joey Bronzoni says, here's $7 for letting me shit up your chat. Odyssey chat equals the best chat. Hey, you're welcome, Joey. Very happy. Lawrence says, thank you so much for the coverage today. Quick scotch recommendation for you. Glenfarclas 10-year-old is delicious. I've had Glenfarclas. It's good stuff. Yeah, I like it. American Legend says, I'm just going to drop nickels and dimes on Ricardo Law's head today. They add up, so get your piggy bank out, Nick. He also says, to be crystal clear, most BLM Antifa supporters all say that shit. They are either blind or overtly racist. Keep this shit out of our courts. And he also says, I am in Western North Carolina. No one speaks like this in public. We treat all people the same, regardless of color. The 99% of us, they think we hate them, so yet they hate preemptively. Shut the fuck up. He also says, great job, my dude, as I promised, more nickels and dimes on Nick's head. Now, Great US says, for fuck's sake, did Lamar win the lottery with Jacob Blake payout and now have delusions of grandeur? He's Benjamin Crump on The Race Hustler. Also, YouTube mods are super gay. He also says, Fluffer Boy said, delete me harder, daddy. Great US says, maybe because they don't focus like it's their stream, but their voices not come through clearly. Mindset, 60% good logic, 40% Runkle, 80, so uncivil 20, and Bronca 10% of the time. It's hard to know what they said, even when slowed down. Nick, do you hear clearly 100%? The only time I don't hear people clearly is when they talk at the same time as the stream, because StreamYard mixes up those audio signals. Right. So that's the only time I don't hear clearly. Other than that, I hear just fine, everybody, all the time. Gray US says, Papa Murphy's Pizza, $10 of any size and any regular pizza or stuffed, double crust, not cheese stuffed, Tuesday. Only downside is crust is soggy if you don't remove cooking tray ASAP. And Herman Armenia says, Nick, have you heard about the school that put a litter box in the restroom because a student identifies as a cat? Not enough that weirdos are brainwashing the kids, but now furries. Also unrelated, would you eat Cardi's ass like Cannabro's parents? If so, put it up on the criminal order. No, and
that is a combo move. That is like a Marvel versus Capcom, like characters coming in and drop kicking out everywhere move. That is so much. I love it.
And yet so nasty. Seriously, just the imagery was nasty.
That is the internet.
Very racist of you, Joe. No, the answer is no. I would not eat Cardi's groceries ever. The litter box thing is just amazing.
The question is, cat boy or cat girl?
We don't ask those questions of children.
Or cat woman.
Reagan Virostek. It's probably faculty, to be honest. Reagan Virostek says, what's the typical alcohol tolerance for an attorney? Is the answer latch? Yes. Kelly R says, can you put your client on the stand after an injection of a drug to calm them?
Andrew?
I don't.
Can you? Yes. Should you? No.
No.
It can occur.
Is it possible?
It has happened in the past, I'm sure. You're not
We've seen it live. We've seen ones that are clearly high in court.
Your client is not supposed to be on any type of drug that would impact their ability, or any substance at all that would impact their ability to understand what's going on, or to tell the truth, or to engage in any other type of behavior. They have to swear on oath or affirmation that what they're saying is true and correct. And if they can't actually swear to that because they're not competent, because they're inebriated to that level, then they should not be in court. And
You guys ever had a drunk witness?
Oh, yes.
I have
Yeah.
not.
Yeah. It's yeah.
I'm going to try and do that to someone else, though. Like, I'll get drunk and be the witness. I think that'll be good.
The best part
Chris,
was just trying to deny it. It was so clear.
I'm calling dibs on covering law and crime versus Nick Ricada. So just saying.
I haven't heard anything yesterday or today, despite the fact that their ultimatum was that I had to respond by yesterday, and of course we responded over the week Friday, and then over the weekend with some supplemental responses. And yesterday and today I didn't hear anything from them, so very curious what their thoughts are. We did, of course, ask very nicely for them to prove ownership of the video before we go any further.
That might be awkward.
So, Chris Stroda says, chemically speaking, whiskey is a solution. 2012 Jameson says, I love this version of grumpy attorneys early in the morning. Yes, Kurt and I are both bitching in the morning. AJ.mp3 says, self-defense. What's the pizza place in Cambridge?
Armando's on Huron.
Armando's in Cambridge. Julian J says, what's Cambridge pizza place? Andrew just moved here last year.
Armando's.
The Bronx.
Armando's. But folks, the last time I was there was maybe 10 years ago. I moved to Colorado, so I don't know if they're under new ownership or whatever. But last time I ate there, it was New York City pizza in Cambridge. It was that good.
Funch Fries says, if you ever want to see the non-awful parts of COS Colorado, hit me up. Colorado Springs, Colorado, hit me up. They're great neighborhoods. Fargo's is just nowhere near any. Also, only other person I sent a super chat to was Medicare. You're in a great cancer AIDS company, Nick. Oh, thanks, Funch Fries. Very much appreciated. Meatflower66 says, purely speculation. But do you think he shot him due to anger about Rittenhouse, which happened 1 month before in the same state? I think
Arbery. Could be Arbery was fresh in the mind then.
Potter
hadn't happened yet. Dante Wright would come later in the year. I think it's, we can take him at his word. All of this stuff was on his mind. The Summer of Love was on his mind already. The summer of 2020. That was all of that stuff. He mentioned Floyd, he mentioned Arbery, and he mentioned Sandra Bland. So,
and all this propaganda stuff works, folks. I mean, for those of you who are interested in things like the American Revolution, it didn't just happen. The founding fathers spent 15 years propagandizing the American Revolution before it actually kicked off, because they knew they had to change public opinion to be consistent with a desire for an independent nation. Propaganda is done because it works. And then the people it works on genuinely believe those things. They genuinely believe they're the victims of institutional racism and all this other stuff. So yeah, that certainly could have influenced them.
Yeah, I'm sorry. He didn't mention Rittenhouse. He mentioned Floyd. He did not mention Rittenhouse. My mistake on that one. Mo Jorison says, state knows they need judges' respect, and the judge makes them earn it. Breath of fresh air for me, and the black pills will go back in the cabinet for now. Again, when you're watching these major media trials, there's a possibility that the people in those trials who are attracted to those trials are maybe motivated by things other than just the pure pursuit of their client's rights.
Maybe.
There's a possibility.
They may not be the typical prosecutors and criminal defense attorneys. Right.
So, and I think we've seen a lot of that. This case from the prosecution side has been very, very refreshing, honestly. And I do say, I know I had him on the channel, but one of the reasons I had him on the channel is because I thought that Earl Grey and Paul Eng ran a very by the book, competent defense of Kim Potter. Didn't go their way, obviously, but I didn't see anything particularly shady. They had very good trial practice going on there as well. So we've seen some good behavior and in some of these trials for sure.
And frankly, it would be a good law school seminar to contrast this prosecutor with Binger in the Rittenhouse case, for example, or or Matthews in the Arbery case, or in the Potter case. Not the Arbery case. That was obviously that was, who the hell was that? Forget their names, but you can see the prosecutors operate very differently in these different cases than this prosecutor did in this case.
Mo Jorison says state knows. Wait, I read that one. Ryan McKenna says B. Ivory has breakdown after trial, resurfaces in a few years, a shadow of his former self, unable to handle the stress. He now finds comfort tending to his racist bees. Opens apiary called B. Ivory. Damn it. C. Goody says 5 children. Mo Jorison says, Mr. Edgecombe, were you on a bike because your wife won't let you drive? It's a good question. I think it's a very good question. Lillian Shorttimer says, homeless with a shiny new suit, 6 kids and 6 different baby mamas, murdering a psychologist to be.
Don't blame him for the suit. You always put a suit on your client. If you have a suit available for the client, it's just what you do.
Well, and on a trial like this, honestly, just be like, okay, part of your cost is going to be buying a suit.
I mean, on the other hand,
$400.
On the other hand, the state brought its witnesses to try to testify in orange jumpsuits.
I'll put you in a different kind of suit. Fractal Machine says the wife said he felt cold to the touch when he was warm. Theo gave the cops a false identity. This makes their testimony equally questionable. That's in quotes. So I think they're not, I think they're being sarcastic on that one. Matt Acker says, ladies and gentlemen, my client shot this man in the head because he had an interest in the human brain. A bear in the woods says, Edgecombe, I found something racist once, so I was justified in ventilating that C word. AA Outdoors says he's engaged to the victim of his previous crime that did not show up to court. Watch back. He's engaged to the victim of his previous crime that did not show up to court. Yes. Oh, we know, Ruby. And that happens with relative frequency.
No prosecutor is going to go there on a unrelated case. So.
Yeah. But just so you know, like that happens quite often. The victim of a domestic doesn't actually. They go, okay, it was this one time or this 10th time. It really doesn't matter. And therefore I don't want this. I'd rather just, we'll get through it and make it work for the
These
kids.
are more dangerous waters than racial waters. So I would just avoid the whole topic.
I'm just saying it happens all the time.
Yes, of course it does. We all know it does, but you can't talk about it.
Well,
I guess you can. It's your channel.
Yeah. I've defended cases like this. And you always hope when you defend a case like that it doesn't show up again in 6 months.
Which it does.
Often. Oftentimes. Streaky says they're playing this like it's Mirror Universe Rittenhouse and they're throwing Edgecombe under the bus for the political gain, it feels like. Fish says show the panel.
And by the way, the irony is that B. Ivory Lamar actually appeared on CNN with Wolf Blitzer bitching about the Rittenhouse verdict, saying, how that's a reflection of like the racist criminal justice system that we have. And here he is basically pleading to rely on a very self-defense where the guy, there's far less video exonerating the defendant. So
he's going to be his post-trial interviews are going to be something to behold.
Oh yeah.
That'll be the best oratory he's given in his entire life. Just ask his, I won't say that.
And if you're wondering why Edgecombe claimed to go to Georgia in that whole story that he told on the stand, I think it's because B. Ivory is located in Atlanta. So
B. Ivory's in Houston, I think.
No, I don't know.
No,
maybe.
He's around. Yeah, I think he's actually based out of Atlanta, but he has some kind of satellite thing in Houston, and I think he's trying to find his like Crump home.
Okay, I thought his website said.
I actually pulled up. I found a location for him in Atlanta. I was trying to find reviews of his work.
Atlanta is a good place for that grift.
So there you go.
So let's see. Yeah. Okay. He's got 2.4 stars in Google in Houston for his Houston.
Listen, if I had nothing else going for me and I were B. Ivory, I'd be pulling this grift every day of the week. I don't blame the guy for a second. He can make millions of dollars a year at this if he's successful. I mean, that's what Crump does. So
yeah,
I get it.
Oh, his Instagram is much more popular than his Twitter account. He's got 5,547
Twitter's for
followers.
boomers.
So, oh my gosh, everything is produced.
I would know.
I hate everything. Fish says, show the panel the Gail Popeyes video. No, not tonight. No, thank you. Steve C says, it always makes the prosecution look good when they have facts. That's why Potter and Rittenhouse shouldn't have even been charged. It forced the ADAs to use poor tactics.
That is correct.
Linda Baldwin says, I found you during the Rittenhouse trial and I was sold. Thank you. And thanks for the chance to discover all your great panelists. I'm subscribed to them now too. Andrew, I'm reading your book right now. It is great.
Oh, there's two of us, so sorry. But I'm the one with the book, so I presume.
Oh
yes.
man,
I do not have a book yet. That is right.
You should have run with having a book.
Seriously.
No, I can't get hard yet.
Agent,
you
clip
can,
that one out.
You actually can. You can get hard.
Legal all I need to do is buy your book. My problem
for a modest fee, you can get hard.
Linda, thank you so much for the chat. I'm going to go ahead and end the poll here because it's bothering me, but these results are great. The poll results have 61% at first degree murder. Hold on, I'm waiting for them to post in chat. 21% second degree murder, 10% manslaughter, and 4% not guilty. Ugh. Whew, people aren't buying it here. Agent Rude says, will the defense try to get the script they had him study admitted as evidence, or would you say they aren't that stupid? No, they're not that dumb, I guess. Kim D says, where's my super suit? Frozone. Pie is good says, feels horribly scripted. Cross should be fun. Logan Cisco says, Edgecombe, there was a lot of riots and tension. Winks at jury. I Can Taste Fried Food says, thinking about Cross got me so hard. Deadly Zebra says, the amount of times this guy says daddy's daughter, I think he has something in common with Jack Murphy. No. Come on.
Hey, can I interrupt a moment? There's one super chat here from Phil, $20.
I was just reading it.
Cambridge. I talked about Armando's Pizza. He says Armando died in 2016, but the pizzeria is still being run by his daughter and grandson. So when I went there, Armando was the dude making pizza. He was the old Italian guy in the back actually making the pizza. I hope his daughter and grandson are making them the same way. I wouldn't know, but if you want New York City, genuine, real pizza in Cambridge, Massachusetts, that's certainly the first place I would try. Armando's in Cambridge.
Can you get 10% off by typing LOST when you order your pizza?
Try it. See what works. Hey, you can always go there and get hard though. That's
Happy says punch and run didn't work. Shoot and run also don't work. Patrick Allen says if the lawyer was driving, he might still be alive. Take note, Joe. Cindy Lou Hoot says, is this car a 1970 Buick Electra and not a Kia? How the hell did he hear the car door open? Geesh, he didn't. That was a lie. It was a fiction. Manic Cam says, I'm bet $2 they come back guilty in less than an hour. CR Music Video says, how is a Kia Soul going to cause any harm besides to the pride of the one driving it? Cameron Nelson says, is this the you're going to prison? Let's try and soften the blow speech. Danny S., thank you. 11 Bravo Country says, if you don't believe him, what are the chances the jury does? You never know, man. Rambo Bear Ron says, for CCW in a blue state, is the better tried by 12 than carried by 6 true? I mean, I don't think that's blue versus red state.
It's a false choice. You don't have to choose between one or the other. That's the problem. Of course, no one wants to be, dead, but that doesn't mean the alternative is to not defend yourself within the boundaries of the law.
Admiral Veers 85 says, good Lord, he just admitted to manslaughter. Gun just went off. Must have just happened. Matthew Harvey says, I can smell the bull poop over here in the UK. Senshi Roll says, who is going to charge the state with first degree intentional homicide after this cross? I can only see a murder coming. Danny S. says, victim chases the defendant, corners him, and lunges for the gun. Clearman could have called 911 or just drove off, but acted like a tough guy. That's valid. That's a valid point. He should not have followed the guy. He'd still be alive. However, just because someone does something that is dumb doesn't mean that they deserve to die and that the other person isn't guilty of murder either.
If you ask the wrong question, you generally don't get the right answer, and that's the wrong question.
And so many of these cases involve both people being some degree of stupid. It's rare that a murder is just somebody's walking down the street and some guy for no reason walks up to him and puts, a gun to the back of his head and shoots. That almost never happens. It's almost always that somebody was, involved in crime and that's why they're getting killed, or got into a stupid fight that maybe, that they probably didn't want to get into at the end of the day.
Yep. Yeah. Murders between unknown parties are rare on the scope of murders. The most common murders occur within family units, friend groups, things like that, workplaces. They know the person, they interact with them. They have the opportunity to be stupid. They develop a history towards each other. Whereas these spontaneous killings where the people are unrelated usually involve two boneheads at the same time.
And that's why most murder trials are 2 or 3 days, because everyone knew each other. Everyone knows who did it. It's not complicated. You go to trial, 2 days of testimony, jury instructions, deliberations. It's all over. Guilty.
Russell Hall. Jackson Kai says, I've been clipped by a truck on a bike, got up and hit the hood with my hand because I was angry. It was freezing that day and I never felt any heat.
But have you experienced the Kia Soul?
Soul means sun.
The heat of that demon breath coming down my back. Russell Hall says, that man's a hero. You turn him loose. Matt Hagen says, is this the same gun Alec Baldwin had? Joe User says, gunshot itself. Sig P320 has entered the chat. Sassy Gal Beauty says, he hasn't said he saw a knife. That should be one of the first points he makes. Snowboard Dan says, the difference with Kyle's case and this is Kyle had guilt for killing the guys. This guy shows nothing. That's an interesting point.
I think Kyle had regret. I wouldn't say he had guilt.
Yeah. But I don't know. I don't know that you necessarily have to show regret or have regret, because like if someone's trying to kill your kid and you shoot him in the face, do you feel regret over that?
It helps to fake it.
It helps in court for sure.
Yeah,
for sure. But like just at a principle level. But the interesting thing about the knife, I want to go back to that knife comment real quick. I think if they tried to sell the jury that he saw a knife, the jury wouldn't believe him. And I think they know that. So they went with mitigating. He saw something.
That knife is a pretty big knife. I mean, for a folding knife, it's got like a 4-inch blade. A 4-inch blade. That's a big folding knife. That's way bigger than. I mean, here's my folding
4-inch blade.
This is less than
right
3
here.
inches. It's about 2.5 inches. So 4 inches is almost twice this length. If that was in someone's hand and that blade was extending from the hand, you'd see it.
Yeah, but they have a problem. No one else saw anything in his hands at all. And if they try and I think their thinking is if they try and oversell the jury on the knife, they won't believe him. So they'll sell something and let the jury try and get to the knife. Oh, maybe it was a knife. Maybe it wasn't. Maybe it was a phone in his hand. He's going to go punch a guy. So he's got shit in his hands all over the place. Cosmic Sense says, according to Edgecombe, Clearman was dropping more N-bombs than the U.S. and Nam. Tad Samato says, for those days when the gun just goes off. Pseudosnark says, nope, read that one. Not applicable. Says, Shalabik, Maktumbu, Bahumba, Moto, Bumbakwa, Sharkisha.
Also known as Theodore Edgecombe.
Half-Brain Gamer says, famous Batman villain, Ra's al Ghul. Patrick Allen says he meant to say a Jew Nearman, but couldn't pronounce it. Yes. Instead of a Goo Newman. Oh, that's good. Chatmort says, how do I have you guys at 1x speed, but him at 0.5? Weird glitch. Dex Luther says, and at the end of the day, this is a prime example of the damage leftist news is doing when they make it seem like everyone and everything is racist. Lee Nicholas says, looking at Google Earth, the street view option for that Brady Street Bridge is completely missing. Makes me wonder if it's because of this incident. Audra Wallace says, I told them my name was Inigo Montoya. I didn't kill a lawyer. Prepare for another lie. The Silverleaf says, this is one expensive story, but he is being heard. Hope they ask, when you searched Google for free legal help, is this what came up? Murray Swee says, the Frogurt is also cursed. DCV Titan says, so on a scale from 1 to Piper Perry, just how much did the defendants fuck their client? He tubing himself, man. That's on him. I mean, the defense didn't help, but that guy got up on the stand and he said it was an accident. It just went off. And I bet his lawyers did not want him to say that. I mean, I don't think that was in the script. Lee Nicholas says, on Google Earth, the street view option is completely missing on the Brady Street Bridge. I have a PDF showing this that I can send you. You don't need to send it to me. I believe you 100%. Shelby West, welcome to lawyer status. Lee Nicholas says, and the stairwell is actually on the bridge, and the width of the access point to that landing isn't 4 or 5 feet. Looks like it's 3 feet max. I think we saw a measurement of the entrance to the landing. It's 6 feet.
All we know is that it's precisely as big as the witness stand.
About precisely.
Exactly.
About precisely, yes.
Joshua Mahay says, charge him for throwing the gun out the window. Different jurisdiction, allegedly. They're going to have trouble finding it because he probably traded the gun to B. Ivory Lamar for representation.
Nope. Right. Well, I wouldn't say that.
It's a joke.
It's a joke. Nobody believes he threw the gun out the window. I mean, the gun's good for at least a 12 pack.
I wanted him to ask the question how much he was paid. I mean, I feel like that door was open. They could have slipped it in there.
I do too. So wait, you couldn't afford $50,000 or $140,000. So how much is this?
How did you raise it? What money did you raise? What money do you have? I mean, he spent 6 months raising money. I don't know why. That's a legitimate question. You don't even have to ask how much you're paying your lawyer.
I mean, Binger talked about it relentlessly with Rittenhouse about how much money he had raised from people who are not, he's not accountable to them. He can do anything he wants with that money, Your Honor. That's just wrong. I have to buy my own little suit pins.
With my unlimited funds from the state.
Oh, God. Ethical versus unethical lawyers, guys. 101.
Tim Hortberg says, thanks for hosting the show, Nick. My pleasure. Russell Hall says, I'd like to know why Good Logic believes Alec Baldwin's gun went off by accident. Does he think Alec pulled the trigger by accident, or was it magic?
I don't think... Did I say his gun went off by accident? I'm saying he's using the Alec Baldwin defense.
Okay, yeah, that's what I was thinking.
That's what we were all saying.
Yeah, I was sorry. Yeah, I didn't think Joe was saying that it actually did it. Distro 32 says, yeah, the gun was at waist height. That's why the bullet went straight into his head at no angle. Jordan says, oh God, I just turned 30 today. What do? I don't know. Go run. I watched a Stan Lee Superhumans episode one time of the super marathoner on his 30th birthday. Guy was not a runner. He got drunk and then he went out and ran 30 miles. So do that. Get drunk and go run 30 miles and call me in the morning if you're still alive and able to move.
Don't do that. Don't do that.
That guy now runs
frozen body in a lake and up in
there was one when I was in Chapel Hill where you'd go eat 12 Krispy Kreme donuts, then you'd run and then drink a beer at the end. And it was always vomit inducing.
Yeah, I made the mistake of drinking once after a 10-mile run when I was marathon training. And I mean, you get drunk immediately. It is so fast because your body's amped up. Oh God, it's terrible. But yeah, this guy now runs like 100-mile. Like he has run like every day since. He just runs. That's all he does. What a weirdo. Jeremiah HLC1 says, I was raised in Southern Indiana and Kentucky. I've known actual racists that use the N-word less than the alleged aggressor. When the desire for racism isn't met by society, it must be manufactured. All right. We've got Rocco Rockwell. Welcome to Super Lawyer Status. And Matthew Self and Zulu Zeit. Welcome to Paralegals. Very much appreciate that. Bogey34 says, Nikki and the Drews. Because the two Andrews. That's nice. I like that. Ginver says, so when they do film of the Rittenhouse trial, who plays which member of the panel? I have no idea who plays.
I think
in one.
To cast everybody,
you're going to be real easy.
Yeah, you get Orlando Bloom. Okay,
yeah, for sure.
We know that much.
Yeah,
we know that much. I hope I'm played by Tom Cruise. I'd have to put him on some stilts. Mike Missbox is great. Now Piper Perry is on my work computer search history. Why would you do that?
Don't search anything you hear in this channel on a computer.
Apparently I get Ed Norton. Okay, I'll take Ed Norton. Or if you get whatchamacallit, fucking little angry Irish fighter, Conor McGregor's trainer. If you get Conor McGregor's trainer, John Kavanaugh, on, he could play me too. I don't know how he acts though.
I think
Well,
somebody
I'm
assigned me.
Tatum. I'm dying right now.
Wait, what?
I got assigned Christopher Walken yesterday, I think.
Yeah,
right?
Christopher Walken for you, Channing Tatum for Legal Mindset. Come on, who plays Joe? Julian Arna says, was the race of Jason's wife ever brought up? I mean, she was in front of
She
the
was
jury.
there.
Can Lamar be charged with anything for those pants? I agree. Yes. Who's going to play Joe?
Mel Gibson
Drama from Entourage.
Larry David.
Mel Gibson.
Jeremy
Mel Gibson,
Irons,
who went on the anti-Jew tirade.
Larry.
Mel
Yes,
Gibson?
yes, clearly.
That makes sense.
Mel
Clearly.
Gibson playing Joe.
Clearly, yeah. He's all over that one. He's gonna have to follow me around for a while just so he can get down the mannerisms and stuff. That's gonna be like
Well, the best part about you two hanging out would be him showing you Passion of the Christ, which you've never watched. That would be the funniest. You know how much I would pay to have a video camera of you and Mel Gibson watching Passion of the Christ together and him teaching you about everything he was doing.
I'm
in
on
the
your
various
show,
scenes?
and I'm going to assume that Passion of the
They'll be talking in Aramaic.
You're talking about some dude show me the Passion of Christ is not a dirty reference. I'm assuming, even though I'm on your channel here, that because I don't even know what.
Joe,
Oh my God.
The Passion of Jesus Christ is the story of the crucifixion. Okay,
Yeah, that's a movie from like 25 years ago, right?
And it's
Joe knows.
totally
He was
not
there.
anti-Semitic at all.
It's actually like the Catholic name for the story itself.
Is it?
Yeah.
Yes.
So then Mel Gibson directed a film called The Passion of the Christ back.
That's not a merit badge in Temple, Joe.
Joe's thinking of the
Believe it or not.
Last Temptation of Christ, where Jesus and Mary Magdalene bang on screen. I mean, that's what he's thinking of. But no.
Believe it or not, I didn't see that one either, but somehow I missed that one too. That was.
I didn't think you would have
They
seen
showed that
Passion of
one.
the Christ because we already established that you don't know the Jesus story, which is fine. I just thought maybe you'd heard of it and knew what it was.
Oh,
That's
good
all.
gosh. There's a funny super chat coming up.
Oh, God.
I've already had one that I died on legitimately. Like they literally killed me on. I was like slain.
Okay, here we go.
I'm
Angela
crying.
B says, turns out the wife hired Edgecombe to off her husband. John Robert says, if he would have stayed around and not ran, what is your opinion on how it would have played out? Much better for him if he would have stayed and said, I was in fear for my life. This guy tried to kill me through the probably effective counsel that he would have in the public defenders that already were there.
Right.
I mean, they would have advised him to say that. He could have called the Milwaukee public defender who's representing him at the time and had her come in to help him with this statement. I was just out on my bike getting pizza.
Does
Look, I
anyone
know I
think
had the gun.
A public defender
Shouldn't-
would have done a worse job than what
No.
No, I don't believe
No
that.
way.
Nope.
And like these guys were saying, I mean, Nick and Andrew said it pretty clearly, and I absolutely believe this, is that some of the public defenders are true believers. They really are true believers.
And they're good
really
lawyers.
doing it because they want to do it. And they're good lawyers. Yes,
Yeah.
exactly. They have a lot of experience doing just this.
Public defenders have infinitely more experience than the overwhelming majority of private trial attorneys.
Yeah.
Public defenders are in court all day, as much as prosecutors. I mean, they're in court constantly. I had a public defender email me the other day because they wanted to correct me. I said they had 100 something files at a time. And they said, actually, currently I have 278 files.
That's
Active
realistic.
cases.
And by the way, this is a profession that takes practice, like most professions, to get really good. Listen, I wouldn't want a public defender in their first 6 months of working as a lawyer, but I wouldn't want any lawyer in their first 6 months of working as a lawyer. But in that first 6 months, that public defender is going to have an order of magnitude more actual trial experience than most criminal defense attorneys you'd run into at the same time on the job.
Yeah, the thing with public defenders, the main weakness of public defenders is that they just have so much that they're doing.
Right.
And their offices are often underfunded. So if you have complex cases for some things, they may not be the best option because you might need a lot of motion practice. You might need some expertise. You might need something that they can't afford.
I will say this: when we're talking about a murder case, murder defendants who have public defenders, those defendants get the most experienced public defender in that office. They're not getting the person doing the drug pleas and all this kind of nonsense. Those guys in the public defender's office, the old guys, the gray-haired guys, they've been doing murder trials for years. They are really, really, really good. They'd be making 100 times more money if they were in private practice. They're there for whatever their personal reasons are, but those are excellent, excellent defense attorneys.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And you do get bad ones too. I mean, to be fair, they're bad people everywhere, but like you never want to discredit the public defender's office as like somehow lesser attorneys. The problem that they have is not something that's within their control. It's the amount of resources that their office gets. And shockingly, the state doesn't pay as much for defense as it does for its offense. It's weird how that works, but they just don't. Let's see. Wazapalooza the drunk. Oh, so wait, just to put a fine point on it. If he had stayed around and asked his public defender in his crime case in Milwaukee, she would have probably said, were you in fear for your life? That's what we need to do. And probably would have showed up to represent him at the questioning that he would go through. And it would have been way better than running for 6 months. I mean, that would have solved that issue right away. Now, would his overall case be good? I don't know. It depends on if his underlying case, it was any good in fact. But the running away thing makes his whole case. It taints all of his credibility on all of this stuff. Susan Walker, welcome to Paralegal Status. Watsapalooza the drunk says, hey, Nick, if you can't get the judge on the channel, try for the prosecutor. He seems pretty clean. I could try. We'll see. Frank Lamano says, do you think if this prosecutor instead of Binger would have made a difference in the Kyle Rittenhouse case?
Probably wouldn't have gone to trial.
Yeah. I don't know that it would have been charged at all.
And you can't interview this prosecutor. He won't do it. He's not a Binger. He's not looking for the public exposure.
Yeah. Well, I wouldn't interview him about this case because he'd probably I find that improper. But
I don't mean there be anything wrong with you doing it. I'm just saying he's not the kind of lawyer that would be inclined to accept that kind of invitation. Right.
Slap Murphy says, Juicy Smolier ruined Edgecombe's original defense. The victim yelled, "This is MAGA country." That's why he now must say Binger 26 times. Omega says, I got T-boned by a state snowplow and they're not going to pay out unless I sue. Totaled vehicle and a few broken ribs. What's your advice? Police report just says weather was at fault. Central Tennessee. Can't give you advice on that one other than, look, there is probably a personal injury attorney right there in Central Tennessee who will take that case on contingency.
100%.
10 days out of 10, you won't pay a dime if you don't win. When you do win, you'll be paid out 30 to 40%. You'll negotiate with the city and they'll or the city or the state or the county, wherever, depending on the jurisdiction that you end up in. And then, their insurance policy will pay out and you'll get 60% of the maximum insurance policy payout.
Yep. You won't get much, but you'll get more than zero. And that guy will get to eat, 3 meals a day for a couple of weeks.
Yeah. So there's someone who will take that case, almost guaranteed. Just get in the phone book under personal injury attorneys in your area. Music and Fiction says Cardi B needs some cardio. Susan Welker says victim got punched. Oh, and I know a Tennessee lawyer. If you can't find anybody else, let me know. I don't know that he does that type of law, but he might. And if he does, maybe a phone call would help. Music and Fiction says Cardi B needs some cardio. Susan Walker says victim got punched in the head. Wife pulls over, so husband goes quickly to detain and get police. Have him arrested. Victim was a lawyer. Logical. Well, that's a leap. Okay, lawyers and logical not always in the same boat. AB says herpes. You can get it only once. You can only get it once. 200 Watt Studio says nice to see Joe's wife dropping him off at the office. Tracy Platt says Nate, do you have an online chess account? Are you willing to accept challenges from lousy players from the chat? If so, what online site / username? Thanks. And he says chess.com, user MPIII. That's from Nate the Lawyer. Dan says, I'd rather be represented by Charlie Kelly than this guy's lawyers. I wonder if Lamar and Ahmad are good at bird law. Potentially Criminal says a snuff film is about to begin. Thermasius 1980 says the horse is dead. You beat him to death. The God of Sleep says Edgecombe on cross is playing one-dimensional chess. Snowboard dances this guy lying so bad. I live outside of Milwaukee and everyone knows where that police station is. It's right off the freeway. Pie is God says permission to treat the witness as a moron, Your Honor. Jacob Damar says be Ivory Lamar, more like don't be Ivory Lamar. Kim D says, do you remember the 24th night of September? George Van Hazenbroek says nothing in writing, always in cash. Matrix Buster says this is so painful I have to break out the pipe to ease the symptoms. I cannot recall where it is. Damn. Darian Edwards says thanks for making me sit through this pain, Nick. At least we all suffer together. Charlie Eckert says I bet he threw the gun into the Wabash River. Jim in Ohio says to be fair, I think he went to the University of Michigan. Forever Cuber says this is painful to watch. I need to crack open some whiskey. Not one of us says my opponent is a liar and cannot be trusted. Ray Marshall says I'm sending this super chat as a reaction to defend myself. Paul Farrell says this is one of the greatest cross-examinations of all history. Forever Cuber says good thing that prosecutor has no hair because I would have pulled all of mine out by now. Regan Verostek says how long did it take him to order chicken satay? I don't know. God, I want some chicken satay.
What is satay? What is satay?
You are so uncool. You're in New York City.
You
have no excuse.
How do you spell? Yes, I only eat kosher.
Satay.
It actually probably is kosher. It's chicken. You guys can eat chicken.
Yeah, we eat chicken.
Is chicken grilled on
peanuts.
sticks?
Peanuts are kosher.
Yeah.
Is satay? Is it a different word for yakitori, or is there some distinction that I'm missing?
It's Thai. It's Thai. Satay.
Sticks.
Satay.
Satay. I bet
So it's chicken and peanuts on sticks?
Not peanuts. You can get peanut sauce on it or whatever, but it doesn't always have peanut sauce.
Well,
better with the nuts.
Could be
just
good.
saying.
Sounds not bad.
Okay. Nabor 605 says, I think the writers of Game of Thrones season 8 wrote Edgecombe's limited script for responses.
That's good.
Deg says, the thing that blows my mind on this is that there will still be people believing him after this cross.
Yes.
This reflects tragically bad on the defense.
No,
Brixton says,
it reflects tragically bad on our society. But
yes. Yeah. Sorry, it's satay, not satay.
Okay.
Yeah, now Joe knows what it is.
Yeah, it's chicken satay. Okay, fine. I'm wondering, is this like some Christian food? Is this like what they Easter they serve this?
Yes.
I don't
The
even know
Christian
what's
food
going
in Thailand.
Joe wakes up and just orders his chicken satay every time.
Hey, hon, let's have some chicken satay tonight, okay? All right, we're good. This is good. I don't even know where you guys are coming from.
Brixton says, can you repeat that question? Roger G says, I find it interesting that the guy who heard every hard R thrown at him and the roaring Kia Soul now seems to not be able to listen very well. UNSC Forward Unto Dawn says, I'm joining you guys in the short time in a shot. Every time he repeats a statement, how long will this go on? You'll be dead long before it was done. Cedar Stuff says, remind me, is it the defendant who received the serious head trauma? Dave E says, don't be Ivory Lamar while drinking juice in the hood. Automata says, last super chat. Can you repeat that? Rue Max says, sweet drinking game. Thanks for the alcohol poisoning. Janet Morgan says, man, the car hit him. The car that hit him messed up his memory that badly. Nicole Silvensky says, this is giving me Michael Scott's deposition vibes. I keep expecting him to say line. Lee Nicholas says, Edgecombe seems to be making the decision on the fly and rolling the dice on whether or not he answers with a yes or no. You can see it in his eyes. Gray Marmalade says, have you ever seen that video? What is a photocopier? This defendant is giving me those vibes, being over-lawyered to not answer any questions. Yes, the photocopier video is pretty good. Rhonda Waltman says, worth the price of admission. Jeremy Triguna says, this guy is so memeable. Blah, blah. 9877 says, just some money for yet more quality entertainment, Nick. Chef's kiss. Matrix Buster says, unfortunately, any likability this guy had has gone down the toilet with his defense. Josh Vermillion says, prosecutor needs to walk up and hand him KY jelly. Ryan Keeler says, can a defense throw in a towel like boxing? Because this cross would be a perfect time. Kyle Bogue says at the rate of the can you repeat that, we'll be here until the judge actually is the Packers special team coach. KT says, I just ate an entire family-sized box of Welch's fruit snacks watching this. This is such good entertainment, and I appreciate your commentary. Hey, thank you. Bookham Dano, gracias. LV Esquire says, am I really the only viewer? Can't be. El Gonzo 1000 says, Lamau Bronca just doubled the likes. Metalhead Martyr says, you caught me. I admit it. I am the only watcher right now. JC Adult 101, thanks for the donation. Forever Keeper says, if this guy jumped off the Golden Gate Bridge, he'd probably miss the bay. Score says, just me and 15,000 NPCs watching the stream today. Streaky says, B. Ivory is about to fire the client. Also, I'm definitely not watching. I don't watch car crashes as a rule. Bond Necron 444 says, I am also watching on YouTube. Ruby Red Lopez says, I'm the one on YouTube. SoCal Patriot says, judge wants to sling blade the defendant. Oh, shit. El Gonzo says, can he appeal on the fact that his lawyer allowed him to testify? What about the fact that the lawyers aren't people, thus no murder? I'm really curious. So when Rittenhouse was about to testify, there was a colloquy between the judge and Rittenhouse establishing that he was aware and conscious that he was giving up his constitutional rights. I wonder if that happened off camera at some point for B. Ivory Lamar or for Edgecombe.
If what happened off camera?
That colloquy, Joe.
A colloquy between the judge and the defendant saying, you realize you're giving up your constitutional right to remain silent by doing this, that you don't have to do this. No one can force you to take the stand. It's only you who can take the stand on your own direction.
Yeah.
Asking him, did your attorneys convince you to take the stand? Is there anybody who threatened or pressured you to take the stand?
Have you been offered anything?
None of that happened here.
That must have happened. But although, how can you claim self-defense if you don't agree to take the stand? Perhaps the colloquy gets omitted in a situation where they formally claim beforehand that they're going to be pleading self-defense because it's an assumption.
They didn't. In Kyle, they did it.
No, you don't. You don't have to take the stand.
Yeah,
for self-defense.
That's true. Kyle didn't have to, and it was questionable that he
state
did.
of mind.
Not only do you not have to take the stand, they can't make you take the stand. No one. I mean,
Right,
you
obviously.
can't be forced to.
That's why there's a colloquy.
Yeah. So it's weird that we haven't seen that, and it might have happened off camera or when I was, messing with the stream or something. Black Sun 444 says, I am the third only viewer. Dan says, this is why lawyers can never take the stand. Jennifer Genter says, I am still waiting for Joe's hot tub stream.
I'm ready for it.
Brad Patterson says, love all you gentlemen, and the work you do is so extremely important. Thank you. Dumbest defendant I've ever seen. LV Esquire says, I hope this guy doesn't get convicted because some good psychologists are hard to find. Some generic name says Pete and repeat. We're on the boat. Pete fell off. Could you repeat? Dark Fox 2000 says, can you repeat the question, Nick? My conscience says, here we go. Whee! Marie D says, after listening to this cross, it makes me appreciate how well Kyle Rittenhouse really did with Binger. It's just a video game, not real life. Fractal Machine says, Edgecombe has achieved the impossible. He managed to make himself look way more guilty to the jury and bury his own case worse than Ronnie O'Neill III. C. Neal says, I think the only YouTuber is me. I went to locals and it sent me back to YouTube. I was in the tank at therapy with my son, binging me about the testimony. Mariposa Hime says, hey, Nick, been a while in Toye voice. Can you repeat that? Thanks, Mariposa. Welcome back. John Diaz says, can't hear the questions, but he can hear multiple threats around him and has superhuman senses during the incident. Paul Arnold says, thanks. Par Amold says, thanks to you and all the panel for explaining the details and making the cringy parts of the trial watchable. I also feel better about myself watching court with whiskey spiked coffee when you're on. Charlie Eckert says, hail Logolas of the Woodland Clan. Where can I order lambdas bread online? If they drag the Wabash River at the I-64 bridge, you'll find the gun.
Potatoes. Go.
Lee Nicholas says, imagine Edgecombe never made the decision not to get Froyo. Therefore, he wasn't headed west, but east. Therefore, riding his bike into oncoming traffic.
His whole life would have been different if he just would have had Froyo at one point in his life.
Exactly. Exactly. That brand new craze sweeping the internet right now. Froyo.
Yes. Yeah.
Audi Joe says, what does our friend from the north think? Oh, Canada.
Well, from the bit I've seen so far, I think he's got a real tough. I think he's just got to hope that one juror there decides to do something crazy and, block the whole process.
Yeah, I think a hung jury is possible. I think a not guilty verdict is now far outside the realm of possibility.
Yeah, he needs one jury to think that this is a racist investigation and just be unwilling to convict on that and just stick to their guns. I think that's his best outcome here.
Panama Jack's Jim says, hey, I am big enough to equal 2 viewers, lol. So here is a 1 viewer super chat. Thank you. Shay Stein says, why was Cross so short though? I feel like they didn't hammer home certain things that were necessary, like how it was point blank in the face, for example. Well, they have that. They already have that in testimony. They don't need to do it. They've got 4 people saying he extended his arm and shot him in the face. The only guy who says anything other is him.
Point blank kind of helps the defense claim of self-defense, because if he's too far away, you can't really be defending yourself from an unarmed man. So, if anything, the proximity is something that the prosecution I would not be playing up on.
Well, and also, if he looks like such a liar, you don't want him to have a chance to figure out how to lie effectively and then start looking better, and then that's what the jury remembers. Like, they may have just said, hey, this guy's, we're done with this guy.
To Segoy for you says, in Richard's voice, the defendant is a connoisseur of daddy-daughter date nights, Your Honor. A Bear in the Woods says, could you comment on how the state started with, I'll be fast as long as you answer the questions, as a tactic to make the jury hate Edgecombe? I don't think that's a tactic to make the jury hate Edgecombe. I don't think the lawyer had any idea that he would be as evasive in answering those questions as he ended up being. I mean, that was horrifying. Buffy Montgomery, welcome to Paralegal Status. Flufferboy says 3 is the number of charges, and the number of the charges shall be 3. 2 would be too little, 4 would be too much, and 5 is right out. Mr. Scott J87 says, is it normal to eat in the bathroom in Korea?
Absolutely, 100% approved.
By the way, that was very good inflection on the Monty Python thing. I just want
thank you. Yeah. Thank you. It took me a second, while reading it, to realize what they were saying. 200 Watt Studio says short pants to trend as bad as the wife drives me one. Magnus Shield says 2 new suits, both were above the ankle. So pissed. Ocean Redux says, Ayo, so you be saying we was praying, we prayed the ADD away and shit. Charlie Eckert says, D. Ivory says, you have my axe. Oh, come on. No. Lakeda Raw says, bootlegs for the win. Lee Nicholas says, objection, axed and answered. Steven says, it just hit me that you all get beyond butthurt when defendants get any kind of edge over the prosecution. For this reason alone, rooting for the defense. There you go. Super Iron Bob says, why know what other people think when you can just fire accusations blindly? 2D Harem King Jack says, B. Ivory didn't get hard, he got soft. Samantha Swinehart says, the state wanted the armchair detectives to figure out for themselves that he knew how to shoot. It's a psychological move. Baffled Buffoon says, $2 to see how you pronounce my channel name this time. It's Baffled Buffoon. I got it. I've called that guy everything. Baffled Baboon. Trash Panda says, I just wanted to thank the degenerate chat for hours of transformative entertainment. Equal opportunity trolling at its finest. I salute you. Joel Reese says, Portuguese here. Yes, it is a great country to visit. We have excellent food, not cuisine, just good, hearty Mediterranean food, and people are friendly. White Paint says, Nick, sadly, my kids think you're their dad. Think I might be slightly obsessed with your show. Well,
a Jack Murphy incident here? I mean, what's going on?
I'm not, and I will not be paying any child support. J. Matt E. says, his testimony in the defense's case is so full of holes, you could wear it on your head at a Packers game. Jason Ellenberg says, if he's Dr. Black, does that make him an honorary minority? Yes. Dave Bradshaw says, I know I told you to ask him to repeat the question when you need time to think, but damn. Justin Wright says, quoting Dr. Black, I can kill someone with a skateboard. Ghost of Aces says, so Edgecombe said he couldn't afford counsel and went to Narnia because he couldn't afford it, but Dr. Black charges something like 10 grand a day. Miss Poffles.
That testimony was 10 grand. Somebody paid 10 grand for that.
It wasn't.
We don't know.
It wasn't actually 10 grand a day, but he wasn't cheap. I mean, in Rittenhouse, he testified to a standard rate. I think.
I don't think he's getting up there. I don't think that testimony was any less than like $2,000 or $3,000.
Yeah, I agree.
Well, I think that day was $2,000 to $3,000, and he probably had an initial payment of more than that, plus the plane, plus the hotel.
I got to get into being an expert.
The video expert from New Jersey charged what, $8.99 or something.
There's a reason
and
why
he covered his own travel expenses.
It's a very lucrative grift. There's a reason why there's professionals who do it.
Well, it can be. The New Jersey guy charged $8.95 for the videos. I charge $8.95 for the 2 videos. Then I fly out there. It's $2 grand a day, but I take my own expenses. I get my own hotel. I got my own food, and
bada bing, bada boom.
I got some baby mamas.
I actually like that guy. I want him to be an expert in more things. Miss Poffel says, watch the replay of yesterday's testimony on Law and Crime last night. No comparison to watching your stream with the invoice. Loving the lawyer humor. Hey, thank you. DCV Titan says, could hindsight bias include learning about a knife in your victim's pocket, then remembering something in their hand when you ended them?
Yes.
It absolutely could. We Are All Dead says, shout out to the Quartering for bringing your channel to my attention. Loving this content and input by you guys. Keep it up. Also, Ray Finkel is the best kicker of all time. B. Ivory Law says,
out.
Oh no, this is from B. Ivory Law. He says, looky here, Rick Nikita, keep my name out your mouth. I can taste fried food. Says, too bad you can't properly taste fried chicken. You know what? You shut your fucking mouth, you dirty sack of shit. AA Ron says, you need a Vax passport to go anywhere in St. Paul too. Koi 540 says, I need to know what food the judge will buy for the jury for the trial going even later than he expected. The judge promised if it kept going, he would buy them a buffet spread from some Italian restaurant.
He makes
remember
it sound
that?
like it's out. Yes, he makes it sound like it's out of his own pocket, as if it's not the court that pays for it. And yeah,
I think there's a cap on what the court can spend versus.
So he was going to out of pocket, like cover their buffet.
I think you have to if you're going to premium Italian quality here.
He better do it. He promised them. I would have said, Judge, I know what you're going to do tomorrow. Dismissed. We still have an alternate. That's what would have happened right there. Koi 540 says, I need, Mastaluk 5 says, Volume 2, Law of Self-Defense, get wet.
That's the one that killed me earlier. One of them.
Roger Wilco says, Samurai serves bad sushi. Rekieta Law unleashes power of the sun on Japan again. Oliver Power says, hi, Nick. Got paid well this month, so can actually send a proper super chat. Hey, thank you. Big thanks to you and all the others for the hosts of the stream. Question, what are all your guys' favorite albums and music artists? Mine I answered the other day. Stone Temple Pilots, Purple.
Hmm.
I can't believe you guys don't have a canned answer to the super chat I received individually the other day.
Well, mine is 36 Chambers of Wu-Tang, but I mean, that's
1980s AC/DC and Van Halen.
Ooh, baby, you like it raw? Legal Mindset.
Oh yeah.
Oh wait, no, that's from. Is that from Old Dirty's album, solo album?
Maybe, but let's double check.
Shimmy, shimmy, yaw, shimmy, yam, shimmy. Runkle, what's your favorite album, man? Come on.
That's tough because
soundtrack to the Lord.
Mostly I listen to a lot of like individual singles, so it's tough to say albums. But I don't know. When I was younger, I listened to "Fat of the Land" by Prodigy, an excessive amount. But that was back when I still had CDs.
All right, I'm waiting for the most hilarious answer that will happen.
I had so many great, funny answers.
Over to Joe.
I had so many great answers.
You Drive Me Crazy by Joe to his wife. Is that what it is?
I see what you did there. I see. That's
Maybe You Can Drive My Car.
Incubus Drive.
That's not bad. It's
While I'm in the backseat.
Yeah. White Album? That's probably it. White Album.
Oh, okay. Well,
sorry. I'm old.
No, it's fine. Hold on. I lost where my space was. Okay, here we go.
I like 9 Inch Nails also. But...
Closer. Is that your favorite song? my favorite Nine Inch Nails song.
I happen to really like that song.
Closer's a great song.
I love
just
it.
saw something bad.
It's a great song.
involving that
It's a
when I
phenomenal
was
song to
young.
work out to. It really is.
Woden's Lost Eye says, Ricada, you need to cook your bacon the way the mom from Better Off Dead. Boil it. Oh, no. No, just eat
Wait,
it raw.
what?
Boiled bacon. Just you're better off eating it raw. Jennifer Genter says, can I have a work note for tomorrow so I can watch your stream, please? Pretty please? Sure. Casey Moody says, is the court reporter actually typing axed or will she modify? She will write asked for the clarity of the transcript. Masterlick 5 says, Volume 3, Law of Self-Defense, get hung. Jokes aside, great book. I ordered. I'm white. I need it against the Binger types. Fractal Machine says, this is what happens when all of your answers on the stand are calculated, but you come from the school of woke mathematics where 2 + 2 can equal 5. Binary Bard says, what if he had given him a Shawinigan handshake instead of shooting him? As a Canadian, Runkle should know what that is.
That's from a famous controversy of Chrétien grabbing a guy by the neck.
Oh, there you go. Gotcha. Logo says, Andrew looks like a review bra and Joe is a good sport. Oy vey. Julian Arnes says, B. Ivory should be charged with a crime for those pants. Cars in Depth says, does client with LSD then make an insanity defense? Stogie's Boomstick says, stuck home with COVID. Thanks for keeping me entertained and educated. Contagion says, Nick, you should shift gears and read Lamar's reviews a while. By the way, those picks the defense tried to get # proof of character evidence. I don't want to do that right now. Maybe tonight or something. I want to get done. Russell R, thanks for the donation. Shut Up, I Can Cook says, hello, testing. Hello. Nick Ricada's Big Sexy Nose says, just your nose here to remind you that law and crime have no spine. Also, your nose thinks that good logic looks like a snack. Patrick T says, did the bicycle have injuries? John Smith says, same people who cried Kyle didn't have the right to shoot after knocked down and hit want to say this Dindu had the right to blast the guy in the face. Skeleton says, what does Tifa Lockhart and Julius Caesar have in common? Both got violently pierced inside the Senate in Rome. Elizabeth Warner, thanks for the donation. Elizabeth Warner also says, you should do this. You should do the Nashville, Tennessee Waffle House shooting. Morgan Babcock. Well, it depends when and if it's televised. Morgan Babcock says Ron Perlman plays Joe. Oh, that'd be good. John Kavanaugh says,
I actually heard someone in chat said Jeffrey Morgan Dean, who played Negan on Walking Dead.
J.K. Simmons would be another one they said.
Oh, the J.K. Simmons would be good.
Yeah.
Someone said Kevin Spacey. It wasn't me who said Kevin Spacey, but someone did say Kevin Spacey.
Nah.
I think that person was just being mean.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just saying what the chat said. That's all.
Yeah, just saying what the chat said.
I liked American Beauty.
Kevin Spacey, aside from all the rape and stuff, is one of my favorite actors. Like without a hint of irony, he's great. Usual Suspects.
He was
great.
phenomenal.
American Beauty. He's one of the best actors that there was.
Great actor, terrible person.
Yeah. Aside from all the rape and the murder that followed all the rapes when people came out against him and they all died. Good job. John Kavanaugh says, wait, what? Not the guy, just to be clear. No, I know I would assume you're not John Kavanaugh, the one I'm thinking of. Adam Riley says, Joe can be played by Will Smith. He needs the work since his wife drove the divorce proceedings. Poor Will Smith. Marksman AZ says, J.K. Simmons plays Joe. 2D Harem King Jack says, Joe Free Dean Morgan. Happy says, I watched Face Off, waiting for Nose Off, starring Nick. 200 Watt Studio says, James Woods is Bronca. That'd be a good one. Yep.
I'd be honored.
Tatum as Legal Mindset, Ed Norton as Nick, Orlando Bloom as Runkle, and Jamie Farr as Joe. Damn it, the battery. I've got to order one of those fucking things.
Jamie
He's from MASH. He was in MASH.
I know. He's like 40 shades of darker than I am. And his
so
nose
racist, Joe. Come on.
Oh, God. What do you have some sort of problem with being darker, Joe?
Is this nothing remotely like me other than that?
Mo Jorison says Runkle has some great vids on crazy Canadian stuff. Check him out. Absolutely check him out. Name 530 says Nose finishes reading super chats. Chat, can you repeat that? James Spoon says Legal Mindset indirectly answers the Fuda question. It's better with nuts.
I've already
Willful-
directly answered that one, baby.
Willful Monkey says, good logic. Satay is a Nuru massage, but they use peanut butter. Oh, yeah. You. By the way, to the chat, while you're at work, just go ahead and Google the Nuru massage as well. N-U-R-U. It's fine. It's good. It's just a massage style that's out there. Some people are into it. Check it out. Vernon Copeland says, Ricketts, I found the Ark of the Covenant. Joe is streaming in it. Almost there.
The Ark of the Covenant.
I don't know. I guess. I didn't know they had an American flag in the Ark of the Covenant. They were very progressive, I think. Fractal Machine says, good logic. Please explain to the panel the Shabbat meal song Eshet Ha'il about how an ideal woman does all the physical labor around the house.
It's a song we sing every Friday night. It's basically dedicated to the mother of the house, describing her as a woman of valor. So, and the attributes of a woman of valor. So,
Decanut says, I heard the roar of the engine, Kia Soul, angry hair dryer noises. Jules Pellico says, Nick will knows what the verdict will be. Bob Johnson says, hey, Nick, can I get a toast? Found out last night that my wife and I are expecting our second child. Thanks for the toast last night, Joe. Okay. Yeah. Oh, okay. Give me a second.
You can't, we're not even going to see you taking a toast.
That's
now.
why you got to give me a second. Okay.
Dead battery guy.
I can't stare at Lawn Crime with a Jack Murphy beard for too long. It just gets to me. I'll start laughing eventually.
It's almost like you don't realize you're going to be streaming for 9 hours when you start these things. It's very unprofessional.
I know.
Very.
Well, it sounds so simple to just get online and order the correct battery thing. And that would be simple and reasonable.
You don't have it plugged in while it's going? Because
I have it plugged in, but it doesn't charge the thing. You have to get a specific dummy plug for this type of camera. And I bought one, but it turned out it was for a different Sony camera because these motherfuckers can't just make one standard thing. Look, I'm bitter.
You're the dummy,
okay?
you're the dummy plug, Nick.
I know. I knew that was coming too. I predicted your joke, okay? It's still
gonna come every single time, Nick.
Look, even when I see it coming, it still comes. Okay, here we go. Here we go. At least
Nick's using a Pentax K1000.
I am not. I'm using a Sony Alpha 7 R4. It's a good camera.
No, seriously, we can see every pore on his face, please.
I just
we don't need to see any more than what we got.
I really need to get the
I don't
correct
know.
plug for it.
That's premium content.
It is premium content. It's transformatively premium content.
All right, real quick. Bob Johnson, toast to you. Expecting your second child. Children are the spice and purpose of life, in my humblest opinion. They're how we mold the future. They're how we reflect on the past. May you do both of those things in abundance with your children long into your late years. Cheers, brother.
Wow, that was really poetic.
Mm.
I think you lifted that from like Star Trek 4 or something, but still it was good.
Yes, Star Trek 4.
Was that the one with the whales?
It was. That's what the whales were saying themselves. North Viking says, I just got Andrew Branca's 4th book, Premature Incarceration. Great work. Crazy Warrior says, Mel and Joe hanging out while wife drives them to get Happy Meals. Love your content, Rax. Need to say something in Lemoyne voice. Okay. But the Lemoyne voice sounds like Earl Grey voice, but you know what? I'm disabled and I still drive my own car, Joe. Mudge M says, I read Andrew Branca's book aloud. Now I have an audiobook to sleep by. Thank you, good sir.
Okay.
Deep Surface says Joe kind of looks like Cancer Favreau, stage 3-ish.
That's really cold. No?
Cancer Favreau? Who's that?
I don't even know. Is that John Favreau, I guess?
With cancer?
I guess.
Does he have cancer?
I don't know. You know what? I'm not sure if that's harsher on me or Favreau. I don't know. That's not even funny. That's mean.
Kayla says legal mindset is very handsome.
Well, I only take very.
200 Watt Studio says Jamie Farr has your nose, Joe. Texas Red says, what was that space movie from 1992 called?
The Star Wars prequel?
No idea which one it was. Mega Mobas says, I think a better choice for Bronco would have been Jack Webb from Dragnet fame. And John Kavanaugh says, Nick always sees it coming. He just finds it hard to swallow. Thank you for that. American Legend says, the video feed is very clean, fellas. Everyone looks great. And then there's one fucking last one that came in somewhere. Maybe I can find on Odyssey.
Oh, the tie is off.
Yeah, but we're almost done.
Casual Bronca, it's
Oh,
over.
oh, wait a minute. Bronca's tie came off? No, I think that means we have to keep going.
We can't.
I'm just kidding. No, that's it. That's everything. Thanks, guys, for hanging out. Thanks, chat, for hanging out as well.
Thanks for having us again, Nick. Really appreciate it.
Of course, I will be back tomorrow at 8:30, I guess, to see if they stream pre-trial. I don't know. If they don't, I'll just sit here and yammer on for 30 minutes till they bring the jury in for instructions, and then closing arguments starting at 9. All of you are, of course, welcome. You and the chat are welcome as well. I sent Instructor Mike an invite today to pop on during lunch. He had said he would be interested, but I don't know if he didn't get it or whatever, if he was just unable to make it. So the invitation remains open, Instructor Mike. If you see this, I'll send you a new email tomorrow, and we can get you on during lunch or while the jury's out on deliberations as well. Happy to have you on, to talk about some of these self-defense issues. Other than that, everybody check out my panel. They're in the description. Go check out their stuff. It's way better than mine most of the time. So make sure you click on subscribe and give their videos some views. And with that, I guess I'll play the outro. Thanks, guys. See you tomorrow.
Thank you. Take care, guys.
Godspeed.
Take care.
Peace.
Oh, he drinks a fair bit, but you realize that it just helps get his noggin jogging along. With his glass by his side and his kids asleep tight, we'll hear some lost-plaining tonight. With his microphone muted, we'll laugh at this boomer until he explains it's all part of the plan. Watch his face become redder as he becomes meta, raging at idiots from Twitterland. From the white shores of Maine to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed, make the law what we have now. Oh, his lady is fair, and she handles herself with the grace of one who has borne many children. As the wife of a lawman, she makes sure that he has the time and the place to provide for them there. So pour out an ardbeg, a bow, more of that brogue. The spirits flow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter as we hear lost-plaining tonight. From the white shores of Nam to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, the guests are all plentiful, from Dante to Drexel. They bring their perspective and spice to the mix. But the reason we're here and the one that we cheer is the one who is showcasing us his career. Spirits flow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter as we hear lost-plaining tonight. From the white shores of Nam to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better